Modern times, a bustling city intersection. The countdown on the traffic light was still flashing and Lin Fan's memory froze on the last screech of brakes. At that moment the world seemed to be pressed into slow motion. The out-of-control dump truck like a steel beast ignored traffic rules and charged toward the little girl picking up a balloon on the crosswalk. Lin Fan swore he had never thought of being a hero in his life, he was just an office worker worried about next month's rent. But his body moved before his mind. A violent push-weightlessness collision. The intense pain lasted only a moment, followed by boundless darkness and cold. Was this it for me? My browser history hasn't been deleted. Can I choose a rich kid mode for reincarnation next life? His consciousness gradually faded and Lin Fan felt himself falling into a bottomless vortex. This forest is strange. Hey! Wake up! Such a big piece of meat. Vague voices echoed in his ears, accompanied by a wet sensation. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up from the ground and gasped, "The car. The license plate is..." His voice cut off abruptly. There was no pool of blood, no ambulance, no crowd of onlookers. Instead there were towering giant trees with leaves as big as umbrellas, and the air was filled with the unique earthy fragrance of the primeval forest, so fresh that this modern man accustomed to smog was almost oxygen drunk. Where is this? Is the underworld's landscaping this good now? Lin Fan looked down at himself. At that glance he froze entirely. His Uniqlo shirt was gone, replaced by a strange dark fabric resembling the remains of a combat suit. More importantly, his hands were smaller, his arms shorter, and although the muscles were well defined, it was clearly the body of a 10-year-old boy. Transmigrated. The overused web novel term popped into Lin Fan's mind. Just then a strange itching sensation came from behind his butt. He subconsciously reached back and grabbed a furry, flexible, swinging thing. It was a tail. A brown monkey tail growing from his bottom. WTF. Lin Fan jumped up in fright. I turned into a monkey. Darwin's coffin can't hold this. Before he could digest the reality of his transmigration and transformation, the ground began to tremble violently. Thump. 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 The bushes ahead were violently pushed aside and a huge dinosaur as tall as a 2-story building poked its head out. It had blue scales, amber vertical pupils staring fixedly at Lin Fan, and saliva dripping from its mouth corroded the grass. Lin Fan's calves began to cramp. Although he realized his current body seemed to be full of power, this was a dinosaur. His modern human instinct made him choose the only option: run. He turned and ran, but as he pushed off the ground his whole body shot forward like a cannonball, instantly crashing into a big tree. So fast. Ignoring the pain, Lin Fan scrambled through the jungle on all fours. But this dinosaur was clearly an experienced hunter. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar, then its thick tail swept like a meteor, cutting down the trees around Lin Fan. Nowhere to dodge. Lin Fan tripped over a fallen log and fell into a dead end, a cliff behind him and the dinosaur approaching in front. Just transmigrated and already about to become dinosaur dung. What a hellish joke. The dinosaur opened its mouth wide and a stinking wind blasted toward him. Lin Fan closed his eyes in despair, flailing his hands in front of him in a final struggle. At this critical moment, rock, paper, scissors. A childish but powerful shout came from above. Lin Fan only felt a gust of wind followed by a dull, heavy crash. Boom. No pain came. Lin Fan cautiously opened one eye. He saw the once arrogant giant dinosaur now lying on the ground like a small mountain, its eyes rolled back, a huge bump on its head foaming at the mouth and twitching. And on the dinosaur's huge head stood a small figure less than 1.2 meters tall. It was a little boy in a blue martial arts gi with a spiky crab-like hairstyle defying gravity, carrying a red staff on his back. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking innocently at the fallen prey. Hee, we've got dinner for tonight. Grandpa will surely praise me. The little boy wiped his nose, turned around, and his clear big eyes looked at Lin Fan, who was cowering in the corner. At that moment Lin Fan's brain felt struck by lightning. That hairstyle. That outfit. And that unique staff. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Lin Fan blurted out. The little boy tilted his head, jumped off the dinosaur's head as lightly as a cat, and approached Lin Fan, studying him curiously. Huh. You know me. Who are you? Do you want to eat this big lizard too? Lin Fan's heart raced. This was the Dragon Ball world. That high-risk world where planets get blown up at the drop of a hat. But at this moment, looking at the young son Wukong cockroach before him, a sense of relief after surviving a disaster washed over him. I don't eat. Lin Fan swallowed, trying to stand up, but his legs were still weak. As he turned to adjust his clothes, the tail hidden behind him accidentally slipped out and swung uneasily in the air. Wukong's eyes instantly widened like saucers. He pointed at Lin Fan's tail, then pointed at his own behind, where there was also an identical tail. Tail. You have a tail. Wukong shouted excitedly, hopping over to Lin Fan and grabbing his tail to examine it. Grandpa said only monsters have tails. No, Grandpa said I'm special. Could you be special too? Lin Fan, watching the pure as a sheet of paper Wukong, his mind raced. He had transmigrated into a Saiyan, or a tailed human, now alone and helpless. If he didn't cling to this universe's strongest eye, he might not even survive the first episode. He had to find a reasonable identity to stay by his side. Looking at Wukong's curious eyes, Lin Fan took a deep breath, straightened his tattered collar and put on what he thought was a deep and friendly smile. He reached out, placed his hand on Wukong's iconic crab-like head and said earnestly, Wukong, actually Grandpa has never told you something. Huh? What is it? Wukong blinked. Lin Fan pointed at his own tail, then at Wukong's face, and said in a deep voice, look, we look so alike, we have the same tail and we might even eat the same amount. Actually, I am your long-lost older brother. The wind in the forest stopped. Wukong was stunned for a full 3 seconds, then, huh? Startled birds took flight. On this seemingly ordinary afternoon, the historical timeline of the Dragon Ball world took a quiet turn because of this huge lie. On the morning of Baozi Mountain, the air was incredibly fresh. Lin Fan was excitedly pulled by Wukong, running along the rugged mountain path with trees on both sides rapidly receding. He looked at the boy before him who would one day save the world countless times, but now was just a simple and happy wild child, and an extremely surreal feeling surged in his heart. A few minutes ago he was still worrying about his own survival, now he might have obtained the world's thickest thigh to rely on. In front of the wooden cabin, a vigorous old man with a white beard wearing an orange martial arts uniform was carrying a bucket of water. His eyes were sharp and his breath steady. This was Sun Wufan. Wukong shouted that he found his big brother and excitedly pushed Lin Fan forward. Sun Wufan put down the water bucket, his gaze kind but scrutinizing as it fell on Lin Fan. This child was dressed in rags, his expression still carrying a hint of lingering shock and a complexity beyond his years. But his black spiky hair and the gently swaying tail behind him were exactly like Wukong's. Wufan's voice was kind but carried the caution and testing of an elder. Lin Fan's heart tightened, knowing that the moment to perform had arrived. He took a deep breath, trying to recall the panic and loneliness before his transmigration, and his eyes quickly reddened. Old sir, his voice was hoarse, my name is Lin Fan. He struggled deliberately as if trying to excavate fragments from the depths of memory. I don't remember anything, only that I seem to have fallen from a very high place. Lin Fan pointed at Wukong, his eyes bursting with a mixture of shock and ecstasy. But he did not hastily speak of kinship, instead he seized the crucial detail, this tail. He emphasized the appetite, and this appetite. The first time we met I felt it. An uncontrollable hunger. This point made Wufan's expression change. He knew better than anyone how exaggerated Wukong's appetite was. This was absolutely not a physique an ordinary earthling could possess. The moment I saw him, a voice in my heart shouted. Home. Lin Fan stepped forward, his voice pleading, old sir, please believe me, if we were not connected by blood we could not possibly share such identical features nor this deep-rooted hunger and wildness. He looked down, voice trembling, I am too lonely alone. I beg you. Let me stay, okay? Sun Wufan fell silent. He looked at the two boys who were so alike, the intense longing for belonging in Daoyuo's eyes and Wukong's pure joy. Ultimately it touched the softest part of the old man's heart, his hope for Wukong to have family. Wufan let out a long sigh, and finally his caution was subdued by kindness. He knew that true or false he could not refuse a child as helpless as Wukong. Wufan smiled and said, since you and Wukong are so fated and share the same features, you might be lost brothers. Wufan finally showed a hearty smile. From now on you will train hard. You are also a part of Baozi Mountain. How about being Wukong's big brother? Lin Fan said, this depends on whether Wukong agrees. Then he turned to look at Wukong. Wukong also longed for a brother, so he happily nodded. Then Wufan said, since we are a family, from now on your name will be Daoyuo. It sounds more like a powerful martial artist. Wukong cheered, big brother, and rushed over with a warm bear hug. Daluo hugged him back, the biggest stone in his heart finally hitting the ground. After dinner, Daluo looked out the window at the gradually full moon and a heavy weight pressed on his heart. He knew that now he had to produce enough weight to make Wu Fan make the major decision of removing a body part. He found Wu Fan, who was wiping his martial arts uniform, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. "Grandpa, do you know the real hidden danger of our tales?" Wu Fan's expression changed slightly. He paused his movements and said in a low voice, "Child, it is just a weakness. If grabbed you will lose strength." Daluo interrupted him, his voice low and trembling, "No grandpa, you are wrong. It is a switch, a time bomb." Daluo asked, "Think carefully, grandpa. Has Wukong ever become more irritable and savage than usual in very rare cases? Especially when his tail is touched or when he is stimulated by some powerful energy fluctuation?" Wu Fan's eyes widened. Of course he remembered. Whenever Wukong's tail was accidentally pinched or pressed, his strength would surge, but he would also become extremely violent, like a beast out of control. He had always thought it was a nerve reaction of the tail, but now Daluo's words sent a chill down his spine. Daluo seized the moment. "In my memory there is a vague but extremely terrifying image." Daluo described, "That was a blood-colored starry sky. My clan members said that when we look directly at the full moon our tails will act as a detonator, triggering a curse buried deep in our blood, turning us into giant monsters that only know destruction. Uncontrollable." He did not use fancy words, just emphasized uncontrollable and destruction of everything. Then Daluo stepped closer, his gaze firm. "Grandpa, if you are worried that removing the tail will damage the body, please trust my judgment." Daluo urged, "The harm of this curse is far beyond your imagination. We can no longer rely on luck. We must find a way to completely remove the tail before the next full moon." Wu Fan trembled all over, not from fear but from being overwhelmed by the weight of responsibility and truth. He finally realized that he had not adopted two ordinary children but two stars that could explode at any time. Wu Fan took a deep breath, the martial artist's decisiveness returning to his eyes. "But if the tail is removed, will our power be permanently damaged?" Daluo immediately seized the opportunity to present his scientific martial arts. "No. That is exactly what I am about to say. To counter this blood curse we must make the cultivation of qi stronger and more exquisite. Daluo requested, from tomorrow onwards please allow me to use a set of more scientific and precise martial arts training methods that have emerged from the depths of my memory to guide the training of Wukong and myself." Daluo declared, "This method will ensure that every bit of our effort yields the greatest reward, making us strong enough to resist any curse even without tails." Sun Wufan looked at the boy before him, his calmness and wisdom beyond his years and his undisguised determination to protect his family. In the end the old man made up his mind. He nodded heavily. "Good. Daluo, grandpa believes you. Starting tomorrow we will train according to your method. For your safety I will personally prepare the method to remove the tail." Lin Fan no Daluo knew that the bigger the lie the heavier the responsibility. But he had to grow faster, becoming the strongest elder brother worthy of guiding the future. The second dawn on Baozishan began with Grandpa Gohan's hearty shouts. "Children! Assemble! From today onward all training will be led by your eldest brother Daluo." Gohan was spirited, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation for scientific martial arts. Before training he pulled Daluo aside and spoke in a gentle yet formal tone. "Daluo, there is something I neglected yesterday. How many years older are you than Goku?" Lin Fan had already prepared a plan. He needed an age gap that would establish authority without seeming too abrupt. "In my fragmented memories when I was called Lin Fan I was 10 years old," Daluo said, calm and resolute. "Goku should be 6. So I am 4 years older than him." 4 years. Good. Now that's a true elder brother. Gohan nodded with satisfaction, his rough hand patting Daluo's still tender shoulder firmly, his gaze full of trust. "Daluo, you are more composed than Goku and your insight is extraordinary. On the path of martial arts ahead you must take more care and discipline him for me." "I understand, Grandpa." Daluo felt a warmth in his heart. This 4-year age gap was not only the necessary foundation of the lie but also a heavy responsibility, the burden of being the eldest brother, now officially resting on his shoulders. Training officially began. Daluo did not teach any flashy techniques, his scientific martial arts started with the most basic running, jumping and weight-bearing exercises. He made Gohan and Goku carry stones of equal weight and sprint through the mountains. Meanwhile his calm and precise commands rang out. "Goku! Pay attention to your ankle. The force trajectory is deviating more than 3 degrees inward, energy is dissipating in useless directions. Imagine your chi as a rocket's jet stream, it must thrust straight backward. Grandpa, your breathing is too deep. During high-speed movement she should sink into the dantian, use high-frequency shallow breaths to maintain muscle efficiency. Excessively deep breaths will disrupt your rhythm. Gohan and Goku were initially very uncomfortable. In the past cultivation relied entirely on feeling and perseverance, but now it was filled with unfamiliar and precise concepts like trajectory efficiency and dissipation rate. Big brother, there are so many rules it's hard to remember. Goku had boundless stamina but was always flustered by these constraints. Dallo crouched down and placed a hand on Goku's arm. The chi force flow correction silently activated. In his mind, Goku's energy flow during running was constructed into a clear pale blue three-dimensional model revealing every inefficiency and waste. Focus your mind, Goku, Dallo guided. Use your will to feel it. Gather your chi in your lower abdomen and soles and propel yourself like a rocket. What you need to do is let your body cut through the air, not be blocked by it. He gave a gentle push and Goku dashed out again. This time the confusion on his face was quickly replaced by amazement. Correction feedback target Goku running posture optimized by 19. Energy dissipation rate reduced to 3. 8. Comprehensive training efficiency evaluation A. Wow. Big brother. My body feels lighter. It's so comfortable to run. Goku shouted excitedly, his speed suddenly increasing. Son Gohan, watching from the side, felt a storm surge within him. Having immersed himself in martial arts for decades, he instantly understood that what Dallo called airflow was actually a discourse on the essence of chi and precise control of the body. He had never imagined that the mysterious chi could be analyzed and optimized with such precision, almost like a Tao. He felt that the bottleneck that had plagued his cultivation for years was finally showing signs of loosening. In just 7 days, under the efficient tempering of the chi force flow correction system, Goku's growth was terrifying. His strength far surpassed that of his peers. Gohan meanwhile integrated his lifelong experience with this new scientific system, and his stagnant strength actually experienced a second spring, achieving significant breakthroughs. The night of the full moon was imminent. That evening Dallo placed a gleamingly sharp hatchet on the table. The cold blade reflected the flickering candlelight and the air was filled with a sense of resolve. Grandpa, the time has come. Dallo looked at the waxing moon outside the window, his voice low. Gohan sat in silence, his gaze complex as it swept over the hatchet. He understood the necessity of this act, but faced with the amputation of a part of his own body, his martial artist's instinct still struggled. Dallo. Is there really no other way? The old man's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. This is the only antidote, Grandpa. Dallo walked up to him, his tone resolute. The Great Ape transformation is a madness inscribed in our blood, and the tail is the trigger. Only by severing it can we ensure the safety and integrity of this family. He picked up the hatchet and without hesitation placed his own tail on the hard corner of the table. I'll go first. Dallo raised his head, his gaze clear and firm, meeting Gohan's eyes. Though my memories are shattered, my instinct tells me that only by enduring this pain can we sever the chains of fate and march toward a stronger future. He took a deep breath, fully activating the chi force flow correction, attempting to precisely guide a faint stream of chi to the base of his tail to construct a neural blocking barrier. Warning: the neural structure of the target area is abnormally dense and sensitive. Physical blocking failed. Estimated pain level beyond threshold. A piercing, numbing pain shot through him, forcing him to suck in a sharp breath. Grandpa, do it. Dallo's voice was distorted by the agony he was barely suppressing. My chi. I can't hold it back much longer. Seeing the young man who resolutely endured the first cut for himself and his grandson, the last trace of hesitation in Gohan's eyes was replaced by fervent respect and emotion. He no longer wavered. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion the blade fell. Crack. A crisp sound accompanied by splattering blood. Dallo's body trembled violently, a suppressed groan escaping his lips, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. His clenched teeth grated, but his body remained as straight as a pine. Big brother. Goku was frozen in shock at the bloody scene, his face pale. Fighting the almost fainting pain, Dallo slowly turned around. On his pale face he forced a reassuring smile and quickly wrapped the wound with prepared cloth strips. Goku. See, big brother is fine. His voice was weak but carried an unyielding strength. It doesn't hurt. At all. Witnessing the blood and tears his brother shed to protect the family, the fear in Goku's eyes was completely overwhelmed by immense love and a sense of responsibility. He rushed forward and pressed his own tail heavily onto the table, shouting with a crying voice but unwavering determination, Big brother bled. He cut his for us. Grandpa, I want to cut mine too. I am Big Brother's younger brother, I can't hold him back. Gohan raised the blade again, tears in his eyes. This time what he severed was not just a tail but a destined tragic future. He opened a new path of infinite possibilities for them. On the night of the full moon, Baozishan was utterly silent save for the rustling of the wind through the treetops. No roar of the great ape, no clamor of destruction. Inside the warm wooden house, Gohan was carefully changing the bandages for his two grandsons. Dallo Goku, the old man said, looking at them with eyes full of love and pride, you are both my good grandsons. From now on your strength will come only from your hearts, your will and your sweat. You will no longer have to bear that bloody curse. Dallo let out a long sigh of relief within his heart. The first and most important fate node has been completely overturned. Son Gohan survived and the root of Goku's power was corrected. This unexpected catfish having barged in had finally stirred the first different ripples for the future of this world. He gazed out at the boundless starry sky where countless stars twinkled as if heralding an infinite future. Bulma's capsule car should be arriving soon, I suppose. Dallo thought silently. The tail was gone, for the adventures ahead he must be thoroughly prepared. 6 years ago on Baozi Mountain the summer sunlight poured like molten gold splashing across the forested ridges. Daro was engaged in a form of nearly self-torturing cultivation. His goal was not merely to increase the total amount of chi but to pursue an extreme level of control. He aimed to weave a perfectly circulating energy membrane on his body's surface, one that would eliminate air resistance and energy dissipation, achieving theoretical absolute flow. He closed his eyes in concentration, his internal system operating at full speed, his perception magnified to infinity. The sounds of wind, birdsong and rustling leaves gradually faded, replaced by the trajectories of energy particles flowing through space, and a deeper, more secretive hum of dimensions like the cosmic background noise. 99 of the chi, 99. 999 precision, only the final thread remained. He carefully guided that last most subtle wisp of chi, attempting to incorporate it into the exquisitely precise circulation structure. Yet just as that thread of chi was about to settle into place, the critical point was breached. It was not an explosion but a far more terrifying implosion. The perfectly balanced energy structure on his body was instantly clenched and crushed by an invisible hand, and collapsed violently toward an incomprehensible point. The air was arrogantly displaced, light was distorted, and an absolute silence that could devour the soul, sending chills through the heart, enveloped the surroundings. Crack, hum, a strange sound clear as ice, shattering and deep as a star's collapse, detonated directly in his and Wukong's minds. Daro's eyes snapped open, horrified to see the scene before him being shredded by an invisible force. A pitch-black rift appeared out of nowhere. It was not darkness but nothingness, an ultimate void where even the concept of emptiness was redundant. At the edges of the rift countless distorted, shattered halos of rainbow light refracted, the dying radiance of different dimensional rules colliding and annihilating each other as space was forcibly torn apart. Be Big Brother. What is that? Wukong was pinned to the spot by a fear rooted in life itself, every hair on his body standing on end. He saw a few leaves beside the rift floating eerily in midair, perfectly still, while inside the rift countless pale ghostly lights flickered and streamed past at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye, as if time there had been accelerated 1,000-fold. No. Daro's heart shuddered violently, and he instantly realized he had caused a great disaster. This was no longer a loss of control over chi but a destruction of the world's underlying structure. Wukong. Fall back. As far as possible. He roared, his voice hoarse with extreme tension. At that moment a flash of insight struck him. He could no longer think in terms of controlling chi, he must use a more fundamental power to repair this space. He transformed all the chi in his body, no longer as energy for attack or defense, into billions of invisible needles of rules and threads of dimensions. Using himself as an anchor, he poured all his willpower into it, attempting to forcibly suture the hideous wound. This was a leap in the understanding and application of chi from three-dimensional combat to interfering with four-dimensional spacetime. System warning. Detected fracture in reality stabilization anchor. Local spacetime curvature anomaly. Confirmed time flow ratio 1 external standard day 30 internal standard days. Hours of extreme mental and energy strain left Daro's face pale as paper, his spirit nearly exhausted. But he succeeded. The violent spatial rift was gradually tamed, eventually stabilizing into an elliptical doorway about 2 people tall, its edges flowing with a soft water-like halo. Inside the doorway was an endless expanse of pure white, exuding a heavy mountainous pressure of spacetime and an almost infinite aura of energy. We succeeded, Wukong. Daro collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, his clothes soaked through with sweat, but his eyes burned with an excitement like that of a creator god. We have opened a door to another dimension of time. Grandpa Gohan, drawn by the noise, arrived and witnessed the scene, stunned beyond words. He cautiously extended a wooden stick into the doorway. They saw the half outside the door remain unchanged while the half inside underwent months of aging, in an instant becoming withered and brittle. This mobile extra-dimensional space which Daro could open, close and stabilize with his unique ability was named the Singularity Time Chamber. And Daro named the ultimate ability to tear and control the structure of space-spatial chi fusion. From then on, the Singularity Time Chamber became the brothers' most secret core and training sanctuary. Over the next 6 years they spent a long time here, equivalent to nearly 200 years in the outside world. Daro's main focus was on deeply understanding and mastering this artificial spacetime. Each opening and closing of the time chamber was an exercise in folding and smoothing the spatial structure. This caused his chi not only to skyrocket in total volume but also to acquire a unique dimensional resilience, solid yet highly variable, as if imbued with the power of space itself. Wukong meanwhile engaged in the purest extreme physical training within the time chamber's high-gravity, high-density energy environment. His power was no longer merely wild instinctive bursts but was endowed with precision and control that could easily tear the air apart. The two brothers honed each other in this white world, growing at a speed far beyond what the outside world could imagine. 6 years external time flew by in an instant. Daro, age 16, and Wukong, age 12, walked out side by side from the white light of the time chamber, their demeanor completely transformed. They sought out the overlord of the Baozi mountain area, a black-scaled giant terror the size of a small hill, to test the fruits of their 6 years of cultivation. The giant terror let out a deafening roar, its steps shaking the earth as it charged violently toward these seemingly insignificant humans. Daro's eyes were calm as still water. He didn't even assume any battle stance, instead he simply raised his hands seemingly casually toward the direction of the giant terror's charge. He didn't attack the giant terror itself but applied the power of spatial chi fusion to a tiny area in front of it. Spatial chi fusion, microfold. To the naked eye the air showed no change. But in the giant terror's perception, the space ahead, which had been empty, suddenly became impenetrable. Its charging inertia, bearing the force of 10,000 June, collided violently with the instantly folded and reinforced spatial barrier. Boom! A dull thud, not from the collision itself but from within the giant terror. The terrifying reaction force generated by the spatial fold, like an invisible giant hammer, passed through its body, causing a horrifying dislocation and shock to its chi and blood and internal organs. The black-scaled giant terror let out a sky-shaking cry of agony mixed with pain and disbelief. Blood burst from its eyes, ears, nose and mouth, and its massive body toppled like a mountain, collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Daro withdrew his hand, his breath steady. He turned to Wukong, whose eyes were gleaming with excitement, and said, "See, Wukong. When you can initially harness the power of dimensions, you don't need to clash head-on with your opponent. We can guide, even use space itself, turning the enemy's strength into a weapon that destroys them. Amazing, big brother." Wukong waved his fists excitedly. "You basically turned the road in front of them into an invisible wall." Daro smiled slightly. After 6 years of intense cultivation and mastery of spatial power, the brothers' strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Back at the cabin, Grandpa Gohan had already prepared their packs. "You've grown up, Daro." Wukong, Gohan said, looking at them kindly. "I've taught you all I can. It's time to go meet that fateful encounter and the wider world." Just as the three were about to set off, boom! The sound of a violent metal scraping came again from the forest, accompanied by the roar of a car engine. Again. Which one is it this time?" Wukong asked in surprise. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Daro's mouth, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He knew that the gears of fate he had been waiting for had finally arrived on time, bringing with them that striking short blue hair. A thunderous roar like a celestial bolt of lightning tore through the silence, brutally slashing a jarring rest into the peaceful symphony that had graced Baozishan for 6 years. Boom! The screech of twisting metal, the final whine of the engine, and the dull thud of ancient tree roots snapping intertwined into a jarring symphony of disaster. 2 figures appeared beside the mountain path almost simultaneously. The elder De Luo, now 16, stood tall with his arms crossed. His deep eyes held no panic, only a calm analytical gaze, as if the chaos before him was merely a painting worthy of study. The younger 12-year-old son Wukong had wild eyes sparkling with pure curiosity and excitement. He circled the smoking metallic object, regarding it like a wounded exotic beast. As the smoke cleared, the full extent of the disaster was revealed. A bright red capsule off-road vehicle meant to race on modern highways was now deeply embedded in the twisted roots of an ancient beech tree in a most wretched manner. The front of the vehicle was severely deformed with wisps of black smoke unwillingly escaping. The driver's door was pushed open with force and a girl with short azure hair scrambled out in a disheveled state. She wore a stylish dress and a large pair of goggles perched askew on her head. Now she was stamping her foot in frustration at her beloved car, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are the roots here made of steel? A capsule from Dr. Brief's company actually crashed in this primitive place." She was none other than Bulma, who had come to Baozishan in search of the Dragon Balls. She looked up and immediately noticed the two youths nearby. Her gaze was first drawn to Sun Wukong's signature spiky hair and vibrant wild energy, but the next moment her eyes were involuntarily captured by Deluo. He simply stood there, arms crossed, without any movement, yet he exuded a calmness utterly beyond his years, along with a faint yet pervasive heart-stopping sense of power. "Hey! Are you locals?" Bulma quickly switched her expression, pulled off her goggles and flashed a well-practiced sweet smile, trying to break the awkwardness with friendliness. "I'm Bulma, a scientist from West City. My car got stuck. Could you help me get it out of these damned roots?" Sun Wukong, by nature warm-hearted, was about to grin and agree, but Deluo slightly raised his hand, stopping his impulsive step like an invisible barrier. "Private property." Deluo's voice was calm but carried a cold, unyielding firmness like rock. "Trespassers shall receive no assistance." The smile on Bulma's face instantly froze. She had anticipated ignorance or enthusiasm from the mountain folk, but never expected such a rational and unfeeling refusal. Hey, don't be so cold, handsome." Bulma pouted awkwardly and quickly took out another capsule from her capsule case. With a soft pop, a small maintenance robot appeared on the clearing. However, the robot circled the severely deformed front end a few times, emitting only helpless beeps. Bulma irritably put away the robot, her eyes darting as a plan formed. She carefully took out a Dragon Ball with 4 stars glowing inside, along with the meticulously crafted Dragon Radar. "How about this?" She held out the 4-star ball to Wukong, who seemed more approachable, her smile brighter. "I'll trade this pretty ball for your help." "Deal. It's really precious." Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at the familiar orange-yellow sphere, and he reached out, swish. A blur of movement passed by. Bulma felt a sudden lightness in her hand, and as she focused, Deluo had appeared before her like a ghost, the 4-star ball resting steadily in his palm. "Dragon Balls," Deluo said flatly, his voice low but each word striking Bulma's heart like a hammer. "Gather all 7 and you can summon Shenlong to grant any wish." He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he could slice through all her pretenses and see straight into the deepest, most private thoughts of her heart. "And you, Bulma, want an ideal boyfriend, don't you?" "You. How do you know?" Bulma was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, the color draining from her face. This wish was the deepest secret hidden in her heart, never even told to her closest family. In that moment, fear overwhelmed all other emotions. The boy before her was no ordinary mountain villager. Deluo ignored her shock, merely tossing the 4-star ball lightly upward, then his eyes narrowed slightly. In the depths of his pupils it seemed an invisible galaxy began to swirl, some indescribable law being subtly invoked. He did not assume any stance of exertion. With just a slight shift of his will, he activated the power of space airflow fusion, which he had comprehended over 6 years of resonating with heaven and earth. He transformed a strand of his pure chi into several invisible space anchors, precisely attaching them to the key stress points of the heavy off-road vehicle. Space airflow fusion, reaction force fold. The next moment, under the wide-eyed gaze of Bulma and Wukong, a miraculous scene unfolded. The off-road vehicle, weighing several hundred kilograms, shuddered violently without being touched by any tangible object. The deeply sunken soil under the wheels and the tightly entwined thick roots were instantly compressed and shattered by an invisible force from within. Then the entire vehicle, as if gently but firmly grasped by an invisible divine hand, rose smoothly a few inches against the laws of gravity, then slid sideways several meters with ease. Squeak. The metal body emitted a harsh screech as it detached from the roots, yet the entire process was breathtakingly smooth. The off-road vehicle seemed to have been pried out of a frozen painting and placed on the flat mountain path beside it without even a wisp of dust disturbed. There was no light, no airwave, no earth-shattering commotion. Only the space in that area seemed to ripple with an imperceptible wave, then return to calm. Silence. A deathly stillness. Bulma's mouth hung open but no sound came out. Her scientific worldview was utterly shattered in that moment. This was not magic, not superpower, nor any physical law she could comprehend. This was a tampering with the rules of reality itself. The dragon radar clutched in her hand went wild the moment Deluo's power manifested, its screen flickering frantically and emitting sharp beeps displaying nothing but unidentifiable unanalyzable dimensional gibberish parameters. Deluo slowly withdrew his aura and the surrounding invisible pressure dissipated. He still looked at Bulma calmly as if what he had just done was a trivial matter. "All right, Bulma," he said, breaking the almost frozen air. "Now we can discuss terms." Bulma snapped back to reality, breathing heavily. Her face was filled with shock, bewilderment and a hint of unwillingness. Her proud scientific talent made her unable to accept what she had seen, yet the evidence before her eyes left her no room for rebuttal. "You. What are you really?" Her voice was sharp from extreme shock, carrying a scientist's stubbornness. "What was that? What's the principle? Anti-gravity? Space distortion? No. This surpasses all known physics. You have to tell me. I am Deluo's son, Wukong's older brother. A martial artist of Baozishan." Deluo's reply remained concise. He casually handed the 4-star ball to the still-stunned Wukong beside him. "As for the principle, it's not something your current scientific system can explain. Or rather, your scientific system hasn't evolved to the level of touching dimensions." His words, carrying an irresistible certainty, completely shattered Bulma's last desire to argue. He turned his gaze to Bulma with a sense of commanding superiority. "The collection of the Dragon Balls from now on will be led by me." His words were indisputable, each one hammering into Bulma's heart like a nail. "Wukong is simple-minded and easily led by someone like you. A smart person. For his safety and to ensure the efficiency of this collection, you must follow my orders completely without any objection. That's the only condition for you to stay in this team." Bulma was so angry her pretty face turned pale, her fists clenched. She had never been so belittled, never had anyone dared to order her like this. She wanted to shout back, to turn and leave, but she knew well that without the dragon radar and this mysterious power she could never complete her mission. More importantly, the intense craving for the unknown deep within her heart like a wildfire ignited made it impossible for her to give up. She had to understand Deluo's power, had to analyze this phenomenon beyond dimensions. She bit her lower lip and finally compromised unwillingly. "Fine. Deluo. You win. I agree to let you lead." She finally conceded, but her eyes burned with deeper ambition and curiosity. "But you have to promise that after summoning Shenlong in the end you must let me make my wish. And along the way you must tell me as much as possible about the principles of your abilities." A faint calculated smile finally curled at the corner of Deluo's mouth. Deal. What he had never needed was to make a wish to Shenlong, what he wanted was to personally observe and even control the cosmic-level energy singularity triggered when all 7 Dragon Balls gathered. And Bulma, along with the technological power she represented, was the perfect tool and bridge for him to achieve his goal. As for the principles, that would be the best bait to drive this genius scientist to work for him continuously. Finally Deluo made his decision. He would take Wukong and embark on the journey to collect the Dragon Balls with Bulma. Grandpa's son Wu Fan had somehow appeared at the door of the wooden house, having witnessed everything that had happened. He looked at Deluo, his eyes showing not surprise but understanding and relief. After 6 years of daily companionship he knew better than anyone that this grandson had long reached a realm he could not comprehend. "Go ahead, children." Wu Fan stepped forward, kindly patting Deluo's solid arm, his gaze full of trust. "Deluo, the outside world is vast but also full of temptations and dangers. Remember, power is a tool, not a goal. Take good care of Wukong. Don't let the muddy currents of the mundane world taint the pure hearts of martial artists." "Yes, Grandpa. Rest assured I will." Deluo bowed solemnly, warmth and responsibility surging in his heart. Bulma retracted the capsule car with a spare capsule. When released again it was a perfectly intact off-road vehicle with a spacious interior. Inside the car Wukong excitedly held the 4-star ball, touching and looking at all the modern gadgets. Bulma, however, leaned close to Deluo, persistently twirling a strand of his hair with her finger, trying to use her charms to extract information. "Hey Deluo, just tell me a little bit. Was that involving mathematical mapping of higher dimensional space? Or local modification of the gravitational constant? Is it related to your chi?" Her curiosity was almost overflowing, her eyes shining with fanatical light. Deluo leaned back in the comfortable seat, his gaze through the window fixed on the distant shrinking Baozishan which had borne his 6 years of peaceful life. "Not science, Bulma," he replied calmly, that mysterious smile reappearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's dimensions." The engine emitted a low roar and the bright red off-road vehicle carrying 3 intertwined fates headed toward the unknown horizon. From this moment on, the adventure trajectory of the Dragon Ball world was completely diverted onto a new course by a force named Deluo. The bright red off-road vehicle like a scorching meteor carved a straight trajectory across the boundless Gobi Desert, churning up a vast cloud of dusty yellow sand. In the driver's seat, Bulma irritably tapped the dragon radar in her hand. The green dot representing the two-star ball flickered wildly on the edge of the screen, but it remained unstable. Damn it! This blasted desert has too much interference. Daro, are you sure this is the right direction? The radar shows northwest by north, but straight ahead is a massive sandstorm. Charging through is too dangerous, and taking a detour will waste several days. In the passenger seat, Daro's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had merged with the vast desolate landscape. His consciousness had already transcended mundane perception, immersed in a new application of spatial airflow fusion, dimensional navigation. In his vision, the vast desert was no longer a mere sea of sand, but a dynamic three-dimensional star map woven from countless subtle spatial threads. The turbulence and calmness of the airflow, the structure of the underground rock layers, and even the faint spatial ripples caused by living beings were as clear as the lines on his palm. No need to detour. Daro's voice was calm and flat, his eyes still closed. There is a brief, dimensional rift at the center of the sandstorm where the energy flow is relatively stable. It will allow us to avoid the most violent core area. Drive straight in, Bulma. What rift? Do you think this is a game map? Bulma was almost losing her mind, but the image of the off-road vehicle that had been moved by an invisible force yesterday flashed through her mind, and she swallowed her retort. Fine, I'll trust you once. But if my precious car gets damaged, you'll have to buy me 10. Gritting her teeth, she slammed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared and charged into the vast sky, devouring yellow curtain. Visibility plummeted to zero instantly. The wind howled, carrying gravel that lashed violently against the vehicle's body. Yet just as Bulma gripped the steering wheel tightly, her heart in her throat, Daro's cool voice rang out again like the most precise navigation system. Turn left 15 degrees, hold for 3 seconds. Good, now veer right 5 degrees, steady speed. Miraculously, the off-road vehicle seemed to glide into an invisible tranquil passage. The surrounding sandstorm still raged, but it was as if an unseen barrier separated it, preventing it from touching the vehicle at all. Inside the car, it was as stable as flat ground. Only the low growl of the engine proved they were still moving. Wow! Big Brother is amazing. The sand really can't get in. In the back seat, Goku pressed his face against the window, watching the apocalyptic scene outside, waving his arms and legs in excitement. Bulma looked at this incredible sight through the rearview mirror, cold sweat forming on her palms. She secretly used a portable environmental scanner to analyze the outside. The screen only showed a mess of dimensional parameter anomalies, a red warning that it could not be modeled. Science at this moment seemed utterly powerless. The brief sandstorm passage passed in an instant. When the off-road vehicle emerged again under a clear sky, Bulma's gaze at Daro had completely changed. Fear was replaced by an almost obsessive scientific fervor. Along the way, she stubbornly used various miniature detectors to secretly scan Daro, trying to capture that so-called dimensional force. However, whether it was a bioelectric field analyzer or a high-precision energy sensor, as soon as they approached within a meter of Daro, the screen would instantly be flooded with garbled code or simply crash. Daro, please. Just reveal a little bit of the principle. Is it a high-dimensional application of quantum entanglement? Or do you have a microsingularity inside you? Bulma almost lunged at him, her gaze so intense it could melt steel. Daro, annoyed by her persistence, looked at the dragon radar in her hand, whose signal was weak due to the desert environment. Your radar's detection efficiency has dropped by 17, he suddenly said. Huh? How do you know? Bulma was startled. I can make it see more clearly. Daro extended his hand. Bulma half doubtfully handed him the radar. Without any physical contact or disassembly, Daro simply pressed his fingertip over the radar's casing. A strand of pure intangible spatial airflow fusion energy, like the finest probe, precisely injected into its energy sensing core. Spatial airflow fusion, microdimensional resonance. Buzz. The dragon radar's screen flashed brightly, its resolution instantly enhanced. The originally blurry flickering green dot of the Dragon Ball became clear and stable. Moreover, around it several extremely faint red life signal dots appeared. This is impossible. Bulma snatched the radar back, her eyes wide as saucers. Signal enhanced by 300. And it has an added life form marker function. You just touched it. This isn't technology, it's magic. Magic is science that is not yet understood, Daro said calmly, withdrawing his hand. And science in some aspects is a crude imitation of the underlying rules. Your radar searches for energy signatures, I merely guided it to resonate better with the target energy at the dimensional level. Bulma hugged the radar as if it were a divine artifact, repeatedly testing it. The result was still deeper garbled code. She finally realized that the power Daro wielded was separated from Earth's technology by a generational gap. The enhanced radar allowed Daro to detect the visitors of fate in advance. Northwest, about 1.5 kilometers away, there are 2 human life forms and 1 non-standard mammal life form approaching rapidly. Daro pointed at the radar screen. 2 red dots and a blurry beast mark were clearly visible. Their target is clear, they're coming for us. One of the humans has a decent aura and is moving fast. Bandits. Bulma raised an eyebrow, her aristocratic temper flaring. How dare they target me? Let's show them a lesson. However, when the vehicle approached a half-buried ancient ruin, Daro signaled to stop. The guests have arrived. He stepped out of the car, his gaze fixed on the top of a broken stone tower not far away. As his words fell, a tall, slender figure leaped down gracefully with a swirl of sand. A blue headband, a unique hairstyle, a gleaming long blade in hand, and a small blue creature floating beside him. It was the desert bandit Yamcha and his partner Puar. Ha ha ha. This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. Yamcha put on what he thought was his fiercest expression, pointing his long blade at the 3. Especially the woman. Hand over your valuables and that glowing ball. Goku instantly entered combat mode, his tail twitching with excitement. Big brother. A fight. Daro, however, again pressed a hand on Goku's shoulder. He looked at Yamcha, his gaze seeming to pierce through his blustering exterior. Yamcha, he called out directly, startling both Yamcha and Puar. You are not evil by nature. You rob merely to survive. And to cover up your weakness of getting nervous and unable to speak normally when you see women, am I right? You. What nonsense are you talking? His deepest secret exposed. Yamcha's face flushed crimson. Enraged and embarrassed, he roared, enough. Take my wolf fang fist. He pushed off the ground, his figure moving like lightning, the long blade flashing coldly as he lunged at Daro. Daro remained motionless. Facing Yamcha's fierce assault, he calmly raised his right hand palm, aimed at the charging figure. Spatial airflow fusion, microdimensional expansion. There was no flash of light, no loud sound. But in Yamcha's perception, the world suddenly changed. The short distance of about 10 meters between him and Daro seemed to be stretched madly by an invisible force, becoming an unreachable hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. He sprinted with all his might, his leg muscles bulging, yet he felt like he was running futilely on a treadmill, the distance to his target never decreasing. Even more terrifying, this sense of distance kept twisting and changing, sometimes extremely far, sometimes seemingly close, yet separated by an invisible wall. The intense spatial disorientation made him dizzy and nauseous. What's going on? Why can't I reach him? Is it a ghost wall? Yamcha stopped in terror, panting heavily, his face pale. Master Yamcha. Puar cried out, transforming into a giant hammer, trying to smash Daro, but fell into the same dimensional trap, flailing helplessly in the air, unable to get any closer. It's not a ghost wall, Yamcha. Daro's voice rang clearly in his ears, indifferent yet oppressive. This is the dimension's response to your intent of movement. Your body moves in 3-dimensional space, but I've folded and stretched your destination in a higher dimension. If you continue to force your way through, your muscles and internal organs will be torn apart before your will gives out. Yamcha tried to swing his blade, but it became incredibly heavy. Every swing felt like moving through thick glue with immense air resistance. He had no doubt about the truth of Daro's words. Boundless fear seized him instantly. Monster. What kind of monster are you? He dropped his long blade with a clatter, stumbling backward, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Daro. We are passing martial artists, not your enemies nor monsters. Daro withdrew his power, and the distorted space around them instantly returned to normal. Yamcha felt utterly drained, cold sweat soaking his back. From today on, forget your bandit identity. Daro's voice carried an undeniable judgment. This desert needs guardians, not plunderers. You Yamcha and Puar will become the order keepers of this land. If I ever hear of you robbing again. He paused, his tone turning cold. I won't mind using dimensions to send you to an absolute male domain, where you'll experience a life of nothing but sand and rocks. Absolute male domain. Yamcha imagined that scene, his face turning ashen. He waved his hands frantically. No.
We'll change. We'll definitely change. From today on I am the Desert Guardian Yamcha. I'll specialize in robbing. I mean driving away other bandits. Puer also nodded quickly, trembling behind Yamcha. Bulma, standing nearby, was already watching in stunned silence. Daro hadn't used a single physical blow yet. With that incomprehensible power he had completely shattered a bandit's will to fight on a mental level and even mapped out a new career path for him. Alright Bulma. Daro turned around as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. The Dragon Ball's signal is ahead. Yamcha knows the shortcuts around here. Let him guide us. He looked toward the distant horizon where sand dunes rose and fell, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems this journey to collect the Dragon Balls will be more convenient and more interesting than we initially anticipated. Guided by Yamcha the living map, the bright red off-road vehicle no longer charged aimlessly. Yamcha, though still shaken, obeyed Daluo without question, leading them through several hidden dunes until they reached a ruin eroded by wind and sand into a mere colossal silhouette. Before them stood a magnificent ancient fortress, most of its structure buried beneath yellow sand, leaving only weathered giant stone pillars and a towering gate made of unknown metal that scraped the sky. This is the sleeping house of the ancients. Yamcha pointed at the gate, his voice tense. Local bandits say it's cursed. Anyone who enters loses their way in the sand and never comes out. Bulma's eyes instantly lit up, her fear of Daluo eclipsed by a feverish obsession with unknown technology. Ignoring Daluo and Goku, she dashed to the gate like a fervent devotee, pounding on the metal casing that bore no earthly elements. Amazing. This must be a super-civilization artifact far older than Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation technology. Maybe it's from outer space. She excitedly pulled out all sorts of portable scanners and attached them to the metal gate. The Dragon radar shows the 2-star ball is right below. Daluo did not stop her. He closed his eyes, activating dimensional navigation. His consciousness pierced through thick rock and metal, directly sensing a faint but regular spatial fluctuation hidden deep within the ruins. It's not a curse, Yamcha, Daluo said calmly. It's an ancient spacetime trap. Someone set up a mechanism here using the principle of spatial and temporal dislocation. After Bulma cracked the electronic lock and opened the ruins gate, the four entered. Deep inside, the air was cold and dry, with faint blue energy runes glowing on the walls. As they stepped into a wide corridor, Goku exclaimed, "Wow! Big brother! I can't lift my arms." Goku's body suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if a mountain pressed down on him, making every step excruciatingly difficult. Yamcha and Bulma also felt intense pressure, their movements becoming abnormally sluggish. Bulma quickly grabbed a gravity sensor. Oh my god! The local gravitational constant here has been increased 20 times. But the surrounding gravitational field is randomly warping. This isn't just a gravity chamber, this is a gravity trap. Bulma's precision instruments completely failed in the distorted gravity field, unable to locate the mechanism's core. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha used all his brute strength to crawl forward, only to find the ground beneath his feet and the ceiling above suddenly swap. A bizarre force pulled him, sticking him to the wall. Foolish brute force. Daluo sighed. He raised a finger, not exerting any force, but gently drew a circle in the air. Space airflow fusion. Partial dimensional deconstruction. Around Daluo's fingertip, the chaotic warped gravitational field seemed to meet its nemesis. His power directly corrected the expressions of the gravitational dimension's rules. In an instant the chaotic space was smoothed. Within a few meters around Daluo, gravity returned to normal. Goku instantly regained his freedom and jumped up excitedly. Bulma stared at Daluo in astonishment. She understood he hadn't fought gravity. He had directly deconstructed the rules of gravitational distortion. This is dimensional repair. Bulma murmured, her eyes filled with awe. Following the path Daluo had corrected, they advanced to the core area of the ruins, a vast circular hall. The Dragon radar showed the 2-star ball on the pedestal at the center of the hall. However, the center was shrouded by a translucent visible light barrier. When Goku tried to charge in, he found that no matter how he ran, he always came back through the same entrance. This is a time-space corridor. Bulma shouted, her voice a mix of excitement and panic. Inside this light barrier, space is folded. No matter how far you go, you're walking the same loop. This is the ultimate mechanism the ancients used to prevent tomb raiders. Bulma pulled out all her instruments, trying to analyze the spatial folding matrix, but every scan wave was absorbed or distorted by the barrier. No. I can't decode its energy fluctuations.
Its folding algorithm is far more complex than any multidimensional geometry I can comprehend. Bulma's scientific pride suffered an unprecedented blow. She collapsed to the ground despairing. Daluo stepped forward and looked at the warped light barrier. This was a true test of his ability. He closed his eyes, activating his full space airflow fusion. This time he wasn't correcting or deconstructing, he was trying to read the dimensional language of the ancient space-time trap. In Daluo's perception, the light barrier was not energy but a dimensional Rubik's cube made of rules. He needed to find the wrong axis. Minutes later Daluo opened his eyes. He extended his right hand and slowly and precisely pointed at a seemingly unremarkable spot on the barrier. Space airflow fusion, dimensional anchor. Whoosh! The impenetrable light barrier did not explode or shatter. Instead, like a piece of cloth being smoothed out, it instantly returned to its original flat state under the dimensional anchor of Daluo's fingertip. The folded space was iron flat, the time-space corridor vanished, and the path to the Dragon Ball was clear. Bulma witnessed this miraculous scene and completely abandoned any attempt to understand Daluo through science. She realized that Daluo was the one who grasped the truth of this world. The way to the Dragon Ball was open, but before the pedestal lay the final trial, a bottomless abyss 10 meters wide. On the opposite pedestal the two-star ball gleamed. Above the abyss hung a single plank bridge suspended by two shaky chains. At the bridge's entrance there was a mechanism button that needed to be held down continuously to keep the bridge level. Once released, the bridge would instantly be pulled into the abyss by immense gravity and anyone on it would fall. Only one person could cross to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Bulma analyzed: another person must sacrifice themselves to keep the bridge from falling. Goku rushed toward the button without hesitation, but Daluo held him back. Yamcha stared at the bottomless abyss, his face pale, his legs trembling. This wasn't a bandit fight, this was true sacrifice. Yet when he saw Daluo's calm and trusting gaze, a surge of unprecedented responsibility and honor welled up within him. "Let me do it!" Yamcha roared, dashing to the button and pressing it with all his might. "I am the Desert Guardian. I'll ensure your safety. Goku. Go." Goku looked at him, moved, and ran swiftly onto the bridge. When Goku was halfway across, Daluo glanced at Yamcha, a hint of approval in his eyes. This man was worthy of his protection. "Well done, Yamcha," Daluo said softly. Space airflow fusion, absolute dimensional stabilization. Daluo did not relieve Yamcha's strength. Instead he infused a steady, gentle dimensional force into the space beneath the bridge. The single plank bridge was instantly cradled by an invisible dimensionally constructed support. Yamcha felt the pressure under his hands lighten. To his astonishment, even when he released the button, the bridge remained perfectly still, firmly level. Goku successfully retrieved the two-star ball. Yamcha looked at his own hands, then at Daluo, his eyes filled with immense shock and gratitude. "You. Why?" Yamcha couldn't speak. "Your courage deserves respect, Yamcha." Daluo stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "In our team there is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. Your mission is to guard the desert and help us not to die." At that moment Yamcha's fear of Daluo dissipated, completely replaced by absolute respect and loyalty. He realized he had met a leader truly worthy of following. "Big brother Daluo." Yamcha knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse, tears glistening in his eyes. "From this day forward I, Yamcha, swear to follow you to the death. I will never waver." Bulma watched the scene, clutching the radar, and whispered softly, "He's not taming a bandit, he's establishing order." The Dragon Ball adventure team had gathered two powerful martial artists, a brilliant scientist, a loyal shape-shifting companion, and a new desert guide. The off-road vehicle continued its journey toward the next Dragon Ball location, the legendary Huayan Mountain. The atmosphere inside the car was noticeably heavier than before. Bulma was busy with her Dragon radar and a cluster of laptops connected to external sensors. Ever since leaving the ancient ruins, all her instruments had been detecting faint, strange energy fluctuations. "No, Daluo, what I'm detecting is more than just ordinary electromagnetic interference." Bulma furrowed her brow, her expression grave. "There's a set of high-frequency, extremely covert energy signals tracking us. Their pattern resembles military-grade reconnaissance waves, and they seem to be highly sensitive to the dimensional energy residue you left behind in the ruins yesterday." Daluo was not resting with his eyes closed. His eyes were slightly open, his gaze sharp and piercing. When leaving the ruins he had sensed an irregular dimensional fold left in the space, a slight disturbance caused by his overwhelming power which could not be fully erased from the world structure. He hadn't expected that Earth's technological forces could detect such a level of fluctuation. It's the Red Ribbon Army, Daluo said flatly as his system data rapidly matched the main conflict entities of this era. The Red Ribbon Army. Yamcha's face turned pale in the back seat. They're the largest military organization in the world. Legend says they have the most advanced weapons, even tanks can be blown through with one shot. Tanks are three-dimensional weapons not worth worrying about. Daluo gazed out the window. The key point is that they have pushed reconnaissance technology to the energy level. This proves that their technological level is enough to become a nuisance on our journey. Just as Daluo finished speaking, a sharp approaching whistle tore through the sky. A fighter jet entirely black, flat in shape with blue flames shooting from its tail, dove from the clouds at astonishing speed its target, their off-road vehicle. Beneath the fighter's wings a prominent R emblem was emblazoned. Damn! It's a special reconnaissance plane of the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma was shocked and slammed on the brakes. Big brother. Let me handle it. Goku leaped out of the car excitedly, his fists clenched, his aura surging, ready to fight. However, the fighter didn't give him a chance. It performed a beautiful flip in the air, its belly aiming at the off-road vehicle. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two small missiles streaked out with white smoke while two high-energy blue plasma beams shot from the nose. Dodge! Yamcha yelled in terror, rolling out of the car with power. Don't dodge. Daluo's voice carried a reassuring steadiness. He pulled Goku back beside him, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. In a flash of thought he realized Goku could withstand it unscathed, but the resulting energy shockwave and explosion might damage the vehicle and luggage and would shine like a beacon in the night, revealing their true strength to potential more troublesome observers. Daluo slowly raised his right hand without any stance of gathering power, instead concentrating the power of space-air fusion into the space a few meters ahead. Space-air fusion, dimensional repulsion field. To the naked eye a transparent invisible water-like ripple seemed to rise in front of the off-road vehicle. The first missile struck first. No explosion occurred. The moment it touched the ripple it was like hitting a wall that was harder than any metal yet infinitely elastic. It was forcibly deflected in midair, veering 90 degrees past the off-road vehicle and shooting into the distance. Then the two high-energy plasma beams and the second missile arrived almost simultaneously. When the plasma beams contacted the dimensional repulsion field they did not penetrate, instead like two beams of light cut by scissors they instantly disintegrated at the point of contact, dissipating into faint heat in the air. The second missile was even more uncanny. When it hit the repulsion field its warhead and propulsion system seemed to have their physical properties stripped away by the dimensional force. The shell rapidly aged, decomposed and finally turned into a cloud of harmless metal powder scattering softly in front of the car. A silent defense. Absolute suppression. Bulma stared dumbfounded, her scientific mind utterly shattered. Oh heavens. He's not blocking the explosion, he's canceling the possibility of the explosion. He's deconstructing the kinetic energy and chemical properties of the missile. The Red Ribbon agent piloting the fighter was clearly stunned by the silent defense. He pulled back on the control stick in shock, ready to attack again. Daluo frowned slightly. He didn't like being provoked by advanced technology. Without using any large-scale power he simply extended two fingers toward the fighter which was about to climb. Space-air fusion, micro-dimensional pulse. An extremely restrained, precise, invisible and colorless dimensional pulse instantly crossed hundreds of meters, directly penetrating the fighter's hull and striking its core energy system. Without any explosion or sparks, squeak, that once arrogant black fighter let out a faint noise like an electrical short circuit in midair, then all its indicator lights, engine flames and electronic systems went dead. The fighter lost all power, instantly falling silently like a massive piece of black iron in a parabolic trajectory toward the ground. Brother Daluo. Did you shoot it down? Goku asked excitedly. No. Daluo withdrew his fingers. I just cancelled its power supply. This plane is powered by a core reactor. I used a dimensional pulse to micro-interfere with the energy release rules of that reactor. Now it's just a paralyzed metal shell. He looked at the falling plane, his voice carrying an icy warning, not only for the pilot but also for the mastermind behind the Red Ribbon Army. Tell your master that the Dragon Balls we seek are of no value to your military plans. Daluo's voice, through a peculiar dimensional resonance, clearly penetrated the completely paralyzed cockpit communication system and entered the pilot's eardrums. If you dare to use such low-level technology limited to a three-dimensional perspective to spy on my power or interfere with our journey again. His voice grew slightly heavier, low yet carrying a pressure that could freeze time and space. Next time I will show you what true dimensional cut really means. The falling plane eventually crashed into a distant sand dune emitting a dull roar, but there was no explosion because all its energy systems had been thoroughly stripped by Daluo. Yamcha crawled back into the car with trembling legs staring at Daluo in utmost awe. He finally understood that Daluo's power had transcended the realm of martial arts and reached a sublime domain. Daluo, you've stirred up a huge trouble. Though frightened, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Red Ribbon Army will never let go of a super weapon like this. They'll definitely send stronger people. Let them come. Daluo calmly started the off-road vehicle and resumed the journey. He knew that the intervention of the Red Ribbon Army was exactly what he needed, an external force that could be manipulated and used to test Goku's growth and to conceal his true purpose. The off-road vehicle finally arrived at its destination, the legendary Flame Mountain. The scene before them was beyond imagination. Blazing flames burned atop the peak while the mountain was surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean with steam billowing up at the boundary between fire and water. The dragon radar stubbornly pointed to the center of the water. On the shore they encountered one of the strongest martial artists on Earth, Master Roshi. He rode a giant turtle wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt, looking utterly relaxed and carefree. Bulma, gazing at the perilous scene of fire and water intertwined, slapped the steering wheel in frustration. Master Roshi noticed them and his gaze was instantly captivated by Bulma's mature charm. He stroked his white beard, his cheeks flushed and revealed his trademark lecherous grin. Oh ho ho! What an extraordinary group! Especially this young lady, radiant and dazzling, the very embodiment of this old man's dream lover. Master Roshi suddenly spurted two thin streams of nosebleed. He quickly wiped them with his sleeve, but his attention remained fixed on Bulma. Seeing him like this, Bulma thought to herself, just as expected, the lecherous old man from the original story. She was about to employ her feminine wiles, but Master Roshi had already taken the initiative. Little girl, you want this old man to help extinguish the flames. It's possible, but at a price. He grinned slyly, rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with an inappropriate anticipation. Goku exclaimed eagerly, old man. Do you know how to get across? I need to get the ball inside. Master Roshi withdrew his gaze from Bulma and looked at Goku, the lust in his eyes replaced by a different kind of curiosity. He sensed the clarity of life essence in Goku and the unfathomable emptiness within Daro. He assumed the turtle school stance, his demeanor instantly shifting from a vulgar lecher to a martial arts master as steady as a mountain. Goku was eager to try, but Daro gently placed a hand on his shoulder. No need to fight, Master Mutant, Daro said calmly, his voice like the still water of an ancient well without a ripple. Master Roshi trembled violently. He felt as if pushed by an invisible force, almost falling off the giant turtle. He quickly touched his neck and the lust was instantly suppressed by extreme vigilance. The key is not how to pass through, Daro's voice carried a strange resonance, but how to understand this scene and the root that sustains your cultivation. Daro stared directly into Master Roshi's eyes hidden behind the sunglasses, as if conducting a cross-temporal judgment of ideas. Master Mutant, you have cultivated Chi for centuries, regarding it as life energy. But have you ever considered that the deepest purpose of martial artists concentrating Chi in the Dantian and tempering the body may not be to gain power, but merely to ensure that our essentially higher dimensional consciousness can be firmly anchored within this three-dimensional vessel? Master Roshi was struck as if by lightning. He suddenly raised his hand and tore off the sunglasses, revealing eyes filled with curiosity, fear and shock. It was as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing, leaving only a chilling cold surging from his spine to the top of his head. His mind flashed through all the legends of transcendence and ascension. Those were tragedies of dimension anchor failure when consciousness ascended. Daro continued to decipher the universe's source code. Human consciousness is born in the higher dimensional realm, formless and intangible. The three-dimensional body is its fragile container for existing in this world. The cultivation of Chi is essentially a dimension anchoring technique. We highly compress energy to form a stable dimension anchor, locking consciousness firmly within the body. The increases in strength and lifespan you pursue are merely the natural side effects of the stable union between consciousness and the vessel. Master Roshi stood frozen in place, cold sweat dripping like rain along his white beard. He looked at Daro, his eyes devoid of any arrogance, filled only with a fervent longing for the ultimate truth. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. You. Who exactly are you? Master Roshi's voice was hoarse and filled with awe. He even forgot to wipe the remaining nosebleed from his mouth. All his physical desires and martial pride were thoroughly cleansed by the dimension truth at that moment. Bulma rushed forward, her eyes more fervent than ever, as if she had discovered a new element anchor. So you can deconstruct missiles by negating their existence rules from a higher level. Daro, your power. Is philosophy. It's mathematics. Daro turned to Master Roshi, his tone carrying an undeniable guidance. Master Mutant, the current predicament requires your exquisite control over Chi. He pointed to the land of fire and water. Your centuries of cultivation are enough to open a path. Use the Kamehameha to precisely push aside the lake water and suppress the flames, clearing a passage for us. Master Roshi took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He walked to the water's edge, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, his eyes burning with desire for a new level of martial arts. Kamehameha. The blue energy beam was precisely controlled by him, advancing slowly like a plow, pushing aside the lake water and suppressing the flames, forming a temporary passage. Goku successfully obtained the 5-star ball. When Master Roshi finished his technique, he walked over to Daro again, bowed deeply, his attitude as reverent as if facing a deity. Lord Daro, this old man is willing to take Sun Wukong as my disciple, but I have only one request. Please allow me to frequently seek your guidance on the philosophy of dimensions and rules. Daro nodded. I would be glad to. Thus Master Roshi, the strongest martial artist on earth, chose to submit and learn in heartfelt admiration before the philosophy of dimensions. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Bulma and Daro did not leave immediately. Bulma eagerly took out the wreckage of the Red Ribbon reconnaissance plane from a capsule and began her analysis. Bulma inserted the probe of the Dimension Energy Tracker into the core chip, her face gradually turning pale. Daro. We might have made things worse. Her voice trembled as she pointed at the screen. Your microdimension pulse didn't destroy it, it awakened the abnormal logic at the bottom of the chip. On the screen, eerie self-looping code appeared in the corrupted data, the logic paths twisted into a Klein bottle model displaying a topological structure that shouldn't exist. Although the chip was destroyed, it had recorded a moment of high-dimensional computation path. Dar. Jero has collected traces of high-dimensional information interference. Bulma's face was pale. He may not understand the principle, but he has obtained evidence proving a loophole in physics. He now knows that what he pursues is not the accumulation of energy but the reverse engineering of rules. Daro stared at the anomalous data stream, his eyes sharp. A technological leap often requires just one wrong inspiration. His voice was cold. My power has become the catalyst for the aberration of the Red Ribbon's tech tree. He looked into the distance as if seeing a threat growing in the shadows. Master Mutant's training comes at just the right time. In the journey ahead we will no longer face tanks and planes but a technological monster that is evolving wildly. After the Huayan Mountain incident, the team arrived at Guaxian Island. Following his usual practice, Guaxian Ren had posted recruitment notices in various places. Waiting on the island was the bald-headed, clever and intelligent young boy Colin. He not only came with sincerity but also presented Guaxian Ren's favorite adult magazines, officially joining the school. Yamu Cha and Bu Er Ma accompanied them as well. Bu Er Ma established a forward outpost of the 7th Laboratory on a nearby uninhabited island, dedicating herself to analyzing the anomalous chip of the Hong Duan Dai Legion. De Luo, as Wukong's guardian, remained on Guaxian Island to observe the situation. The training of the turtle school was brutally simple, carrying a 20-kilogram turtle shell, delivering milk, plowing fields and swimming in the sea. Wukong, Colin and Yamu Cha, who had voluntarily joined, began their hellish ordeal. This is no different from moving rocks in the desert. Yamu Cha gasped. Guaxian Ren stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The essence of martial arts lies in solidifying the foundation and tempering the mind. De Luo observed from the sidelines, understanding that this traditional outside-in training method was far too slow. He could sense that the technological shadow born from his dimensional pulse was accelerating its approach. At dusk, an urgent communication from Bu Er Ma's laboratory crackled with panic. De Luo. Bad news. I reverse-engineered the tracking protocol in the chip and found it's not just sending data. It's more like a beacon. Bu Er Ma's voice trembled over the intercom. The Hong Duan Dai Legion. They didn't find us through conventional radar at all. They locked onto the space-time scar you left at the microscopic level when you last used the dimensional pulse. Though they don't understand the principle, they found a crude way to track the result. If you stay in one place for too long, they'll follow like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. De Luo's eyes sharpened. He had underestimated Dr. Go Luo's obsession with anomalous data. He knew that now he could no longer casually wield overwhelming power lest he provide the enemy with a more precise model. To enable Wukong to grow rapidly in response to the new threat, De Luo began private dimensional training without interfering with the Turtle School's basic exercises. De Luo instructed Wukong to circulate his inner chi, then posed a subversive question: perceive carefully, does your qi flow within your physical body or on the interface between the dimensional anchor and the material shell? Wukong closed his eyes and concentrated. Guided by Deluo, he was astonished to discover that the energy stream seemed to be constrained just beneath the skin by an invisible spatial boundary. Correct. Deluo pointed out. Qi is the extension of your own dimension into lower dimensional space. You must not use muscular force to squeeze it, instead you must use your consciousness to command the space where the qi resides to flow. After just one night of conceptual instruction, the next day Wukong felt his body had become several times lighter. He no longer fought the turtle shell's weight with brute force but used his mind to subtly adjust the gravitational interaction between his body and the shell, making his movements more fluid. Guo Xianren was stunned by Wukong's sudden surge in speed, believing he had grasped the true essence of martial arts. But he did not know that Wukong had touched upon the laws of dimensions. Just as Wukong's training began to show results, the sea surface near Guoxian Island silently parted and a sleek black submarine surfaced. The hatch slid open and a warrior clad in a matte black special alloy combat suit stepped onto the beach. Codename Hei. This was the first rule-level experimental weapon reverse-engineered by Dr. Deluo based on Deluo's data. The core of the suit could mimic Deluo's dimensional repulsion field, achieving local energy deflection and dissipation. Target confirmed. Execute capture order. Hei raised his arm, locking onto Wukong. Wukong charged forward excitedly, throwing a powerful punch. However, the moment his fist was about to contact the suit, Wukong felt his qi and force instantly deflected and dissipated. A punch strong enough to split rocks slid harmlessly aside, leaving the enemy unscathed. What is this? Wukong exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, Yamu Cha rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes that filled the air. But a faint blue ripple shimmered across the suit's surface and all the qi within the attacks was disintegrated and neutralized before contact. Damn it! My power feels like it's hitting a void. Yamu Cha retreated in terror, his explosive strength completely suppressed by the suit. 5. Dimensional guidance speed breaks the rules. Seeing the two falter, Deluo remained still, but his voice reached Wukong clearly. Do you perceive it? His suit merely alters the rules of collision. It is a crude imitation of my power with a fatal delay. Do not use force to oppose the rules, use speed to surpass the reaction time of the rules. Deluo pointed out the key to breaking the deadlock: use qi as a vessel of dimensional flow, not for explosive power but for acceleration. Your target is not his suit but the space 1 mm above its surface. Instantly displace it. A sharp light burst from Wukong's eyes. He fully grasped Deluo's teachings from the previous night about dimensional flow. No longer gathering power for a fierce strike, he completely internalized his qi, compressing it to the extreme in his legs. The next moment his form became a barely perceptible blur, circling to Hei's visual and sensor blind spot at a speed far exceeding his previous limit. The defensive field's blue light had just begun to shimmer, not yet fully covering the side of the neck. Wukong's fist like a venomous snake pierced through this fleeting gap in the defense, striking precisely the weak point where the suit met the helmet. Bang! This time the force was not deflected. The alloy armor shattered with a crack. Hei shuddered violently, his systems overloaded, and he crashed to the ground. Wukong cheered excitedly. Deluo walked over to the incapacitated agent and whispered, "A crude imitation will ultimately consume itself." Yamu Cha watched, deeply shaken. He was not only stunned by Wukong's progress but also felt an irrepressible longing for Deluo's dimensional wisdom that could turn stone into gold. Hei's failure stirred a massive upheaval on Guoxian Ren's island. Wukong was exhilarated by his breakthrough while Colin trembled with fear. Yet the most profound impact struck Yamu Cha. By the seaside he bowed solemnly to Deluo, a reverence surpassing any martial artist he had known. "Mr. Deluo." Yamu Cha's voice was hoarse, filled with a longing born of defeat. "I have seen how my power crumbles before rules. I no longer wish to remain a mere observer. Please tell me how I can perceive the space and rules you speak of." Deluo gazed at him silently, his eyes gleaming with a rationality akin to data analysis. "Your talent is already among the elite of Earth's martial artists." Deluo's voice was distant and calm. "But Yamu Cha, my dimensional techniques require a vessel of limitless potential. My resources must be concentrated on the anchor point that ensures the survival of this timeline." His words were euphemistic, yet their meaning was as sharp as a blade. Yamu Cha's potential could not bear the core dimensional techniques. Yamu Cha's face instantly turned pale, but his clenched fists showed he did not retreat. "Even so, I beg you for guidance. Even the slightest hint." Deluo nodded slightly, accepting this tenacity. He did not teach the circulation of qi but pointed to the fundamental philosophy. Your Wolf-Fang fist is essentially a perturbation of local space through high-speed motion. You have long touched the edge of space cutting, yet you remained blind to it. He picked up a seashell and flicked it into the air. Did you see its falling trajectory? Yamu Cha focused, a parabola. That is a three-dimensional answer. Deluo extended his hand and the shell hovered eerily an inch from his palm. In my eyes it is a visualized model of the dimensional rules of gravity and air resistance at work. Learn to observe the flow of rules, not the trajectory of results. When you can anticipate the dimensional flow of your opponent's next move, only then can you surpass his speed. Yamu Cha was struck as if by lightning. He abruptly turned his head to look at the waves and birds, the world before him utterly transformed. He bowed deeply once more, then turned and threw himself into a frenzied observation of the motion of all things. Deluo watched Yamu Cha's retreating figure, the rational gleam in his eyes dimming slightly. He knew Yamu Cha could not become the protagonist, but he acknowledged this pursuit of higher truth born from despair. To ensure the stability of the timeline, we must ensure that its key nodes can evolve. This was his duty as the imperial brother and also his bottom line. Having witnessed Hei's physics-defying battle suit, Gue Xianren privately expressed deep concern to Deluo. Lord Deluo, I am filled with fear. Gue Xianren shed his usual disguise, his expression unprecedented in its gravity. That technology reminds me of the ancient magic power. What you are confronting is awakening realms that should not be touched. Such as by Kuda Mo Wan. He led Deluo to a secret stone chamber and with a heavy expression demonstrated the ancient and terrifying forbidden technique, Mo Feng Bo. With obscure incantations, a powerful energy filled with a reverse pulling force surged from his hand, forming a vortex that ultimately forced a massive boulder into a specially made rice cooker, sealing it with a talisman. After casting, Gue Xianren was panting, his face pale as paper, his life force flickering like a dying candle. This is the only way to seal by Kuda Mo Wang, he said weakly. It will drain all the caster's life force. Lord Deluo, with your knowledge, can you explain this technique of reversing rules? Deluo looked quietly at the rice cooker, and for the first time his eyes revealed an emotion beyond rationality, a pity for the almost tragic wisdom bursting forth from low-dimensional life in extremity. It is not magic. Deluo's voice remained calm. This is a reverse dimension anchoring technique. Using the caster's life as a structured thrust, it forcibly imprisons the anchor point of a high-dimensional consciousness entity within a low-dimensional container. So this is a rule weapon of mutual destruction. Gue Xianren murmured. His awe for Mo Feng Bo did not diminish, but his understanding had been enlightened. It is a mortal's desperate reversal of rules. Deluo looked out at the boundless sea, his tone filled with an ancient loneliness. And I have long been accustomed to writing rules. Loneliness is the price and privilege of mastering rules. Just as Deluo was analyzing the principle of Mo Feng Bo, Bu Er Ma's urgent communication came in. Her image flickered in the air, her face pale, the laboratory background in disarray. Deluo. I found a set of codes running continuously in the core of Hei's battle suit. It's not an attack code, it's computing. Computing you. Her voice was hoarse with fear. She projected a complex mathematical model before Deluo, a three-dimensional geometric form composed of countless paradoxes and recursive functions slowly rotating. At the core of the model was Deluo's phantom, gradually becoming clearer. Guluo Bo Shi. He realized he couldn't replicate your power, so he changed his approach. Bu Er Ma trembled as she uttered the final conclusion. He is using code to build a mathematical model for your very existence. The next wave of attack will no longer be to destroy your physical body but to delete you from the rules. Deluo stared at the model, attempting to define him, the last flicker of emotion in his eyes turning into a cold sea of stars. He wants to use the rules built from pseudocode to negate my dimensional anchor and forcibly exile me to higher dimensions. He murmured softly, then a smirk of near-absolute confidence curled at the corner of his mouth. Guluo Bo Shi. You have transgressed the forbidden zone of the underlying logic. You will personally experience the taste of being struck by the rules themselves that you imitated in a dimensional reduction attack. Noon on Gue Xian Island was a seamless blend of sea and sky, with scorching sunlight baking the white sand. Daluo stood in the shadow of the porch, his dimensional perception fully activated. He heard it, a grating, teeth-gritting groan from the waters ahead, as if the very fabric of reality was being forcibly twisted. It's coming. His pupils contracted. On the beach, Wukong planted his feet firmly, a compressed azure energy sphere between his palms blazing like the sun. Came,
Ha. Before the roar faded, a sudden change occurred. The highly stable energy in his palms, the physical laws governing its interior, were abruptly deleted from existence. The forces between atoms vanished instantly. Boom. There was no normal explosion, only a piercing tearing sound as if thousands of panes of glass were being crushed simultaneously. The Kamehameha wave decayed and dispersed in his hands, turning into a violent electrostatic torrent that blasted him away, carving a deep charred trench in the sand. And this was merely the prelude to hell. An invisible, intangible yet absolutely aberrant fluctuation like an invisible ring of death spread instantly from the deep sea, enveloping the entire island. Localized dimensional static field deployed. Woo-ah. Wukong, thrown into a sand pit, let out a pained roar that twisted into an eerie electronic sound. He felt his body was no longer a whole, his internal organs were seized by countless invisible hands violently tearing and vibrating at wildly different frequencies as if about to disintegrate at any moment. The world before his eyes rapidly faded, outlines twisted and flickered like a malfunctioning TV screen. Can't move. Chi. Like sand. Can't grasp. Beside him, Kellen couldn't even make a sound. The moment the static field descended, he collapsed silently like a clay puppet whose skeleton had been removed. His mind fell into a terrifying disintegration. Hand. Is this my hand? Why? Breathe. What? Next. The most basic sense of bodily ownership and life instincts were leaving him. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the sand, yet he couldn't even form the thought to wipe it away. Jeluo. Gixianren, relying on his far superior cultivation and will, was the only one still standing. But his aged body trembled violently, resisting the oppression of the entire world. He gripped his staff tightly, but the familiar touch of the wooden staff felt alternately cold as 10,000-year-old iron, stinging his palm, then scorching like lava, burning his skin, and then soft as a living thing writhing between his fingers. He heard his own heavy breathing, but it shattered into countless tiny distorted mocking sounds from another dimension, flooding his eardrums. Daluo remained still, his form steady as a mountain, but the air around him was slightly distorted by the extreme concentration of energy. Maintaining his own existence logic from collapse was now his entire core task. Deep in his mind, the strategic systems warning was blood red and glaring: rule level intervention, existence model leakage, probability 99.8. Strongly recommend abort. However, his dimensional perception had projected the most cruel scene from afar into his consciousness with crystal clarity. The submarine that had released the static field was turning around, and with a cat-and-mouse suffocatingly slow speed it was resolutely ramming into a small out-of-control fishing boat. The fishing boat's motor had completely died, leaving it helplessly spinning and bobbing on the sparkling sea. At the bow, a dark-skinned old fisherman with a twisted face was using all his strength to push away the approaching death with a short paddle, a desperate and absurd motion. Behind him, his granddaughter, wearing a faded red blouse, her face wrinkled with utmost terror, clung tightly to her grandfather's leg, facing the crushing sky-reflecting cold steel wall, her mouth wide open but so terrified that she couldn't make a sound, only hot tears streaming freely. A blatant scheme. Dar. Jeluo was using the most despicable bait to fish for the one he had to bite. Daluo's gaze swept across the beach, Wukong futilely trying to reorganize his chi in the turbulent rules, Kellen with hollow eyes like a broken puppet, Gixianren gripping his twisted staff, glaring at a non-existent enemy. His gaze finally fixed on the tiny, soon-to-be crushed hope on the sea. Rule should not be an excuse for indifference. He closed his eyes. Silent, lightless, breathless. In the moment when time perception itself was stretched, Daluo's will transcended matter, turning into an invisible rule scalpel. It precisely cut into the submarine's deepest logical code, selecting and deleting the very foundations of its existence, its spatial coordinate definition, law of conservation of energy, motion vector existence, and so on, just like hitting the delete key with precision, thoroughness, and ruthlessness. To the outside world, that arrogant steel beast, at the last moment when its icy bow was about to touch the wooden splinters of the old fishing boat, all its operational noise, thruster, glow, and even its inherent momentum suddenly froze and vanished. Like a punctured illusion defying all physical laws, it sank straight and silently into the deep blue with a dull, huge splash, no explosion, no debris, as if it had never existed. The dimensional static field enveloping Guisien Island dissipated instantly like a punctured bubble. Cough, heh. Heh. The moment the oppressive sensation vanished, Wukong curled up violently, then gasped for air like he had just been pulled from the deep sea. The chi in his body resumed flowing, but the extreme terror of being completely stripped of power and having his own existence nearly deconstructed was branded into his soul. Kellen turned sharply, retching violently. Consciousness returned like a tide, bringing immense fear and horror at the inhuman state he had just experienced.
He looked at his hands covered in saliva and sand, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xianren thrust his staff heavily into the sand. This time it produced a long-missed solid feel and sound. His face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, and his graying beard trembled with extreme anger. At the same microsecond the static field vanished. Daluo's fingers resting on the porch pillar tightened imperceptibly for a moment. An extremely brief yet intensely clear sensation of detachment swept through his heart, as if he had just escaped from an extremely viscous alien space still carrying the aura of a different world. Even the solid ground beneath his feet emitted a faint but definite rejection. He immediately connected to Buerma's communication. Buerma, report the observation results. His voice carried a deep weariness, as if his soul had been worn down. Daluo. This is no ordinary attack. Buerma's voice amidst extreme terror carried a hint of scientific mania. All physical parameters of the submarine were normal at the last moment. But its existence signal. Just 1 microsecond before impact it directly dropped to 0 without any warning. It's like someone precisely found and deleted the few lines of code representing it from the world's fundamental rule assembly. No energy overflow, no information residue, only nothing. Physics no longer exists. This is the price. Daluo leaned against the pillar, the shadow well concealing the gravity in his brows. I used rule-level intervention. What Dar Daluo collects from this will no longer be energy data but the core behavioral model of how I define and modify reality. His final modeling is inevitable. His gaze slowly swept across Wukong, Kellen and Yamucha, who were still shaken but with unyielding rage kindling in their eyes. Now do you see the true nature of the enemy? His voice was not loud, but it struck like a hammer on everyone's heart. Dar Daluo's weapon is a shackle that forcibly twists and imprisons the rules of reality from the outside. But the chi and martial arts you cultivate are the most primitive and powerful wild force, born and erupted from within life itself, used to break free from shackles and even rewrite rules with your will. Learn to stand firm in the turbulent flow of rules, and when the very foundation of existence is shaken, turn your own existence into an unshakable law. This is the transformation you must achieve. It is also the only barrier to prevent me from being fully exposed and to keep this war from falling into the final abyss. Wukong clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. He felt the chi flowing within him was no longer just energy for battle, it was a declaration, the most resolute defense and proof of his own existence. On Guasian Island the scorching sun remained, the salty sea breeze still blew, but they could no longer dispel the bone-chilling pervasive smell of gunpowder in the air, the scent of existence itself. Several days later on Guasian Island the air was thick with a tense and precisely focused atmosphere of training. Under Daluo's guidance, Wukong, Kellen and Yamucha had refined the instinctual breakthroughs born of extreme survival into controlled combat techniques. Wukong could now adeptly activate the will furnace, Kellen could instantly anchor himself, and Yamucha could seamlessly shift into a pure instinctual intuitive perspective. Senior brother Daluo, our companions are ready. Kellen's voice was steady and resolute. Daluo gave no reply. He stood under the blazing sun, his brows slightly furrowed, not in wariness of external foes but in resistance against the dimensional presages surging within his mind. Earth's dimensional structure timeline branches the root of Dragon Ball energy. A torrent of information was striving to tear apart his consciousness barrier. Inside the Gue house, Buerma was frantically operating an analyzer stabilized and powered by Daluo's ki. The screen displayed a predictive chart of RRA attack patterns she and Daluo had developed together. They're coming. Yamucha was the first to sense the abnormal ripples on the sea surface. Daluo abruptly stepped forward, and almost at the same instant danger descended from the heavens. A miniature satellite hovered high above, releasing an attack that was formless and intangible. It was not a wave of energy but something that struck at the very foundation of existence, belief armament. An icy void instantly engulfed Guasian Island. The external pressure of belief resonated terrifyingly with the dimensional information surging in Daluo's mind. He let out a low growl, his aura suddenly collapsing, his body stiffening like a statue. Senior brother Daluo. Wukong cried out in alarm. On Buerma's analyzer red alerts flashed immediately. This is bad. It's targeting logical structures. It's treating those anchors and furnaces you just learned as unstable pseudo-rules and rapidly erasing them. Execute the anchor. Now. Kellen forcibly activated his ability, suppressing the fear of being negated. But the belief of self-contraction was fragile as paper before the armament instantly pierced through. He fell to the ground, rolling, his consciousness nearly severed. Wukong roared, activating the will furnace, withstanding the assault through the sheer stubborn will of a Saiyan. But he felt his own ki being assimilated by the belief armament. The furnace began to collapse from within, every strand of power transforming into a poison of self-denial. Yamucha's wild wolf eyes could tear apart physical trajectories, yet they were utterly useless against this attack. The three companions fought with all their might but still retreated step by step. Bulma screamed, watching helplessly as the life signs and aura stability of her companions on the screen plummeted. In the final moment before consciousness was about to sink into the void, the external pressure like a hammer shattered the already overloaded critical point within Daluo's body. On the absolute edge of awareness he grasped, not information but understanding itself. The dimensional truth of Earth, the essence of Dragon Ball energy, the deepest connection between belief and the material world. Everything became clear in a sudden flash of insight. The price also manifested at this moment. In the instant of comprehension, fragments of the future seared into his consciousness, a strange silhouette with a silver aura, a cracked Dragon Ball, a face blurred in divine radiance. These fragments were branded alongside the dimensional knowledge. Daluo's eyes snapped open. A golden glimmer transcending time and space danced within them. Without gathering his aura, he calmly raised a hand and issued a low decree toward the void enveloping the island: return to order. This was neither energy nor logic, it was an absolute command directed at the fundamental rules by one who had comprehended a higher dimensional truth. Before Daluo's absolute decree, the belief armament encountered the ultimate authority of the cosmos. It was not destroyed but directly deemed invalid. The void receded like a tide, the airflow restored, and sunlight grew warm once more. Inside the Gue house, Bulma's eyes widened. Her analyzer screen, as if struck by a black hole-level gravitational disturbance, warped, flickered, then went completely black. The delicate control panel in her hands had actually melted a chip at the moment Daluo issued his command. Wukong, Kellen and Yamucha collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. The looks they cast at Daluo had completely transformed into profound awe and deep-seated fear. But what truly chilled their hearts happened in the next second. As the golden light in Daluo's eyes slowly faded, the three companions simultaneously sensed an indescribable rift, not a visual disappearance but a more fundamental detachment of perception. Ha! Wukong scratched his head in confusion. For a moment there. I was clearly looking at senior brother Daluo, but I felt like there was nothing there. It was like he should be there but also like he shouldn't be there. Kellen's face turned pale. The martial artist's sharp intuition made him think of something far more terrifying. It wasn't a feeling. It was reality fluctuating. Like that move of his just now, briefly plucked himself out of the world's logic. Yamucha's throat went dry, his beastly instincts trembling, his ki was severed. Only for an instant, but he truly did not exist for that moment. Daluo offered no explanation. He stood silently, bearing the true cost of using the absolute command, a cold, hollow sense of repulsion, as if the very foundation of the world was treating him as an anomaly that needed repair, gently yet firmly trying to smooth over the rule wrinkles he had caused. A few blades of grass swaying by his feet in that second had indeed forgotten to cast a shadow upon him. It was not that the grass had consciousness, but that the world system, while repairing the rules he had altered, generated informational disturbances and logical rejection. Bulma walked out of the Gue house holding the chart analyzer, her gaze fixed on Daluo, filled with shock and confusion. What did you just use? My instrument can't analyze it, it doesn't conform to any known physical laws. This can't be ki. Hours later, far away on the Tianshan temple, Bike and Tianshan simultaneously raised their heads. Did you feel that? Bike's voice was unusually grave. Tianshan nodded slowly, his eyes full of concern. The world's breath was disturbed at a certain point. For an instant. Not destruction but a deeper tampering. Something has left a scar on the level of rules. And on Guasian Island, Daluo finally spoke, his voice carrying a peculiar hollow quality from the rule backlash. Your path of physical body and ki has temporarily touched the bottleneck of this world. He gazed toward the horizon as if seeing the dimensional cracks and future fragments visible only to him. The enemies of the next stage will all strike directly at belief. The roots of your will, Wukong's purity, Kellen's resilience, Yamucha's instinctual loyalty, these are the foundations you must refine. Go chase the limits you have witnessed. For what lies ahead is the true battlefield I have foreseen. Wukong's clenched fist trembled slightly. He finally understood completely. All his breakthroughs were but the foundational preparations in this grand scheme. And the realm Daluo was leading his companions to was one where even existence itself could be questioned. The sea breeze swept over the Guasian house. Goe Xianren adjusted his sunglasses, feeling for the first time a certain fatalistic apprehension toward this mysterious guide. The one who tampers with rules will eventually be scrutinized by the rules. The world's correction had already begun silently, from the tiniest blade of grass to the grandest fate. The blazing sun once again shone upon Guesian Island, the sea breeze so calm as if the new thought armament had never descended. Hours passed and the airflow of Wukong and Kellen finally calmed completely. They leaned against the wall of Guewu, traces of fear of the void lingering in their eyes. Yamucha sat on the beach, his gaze anxiously fixed on the sky. He knew that before the last attack began, Pu'er had been sent by Daluo on a solo secret mission, but now Pu'er had not yet returned. Daluo was the only one standing, his aura colder than anyone else. He did not use chi, yet he was like a magnetic pole radiating chill. "Brother Daluo, are you all right?" Wukong stepped forward but abruptly halted. Daluo's body emitted not a trace of chi, yet it was like frozen air condensed into an eerie stillness. "No harm. But this world is trying to smooth out the wrinkles I left behind." Daluo slowly shook his head, his voice carrying a metallic hollowness. Just then a small brown figure flew rapidly from the horizon. It was Pu'er. Anxiously it rushed towards Yamucha, and after confirming he was unharmed, immediately transformed into a transparent sphere flickering with a faint red glow. Pu'er offered the sphere to Daluo as if presenting a treasure. Daluo took it, then turned and walked towards Bu-Er Ma. Bu-Er Ma was holding a chart analyzer, her face pale. "I tried to salvage the data, but Daluo, the residual energy field of the rule error you left behind is too unstable. My precision instruments, as soon as they get close, are interfered by that conceptual chaotic force." Pu'er heard Bu-Er Ma's words and immediately understood. Without hesitation it transformed into a flawless crystal-like isolation shield, carefully covering the damaged core area of Bu-Er Ma's analyzer. Bu-Er Ma's eyes widened abruptly. It can actually stabilize conceptual remnants with its form. Its transformation ability has instead become a unique defense against that kind of logical attack. The crystal isolation shield Pu'er created flickered slightly but successfully prevented further energy spread. Daluo looked down at Pu'er, a glint of approval in his eyes. "You see. Technology cannot analyze the belief armament, let alone comprehend the absolute command. But Pu'er's definition of its own form grants it unique resistance to conceptual interference. This residual logic is your only clue to studying RRA's next-generation weapons." Bu-Er Ma looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. "Yes, Daluo. The data discrepancy left by your absolute command is terrifying. But we can't always rely on you to use this power to restore order, can we? The price you just paid was too great. So we can no longer wait passively." Daluo said in a deep voice, his words carrying an undeniable force. Wukong, Kellen and Yamucha immediately gathered around. "Our previous training was to resist RRA's logical weapons. But now the weapons have upgraded and our training methods must also upgrade." Daluo's gaze swept over the three companions. "Your path of flesh and chi has temporarily reached the bottleneck of this world. To continue growing stronger you must connect the root of your will more deeply with the rules of this world." He paused, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "We must collect the Dragon Balls." This statement stunned everyone. "Dragon Balls?" Bu-Er Ma exclaimed. "What wish do you want to make? Completely destroy RRA's forces? Or?" Kellen looked around and asked, "Where is Master? Does he know we're going to collect the Dragon Balls?" Daluo replied, "Master has left. He left the battlefield to you, but he did not abandon his responsibility. Before leaving he compiled his lifelong understanding of martial arts and chi into several volumes of secret manuals which he left in the hidden chamber of Guewu. This is the traditional foundation he gave you so that on the path of pursuing the undefined, you do not lose the stepping stone of the defined. He chose to step aside because he understood that this battle has completely transcended the boundaries of martial arts. Only you possess the pure zero capable of breaking the rules of the old world. It's not for making wishes." Daluo cut off Bu-Er Ma's words, his eyes flashing with the truth brought by dimensional foresight. "Bu-Er Ma, you have always thought the Dragon Balls are divine artifacts for wishes, but they are something older than chi. They are the dimensional anchor of Earth." He extended a finger and traced an invisible trajectory in the air. "The balance and rule stability of Earth all depend on the integrity of the Dragon Balls. The true purpose of RRA's attack on us is not destruction but to use the anchor's vulnerabilities to steal or tamper with dimensional data. I want you to collect the Dragon Balls to stabilize and calibrate this anchor. This is also the first step of your will tempering." Yamucha frowned. As an early explorer he was most experienced with the dangers of Dragon Ball hunting. Brother Daluo, last time we collected the Dragon Balls each time attracted powerful enemies. Now our Chief Lo has just recovered. If this time we attract even stronger opponents. That is part of your belief tempering. Daluo replied calmly, this time's enemies will test whether you can still maintain the purity of your belief in the most dangerous moments. But my Dragon Ball radar was burned out by the aftermath of your absolute command. Bu Erma looked at the destroyed chip in her hand, distressed. Daluo looked at her, no trace of discouragement in his eyes. He proposed an instruction that could not be explained by technology. Bu Erma, the Dragon Ball's responses to chi and logic are now unreliable. They now only respond to desire and belief. You must connect the core sensor of the Dragon Ball radar with Wukong's pure desire. Bu Erma was completely bewildered. Desire. How can that be converted into frequency? Understand it with your imagination, it is a frequency of thought. Daluo said calmly, when Wukong's pure belief in surpassing limits erupts in his heart, the radar will capture the resonance of the Dragon Ball anchor. This is the only logic you can rely on now. Bu Erma looked into Daluo's deep eyes. Although filled with doubt, her scientist's instinct led her to accept this supernatural instruction. She took out the chi frequency collection device and first precisely captured the faint airflow frequency emitted by Wukong when he condensed his belief. Then she worked through the night under Daluo's abstract guidance on thought and dimensional resonance, transforming this unique frequency into a core algorithm, integrating it into the radar's repair process. The next morning the sea breeze with a slightly salty breath swept over Guewu. Bu Erma successfully repaired and upgraded the radar. It was no longer reliant on simple physical magnetic fields but a strange device that under Daluo's dimensional foresight could capture belief fluctuations. I used Wukong's chi as the core frequency. Hopefully it can find the Dragon Balls with belief. Bu Erma said, looking at the device in her hand, I will stay here and continue studying this residual logic. It may provide key insights for me to develop a defense system against RRA's next attack. Wukong took the radar. He fully understood that this expedition was no longer a simple adventure. A flicker of confusion about will training passed through his eyes but was quickly replaced by the desire for challenge. Brother Daluo, when do we start that? Training of the will. Daluo looked at him calmly, the tempering of the will has already begun. He pointed at the radar in Wukong's hand. Every strong intention of yours to find the Dragon Balls, every resolute belief of yours to protect your companions is proving your existence value to the world's anchor. This process of searching for the Dragon Balls is your cultivation of tempering belief in actual combat. Kellen and Yamucha also straightened their bodies. The goal in their hearts was no longer simply to defeat enemies but to complete the proof of belief. Amid the roar of Bu Erma's spaceship, Yamucha boarded the ship with Puer. Puer anxiously changed shapes on Yamucha's shoulder, first turning into a miniature fist-clenching glove, then quickly into a small flight helmet, silently expressing its concern and willingness to protect. With its actions it demonstrated the determination as a companion to follow them into any danger. The spaceship pierced the sky carrying the three companions and their beliefs, heading towards unknown peril. Their goal was to gather the 7 Dragon Balls, but they knew the true purpose was to use this expedition through worldly trials to break through the limits of their own will and prepare for the future foretold by the absolute command. The spaceship pierced the scorching sun across the sky with only 3 young warriors, Wukong, Kellen and Yamucha, inside the cabin along with the silent companion Daro. Bulma did not join them, she remained at Guewu anxiously analyzing the residual logic brought back by Puer, trying to develop a secret device to counter the next generation of RRA weapons. Brother Daro, why must you come along? Yamucha suppressed the anxiety in his heart and could not help asking after the ship entered autopilot. Didn't Bulma's analysis say this is our will tempering? Daro stood calmly at the rear of the cockpit, his figure appearing somewhat illusory, even unstable under the deep-sea twilight filtering through the porthole. Before you departed, Bulma analyzed the residual logic Puer brought back and discovered that the sea area where the 3-star ball lies is set with a conceptual trap targeting dimensional rules. It cannot be cracked remotely. I must perform order restoration processing on site. More critically, my very existence is the key to trigger and resolve this living logic. The mission objective this time is not to defeat the enemy but to ensure the rules are not stolen. Kellen operated the complex navigation system with the precise coordinates of the 3-star ball displayed on the screen. The Faith radar in Wukong's hand emitted a golden phantom guiding them toward the Mogwai Trench. As the ship entered, the deep-sea light was rapidly devoured. The surrounding environment began to display distorted color blocks. The water no longer followed physical laws but flowed like broken logic code. Puer clung tightly to Yamucha's shoulder. Though its form did not change, all its fur stood slightly on end due to the conceptual pressure maintaining vigilance. When the ship reached the edge of the trench, the hull began to shake violently, not from water pressure but from some kind of conceptual pressure. Wait, this pressure is wrong. Wukong first sensed the anomaly. What his chi perceived was not powerful life force but a twisted existence. Yamcha and Kellen's faces turned pale. They felt the surrounding seawater was no longer water but a pure incomprehensible weight crushing their internal organs. Every breath felt like swallowing lumps of lead. Their chi when circulating within their bodies encountered strong repulsion, becoming sluggish and even giving the illusion of blood flowing backward. Only Pu'er, curled up on Yamcha's shoulder, maintained its form by instinct, allowing it to be one of the few in the cabin who could still move steadily under the distorted logic weight. Yet when Pu'er tried to transform to resist this rule, it found itself powerless. It's here. Daro's voice was low and solemn. A massive shadow emerged in the deep sea. It was a giant beast surpassing any known creature, its form somewhere between a giant manta ray and the legendary Kun. Its entire body was covered in scales that flickered with twisted binary code. Its eyes were two deep whirlpools. It is called Yao Kun, Daro explained. RA injected the concept of an ancient sea beast from the classic of mountains and seas into a logic weapon, creating this living rule. Its power is not chi but execution logic. It is defining your martial arts as invalid. Yamcha roared and unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, but as the fist wind approached within a meter of Yao Kun, all energy and definition were instantly zeroed out like an image directly deleted from the sequence of reality. Yamcha even felt his proud concept of speed being stripped away, his movements becoming sluggish and clumsy. Kellen angrily gathered a powerful chi blast. But as this energy came into contact with the domain Yao Kun emitted, the definition of power was tampered with, instantly turning into harmless mist. Wukong hesitated no longer. He burst forth with airflow, preparing to use the Gue Pai Qigong, but he suffered the strongest repulsion. He felt the world rejecting his strength, his airflow trembling violently around him like code errors. Seeing Yamcha in crisis, Pu'er immediately leaped from his shoulder and transformed into a transparent energy shield, attempting to block the conceptual pressure. But the shield lasted less than a second before being crushed by Yao Kun's logic power. Pu'er reverted to its original form, letting out a terrified scream. Yao Kun's logic crushing subjected Wukong's martial faith to an unprecedented trial. Daro knew that martial arts could no longer solve this. He stepped forward and the cold detached aura within him suddenly erupted. He had to use his own nature as a rule error to counter the logic injection on Yao Kun. He unleashed the order restoration force, clashing with Yao Kun's power above the trench. This was not a physical explosion but the underlying code of the world colliding, the surrounding space collapsing and reorganizing like shattered glass. Yao Kun sensed Daro's threat and emitted a piercing logic wave. It opened its massive maw, gathering all the power of the RRA trap, and launched the ultimate command targeting rule errors, the World Erasure command. The logic wave struck Daro directly. His body instantly began to turn transparent, and the surrounding environment, the water, even time itself, started to warp violently around Daro. This is the world's rules taking the opportunity to erase this greatest error. Was this the end? Daro's voice was almost inaudible, the sound carrying not only the hollowness of dissolution but also a deep reluctance, not fear of death but a profound unwillingness to be utterly negated by the universe's foundation as an error failing to fulfill his destined mission. He was about to be completely erased by the world. Just as Daro's body was on the verge of vanishing and the main group fell into despair, far away on Earth at the Tianshan Temple, Bike abruptly opened his eyes. He was still the guardian of the Tianshan Temple, sensing every trace of energy flow and subtle rule changes on Earth. He clearly sensed that it was not the chi of some place fluctuating but the underlying dimensional structure of Earth centered on the three-star ball suffering irreversible collapse. What kind of power is this? Bike murmured, sensing that familiar yet terrifying logic distortion. Without any hesitation, he released powerful spiritual energy using the Tianshan Temple as an anchor and activated instant transmission. The next second, Bike's figure carrying the pure life force of the Tianshan Temple and absolute rule power appeared out of thin air above the Mogwai Trench, standing before the fading Daro. Bike's expression was stern, with a trace of unprecedented gravity in his brow as he released a powerful wave of green energy from his hands. This energy wave was not for attack but for stabilization. It instantly covered Daro's body and expanded outward, completely enveloping Yao Kun and the distorted space around it. Enough. The rules of this realm shall not be violated by mortals and logic distorters. Bike's voice was grand, carrying the authority of the Tianshan Temple's guardian yet also revealing a deep concern for the situation. The energy he released instantly rewrote the logic injection on Yao Kun. Yao Kun let out a painful howl as the logic injection on its body offered no resistance before Bike the guardian of rules and quickly disintegrated. Yao Kun was no longer a logic creature but degenerated into a giant unconscious ancient fish. Then Bike withdrew his power and a subtle disturbance appeared in his aura. The world erasure command targeting Daro was completely dispelled. Daro's body solidified again in Bike's life force, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Bike looked coldly at Daro, his eyes carrying undisguised warning and a hint of barely perceptible gravity. Your power is too chaotic and has already violated the balance of this realm. You are not the guardian of this world. Do not put yourself in danger again, inviting greater rule backlash. He then looked at Wukong and the others, his gaze softening a little, but the deep worry did not dissipate. This abnormal 3-star ball, I have retrieved it. Bike cast his gaze into the distance, his voice low and urgent. The dimensional anchor of Earth is more fragile than we imagined. I must immediately return to guard the Tianshan temple. Its core is accelerating its collapse due to this impact. I cannot leave. He gave Wukong new instructions: collect the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. Once gathered, bring them immediately to the Tianshan temple. I will use the power of the Tianshan temple to completely calibrate and recast the anchor. Bike cast one last glance at Daro, said no more, then vanished above the trench with the 3-star ball at a speed faster than instant transmission. The main group stood frozen in place, the faith radar in their hands completely ruined, the faint golden light remaining on it fading into nothingness. The residual rule ripples in the deep sea caused the shock in their hearts to settle, transforming into a cold realization. They finally understood that this war had completely escalated to the level of gods and concepts. The spaceship plunged into the coastline like a meteor, gouging a charred deep trench across the sand. Wukong pushed open the slightly deformed hatch, leaped down the gangway, and as he landed, the sand beneath his feet sank slightly, not because he exerted too much force but because his physical exhaustion and inner heaviness had robbed him of the effortless control he once possessed. Kellen and Yamucha followed behind him, all three silent, as if even their breaths were tainted by the despairing chill of the deep sea. Finally Daluo's figure appeared in the light of the hatch. His steps down the gangway were unusually distinct. Each time his toe touched the sand, the point of impact instantly crystallized into a small smooth patch of glassy surface, only to shatter and scatter again as he lifted his foot. He frowned slightly and a transparent ripple like water spread across his body, forcibly suppressing the anomalous phenomenon, and his figure regained a stable, solid presence. Bike's departure brought no relief. The shadow of the temple was replaced by something even more intangible, a dazed confusion after one's perception had been utterly crushed. As soon as Buerma saw Daluo and the others return, she rushed over, driven by her passion for existing science, and immediately connected the data pad to the spaceship. The screen flickered wildly before settling into a blinding mess of garbled code and unrecognizable symbols. No good. All attack data, energy wavelength, impact yield, action form, none of it can be effectively recorded or analyzed. Her voice was dry, as if they never actually happened, in a physical sense. Daluo walked over to her, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic lines, his voice like cold metal. It's not a matter of intensity, it's a matter of authority. The Reikuin within its domain of appearance defined what constitutes an effective attack. Our martial arts under its rules were judged as invalid programs. Without touching or altering the rules themselves, any accumulation of power is merely injecting data into the void. He paused, then looked at Kellen. Do you remember the chest of scrolls that Master Gue Xianren specifically left for us before he left Earth? He said that was his lifelong fragmentary thoughts on Qi and rules, which might offer a different kind of help someday when we hit a wall. The weight of failure pervaded Gue Wu. Kellen sat alone in the corner of the training ground, his nails unconsciously digging into the wooden floor. Before the Reikuin, the dissipated energy wave had become a lingering nightmare in his mind. Ultimate output had yielded complete nothingness. This negation almost shook the foundation of his martial path. Just as self-doubt coiled around his heart like vines, Daluo's words from the post-battle evaluation echoed in his ears. The scrolls left by Master Gue Xianren might be the key to dealing with this rule-level predicament. Kellen abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of light rekindling in his eyes. He almost ran into the inner chamber of Gue Wu and carried out the heavy wooden chest covered in dust and temporarily forgotten by everyone. The lid opened, releasing a musty breath mingled with the scent of old paper and time. Inside lay several ancient scrolls of varying colors and materials. His fingertips brushed over the scrolls, finally stopping at one that was deep brown and felt like warm jade. He slowly unrolled it, and at the beginning were 4 characters written in sharp strokes: boundary-breaking blade scripture. This was not a martial arts manual, but rather a collection of philosophy and speculations exploring the essence of Qi and the ultimate meaning of form. On one page there was a line as thin as a cicada's wing, almost merging into the paper's grain, with annotations beside it. The ultimate of chi is not breadth or thickness but concentration and sharpness. Gather the spirit as the edge, imbue intent as the blade, use the thinnest form to break the most solid barrier. The defenses of common sense are as nothing before a blade of no thickness. Thinnest. No thickness. Break barriers. Kellen stared intently at these words, his breathing growing heavy. In his mind the despair of being unable to shake the Reikoen even a fraction collided violently with the concept of an ultimate blade described on the scroll, an idea that existed almost only in theory. If my chi could follow this line of thought, no longer pursuing the impact of quantity, but the extreme of quality, pursuing that sharpness so thin that it transcends concepts and renders ordinary defenses meaningless. A shiver mixed with hope and madness coursed through his body. He had found a direction, an incredibly difficult path that might cut through the present deadlock. Days later, in a secluded valley behind Goe-wu, the air suddenly became heavy and viscous. Daluo hovered a few feet above the ground, his eyes closed. What emanated from him was not a powerful chi but a bizarre sense of dissonance that slightly distorted the surrounding light. He was undertaking an extremely dangerous attempt, not relying on external tools but actively guiding and trying to compile the error codes and rule fragments within himself that fundamentally conflicted with the basic physical laws of the current world. The very source of my power contains incompatibility, he had explained to the others, his eyes frighteningly focused. Passive adaptation is a poor strategy, active understanding, even limited reconstruction, is the way out. But this process was like cutting into the foundation of one's own existence. Just as he attempted to forcibly link and debug two completely contradictory rule fragments, the balance was broken. An indescribable, terrifying, repulsive force born from self-contradiction at the rule level did not explode outward but instead collapsed inward crazily toward the core point of his power. Ryup. A sharp explosion like a world canvas being forcibly torn apart echoed through the valley. The space before Daluo, like a piece of silk torn by an invisible force, suddenly split open into a dark rift with edges flowing with multicolored chaotic light and a bottomless interior. A violent, chaotic, destructive, energy-laden turbulence burst forth, instantly grinding rocks and vegetation within a dozen meters into primal particles, forming a twisted force field that devoured all light and sound. Daluo, being the closest, had no time to react before being abruptly dragged by the unimaginably powerful suction from the rift into the tumbling chaotic darkness, his figure vanishing instantly. Daluo. Buer Ma Wukong and the others who had rushed to the valley's edge cried out in alarm. The aura of destruction and chaos emanating from the rift made them dare not approach. Time passed in anxiety. A quarter of an hour, half an hour. Just as Wukong was about to charge in recklessly, the flow of chaotic light at the edge of the violent rift suddenly showed a hint of orderly forced sequencing. Then Daluo's figure emerged from that darkness with extreme difficulty. He staggered to the ground, fell to one knee and gasped for breath. His martial arts uniform was torn in many places, his exposed skin covered with fine, almost invisible cuts as if from an invisible blade, his face pale. But his eyes burned with a nearly scorching sharp light that had glimpsed some profound secret. I went in. His voice was hoarse but trembling with suppressed excitement. Inside. It's a graveyard of rules or a chaotic zone. Physical constants are shattered, causal logic is reversed. Gravity is not determined by mass but anchored by perception and emotion. Spatial structure is fragile and filled with deadly rule fragment turbulence. He turned to look at the terrifying rift, temporarily stuck by his own power yet still extremely unstable, a resolute look in his eyes. This is an accident, an extremely dangerous one. But also a once-in-a-lifetime training ground. Inside, you're not fighting against muscles or energy blasts but against the absurdity and contradictions of the world's most fundamental layer. Wukong, haven't you been searching for a way to break your limits? The rule turbulence, there can directly temper the essence of your existence. Wukong's eyes erupted with battle intent like a volcano. There's such a place. Perfect. Just what I want. He leaped, transforming into a streak of light, and without hesitation plunged into the terrifying chaotic rift. The scene inside was beyond imagination, fragmented images like a broken kaleidoscope, up and down and left and right, losing meaning, shattered starlight coexisting with frozen waves. The most terrifying were the ubiquitous rule turbulence, formless and intangible, yet they could make part of a toucher's body suddenly heavy as iron, another part light as a feather, even attempting to disintegrate their structure at the molecular level. Daluo's voice like a guttering candle in the wind flickered but was extremely clear in Wukong's consciousness. Feel the chaos. Recognize the patterns. Anchor yourself with your existence. Your will is the only reliable coordinate here. Wukong let out a beastly roar, not from physical pain but from the extreme torment of being torn by various contradictory rules and having his cognition overturned at the conscious level. He had to find and hold on to the core self-definition of, I am Sun Wukong, amidst this absolute chaos. Yamcha watched the rift where Wukong had disappeared, knowing well that it was not his path. He turned to Daluo, his gaze firm. I need a place that can push my speed to the brink, even beyond common sense. Daluo gasped, pointing to a group of islands on the eastern sea chart marked as Turbulent Death Zone. There. It's perpetually shrouded by chaotic ocean currents and anomalous magnetic fields. The direction of airflow, the changes in resistance are utterly irregular and shift in an instant. It's the most suitable natural training ground to force you to break through speed, adaptability, and challenge the limits of absolute reaction and instantaneous burst. But equally dangerous, once you miscalculate, you'll be torn apart by the violent air currents or crash into invisible air walls. Yamcha did not hesitate. He took Per and boarded a small aircraft heading straight east. On that treacherous land known as Speed Island he began his hellish training. He no longer pursued straight-line speed, but instead honed his split-second dodging, direction changes, and instantaneous acceleration amidst the erratic, even fluid dynamics defying air currents. He wanted his speed to break free from environmental constraints, reaching a state where speed alone prevailed, ignoring resistance. Per transformed into the most acute environmental sensor and path predictor. It hovered high above, desperately calculating and analyzing the fleeting patterns of the chaotic air currents below, and before Yamcha was about to crash into an invisible air shockwave or be caught in a fatal vortex, it would scream a warning or instantly transform into a bright marker to guide Yamcha toward that narrow chance of survival. Time flew by in silent agony, and shouts. Half a year had passed. On the cliff behind Wu Kellen stood as still as a mountain. He slowly raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, held them together like a blade, and gently swept them forward. There was no sound of wind, no flash of light, only the air in front of his fingertips, where a long thin pitch-black crack appeared silently, as if space itself had been cut open and light falling into it vanished without a trace. The crack lasted for a moment, then slowly healed. The chi circular slash had transformed into a conceptual attack that severed continuity. Amid the turbulent storms of Speed Island, Yamcha's figure became an elusive zigzag line. One moment he was on the eastern reef, the next he appeared 100 meters high in the western sky, the afterimages he left behind briefly weaving into a blurry net in the air that lasted several seconds before fading. He had succeeded in tempering his speed and reaction to a level beyond environmental constraints amidst absolute chaos. Per lay on a relatively calm reef, exhausted almost to the point of melting, but its eyes were full of relief. Beside the rift in the valley, Daluo waved his hand, and an invisible force imbued with a sense of order enveloped the dangerous crack. The chaotic light at the edges of the rift began to recede inward like a retreating tide, calming down, and finally emitted a low moan before completely closing and vanishing as if it had never existed. Daluo stood quietly, his aura rounded and profound. The occasional sense of unreality that had once appeared was completely gone, replaced by a subtle, strange force field that seemed to smooth out the tiny ripples of the surrounding rules. Over the past half-year he had repeatedly entered that rule room, deciphering chaos on the edge of life and death, and his own existence had become a special node capable of accommodating and ordering certain rule contradictions. Found it. Buer Ma's voice was excited and solemn. The one-star ball. The signal source is on Shinma Peak. But the radar shows that the peak is completely shrouded by an extremely high-intensity energy field with mental interference properties complex in structure, definitely the work of RRA, and it might be a logical maze, or cognitive trap, specifically targeting the conscious level. Wukong slowly opened his eyes, and within them shattered stars seemed to sink and reform, a mental maze. Interesting. I just crawled out of a rule maze. Kellen's pressed fingertips released a sharp intent that made space tremble briefly, then vanished. Every maze has walls. Yamcha's figure seemed to have been standing there all along, yet as if just returned from a great distance, bringing a faint breeze. No matter how complex a trap, it still requires time to trigger. Daluo's gaze pierced through space, fixed on the treacherous peak shrouded in mental mist. His tone was calm but carried an unshakable resolve. It seems it's time to test what we've learned from rules and limits over this half-year. Let's go. We'll dismantle their logic completely. The spaceship lifted off again, trailing a blue exhaust flame like a sword, retempered and sharpened, cutting through the clouds, unwavering as it shot toward the Shinma Peak that awaited them, full of conscious perils. The true test was about to unfold in another dimension. The spaceship pierced through the sea of clouds, closing in on its target, Shinma Peak. This mountain thrust upward, stabbing into the sky. Its form was shrouded by an eerie violet-black energy field, and the summit vanished amid crackling lightning and rumbling thunder. Distance to the mountain base 3 kilometers. Buerma reported, her voice laced with vigilance. The ship accelerated, its engines roaring with full force. Wukong stared intently out the window, his chi already condensed at his fingertips. A minute later Buerma's voice trembled with astonishment and frustration. No good. The distance is still 3 kilometers. Daluo shut down the analyzer, his gaze steady and calm. This is a logical lock. RRA has set up an infinitely folded space paradox. Under the definition of the rules, our speed and chi cannot achieve displacement. The chill of failure once again froze the air. Yamucha suddenly stood up, his fists clenched so tight they turned white. The pain of being denied crystallized into a feral resolve. He recalled the half-year of training when under extreme speed the world had appeared to him as a series of stutters and delays. He turned to Daluo, his gaze sharp as lightning. The world needs time to calculate my coordinates. My speed is enough to traverse before the logic refreshes. Without seeking approval he opened the hatch and charged toward the peak. Puer clung tightly to his shoulder, emitting a low hum ready to serve as the most unstable anchor. Yamucha erupted. He stepped into the realm of logical delay where everything around him became viscous and sluggish. He perceived that before the world reconfirmed the concept of 3 kilometers he possessed a fleeting moment. Break it. He let out a furious roar and shattered the sound barrier. He felt space rebounding like a gigantic elastic wall, but with sheer speed and will he forcibly carved a path through the fault in logic. The next second the shockwave detonated at the mountain's base. The distance display on the ship instantly shifted to 0. Yamucha landed gasping heavily. He lifted his head, his face a mix of victorious pride and faint exhaustion. He had proven that speed could transcend paradox. The protagonist group disembarked onto the scorched mountain body. Thick violet-black mist enveloped everything, seeping into their nostrils with a cold that corroded the soul. Daluo walked at the front, his voice low. Stay alert. The mist extracts the fear within us and materializes our cognition. We are fighting ourselves. Before his words faded the mist beside Klin churned violently and a familiar figure stepped out, the turtle hermit in his most severe form. Klin, you are unworthy, the illusion spoke, its voice carrying a total negation of his existence. Klin's blood froze and the abyssal despair surged over him in an instant. Then the scene shifted. He saw his own corpse lying in a void, his body erased by the rules, leaving not even ashes behind. The shadow of helplessness and weakness wrapped around him like a tangible chill. Klin closed his eyes. He refused to be defined. He refused to be denied. Fear, you have no substance, he growled in a low rasp, and in his hands he no longer sought brilliance but only the ultimate definition. He unleashed the spirit energy disk. The golden ring silently sliced through the air. It did not strike the illusion but severed the invisible connection between fear and his consciousness. The illusion let out a shattered shriek, crumbling like glass and dissipating into purple smoke. Klin opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. The mist still lingered but the fear within had been severed. With a blade of no thickness he had proven the powerlessness of falsehood. The group burst through the mist and reached the summit. At the center of the peak suspended a massive crystal, RRA's cognitive reflection mirror. The mirror's surface shone with an evil purple light, reflecting 5 twisted figures: a corrupted Ryukong, a cruel Klin, and a cowardly Yamucha. When the mirror reflected Daluo, it showed only a chaotic, rapidly shifting jumble of garbled code. The heart demon has manifested, Daluo said, his voice heavy. It uses our own logic to create perfect opposites. The mirror images launched an attack. Ryukong faced his corrupted self. The dark Ryukong, wielding immense chi, struck with fists that mocked kindness and craved power. His fists did not harm the body but carried a cold logic that sought to corrode Ryukong's conviction. Your power should belong only to yourself. The dark Ryukong laughed wildly. Ryukong's gaze was unwavering. In the disordered space he had forged his belief into a rule. That love and responsibility had become the underlying code of his existence. The mirror could not perfectly replicate Daluo, but that instability itself was a threat. Daluo seized the opportunity. He took a deep breath and initiated the most dangerous operation. I will inject my core error into the mirror system like a virus, he said in a low voice, activating his own rule feedback. An excruciating pain instantly tore through Daluo's consciousness. He felt his existence being decomposed into countless data streams forcibly stuffed into a system completely antithetical to his own. This was not physical pain but the agony of cognitive distortion. His eyes lost focus and his face was instantly covered in cold sweat. He relied solely on the half-year of tempering and the single obsession to complete the mission to keep his consciousness awake. The mirror emitted a piercing shriek of logical collapse and the purple light began to flicker wildly. The vulnerability had been opened. The rules have been broken. Daluo roared with the last of his strength. Wukong seized the moment. The Dark Wukong exposed a flaw due to the system's collapse. My rule is protection and love. Wukong roared, gathering all his will. He thrust out a fist. This punch contained no flashy technique, it was the absolute affirmation of self. Will materialized into substance, repelling all falsehood. Boom. The mirror shattered completely, scattering into countless crystalline fragments. The Dark Wukong screamed and dissolved along with the mirror. The light dust settled. Daluo staggered and was caught by Buerma. He was completely drained, but his eyes burned with the light of mission accomplished. At the core of the mirror, a faintly glowing dragon ball, the one-star ball, floated silently. Buerma retrieved the dragon ball and examined the residual code. Her expression shifted from excitement to gravity. The situation is very bad. Buerma's voice trembled. The mirror's core code contains instructions for dimensional displacement. RRA is stealing the power of the Dragon Balls to construct an aerial fortress. It is no longer an organization but a floating city that is being peeled away from reality. She pointed to the distant north. They have already succeeded in part. The coordinates of the next Dragon Ball point to that fortress undergoing a dimensional leap. Wukong retracted his aura, his eyes sharp. A floating city in the sky. Then fly up there. Daluo struggled to stand, his breathing stabilizing. He sensed that the floating city itself was a vast and complex trap of rules waiting for them to finally crack it. The protagonist group gathered the Dragon Balls, boarded the ship and flew north. The final battle headed straight for the boundary of dimensions. The spaceship broke through the stratosphere and the view was dominated by a massive black shadow. That was the RRA's floating fortress. It was not stationary but performing high-speed and irregular space-time jumps. Blue-white arcs of dimensional repulsion flickered across the fortress's surface. Bulma stared intently at the radar, her fingers flying across the keyboard, sweat beading on her forehead. No. It changes coordinates randomly every 0.3 seconds. I can't lock onto the target, can't calculate an entry path. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Let me. Yamcha growled, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. He pulled open the hatch and the wind instantly rushed in. Puer clung tightly to his martial arts uniform, transforming into a streamlined armor, its eyes shimmering with worry. Yamcha leaped out. In an instant he erupted, activating logic delay. In his perception, the rapidly jumping fortress left behind streaks of afterimages while the actual rule refresh lagged half a beat behind. He flew around the fortress at an unimaginable speed, firing tiny coordinate data back to the ship at an extremely high frequency. Bulma clutched the data stream, her fingers dancing over the keyboard, writing a desperate prediction code. Got it. After 30 milliseconds it will stall briefly. Leave it to me. Darrow's voice was hoarse but his eyes were terrifyingly calm. He walked toward the forward bulkhead of the ship and his entire body began to emit an ominous glow. He actively activated the rule error within his body, pushing his own incompatibility to the extreme. Darrow felt the flesh of his limbs disintegrate into twisted data streams as if being tempered by the pressure of the world. He shot this power like a scorching ray at the repulsion field. The seam has opened. Darrow suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body nearly collapsing from the backlash of the rules, but he held fast against the void in that instant. Hold tight. Bulma's eyes flashed with bloodshot. Without a moment's hesitation she slammed the joystick forward. The ship, trailing a long tail of flame, scraped against the sparks of dimensional repulsion and narrowly slipped into the rapidly closing spacetime seam. The ship landed on a cold metal platform inside the fortress. Bulma immediately connected to the fortress's internal terminal, her hands working rapidly. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Darrow, you must go deeper. I'll stay here to ensure extraction and provide data support. Bulma said in a low voice, her eyes filled with calm focus. The combat team rushed out. Goku encountered the first line of defense, RRA's main battle robot Legion. These robots were not strong in chi but possessed astonishing nano self-repair capabilities. Goku smashed one with a single punch, but in the next moment the fragments reassembled at an even faster speed. Damn! I can't destroy them. Goku's forehead bulged with veins. Goku! Listen! Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. Their repair logic is based on the minimum energy path. Focus your chi and aim for their core processing unit. With one punch deny both their existence and the definition of repair. Goku closed his eyes tightly, recalling the absolute affirmation in the chaotic space. When he opened his eyes again his chi was no longer brute force but a sharp concept. He delivered a light straight punch, aiming directly at the robot's data core. Boom! The robot did not shatter, it froze in place then dissipated like sand. A shimmering energy barrier of deep blue light appeared before Krillin. He tried to attack with a normal ki blast but the wave bounced off as if hitting a mirror completely repelled. That's a force field definition. Don't waste your chi. Bulma's voice was anxious. Krillin calmly raised his hands. He focused all his spirit, compressed his chi and manifested a perfect golden disc, the Kienzan. This disc had no thickness, only the concept of sharpness. Krillin's eyes were steady and he gently pushed it forward. The Kienzan silently sliced through the core of the barrier. The barrier did not explode, instead a black slit appeared in its center like a piece of paper being cut. The barrier's rules were severed and its energy completely extinguished. As Yamcha and Puer crossed the passage they encountered a space distortion trap. The passage kept folding and stretching before their eyes. Puer. Yamcha let out a roar, his body erupting once more. Puer immediately understood Yamcha's intent. It instantly transformed from armor form into an extremely loose, vaguely shaped stream of air. Yamcha, carrying this stream of air, ran at maximum speed across the shortest distance in the moment before the distortion was completed. Because Puer's form was in an undefined superposition state, the fortress's trap system could not lock onto their biometric signatures and the distortion program lagged. The duo safely passed through the deadly maze. The group finally gathered in the fortress's core hull. A Dragon Ball was embedded in a massive, ominously glowing dimensional displacement device. At the center stood a man in an RRA uniform, the Dimension Definition Master. He had no trace of chi fluctuation, but his eyes exuded absolute contempt and control over the world. You primitive beings deluded that brute force can challenge the fundamental rules. The Master's voice was calm as he raised his hands, a purple light flashing in his eyes. He did not throw a punch, instead he launched a definition attack. Definition Son Goku, your speed is that of a snail's crawl. Goku came to a sudden halt, his entire body bearing an indescribable weight more targeted than the conceptual gravity of the chaotic space. His muscles trembled not from exertion but because his speed had been logically negated. Definition Krillin, your bones are brittle crystal. Krillin's face instantly turned pale, he felt the structures within his body groaning as if they would shatter in the next moment. Just as the crisis erupted, Puer let out a high-pitched screech, instantly turning into a spiraling, twisting mass of conceptual noise. Its form wildly switched between a cat, an eagle and a carpet at such a high frequency that even the Master's eyes could not track it. Using its own undefinability, Puer created a chaotic protective field around Goku and Krillin, severely disrupting the Master's definition signals. The Master frowned slightly and turned his target to the most unstable one, Darrow. Definition Darrow, your rule error is a cosmic cancer, self-clear immediately. This was a judgment on Darrow's very existence. Darrow's body instantly flickered violently, thousands of times more intense than when he had disembarked on the beach. He realized there was no escape. Darrow did not resist, he closed his eyes, his face showing a pained yet resolute expression. He suddenly activated his own power, actively drawing the Master's clear definition and Puer's conceptual noise all into his body. He would become a buffer. He would turn himself into a living trap that absorbs rule conflicts. Darrow let out an inhuman roar, his entire body torn and covered by chaotic light, his shape undergoing countless bizarre distortions in a single second. He bought the most precious counterattack time for Goku. Now. Counterattack. Darrow roared with his remaining consciousness. Goku broke free from the bindings, his eyes burning with anger and determination at his comrade's sacrifice. He aimed at the Master. Meanwhile, in the control room, Bulma finished taking over the terminal. She had no time to stop the fight, she only had time to prevent the disaster. She hovered her finger over the Enter key. The screen displayed Dimensional Displacement Program 99 initiated. The Master sneered and launched the final definition command at Goku. Bulma's eyes were resolute and she slammed the Enter key. She activated her own reverse program, forcibly redirecting the Dragon Ball's core energy circuit to a pre-calculated empty dimension. Boom! The floating fortress emitted a deafening roar and the dimensional barriers began to collapse at the core. The entire fortress shook violently like a giant ship about to sink. The central hall had ceased to exist, replaced by an abstract painting being torn asunder in a frenzy. Walls, floor, every tangible entity disintegrated into swirling iridescent specks of light and prismatic shards shrieking within an invisible tempest. This was not destruction but the systematic unraveling of the very laws that constituted the world, a spectacle of dimensional collapse both horrifying and hopeless. On the terminal screen before Bulma, the progress bar of the reversal program climbed with heart-stopping speed: 90, 91, 92. Each increment sent a violent tremor through the entire floating fortress. Definition. A shriek as if from the void itself tore through the chaos. The Dimension Definition Master's form twisted and contorted within the energy turbulence, and for the first time he revealed a fury bordering on utter collapse. He spun abruptly, abandoning his grapple with Goku, and channeled the remnants of all conceptual energy into his palm. It coalesced into a pure violet-black annihilation pulse which he hurled with devastating force toward the terminal where Bulma worked. Definition data returned to nothingness. Where the pulse passed, even the collapsing space annihilated once more, dissolving into absolute void. Krillin. Bulma's voice was a hoarse scream, yet her fingers blurred across the keyboard. Leave it to me. Krillin's figure had already flashed like lightning to stand before the terminal. He did not retreat. In his eyes burned only a calm, unwavering resolve. He raised his hands high, and the azure energy disk spun rapidly in his palm, but he did not release it. This time he wielded the razor-sharp ring as a shield, guarding it firmly before him. The violet-black pulse crashed upon them. In the nick of time, Krillin executed a masterful twist of his wrist, and the energy disk grazed the edge of the pulse by a hair's breadth. There was no explosion, no impact. The destructive energy beam, upon contact with the cutting concept of the disk, suddenly collapsed like a severed toxic vine, scattering into a myriad of drifting harmless motes of light. Logic had been severed. Not yet. Yamcha's roar came from the side. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, weaving a series of layered afterimages around Bulma. Not a direct confrontation, but a high-velocity maneuver to create a temporary logic delay zone. Each residual wave aimed at the terminal was slightly slowed and dispersed. Puar clung to the terminal casing, his body transforming into a constantly shifting cloud of mist, emitting chaotic conceptual noise that desperately interfered with the Master's final lock-on. Every second was a walk on the edge of a cliff. And at the very heart of the storm beside the device, Daro was enduring a torment beyond pain. His body was engulfed by chaotic dimensional light, his form cycling madly between disintegration and reconstitution. Beneath his skin countless invisible blades seemed to churn. Only a faint glimmer remained in his eyes, anchoring desperately to Earth's dimension. He was a bomb about to detonate, yet with his final shred of will he held the fuse tight. Goku's gaze pierced through the violent energy currents, locking onto Daro. Anger burned in his eyes, but stronger still was the cold iron resolve to complete the mission. He moved. No earth-shattering eruption, Goku compressed his aura to the extreme. His figure drifted like a leaf, precise and ethereal, threading through the scattered dimensional shards. His trajectory was uncanny and unpredictable, yet it pointed unerringly toward the final target, Daro and the Dragon Ball still pulsating within the device. Absolute perception was unleashed to its fullest. Within the depths of that twisted light, Goku captured the only stable signal, a faint but tenuous glimmer of light belonging to Earth's rules. Now. In a thousandth of a second, Goku's hand shot out. One hand gripped the Dragon Ball firmly, while the other with unimaginable gentleness encircled Daro's body, which was on the verge of dissolution. At the moment of contact, the connection was forcibly severed. No. On the screen before Bulma, the display was suddenly flooded with glaring green characters. The terminal emitted a sharp, victorious beep. The energy link of the Dragon Ball was completely cut off. Under the violent guidance of the program, all the drained power was forcibly backflowed into the empty dimensional portal the Master himself had created. The Dimension Definition Master's agonized scream ceased abruptly. His body did not fall, it froze in midair, then dissolved into a wildly flickering phantom of garbled codes and shattered symbols. The face that had once dominated dimensions melted away in the data torrent. The last glance cast toward Goku was a mixture of unwillingness, rage, and utter bewilderment. He was devoured by the void gate he himself had opened. Every concept and every definition that constituted his existence disintegrated under the backlash of the empty dimension, like a sandcastle meeting a tsunami, silently dissipating into the collapsing storm. No trace, no residue, as if he had never existed. The floating fortress began its final collapse. Shut down the program. Everyone hold on. Bulma's voice was hoarse but cut through all alarms. She slammed her fist on the console, and the ship's engine roared with a mournful howl, hurtling along the last temporal fissure she had calculated, one that had not yet fully closed. Goku, carrying the unconscious Daro, transformed into a streak of light and crashed into the cabin. In the final instant before the hatch sealed, they saw through the porthole that the magnificent fortress behind them, like a paper ball crushed by an invisible giant hand, twisted to an extreme, collapsed inward, annihilated, and vanished into nothingness. Only a lingering shimmering scar in the sky remained, like a wound in space. When the ship landed heavily on the white sands of Kamehameha, the engines died and the world was enveloped in a near luxurious stillness. The rhythmic sound of waves, the salty sea breeze, the birdsong from the forest in the distance, stable, real, comprehensible physical laws had never been so moving. Daro was carefully laid on a bed inside the house. He no longer glowed or twisted, his breathing was faint but steady. Yet a faint ominous luminescence still shimmered beneath his skin, indicating internal wounds yet unhealed. His eyes were tightly shut, his consciousness sunk into a deep coma caused by dimensional damage. Bulma knelt by the bedside, gently placing the newly recovered Dragon Ball, the fifth one, beside his pillow. A warm gentle light emanated from the surface of the Dragon Ball. A peaceful yet resilient energy belonging to the very rules of Earth seeped like a trickling stream into Daro's body, slowly repairing the existential cracks that threatened to shatter him. The fifth one. Krillin leaning against the doorframe, his voice steeped in exhaustion yet carrying a hint of relief. Bulma wiped her face, stood up and activated the Dragon Radar once more. The screen flickered and the signal scan spread across the globe. Moments later the radar image stabilized and one coordinate was highlighted, but the location furrowed everyone's brows. What place is this? Yamcha leaned closer to the screen, his face full of confusion. I've never heard of this location. Bulma enlarged the image, her expression growing grave. The data feedback from the radar is anomalous and chaotic. It doesn't lie within any normal geographical coordinate system, she said softly, pointing to the erratic parameters on the screen. The time dimension readings here are completely disordered, as if violently severed and isolated from the normal flow of history by a powerful force. A corner forgotten by time. We can only call it ancient ruins. Goku walked to the window, gazing out at the calm, boundless sea. Sunlight spread a sheet of shattered gold across the sea. He quietly clenched his fist. The last enemy was rules and concepts. Next, what awaits us is time and history. Their journey was far from over. The rhythm of the waves was the only melody, monotonous and relentless, scouring the shore and scouring the residual tremors deep within each heart. The white sand stretched into the first glimmer of dawn, a stillness so profound it felt almost illusory. On the makeshift medical bed Daluo lay like a statue bereft of soul. The rise and fall of his breath was so faint as to be nearly invisible, only the flickering green light on the monitor testified to the continuation of life. The eerie luminescence beneath his skin had calmed considerably, no longer writhing wildly, but had transformed into a more unsettling stillness, like the last dim red glow of dying embers. The only Dragon Ball was carefully placed over his heart, radiating a warm and persistent halo of light. That light covered him like a thin veil, striving to infuse the rules of Earth into his crumbling existential foundation, yet in the face of boundless darkness the radiance seemed so isolated and helpless. Bulma fixed the silver device known as the concept conductor to the bulkhead. Her fingers were steady but her lips were pressed white. The docking of the interface with the Dragon Ball's energy circuit was eerily quiet, with only a faint hum of electrical current. There's no time. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over every face gathered around the bed. The energy of this single Dragon Ball is just a drop in the bucket. His consciousness is slipping into deeper darkness. We can't afford slow repairs. She paused, lowering her voice further. We must find the next one. Now. Immediately. Ryukon's gaze slowly moved away from Daluo's bloodless face. He said nothing, but his clenched fist produced a series of faint cracking sounds from his knuckles, the noise starkly clear in the overly quiet room. Let's go. He finally spoke, his voice heavy like compressed lead. He bent down to pick up the conductor. Bring it. If what awaits us there is something that must be countered with concepts, then this might be the only weapon we can grasp. Kellen and Yamcha exchanged a glance and silently began to organize their equipment. Their movements of checking armor and adjusting their chi were skillful but somber. When their gaze fell back on Daluo, there were no words, only a settled, almost penitent determination. The aircraft almost crashed into that land. There was no normal landing process, it was as if after passing through a layer of viscous gel they abruptly halted on solid ground. Before them was a world ruled by yellow mist. The mist was so thick it could not be dispersed, rolling slowly, sucking away all vibrant colors, leaving only varying shades of murky yellow. The air drawn into the lungs had a strange texture, dry, stale, mingled with the dust of weathered rock and a deeper time-accumulated scent of decay. Time curvature readings are completely out of control. Bulma stared at the wildly fluctuating dashboard, the screen's light illuminating her tense jawline. This is not a normal space. Puer's body began to tremble unstably, its form switching between several vague biological outlines, finally settling into a strange insectoid shape with multiple wings and compound eyes. I will try to adapt to this frequency. His voice became fragmented with a metallic scraping echo. Ryukong was the first to step out of the hatch. The conductor at his waist grew scorching hot the moment he stepped into the mist. Chaos began from the first step. Their ears betrayed them first. Their own words just spoken were delayed, stretched and distorted before being fed back into their eardrums, forming layered endless corridors of echoes. A shout of "watch out" from Kellen would after a few seconds become a twisted "wah, tch, out," sending chills down the spine. What their eyes saw was even more nightmarish. The ruins ahead changed their age with each breath, one moment a fresh crack of recent collapse, the next covered in millennium-old moss, then in another moment weathered into pale gravel. Time has lost its flow here, become a wildly boiling chaotic mess. My delayed perception is completely messed up. Yamcha pressed his nearly exploding temples, staggering a step. He simultaneously saw the same stone in 3 different states, 3 seconds ago, now, and 5 seconds later. The torrent of information overwhelmed his proud battle instincts. They trudged through twisted senses, passing through a dead city. Giant vines strangled stone buildings, yellow sand buried the streets, everything frozen in some forgotten moment. There was no wind, the air was stagnant like lead. Only their own disordered footsteps and breaths were amplified in the dead silence. The attack came without warning. Those things seeped out from the memory of the stones themselves, translucent wavering apparitions of ancient warriors. They had no substance, no fluctuation of chi, and their movements jerked like a damaged film reel. But when the foremost phantom raised its blurry spear and thrust, a chill pierced through Wukong's battle suit straight to his marrow. It was not coldness of temperature, but a premonition of something more fundamental being rewound, being erased. Wukong sidestepped, delivering a probing hand chop through the phantom. The touch was empty and the phantom shattered into particles of light. However, those light particles did not dissipate, they strangely halted, flowed backward and reassembled in the air. In the blink of an eye, the phantom, as intact as before, lunged again, as if the previous attack had been completely deleted from the timeline. Normal attacks are useless. Kellen growled. The energy disk that shot from his fingertip traced a sapphire arc, slicing another phantom in half at the waist. The same scene repeated at the break, time flowed backward and the two halves reattached. They are using the time loop here to repair themselves. The number of phantoms seemed to be multiplying with each of their ineffective attacks, continuously precipitating from walls, ground and even the air, silently forming an encirclement. Wukong and Kellen stood back to back, being forced step by step deeper into the ruins until their heels touched a patch of unusually scorching ground. Behind them was a huge circular structure embedded in the ground, its surface not stone but a raging torrent of blue energy like liquid lightning. It emitted a low, gut-shaking roar. This was the source of all temporal chaos, the core of disorder. There are too many. We can't clear them all. Yamcha's fists and feet passed through the phantoms, only causing brief dispersion and immediate reassembly. A phantom's blade grazed his arm. No wound appeared, but that patch of skin eerily became covered in age spots, instantly then reverted to smoothness, leaving behind a weakness that penetrated to the bone. Wukong's peripheral vision caught the indicator light on his conductor starting to flash wildly, burning like a branding iron. He glanced at Kellen and Yamcha, almost overwhelmed by the phantoms, then at the roaring energy core. A mad, dangerous no-retreat thought crushed all hesitation. Kellen. Wukong's roar overpowered the energy's roar. Buy me 5 seconds. Full defense. Kellen didn't even hesitate for a moment. He abruptly took a deep breath and his entire chi erupted like an explosion, his face instantly turning red. Yeah. What his hands pushed out was not an attack wave but the conversion of all his energy into a hemispherical, dense and supremely condensed absolute barrier. The azure light wall temporarily separated them and the energy core from the sea of phantoms, its surface rippling wildly under the impact of countless phantoms on the verge of collapse. Wukong turned around, facing the raging energy core. The interface of the conductor glinted with cold, hard light. He gripped the device with both hands, raised it high, and then with all his strength drove it fiercely downward into the most chaotic and dazzling gap of the energy flow. Clang! An indescribable piercing shriek did not propagate through the air but exploded directly in the depths of every living being's consciousness. Even the mindless phantoms paused for an instant. At the Kame house in the medical bay, the lone dragon ball beside the pillow suddenly burst forth with a blinding light like the sun. Inside the Dragon Ball, the vast rule energy was frantically drawn by a brutal suction force, turning into a torrent that surged into the conductor's circuit. On the bed, Daoyuo's body arched violently as if electrocuted, his throat emitting a silent spasm. The rule power of the Dragon Ball, the remnants of chaotic dimensional concepts in his body and the raging temporal turbulence surging from the far end of the ruins, 3 utterly different and conflicting supreme forces using his fragile body as a battlefield, collided with a thunderous impact. At the core of the ruins, at the tip of the conductor piercing the energy source, a point of absolute blackness was born. That point of black rapidly expanded into a sphere that devoured everything. It had no color, no light, not even a sense of existence. It was simply nothingness, the concrete form of negation itself. The void pulse manifested here. Its expansion was silent. No storm, no shockwave. Where it passed, light bent and vanished, sound was erased, and even space itself slightly dented. Those phantoms born from the time loop the moment they were touched by this blackness were not destroyed or repelled, they were simply struck off the list of existence. No rewind, no repair, because the timeline that formed the basis of their existence had its qualification completely negated in the face of nothingness. Like an eraser wiping away pencil marks, the surging sea of phantoms vanished cleanly in absolute silence. Only an unusually clean open space remained, along with a circular mark on the ground, clear and shocking like a brand left after space was scorched. At the edge of the brand, reality was struggling to heal this wound. Behind the barrier, Kellen collapsed to his knees from exhaustion, the barrier dissolving into specks of light. He gasped heavily, but his pupils were trembling. In that instant when everything was negated and the temporal chaos briefly cleared, he saw, Chi perhaps could act on more than just matter and space. A vague yet shocking idea struck him. Wukong stumbled to the core, gripped the conductor with both hands and yanked it out violently. As the connection severed, the conductor turned cold. He felt the maddening sense of temporal dislocation rapidly receding, and the air began to flow again. But the hand holding the conductor trembled slightly. What they had just used was the fuel of Daluo's life. A dead silence enveloped the ruins deeper than before. The team, burdened with the fatigue and weight of having survived the ordeal, continued to advance toward the deepest part. Finally, in the center of a circular stone chamber with a towering dome, they saw it. A naturally formed stone platform, on it not a Dragon Ball but a three-dimensional star map composed of flowing, faintly glowing strange runes slowly rotating. The light illuminated the chamber and also illuminated the faces of the group, filled with vigilance and anticipation. Guidance. Will it be here? Yamucha's voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Wukong stepped forward, staring at the intricate and beautiful runes. He reached out his fingertip, trying to touch the flowing light to sense whether it contained coordinate information. Just as his fingertip was about to make contact with the light. Shriek. A piercing high-frequency impact that transcended the realm of sound, acting directly on the mind itself like a red-hot iron rod thrust into everyone's brain. After the intense stabbing pain, an avalanche of consciousness. Ugh. Yamucha clutched his head, his eyes instantly filled with confusion and pain. This. Where is this? Weren't we on the spaceship? When did we land? Where's Buer Ma? Buer Ma herself was pale. She shook her head, desperately trying to grasp the fragments slipping away in her mind. Coordinates. We came to find. Find what? Why can't I remember? Fear, true fear, began to creep up her spine. On the stone platform, the beautiful runic star map began to twist and melt. The characters flowed and mixed like spilled water, the patterns self-dismantled and reassembled, then faded and disappeared in large patches. This was not a physical attack, it was the final and most vicious defense of this forgotten land. It did not destroy the invaders' bodies but directly eroded, stripped and reset every memory related to the purpose of this journey. No. No. Look at it. Remember it. Buer Ma dug her nails into her palms, using pain to fight against the sense of nothingness assaulting her consciousness. Her eyes bloodshot, she stared fixedly at the fading runic light. No matter what we forget. We must carve what we saw into memory. Memory poured like quicksand through fingers, self-awareness swayed in the fog. They stood rooted to the spot, waging a final battle against the mighty force of time's oblivion, as the last glimmer of runes on the wall was irreversibly heading toward annihilation. The countdown had already begun. It was not a sound but a more thorough invasion. A sharp buzz erupted from the very depths of consciousness, like an ice pick plunging into warm brain matter, stirring the foundations of memory itself. The last remaining runic star chart on the stone platform before completing its self-destruction unleashed its ultimate attack, the deprivation of cognition itself. Ah. Head. My head. Yamcha was the first to collapse to his knees, both hands pressing fiercely against his temples, knuckles white. When he raised his head again, the sharpness of a warrior and the tacit understanding of the team had vanished from his eyes, leaving only the deepest bewilderment and vigilance. He looked at Krillin and Goku, who were a few steps away, and instinctively recoiled. Who are you? Why am I here? Yamcha. Look at me. You have to remember. Krillin lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him, but the images in his own mind were also fading and peeling away at an alarming speed. The adventures they had shared, the bonds forged in battle, even each other's names, all slipped through their fingers like tightly clenched sand. We're together. We're. 4. He opened his mouth, but the crucial reason, the figure lying unconscious, right on the tip of his tongue, dissolved into a blurry fog. Fear, cold and viscous, crawled up from the soles of his feet along his spine. It was not the fear of facing a powerful enemy, but the terror of one's own self dissolving. They could still sense the energy flowing within their bodies, their muscles still remembered the paths of combat. Yet the entire logical chain of why they fought and for whom they came was being snipped and pulled away strand by an invisible hand. Zzz. Crackle. Don't forget. Can you hear me? You are warriors. Searching for the Dragon Balls. For Daoyuo. Remember Daoyuo. Bulma's hoarse tear-choked shout came through the severely disrupted communicator, intermittent yet persistent, a solitary flickering beacon in this wasteland of cognition. Duh. Luo. Goku's hand unconsciously pressed against his own chest. There was no pain from injury, but a heavy hollow ache resided there, reminding him that something extremely important had been lost. The name was foreign, the connection severed, yet a more primal instinct embedded deep in the marrow roared, "Do not stop. You must press forward. Must find. Save. Must save." On the stone platform, the last remnants of the runic star chart did not fully extinguish but fell into a bizarre self-devouring loop. The light flowed like a broken stream, characters and patterns drifted, scattered, then struggled to reassemble, but each reconstitution was utterly different and even more fragmented. It was like a runaway projector slicing key information into countless shards and flashing them wildly across different time frames. A pattern. There is a pattern. Puer's voice was sharp and urgent. His compound eyes caught a rhythm imperceptible to humans in the chaos. Coordinate information. The complete coordinates appear only for 0. 3 seconds after each cycle reset. A flash and gone. How do we catch it? Our eyes can't keep up and the instruments are jammed by the rules here. Yamcha roared, clutching his head. Now he only remembered being a lost traveler in a strange land, anxious and helpless. Krillin stared fixedly at the chaotic light, his pupils contracting with intense focus. When the void pulse erupted, the ultimate stillness of all things returning to nothing, the flow of time briefly cleared, that image like a brand rekindled in his near-collapsing mind. It's not destruction. It's a reset. Not grabbing but stopping. Krillin suddenly straightened, though his memories were still draining the 1,000 times refined focus of a martial artist forcibly gathered. Trembling, he raised his hands, palms facing each other. The condensed energy no longer took the form of a sharp destructo disc, but instead became an extremely tiny, highly compressed azure sphere, precise as a clockwork mechanism. Its purpose was not destruction but intervention and freezing. Bulma. Krillin shouted into the communicator, his voice hoarse from extreme mental strain. Calculate the cycle gap. Give me the final sync signal. There was a brief agonizing silence on the other end, then the sound of Bulma inhaling as she forced herself to calm down. Cycle period. 2. 7 seconds. Coordinate window. Now. 3, 2, 1, now. At the instant when the flowing runic light on the stone platform completed one collapse and was about to reassemble in the next time frame, Krillin gently inserted the exquisitely precise conceptual energy into an invisible node of the star chart's energy flow like a surgeon. Instantaneous interception, targeted intervention. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no sharp sound of matter being cut. Only the wildly flickering light on the platform, like a rushing torrent suddenly frozen by a pause button, came to a halt. The complex astrological symbols, twisted meridians and crucial coordinate numbers, at the moment of their most complete appearance, were forcibly cut out of the time loop, floating clearly and steadily in the air for a full 3 seconds. The pattern. The direction. Goku's combat instincts overwhelmed all confusion. Without hesitation he bent down, quickly dipped his finger in the dust on the ground and began to meticulously sketch and trace the frozen pattern before him on the hard stone floor. Every stroke was precise and swift. Once the 3 seconds passed, the forcibly interrupted energy flow rebounded with a roar. The frozen runic image exploded into a shower of disordered light particles. The entire stone platform, as if its last strength had been spent, went completely dark, cracked and crumbled into a pile of ordinary gravel. But the information had been seized. Underground. The coordinates point to the deepest level of the ruins. Bulma's voice rose with excitement and tension. She rapidly analyzed the images transmitted through Goku's helmet camera. Energy readings are abnormally concentrated. There's a high-intensity conceptual entity reaction there. It's guarding the Dragon Ball. Its composition. Is delusion, fear and everything forgotten. It might be a collection of these negative concepts. Guided by the inscribed coordinates, they found the entrance, a deep cave hidden in the darkest corner of the ruins, half covered by damp boulders and viscous black mud that seemed alive. There was no other path. The shadow of oblivion chased them from behind, so they could only leap into the darkness stretching downward. The descending passage was not vertical but twisted and spiraled. Moisture condensed on the cave walls and the sound of dripping droplets amplified in the dead silence. The sensation of time distortion had vanished here, replaced by a sticky penetrating mental pressure. It felt as if the air itself had weight compressing the chest and consciousness. On the rock walls of the passage, rough and ancient reliefs began to appear. The patterns were abstract and twisted, not depicting concrete things but rather expressing an eternal hunger and endless possessiveness and a pleasure of sinking. Staring at them for too long bred irritation and a faint dizziness. When their feet finally touched relatively flat ground again, they had reached the bottom of the cave. Before them was not the grand underground palace they had imagined, but a vast space of immeasurable boundaries filled with an impenetrably thick black mist. The mist rolled slowly, absorbing all light. Only in the center of this absolute darkness did a warm, gentle orange-yellow light stubbornly flicker, the sixth Dragon Ball. The feeling here is very bad. Goku felt goosebumps rise on his skin, not from the cold but from a chill and repulsion that acted directly on the spiritual level. There was no physical enemy here, yet it was more hair-raising than facing 1,000 troops. As if responding to their arrival, the churning black mist in the center of the space began to writhe violently, converge and take shape. A tall, slender shadow, its outline constantly adjusting and never allowing anyone to see its specific details, gradually rose. It had no facial features, no distinct limbs, but everyone who looked at it felt an icy gaze pierce through their eyes, landing directly on the deepest, most unwillingly touched corner of their soul. Xin Yuan Zhu Zai, the sovereign of the heart's abyss. No sound was uttered, but its very existence was a silent spiritual roar, wave after wave crashing against the visitor's already fragile psychological defenses weakened by memory loss. The attack began. It did not emit energy but directly cast bait into the exposed gaps in their minds caused by fading memories weaving illusions. Yamcha's charging steps abruptly halted. The alertness and confusion on his face melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by an incredible ecstasy and satisfaction. The darkness before him transformed into a martial arts tournament arena under the spotlight with deafening cheers. He stood in the center, a golden belt gleaming. Below the stage, Goku and Krillin looked up at him with a pure admiration and envy he had never seen before. I did it. I am the champion. The strongest hero. Yamcha murmured to himself, his smile growing wider. He completely forgot the danger he was in, the purpose of his journey, and even his own true self, wanting only to remain forever immersed in this illusory glory. Goku also stopped. The sharp aura around him unconsciously relaxed. The black mist unfolded a peaceful, serene picture for him in front of the small cottage on Mount Paozu, with smoke curling upward. Daluo, a figure whose name and face he had almost forgotten yet still felt familiar, was skillfully roasting a delicious prey, the aroma wafting. Chi-Chi and Gohan were nearby, their laughter crisp. A gentle voice like a mother's whisper sounded directly in his weary heart. You've worked hard, Goku. Everything is over. You have won the final piece. Look, home is right here. Your battle can end. Goku's mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. His gaze softened with longing and he took a step forward as if about to step into that warm illusory light. Krillin's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. His memory fragments were fading the fastest. Bulma's shouts and Daluo's face had blurred into distant background noise. What supported him was only a constantly dissipating obsession. We are saving someone. What is all this for? Self-doubt and a sense of emptiness coiled around him like the black mist, dragging him into the abyss of surrender. At that moment, from the blurry body of the sovereign of the heart's abyss, a giant hand made of the thickest black mist, its edges constantly dissipating and reforming, reached out silently yet with lightning speed toward Goku, who was immersed in the illusion of homecoming. A cold, seductive voice directly implanted into their minds echoed in everyone's hearts, "Give up, lost traveler. You have already forgotten why you raised your fist. What meaning is there in battle? Eternal peace is here." No. Krillin suddenly bit his own tongue. The sharp pain like a bolt of lightning split the chaos of his consciousness. In the desperate situation where memories were nearly wiped clean, in the void where he could barely recall even his comrades' names, he used his last strength to squeeze out a broken yet deafening roar from the depths of his soul. For the one who is still waiting for us. The roar echoed in the dark space. The final battle against the deepest inner illusions and total oblivion at this moment on the ruins of memory suddenly erupted. What they were fighting for was not only the Dragon Ball but also the meaning of being themselves. For the sake of that one who's still waiting for us. Krillin's roar like a rough-edged stone slammed into the silent pitch-black space and into the depths of their nearly sinking consciousness. Within Goku's flawless illusion this shout transformed into a sharp undeniable noise. In the gentle breeze of Mount Paozu a grating metallic screech suddenly intruded at the sight of Daluo handing him roasted meat froze for an imperceptible frame and the perfect smile on his face cracked at the edges with an inhuman distortion. "What's wrong, Goku?" The gentle voice spoke again but now carried a hint of urgency. "Come, this is where you truly belong. Forget those painful responsibilities." Goku's outstretched hand hung in midair. The suppressed dissonance in his heart like a hidden reef was violently breached by that roar. The warmth remained but now felt sticky and suspicious. Within Yamcha's champion illusion the roar became the tearing sound of the stadium's dome. The deafening cheers distorted into a broken record. Below the envious looks of Goku and Krillin turned hollow and lifeless like two meticulously dressed but soulless puppets. The golden championship belt around his waist once heavy and solid now felt icy cold digging into his ribs. The Abyss Lord sensed the praise struggle. The thick black mist roiled violently and the invisible mental pressure multiplied exponentially. It sought to crush this dangerous flicker of awakening. Before Goku the pastoral scene grew more saturated and cloying almost spilling over its false boundaries the cheers in Yamcha's ears were amplified to a deafening roar trying to drown the single real noise. "Sleep. Embrace the eternal dream. Waking brings only endless void and duty." The seductive whisper turned cold and viscous like countless slimy tentacles trying to rewrap the cocoon of consciousness that had just cracked open and drag it deeper. Just as Goku's spirit was about to be swallowed by another wave of sweet temptation his clenched fist held in instinctive alert accidentally brushed against a hard cold object at his waist, the concept conductor. Buzz. A faint but high-frequency pulse sharp enough to tear nerves suddenly stabbed into his body through the contact point. This was not a physical shock, it was a resonant rejection of logical fallacy and existential fraud transmitted across vast distances from Daluo's coma-ridden body on the Kame House bed through the Dragon Balls and the conductor. It was absolute reason's direct counterattack against falsehood. The pulse like a red-hot needle pierced the soft candy coating around his consciousness bringing cold clear agony. "Ah!" Goku grunted his pupils contracting to pinpricks. The scene before him began to twist and melt. Daluo's gentle face turned into a writhing shadow the fragrant roasted meat revealed its rotten mud essence and the cozy hut's outline collapsed into jagged rocks. All false warmth was stripped away leaving only the cold and fury of disillusionment. "Peace." Goku lowered his head his voice emerging from deep in his throat low but containing a volcano about to erupt has never been won through forgetting and dreaming. He jerked his head up the last trace of confusion in his eyes utterly consumed replaced by a willfire purer and hotter than Super Saiyan's golden light, the awakening light of rediscovering his true self. "My battle cannot end here." With a roar Goku unleashed a fist that held all his will and fury against the crumbling false happiness before him and the invisible hand manipulating it all. This punch was aimed not at flesh but at the concept of deception sustaining the illusion. Crack, boom. Like a 10,000-ton hammer smashing into a crystal palace. The Mount Paozu illusion the family warmth the promise of eternal peace, all shattered into countless glittering fragments under the pure real will contained in that punch. A powerful psychic shockwave exploded from Goku rudely dispelling the sticky black mist around him. As the shockwave passed Yamcha still immersed in his champion dream was struck as if by lightning. He trembled violently and the fanaticism and confusion in his eyes faded instantly replaced by belated shock and rage. He stared at his empty hands and the cold rock beneath his feet cold sweat instantly soaking his battle suit. The illusion crumbled. The three stood back to back on the cold cave floor. Though memory was still fragmented the core concepts of Daluo the Dragon Balls and salvation had re-anchored their consciousness. Shame and rage burned in their chests. Yet the Abyss Lord's true form remained hidden behind the surging black mist as if formless and intangible. It let out a silent offended shriek. The surrounding darkness boiled more violently and countless twisted anguished faces, stitched from fragments of their memories, emerged and wailed trying to pollute their newly awakened wills with fear. Physical attacks are useless. It hides behind concepts. Krillin's energy disk spun rapidly its azure arc flickering but found no solid target to lock onto. No, it has a body. Goku gripped the concept conductor now intensely hot with flashing indicators his eyes sharp as a blade. A pathetic creature that dares not show its true face. At that moment at the Kame House. In the quiet medpod only the rhythmic beeping of instruments. The unconscious Daluo frowned, his body twitching slightly. Beside his pillow the single Dragon Ball seemed to sense the distant nauseating logical pollution and cognitive fraud and began to hum low and angrily, its light flickering unevenly. Though his consciousness was deeply unconscious, Daluo's soul, tempered by dimensional collapse and sensitive to rule errors, reached through the subtle connection of the concept conductor across mountains and rivers, precisely touching the Abyss Lord's existential logic. Its mode of operation, distorting others' cognition, feeding on fear and forgetfulness, was in his perception nothing but a hideous filthy bug parasitizing the universe's rules. Must be corrected. In the relic cave the conductor in Goku's hands suddenly emitted a crisp soul-piercing ring. An invisible ripple, its color imperceptible but creating a strange transparent concave effect, swept forward in a fan shape from the conductor. This was not an energy attack, it was the purest power of rule analysis and logical disenchantment from the Kamehameha, originating from Daluo's innate existence. What followed was the ultimate exposure of falsehood. Where the ripple passed it was like the strongest developer splashed on lies written in invisible ink. The ghastly faces, the surging black mist, the suffocating pressure illusions, like snow under sunlight or peeling cheap paint, melted, faded and collapsed. All disguises were forcibly stripped, all adornments ruthlessly removed. The mist cleared and the Abyss Lord revealed its pitiful true form. Hovering in midair was not some unspeakable horror but a fist-sized wrinkled wriggling ugly tumor resembling a decaying shriveled growth. Its surface was branded with twisted runes of greed, deceit and oblivion, now trembling violently in terror under the gaze of truth. This is the thing that nearly made us break down. Yamcha's eyes widened, then a surge of fury at being toyed with by such a tiny creature rushed to his head. It was not powerful but extremely cunning, adept at exploiting the cracks in human hearts and disguising itself as an invincible nightmare. And Daluo, thousands of miles away with only a faint subconscious link, used a single manifestation technique to mercilessly tear off its mask, reducing it to its dirty base form. Just a parasite hiding in the shadows. Krillin's voice was cold, the last trace of doubt gone, his energy discs light, steady and chilling. The exposed tumor let out a despairing inhuman shriek, trying to muster its last strength to gather the black mist again. No way. Yamcha's figure turned into a gust of wind, multiple afterimages sealing all escape routes. Wolf Fang Fist. The dense rain of punches did not directly strike the tumor but hit the space and energy connection points around it, bouncing it like a ball toward a predetermined position. Instantaneous interception, concept isolation. Krillin, timing perfectly, didn't throw his energy disc but instantly split and expanded it into an extremely thin yet tough azure energy net, gently but firmly enveloping the tumor. This net severed its last connection to the relic's fear field, cutting off its energy source. The tumor's shriek stopped abruptly as if strangled, and the runes on its surface quickly dimmed. The final blow for all the souls it fooled. Goku had been charging. His hands cupped at his side, a brilliant blue sphere rapidly expanding, illuminating the entire cave. In that light was the fury of being toyed with by illusions, the relief of breaking free from oblivion, and the deepest promise to the distant unconscious comrade. Ha! A torrent of light surged forth, instantly engulfing the trembling ugly tumor that had lost its anchor. No explosion, no residue. Under the wash of pure energy the Abyss Lord, along with all the lies and deception it carried, was utterly purified, annihilated, returning to nothingness. The oppressive feeling vanished. Though the cave remained dark and damp, the lingering spiritual gloom had completely disappeared and the air returned to normal. Puar! Yamcha called. A rock in the corner shifted and the blue cat, Puar, eyes brimming with tears, pounced into his arms, sobbing, Yamcha-sama. Memory. It's all back. Good. Goku walked to the center of the cave and picked up the sixth Dragon Ball, which had been quietly glowing with warm orange light throughout the battle. The smooth sphere felt real, dispelling the last chill of falsehood. One more left. He clutched the Dragon Ball tightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick earth to the distant east. Hold on, Daluo. We'll bring the last medicine back soon. At that moment the dragon radar at his waist and the Dragon Ball in his hands suddenly resonated strongly, emitting urgent beeps. Bulma's voice came through the communicator again, clear but with unmistakable shock and gravity. Goku. Signal locked. The last Dragon Ball. Where? Is there a lower level to this ruin? Krillin leaned in. No. Not anywhere, on the ground. Bulma's voice was dry, she was clearly double-checking the data. The radar shows the position. Directly above the Tianshan Temple. Not a metaphor but the absolute physical coordinates upward. And that height is beyond the dimensional scope of the mortal realm represented by the Tianshan Temple. That is. The legendary realm even the celestial god cannot reach, forbidden for mortals, the Chaotian realm. Goku slowly raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce the cave ceiling through the clouds toward the highest unreachable sky. Higher than the temple where the celestial god resides. This journey that began with dimensions traversed time and overcame inner demons now pointed to a final destination above the gods in the forbidden heavens. The moment he burst out of the relic cave, the sixth Dragon Ball clenched in Wukong's hand emitted a scorching radiance that pierced the clouds. The power of the six Dragon Balls formed a violent energy resonance field in the void. This energy resonated with a signal from the distant super heaven realm, completely tearing the boundaries of the mortal world apart. Mr. Popo initiated an emergency teleportation. Wukong, Kellen, Yamcha, Bulma carrying the sixth Dragon Ball and Dalo's medical pod carrying the 5 Dragon Balls were simultaneously transferred from 2 locations to the Temple of Kami. The 6 Dragon Balls achieved their first perfect physical convergence on the sacred altar at the center of the temple. In the middle of the altar, Dalo's medical pod was tightly encircled by the power of the 6 Dragon Balls. Kami issued a grave warning: once the Rainbow Bridge is opened, it will attempt to draw the very logic of your existence into the super heaven realm for a review. Kellen and Yamcha voluntarily stepped forward to the altar, sharing the heavy burden of stabilizing the Rainbow Bridge. We are the steady line of defense, they pledged firmly. Wukong gazed deeply at the elder brother sleeping in the medical pod. The profound debt of gratitude and responsibility as vast as a mountain was his sole purpose and reason for this journey. He gripped the conduit tightly and resolutely stepped onto the bridge of light. Wukong found himself in a white space of absolute purity and logic, the primordial record chamber of order. Before him the order reflector materialized as a flawless mirror image of Wukong. It did not attack, it merely denied the logical validity of Dalo's existence. Mortal, you bring the power of rules to save a paradox of the rules. The reflector declared calmly, prove why the one you protect, a flawed existence that threatens the cosmic order, deserves to be saved by the universe's order. Wukong attempted to prove himself through force, but every attack was neutralized by the reflector in a more perfect manner. He realized he must defeat this absolute logic with conviction. Wukong abandoned force, retracting all his ki and standing still. I admit I don't understand order nor the balance of the universe. His voice was calm yet resolute. I cannot prove the logical necessity of my elder brother's existence because he is chaos itself. He placed his hands over his chest, not gathering ki but channeling the most cherished stubborn and disorderly belief of a mortal. The conduit in his hand no longer flowed with energy, instead it began to pulse in sync with his heartbeat, emitting a warm pulse-like glow. If maintaining the so-called order means I must abandon my brother, then I reject your order. Wukong suddenly thrust this unconditional faith in blood and family through the conceptual conduit, hurling it with all his might at the reflector. What my elder brother means to me transcends any of your cold rules. My brother's life is my rule. This illogical disorder torrent of emotion crashed into the reflector's glacial logic like molten magma. The reflector's perfect form trembled violently, its light flickering. This disorderly blood-defined stubbornness. It has surpassed the logical scope of rules. The reflector finally judged, you have proven that chaos is a prerequisite for life. You have obtained permission. The reflector accepted Wukong's conviction, but it did not directly grant the Dragon Ball. Where it dissipated, the 7th Dragon Ball manifested, not as an ordinary sphere but as a core of light embedded in the ground of the super heaven realm, the rule core of this dimension. The reflector's fading voice echoed, permission granted, but extraction will incur backlash. Wukong understood that taking this Dragon Ball meant stealing the foundation of the dimension's existence. He must fill the void it left with absolute conviction. Wukong lowered his stance, gathering all his will into his palm. He recalled the image of his elder brother Dalo teaching him martial arts, the earliest and purest order in his life. At that moment, as the rule core was shaken, the entire super heaven realm began to tremble violently. Below, the temporarily sealed void opened like a greedy maw, its suction force surging and piercing through dimensions straight to the temple of Kami. Through his ki sense, Wukong saw the sacred altar in the temple already cracking, the light of the 6 Dragon Balls flickering wildly, and Kellen and Yamcha's faces twisted as they strained with all their might against the terrifying suction that threatened to drag them and Dalo into the void. If the void of the rules must be filled, a fierce flame ignited in Wukong's eyes, then let my existence fill it. He poured the self-order forged from familial bonds into his arms. He roared and plunged his hand deep into the blinding rule core. A deafening boom echoed. The dimension groaned under unbearable strain. As Wukong forcibly pulled out the Dragon Ball, the space of the super heaven realm immediately formed a pitch-black bottomless rule void at the spot left by the Dragon Ball. This void spread downward, instantly piercing through dimensions, heading straight for the Temple of Kami. The final consciousness of the reflector counterattacked, attempting to use this void to completely absorb the anchor below, Dallo and the 6 Dragon Balls, into the Super Heaven realm as an equivalent exchange for stealing the rule core. Don't even think about it. Wukong roared, using every ounce of his strength to smash the newly acquired 7th Dragon Ball into the void. The rule power of the Dragon Ball instantly contended with the void, temporarily sealing the downward spreading suction. In the final moment of dimensional tremor, the reflector left its ultimate prophecy: you have gathered the order. To fully restore him, you must find a chaotic power that can match the 7 rule sources. The true threat lies not in the past but after you make your wish. The conceptual rainbow bridge collapsed in extreme distortion, and Wukong, carrying all 7 Dragon Balls and the final prophecy, was hurled back to the Temple of Kami. Wukong, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, crashed heavily beside the altar of the Temple of the Gods amidst the violent collapse of the dimensional rainbow bridge. He struggled to support himself with trembling hands, every breath wrenching at his ribs. The blood he coughed up splattered on the cracked altar, exuding the familiar metallic scent of battle. The surroundings were apocalyptic. The pristine white floor of the temple was fissured like a vast spiderweb, with dark scorched fumes seeping from the depths of the cracks, as if the sacred domain itself was rotting from within. Kellen and Yamucha were withered, their breaths as faint as dying embers. They struggled with all their might to avoid being sucked into the void, supporting their bodies with their arms, each tremor causing fresh beads of blood to seep from their wounds. Wukong placed the 7th Dragon Ball, still warm with his body heat, into the altar. A resonant hum arose from the 7 Dragon Balls. The energy of order surged like 7 pure torrents rushing into the medical pod at the center. The halo illuminated Daluo's sleeping face, making it almost translucent. Yet Daluo remained asleep inside the pod. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, but the layer of rule error enveloping him writhed and contracted like a living shadow under the assault of orderly energy stubbornly rooted in the deepest part of his soul. Why hasn't Big Brother woken up? Wukong spun around to face Kami, his eyes blazing with barely contained anxiety. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and his nails dug deep into his palms. The hem of Kami's sky-blue robe was stained and corroded by the black energy seeping from the cracks. Every wrinkle on his aged face was etched with despair. The power of order can only stabilize him but cannot reshape him. To heal him, what is needed is not correction but ignition. You must find a chaotic energy equivalent to order, a spark that can break the balance. Like using fire to ignite fire. Mr. Popo silently pointed toward the depths of the temple. There, an ancient magic vessel covered with strange runes emitted an ominous blue glow like a slowly pulsating heart. That is the source of chaos. Mr. Popo's voice was as dry as sandpaper. The core of the Mafuba. Within it is sealed the ultimate reverse demonic nature capable of distorting the laws of reality. It is the forbidden taboo of this world. But now it is your only hope. Mr. Popo's gaze finally fell upon Wukong, and for the first time those perpetually calm eyes revealed a painful ripple. Wukong, only your flying nimbus can barely endure this process. Mr. Popo's tone was as heavy as lead. It is formed from the highest benevolence and purest chi, the only vessel that might temporarily contain the demonic nature without immediate collapse. Wukong froze. He did not see the familiar golden glow, but he could feel it. In the distant clear sky, that loyal companion was silently, eternally waiting for his call. He slowly closed his eyes, but in his mind flashed the very first moment Goei Shenren's aged hand gently stroking the fluffy warm golden cloud, saying to him, "It is the wings of your innocence, boy." The next second, from the softest corner of his heart, he softly called out, "Flying Nimbus." Within seconds a brilliant golden light arrived as promised, gently piercing the mist that shrouded the top of the Temple of the Gods. The flying nimbus, carrying that familiar and reassuring warm breeze, floated lightly before Wukong, nuzzling his cheek affectionately, emitting a soft hum as if asking, "Where are we off to adventure?" Wukong reached out with trembling fingers, sinking them deep into its warm fluffy edge. The touch reminded him of the afternoon sun on Mount Paozu, the falls he took when he first learned to ride it, and every free morning when it carried him through the sea of clouds chasing the horizon. This was Goei Shenren's first gift to him, the proof of the beginning of his martial arts journey, the covenant between his childhood and the sky. Now that covenant would be used to pay the most cruel price to save his brother. Wukong, once the extraction of chaos begins, its essence will be completely corrupted. Kami's voice was old and broken. It will no longer be your flying nimbus. Wukong did not answer. He only pressed his hands more tightly, almost greedily, against the warm body of the flying nimbus, then raised his head, his eyes filled with an unyielding determination to burn everything for his elder brother. "I accept. Please begin." Kami and Mr. Popo set up a forbidden array on the altar. As Kami's ancient obscure incantation echoed through the hall, the blue glow of the magic vessel flared intensely. The moment the lid trembled, a viscous black energy as thick as 10,000 tons of demonic blood gushed out. It carried the piercing shrieks of billions of lost souls, emitting the smell of sulfur and decay that corrodes the soul, transforming into a twisted torrent that roared toward the pure golden mass at the center of the array. The flying nimbus rolled and shrank violently within the array. It no longer emitted the gentle hum of wind, but a piercing, heart-wrenching wail like a fledgling being torn apart alive. Wukong watched helplessly as the bright warm golden texture was crazily burned, corroded and covered by the filthy black, as if witnessing an entire clear sky being painted black by despairing ink. The moment the last glimmer of gold extinguished the flying nimbus, know that thing, became a suspended mass of demonic energy constantly exploding with black lightning. It was cold, dead, exuding only pure destructive desire, causing the orderly runes around the altar to flicker, moan and tremble. Wukong took a deep breath. The air was icy and piercing. His hands seemed to still retain the last warm touch of the flying nimbus, as well as the nauseating coldness of the demonic chaos. He placed the 7 dragon balls and the disfigured cloud now wrapped in black energy together at the center of the altar. As Kami uttered the final weighty syllable, 7 beams of light brighter than the sun burst through the temple's dome, tore through dimensions and illuminated the endless sea of stars. Come forth, Shenlong. Above the temple of the gods, the cosmic curtain was forcibly torn open. A presence heavier than a mountain, more ancient than the deep sea, pressed down. Shenlong's massive body materialized within the torn spacetime. Every Saiyan scale reflected the cold dark light of the cosmos. Its descending shadow swallowed all light within the temple. The air turned to iron, gravity seemed to double, pressing Kellen and Yamucha almost to the ground. Shenlong slowly lowered its mountain-like head. Its enormous vertical pupils held no mercy, only the absolute cold law of the turning stars. Wukong looked up and screamed the wish with all his strength. Shenlong, please heal my elder brother Daluo. Free him from the shackles of the rules and let him awaken completely. Shenlong's voice thundered, no longer the deep resonance of the past, but cold and majestic like metal grinding. Every word struck like an imprint of law upon each soul. Mortal, your wish has touched the very foundation of cosmic law. You have brought the source of order and offered the fuse of chaos. The life and karma of the mortal realm cannot bear such a level of correction. In its huge pupils the flow of stars suddenly accelerated. Law must be balanced. Shenlong's words pierced the temple like icy arrows. The color drained from Wukong's face. He turned abruptly, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the dying Kellen, trembling Yamucha, and finally landing on Kami, who was aged, weak and barely standing. Every one of them was a loved one he would give his life to protect. Shenlong's voice pronounced the final price. Daluo's life form will be corrected. But the rule error in his soul is the fruit of a causal paradox. It cannot vanish into nothingness. It must be transferred to an existence with the deepest blood or bond connection to you, one who is completely willing to bear the backlash of this chaos. Otherwise the wish cannot be fulfilled. The air before the altar froze into eternal ice. In Wukong's mind images flashed wildly. Kami's withered face as he poured his divine power into the medical pod, Mr. Popo's silhouette silently guarding the temple for millennia, Kellen and Yamucha's smiling faces as they fought alongside him. And himself, bearing the backlash of a cosmic-level error. That might be worse than death, eternal distortion and exile. Wukong opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked by lava. This was the first time on his martial arts path that he felt such profound helplessness and hesitation. It was not a choice to sacrifice himself, but to bring disaster upon one of his closest ones. In the absolute silence of that moment, when the scales of fate swung violently and Wukong's mind was nearly torn apart, boom! Without any warning, the altar floor at the center of the temple burst upward like a fragile eggshell. A pillar of black energy as viscous as tar and reeking of rotting flesh carried countless twisted, resentful faces shot straight up from the abyss of the mortal world, striking precisely and blasphemously at the center of Shenlong's unguarded head. That was not an attack, but a devouring and defilement of holiness and order itself. Awe! Shenlong let out a mountain-shattering, agonized roar never heard since the dawn of creation. Its massive body writhed and convulsed wildly in the air, splendid scales peeling off and annihilating in large patches. Under the despairing gaze of the crowd, the eternal immortal body rapidly disintegrated into flying stardust starting from the struck head. Wukong, quickly! Decide who to transfer it to. Kami lunged forward, unleashing a heartrending scream, but his voice was completely drowned by the demonic energy's violent shriek. Too late. Shenlong's enormous body fully disintegrated, turning into 7 dim streaks of light that shot weakly toward different corners of the universe like a heavy sigh. And from the black pillar that had torn the boundary between gods and men a colossal ferocious figure stepped onto the ruins of the temple of the gods, riding the rhythm of destruction accompanied by a piercing malicious and ecstatic sneer. Baek Daimao. His scarlet gaze like the greediest predator passed over the dust and ruins past the stunned crowd and locked firmly onto Daluo still sleeping on the altar as if appraising a rare treasure. Ha 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 ha. Thank you my dear other self. Thank you for your pitiful mercy which broke the final seal for me. Baek Daimao extended his long tongue licking his sharp teeth and let out a hoarse satisfied sigh. This body containing the perfect error is the most ideal vessel I could wish for to compose a new symphony of destruction. Piccolo Daimao's figure bore down like a mountain, his surging demonic pressure not only devouring the light but also thickening the air into a viscous mire. The shattered light particles of the divine dragon quickly extinguished in this pure darkness as if they had never existed. The air was thick with the mingled stench of sulfur and rotting flesh nauseating. Kuririn and Yamcha were pinned by the terrifying pressure, feeling their bones creak and each heartbeat as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. They watched helplessly as the 7 Dragon Balls which held the power of cosmic order rolled and scattered around the altar's edge, their light dimmed to ashen gray as if drained of their souls. Kami, you are always so foolish. Piccolo Daimao's voice was piercing, filled with the malicious scrape of metal. His scarlet gaze pure with greed swept past everyone and locked onto Daro, who lay in the medical pod as if admiring a priceless treasure. This body is perfect. The Demon King's voice was hoarse and feverish, trembling with the discovery of an ultimate secret. It contains an immaculate rule error. An ownerless paradox, a sole anchor that can let me completely break free from your pitiful half-self and transcend all causal order. Once I claim it, I will no longer be Piccolo Daimao. He spread his arms, demonic energy surging. I will be the master of chaos itself. Kami trembled violently, his aged face pale as paper under the demonic glow. He instantly grasped Piccolo's full intent. Daro's aberrant body was the key to evolution that Piccolo sought for himself, a path to ultimate evil. Despair cut deeper than the temple's cracks. Piccolo Daimao said no more. He reached out his enormous claw covered in rugged horns and ominous black aura straight for the scattered Dragon Balls around the altar. He would use the residual energy of these order-bound creations as an aid and sacrifice to seize the perfect vessel. Don't even think about it. In the absolute suffocating despair, a single figure moved. Goku, enduring the tearing pain in his ribs, rolled and charged through the gaps in the rubble and demonic pressure. His goal was clear: first the 4-star Dragon Ball that had rolled into a corner. He reached it first, clutching it tightly in his palm before the demonic claw could envelop it. The Dragon Ball was cold, yet it seemed to retain the warmth of his grandfather's son Gohan's hand. This faint warmth was the pillar of faith that he could not lose, a symbol of family and origin. Then his gaze turned resolute to the mass beside him, the cloud that had transformed from nimbus, now crackling with black arcs and radiating pure destruction, a demonic cloud. His fingers instinctively curled a living being's innate resistance to destruction and evil. But the next second the image of his elder brother Daro's pained furrowed brow in sleep collided in his mind with Piccolo's blasphemous grin, shattering the last shred of hesitation. The demonic essence is mine. He growled, the sound not a victory declaration but a farewell, pushing part of his soul into the abyss, severing all retreat. He thrust his hand out, grabbing the freezing, bone-chilling mass that constantly tried to corrupt its toucher. A searing pain of burning and freezing instantly exploded up his arm like thousands of poisoned ice needles, drilling into his blood vessels and straight to his brain. The sharp evil will within the demonic essence transformed into countless whispers of temptation and destruction, frenziedly assaulting the walls of his mind. Yet Goku's unwavering obsession with his elder brother and his burning rage against the Demon King before him coalesced into a pure, stubborn, unshakable will of self, like a rock standing firm in the storm, temporarily suppressing the chaotic backlash. Kami, witnessing this, his eyes wide and tearing, screamed in utter despair, "Goku! Let it go! That is forbidden! It will pollute and tear your soul apart!" But Mr. Popo's dark face bore a tragic dawn-like light. His voice overpowered Kami's warning, hammering into Goku's ears clearly and heavily, "Goku! Grab it! It is the opposite of the evil containment wave, the sealed chaos itself. Now it is the only power that can fight against his chaos. Use it. Only you can use it." In Goku's eyes the last trace of hesitation died, replaced by the fierce light of burning bridges. Without a moment's more doubt he pressed the howling, struggling black demonic cloud, like sealing a boiling heart, fiercely against his own chest. Boom! This was not absorption, it was an inner cosmic explosion. A wild current of ice and fire brimming with destructive desire erupted from the point of contact, instantly spreading to every meridian and cell in his body. Goku's young body trembled violently, unable to bear it. His muscles swelled and bulged against reason under the savage drive of chaotic energy, and blue veins writhed like black dragons under his skin. Black lightning no longer coiled around him, it burst from his pores, wrapping him in a humanoid violent storm of energy. Deep in his pupils a glint of demonic scarlet fury suddenly lit up, trying to dominate this body. But the red light flickered only for an instant, then was suppressed and devoured by the deeper stubborn black eyes like an eternal night star. He raised his head, and the roar that escaped was half a scream of unbearable agony, half a savage bellow to shatter all enemies. The voice carried the distinctive rule-reversing property of the evil containment wave, making order tremble, and shot straight at Piccolo Daimao. Seeking death. Piccolo Daimao was first startled, then revealed a contemptuous sneer. He swung his mountain-like demonic claw with the momentum to crush space toward Goku. A brief, intense, utterly destructive close-quarters battle erupted on the ruins of the Temple of Heaven. It was no longer righteousness against evil, but a paradoxical, fateful battle between a cornered hero of order forced to wield chaotic power and the avatar of chaos itself. Goku's speed surpassed visual afterimages, turning into ghostly black lightning. Every punch and kick was wrapped in savage black arcs, not only astonishing in power but also carrying the same source-repelling anti-rule property, precisely and ruthlessly hitting Piccolo Daimao's joints and energy nodes. This attack caused the Demon King unprecedented fundamental pain and fury, as if his own existence were being savagely negated by another chaos. Yet Piccolo Daimao was after all the embodiment of cosmic evil. While furiously blocking and countering Goku's storm of attacks, he diverted a stream of viscous crude oil-like demonic energy reeking of corruption like a venomous tentacle that pierced the medical pod's energy barrier and slammed into Daro's defenseless body. Naive, foolish boy. I'll let you witness with your own eyes how your elder brother, whom you desperately try to save, becomes my slave from the soul. Piccolo Daimao's sneer echoed through the temple. Ugh. Inside the medical pod, Daro's calm body suddenly convulsed violently and arched backward. Under the transparent skin, the black demonic markings were no longer slowly emerging, but like vines watered with a growth accelerator, spread, twisted and deepened at a terrifying speed, even beginning to outline evil patterns on his cheeks. His once serene face, as calm as a deep pool, twisted in immense pain, and the invasion of an external will being forcibly painted with Piccolo's ferocious base color. The possession process was accelerated to a desperate degree. Elder brother. The transformation of Daro, more terrible than death, pierced through Goku's crumbling sanity like the sharpest ice spike. His roar was heart-wrenching, the despair and fury within it momentarily overpowering the screeching whispers of the demonic chaos within him. Rage engulfed him. He recklessly channeled all the boiling, nearly devouring demonic chaotic energy between his palms, holding nothing back. But his young body and mind could not perfectly control this power that even Kami considered taboo. The demonic backlash surged like a tide, his vision began to be eroded by blood and madness, and reason quickly collapsed. At your limit. An ant is still an ant. Piccolo Daimao keenly caught the crack between Goku's power and will. He smirked, seized a fleeting opening, and his demonic claw, wrapped in overwhelming demonic energy, struck Goku's chest with the force to split mountains and crack the earth. Pfft. Goku flew backward like a broken kite, the blood sprayed from his mouth, drawing a tragic arc in the air. The forcibly absorbed chaotic energy, attacked from inside by the backlash and outside by the heavy blow, was shaken out and expelled from his body. The demonic cloud let out a mournful energy shriek beside him, completely shattering and dissipating into drifting black smoke. He crashed heavily onto the cold ruins, consciousness fading rapidly in pain and exhaustion, vision blurring. Yet as his fingertips unconsciously touched the cold 4-star Dragon Ball in his chest, a faint but incredibly resilient warmth seemed to awaken from the deepest part of his soul. It was his grandfather's smile, the sunset over Mount Pauser, the deepest bond and love with his elder brother Daro beyond blood and rules. Elder brother. With all the remaining life force, he poured this unwavering faith along with his last breath unreservedly into this Dragon Ball that symbolized family. He struggled, using his broken body to assume the posture that held the earliest martial arts memory. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Ha. This energy wave was no longer the brilliant blue torrent of light from the past. It burned with the golden flame of Goku's life, carrying the final cry and determination of his soul like a meteor shooting backward to hell, straight at Piccolo Daimao's chest vital point. This was a final strike beyond technique and power, fueled by his entire existence. What? Piccolo Daimao's scarlet pupils sharply contracted. From this seemingly weak energy wave he felt a mad will that would rather die together, even shaking fate. He hastily gathered demonic energy to block, and though he barely resisted the direct penetration of the energy wave, the pure brute force from the burning life potential still knocked his huge body staggering backward, and the flow of his demonic energy stalled. A flash of shock and fury passed through the Demon King's heart. He realized that Kami and the Dark Servant's aura were struggling to recover, prolonging the fight might bring unexpected changes. The perfect timing to possess Daro had been disrupted by this reckless boy, but he would not leave empty-handed. Piccolo Daimao let out a snake-like cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with the most vicious calculation. He extended his demonic claw not to attack but as if performing a blasphemous ritual made a sudden grab and pull through the air. A stream of grey twisted self-conflicting strange energy was forcibly extracted from Daro's body, a large part of Daro's rule error essence. This act both greatly reduced the paradox load within Daro and left a precious sample for his future research of this forbidden power. Then before anyone could react he turned his demonic claw and slammed this forcibly stripped highly unstable error energy, like planting a cursed seed in eternal punishment mark, viciously into Goku's unconscious defenseless body. This is the price of your stubbornness to save your brother, foolish brat. Piccolo Daimao's wild laughter echoed through the shattered temple filled with vengeful pleasure and anticipation for the future. Enjoy it well. Let this damned cosmic paradox become the poison flowing in your blood, the nightmare you can never escape. Ha ha ha. With the fury of incomplete possession, a new understanding of the rule error and malicious anticipation of Goku's tragic future, Piccolo Daimao amidst harsh laughter turned into a destructive black whirlwind, rushed out of the ravaged temple of heaven and disappeared into the vast sky. The demonic energy slowly dissipated, leaving only ruins and dead silence. The dust settled. Kami first struggled, crawling and stumbling to Daro's medical pod. His trembling fingers felt his son's vital signs, breathing steady and calm, the terrifying black demonic patterns on the skin receding like a tide and the unsettling rule error fluctuation within weakened to a barely noticeable degree. He survived. The paradox is stable. Kami murmured, tears of endless exhaustion and faint relief welling in his dry eyes. A miracle had occurred, but in the cruelest way. Yet when he and the limping Mr. Popo turned their gaze to Goku, who lay quietly in the rubble nearby, that faint warmth of relief was instantly frozen by deeper ice. Goku's small body looked terribly fragile from exhaustion, his face pale as paper, breath weak. But on his slightly rising still young chest a grey twisted mark akin to Daro's original but seemingly deeper and more unsettling was clearly emerging. It did not look like a wound, it was more like an incomplete rune branded into the core of his life, faintly emitting a dim unsettling light that defied reason. Mr. Popo's huge body slowly knelt beside Goku. His dark broad hand trembled above the boy but hesitated to fall, as if afraid to touch an unknown cosmic singularity about to explode. He raised his head to Kami, whose face was ashen, and spoke hoarsely, filled with helpless despair and a near reverent fear. We healed one error. Stabilized one paradox. He paused, each word heavy as 1,000 weights. But we have personally planted a more complex, more unpredictable puzzle into the soul of the Savior. Daro is saved, but Goku, our hero, now he himself has become a new problem that the universe must face. Above the shattered temple dome the indifferent starlight fell silently, clearly outlining two sleeping figures. One was the elder brother Daro, finally out of danger, breathing steadily. The other was the younger brother Goku, who had burned everything to save his brother, taking the unknown error into himself, his fate now headed into total fog. The pointer of destiny on the altar of blood and sacrifice emitted a heavy vibrating hum, pointing toward an abyss that no one could foresee. Within the celestial temple time seemed frozen amidst the aftermath of battle. Sunlight pierced through the broken dome, casting pale columns of light where dust drifted slowly like the fine ashes of this catastrophe. In the dead silence only the rustle of moved rubble and breaths held to the extreme could be heard. Tianqian and Bobo Xianqing silently cleared the debris around the altar, their movements slow and heavy, each bend as if moving mountains. The 7 Dragon Balls were retrieved one by one. Once radiant, they were now dim and cold to the touch, like 7 dead hearts. They were carefully placed into an ancient stone box and sealed away, as if sealing a failure too painful to recall. A faint dry cough like a pebble thrown into a stagnant pond broke the heavy silence. Inside the medical pod Daoyuo's eyelids trembled a few times before slowly opening. His vision was initially a blur of light, then gradually focused, revealing the shattered ceiling and the cold energy barrier. Wu Kong. His throat was dry and painful, his voice hoarse and almost inaudible. His body instinctively urged him to rise to find the younger brother, who always rushed to his side first. Yet he only managed to lift his shoulders a few centimeters off the pod cushion before a wave of profound weakness from the marrow of his bones engulfed him, sending him crashing back down. His chest rose and fell, each breath shallow and rapid, as if even air had become a luxury that required strenuous effort to obtain. Big brother, don't move. Kellen, who was guarding beside him, quickly leaned over and pressed a steady, careful hand on Daoyuo's shoulder, stopping any attempt to exert himself. Yamcha also came closer. Both wore expressions of exhaustion and lingering fear, but in their eyes looking at Daluo there was finally a glimmer of light. The return of consciousness quickly brought physical awareness. Daluo immediately realized that the illness that had plagued him for so long like a clinging bone infection was gone. Inside him was a strange post-disaster calm. Yet this calm brought no relief, it was heavy as lead, because he saw Wukong lying nearby on a simple air mattress, eyes closed, face pale. A cold sharp guilt instantly seized his heart. It was he who had dragged Wukong into this situation. He gritted his teeth fighting the pervasive aches and weakness and turned over extremely slowly, inch by inch. This simple action caused fine beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead and his breathing became more erratic. But he stubbornly fixed his gaze on his unconscious brother. With the eyes of an elder brother he began to scan every detail of Wukong's body with an almost demanding precision. He tried to summon the familiar power within him to sense and probe. But what answered him was a near-empty desolation in his meridians, with only the faintest pulse deep within like a candle flickering in the wind, and a soul-deep exhaustion from total depletion. He barely gathered a thread of chi and attempted to run it along his arm, but it immediately triggered an uncontrollable electric-like tremor, forcing him to grunt and abandon the effort. Then he saw it, on Wukong's young already scarred chest, a faint grey irregular mark. It was not like a scar but more like an ominous rune branded into his life. Daluo's heart sank sharply, seized by a terrible premonition. He tried again, carefully extending the faint remaining perception like a tentacle toward that mark. Daluo. Tianqian's voice sounded not harsh but with an undeniable taut vigilance. He had arrived at the medical pod unnoticed, his aged hand resting casually on the energy regulator on the wall, yet it cut off any form of external energy probing. Tianqian's eyes were complex, deep exhaustion hiding profound worry and a hint of something Daluo could not read, a heavy concealment. Wukong. His voice deepened, no longer just weak and hoarse but carrying a heavy brotherly fear. What price did he pay? Tianqian avoided his direct gaze, turning to Bobo Xiansheng, who was packing the medical kit. They exchanged an extremely brief but meaningful glance. A secretive, unsettling atmosphere filled the air. He just endured power beyond his limits. Both body and mind are overexhausted. Tianqian's voice sounded somewhat stiff, as if reciting an unfamiliar script. His chi is very chaotic, like a tangled mess stirred by a gale. The fluctuations here in the temple are not good for his recovery. He needs absolute rest in a place that can help him reorganize and balance his inner self. After Daluo was repeatedly persuaded to lie down and rest, Tianqian and Bobo Xiansheng quickly moved the unconscious Wukong to a secret chamber deep in the temple, sealed with silence and isolation barriers. Tianqian slowly placed his palm over Wukong's small chest and closed his eyes. His perception sank into an ocean that was calm on the surface but turbulent beneath. Wukong's chi, originally pure and blazing, was still there, but at the bottom of this ocean a grey, viscous, self-conflicting alien energy that constantly tried to expand coiled like a living shadow, engaging in a continuous, intense, invisible friction and resonance with Wukong's own chi. Each resonance caused subtle distortions and tremors in the microscopic energy structures within Wukong's body. Tianqian abruptly withdrew his hand as if burned. The color drained from his aged face, replaced by a near-terrified pallor. The shadow of the rule. He murmured, his voice dry. What Piccolo stripped and forcibly implanted was not the complete paradox but its most dangerous, unstable, shadow aspect. It does not possess the full erroneous properties, but it has a strong interference and distortion characteristic. It is polluting Wukong's energy essence, making his chi unpredictable and possibly, under certain conditions, temporarily negating the local physical laws. He looked at Wukong's slightly furrowed brows, even in sleep, as if seeing a humanoid time bomb. Bobo Xiansheng's massive body stood like a silent black tower in the dim chamber. His voice was low like thunder from deep underground. No one must know the truth, especially Wukong himself. His heart is pure and direct like a child. Once he becomes aware that there is an error within him, even just a shadow, that awareness itself could resonate with that power, accelerate the backlash, and even catalyze that shadow into a more terrible entity. He paused, then added with unwavering finality, the collapse of his faith is more fatal to him now than any external attack. The two guardians of Earth's highest secrets reached a heavy and painful consensus in the dimness of the chamber concealment. To build a protective wall of lies until a solution is found, or until the disaster erupts irreversibly. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner of Earth, deep within an ancient ruin shrouded in miasma and infested with venomous creatures, the great demon King Piccolo was immersed in a new experience, a mixture of pain and ecstasy. His enormous body lounged against the cold, evil rune-carved black stone throne. The scorch mark on his chest from Wukong's life-burning Kamehameha was not fully healed and still throbbed. Yet this pain did not dampen his fury, instead it acted like the finest stimulant, settling the bloodthirsty rage in his eyes into a more dangerous, deeper cold excitement. Before him, suspended in midair, was a mass of energy that was carefully bound and restrained by thick demonic energy. It exhibited a constantly flowing distorted grayish hue with flickering lights and shadows inside, expanding and contracting at times, emitting a highly unsettling counterintuitive fluctuation. This was a sample of the rule error he had violently extracted from Daluo's body. Heh. Ha 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 ha. The great demon king extended his scarlet tongue, licking his sharp teeth, emitting a hoarse, satisfied chuckle that echoed through the empty halls, stirring more demonic resonance. Order. Laws. Merely fragile shackles. He stared at the sample like an artist admiring his finest work. Pure demonic energy can crush flesh and tear the earth, but it always faces a pathetic barrier against those boring rules rooted in the world's foundation. Until now. He extended his demonic claw, and a wisp of pure dark demonic energy shot out like a venomous snake, carefully touching the rule error sample. At the moment of contact, a miracle or blasphemy occurred. The demonic energy was not repelled or dissolved, but instead gained a strange permeability, easily merging into the twisted force field of the sample, even beginning to mimic some of its fluctuation characteristics. See. This is the direction of power evolution. The end of destruction is not a void, but the tampering and defilement of the very rules of creation. The great demon king's eyes burned with the fire of ambition. He no longer satisfied himself with simply spreading panic or recruiting petty minions. He waved away his underlings and immersed himself alone in the depths of this ruin. Here ancient forbidden knowledge was sealed, the evil wisdom buried by time, now his best textbook. Ancient evil scrolls unrolled before him, automatically obscure texts and diagrams glowing with eerie light under the stimulation of demonic energy. He began to systematically study how to take this initially manifested rule penetration, not just to add it but to fully integrate and reconstruct his own power system, and on this basis forge the ultimate weapon capable of modifying reality. He no longer wanted to destroy a city, he wanted the laws of the world to wail and twist under his will. Tianshan. And that damned brat, the great demon king murmured, looking at the murky sky outside the ruins, his voice filled with the cruel patience of a cat playing with a mouse. Enjoy this brief peace. Once I fully master this key, the next time we meet I will compose a new desperate finale for you and for this world. A few days later, just before dawn, when Wukong was about to awaken, Daluo, still burdened with a heavy body, walked step by step toward the main hall where Tianshan resided. His pace was slow, each step on the smooth temple floor carried a sense of floating instability, as if the ground beneath were not stone but cotton. Morning light outlined his thin but upright back, sweat glistening on his forehead. When he found Tianshan, the old man was staring absently at the widening eastern sky, his back appearing infinitely weary. Tianshan. Daluo spoke, his voice still a bit hoarse, but the will within it was like tempered steel, clear and firm. Tianshan turned, looking at Daluo's pale but blazing eyes, already guessing the intention. Allow me, Daluo stated calmly, not as a request, to join Wukong's next training. Not as the one protected but as his companion, his elder brother. Tianshan frowned, slightly worry in his eyes. Daluo, your body was just pulled back from the brink of collapse. The spark of life has been rekindled, but the fuel is nearly exhausted. What you need most now is quiet rest, letting time and gentle energy slowly nourish your withered meridians and chi. Training, especially keeping up with Wukong's pace, is too dangerous for you now, like running on thin ice. Daluo slowly shook his head. Even this motion seemed to cost him considerable effort. He raised his hand and gently pressed it on his still empty and weak dantian, feeling the faint flow of chi there, bringing a tingling subtle pain like a tiny electric current passing through. You are right. My life has returned, but my power is almost a ruin. He looked straight at Tianshan, his gaze frank and clear. I can feel that my meridians are like riverbeds scoured by a violent flood, full of cracks, empty and hollow. My chi is nearly dry, only the deepest part retains a little damp soil. With conventional rest it might take months or even years to barely recover to my former state. He paused, took a deep breath that still caused a slight sting as it reached his lungs, but his eyes grew even brighter. But I cannot wait that long. Wukong jumped into the fire for me, and I cannot stand by the pit and watch him burn. I need to become stronger, not to return to the past but to forge a new, more resilient vessel. When that power that might harm him erupts, I need to be worthy to stand by his side and not again just lie there watching, helplessly powerless. His words carried no intense emotion, but each word was heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking Tianshan's heart. It was the unshakable determination forged from a brother's guilt and responsibility. Tianshan was silent for a long time, the light outside the hall growing brighter. Finally he let out a deep sigh that. The sigh was laden with complex emotions, resignation, concern, yet also a faint spark ignited by the resolve flickering with a nascent light. I understand. Tianshan nodded, but you must promise me to act within your limits. Your primary goal in cultivation is reconstruction and stability, not the pursuit of power's intensity. Kalen the sage would devise the most suitable plan for you. Shortly after, Wukong's eyes snapped open with a sharp intake of breath. Big brother. Before he could even register his surroundings, his body sprang up faster than his mind, his anxious gaze darting around until it locked onto Daluo. He then charged forward like a small cannonball, his face etched with lingering panic and deep remorse. Are you okay? I'm sorry. It's me who should be sorry, you foolish little brother. Daluo cut him off, a genuine warm smile spreading across his pale face. He reached out not for a simple embrace but pulled Wukong close with firm tight arms, patting his back. His voice was gentle yet resolute, and now the one who needs to lie down and rest is you. Look at you, your face is even worse than mine. Wukong's confusion was partly dispelled by the joy of seeing his brother safe, but soon another question arose from the unfamiliar surroundings. Where are we? What about Bike the Great Demon King? Just then Tianshan and Mr. Bobo approached. Tianshan gazed at the two brothers huddled together, his expression complex, but his tone had been adjusted to calm and authoritative. Wukong, the sacred temple is no longer suitable for you to stay. Why? Wukong immediately jumped up, his eyes blazing with renewed battle spirit. I need to become stronger. I must settle the score with Bike the Great Demon King. He hurt Big Brother and stole. Precisely because you need to become stronger, and correctly so. Tianshan interrupted, weaving a well-prepared explanation with earnest sincerity. Your previous battles, especially the power you unleashed at the final moment, exceeded the current limits of your body and will. This has caused your chi to become extremely unstable, like a startled wild horse rampaging through your meridians. Forcing yourself to stay here, the residual high-level energy fluctuations on the sacred temple might unpredictably interfere with your chaotic chi, possibly aggravating your internal injuries. Seeing Wukong's half-understanding and still somewhat unconvinced expression, Tianshan offered the prepared sweetener. You need to go to a special place where you can calm the agitation within and learn how to truly master, rather than be mastered by, your formidable power. There you will find the most exceptional teachers and the gentlest, purest natural energy field to assist in stabilizing your condition. He paused, glancing at Daluo. Moreover, Daluo also needs a suitable environment to systematically restore his inner breath and rebuild his foundation. His path of cultivation also needs a fresh start. Wukong's attention was indeed diverted. Big brother is coming too. That's fantastic. We can train together again. The child's face instantly brightened, filled with simple excitement at embarking on a new adventure with his brother. As for the complex concepts of stability and mastery in Tianshan's words, they were temporarily swept away by this joy. So where exactly are we going to train Tianshan? Wukong asked eagerly. Tianshan raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the temple's dome toward a mysterious realm between the mortal world and the heavens, slowly uttering the name, Kalen Tower. Bidding farewell to the still heavy atmosphere of the sacred temple, Wukong carefully carried the exhausted Daluo, using the sky dancing technique, descending with Kellen and Yamucha to the foot of the legendary pillar that pierced the heavens. Kalen Tower stood majestically, thrusting into the clouds, its body built from ancient massive rocks entwined with unknown old vines, exuding an aura of serene solemnity that had weathered countless ages. Gazing up, the tower's peak disappeared into the flowing sea of clouds, as if truly connecting to some unknowable higher world. After a unique ascent, Wukong flew directly while the others experienced the traditional trial. They finally set foot on the broad platform at the top. There Kalen the sage, that white cat with a wooden staff always wearing a transcendent and sly expression, was already waiting, holding his staff with leisurely composure. His sharp feline eyes, which seemed to perceive everything, narrowed slightly as Wukong landed and ran over excitedly. His gaze swept over Wukong like the most precise scanner, pausing for an imperceptible moment on his chest area, a flicker of barely detectable gravity in the depths of his pupils. Then his gaze shifted to Daluo, whom Wukong was supporting, and he sensed a subtle, resonant yet antagonistic energy connection between the two. He nodded knowingly, as if instantly understanding the meaning behind Tianshan's special request. Without excessive pleasantries, Kalen the sage got straight to the point. He tapped Wukong and Daluo respectively with his wooden staff. Tianshan has roughly told me about your situations. Listen up, you brats, the training here is nothing like your previous flashy, useless moves. Kalen the sage's tone carried his usual mockery, but his eyes were utterly serious. Your goals are different and your paths are different, but in the end you must achieve a kind of harmony. He turned to Wukong, the staff nearly poking his nose. You boy. The power inside you is now like a pot of boiling water with wood constantly added, bubbling and churning, the lid almost ready to blow off. Your training is just one word: stillness. Stillness. Wukong scratched his head. But how can I become stronger and beat bad guys by being still? Idiot. Kalen the sage tapped his head lightly with the staff. True strength is not about how powerful a blast you can throw, but about making the most raging power sit quietly in your palm like a sleeping cat. Your problem now is not a lack of power, but that your power is too noisy, so noisy that you can't even hear its voice, let alone command it. Here you must learn to listen to every strand of chi flowing within you, soothe them, guide them, and turn them from a pack of wild dogs into a disciplined army of soldiers. Otherwise, the stronger you become, the quicker you'll die. Then he looked at Daluo, his gaze softening slightly but still demanding. And you, young man? Your body is like a terraced field hit by a flash flood, soil-eroded ditches blocked, the spring of life nearly dried up. Your task is not irrigation but restoration and perception. You need to use the gentlest method, like a spring silkworm spinning silk thread by thread, to reweave your meridian network, nourishing your chi drop by drop with the purest energy. More importantly, in this process you must rebuild the most subtle perception of your own energy. Your sensation must become even more acute than the ripples caused by a feather tip touching the water's surface. This is not only for your own recovery but also. He paused, glancing meaningfully at Wukong. To be able to detect certain abnormal fluctuations and at critical moments perhaps become the key. For the specific entry-level training, Kalen the sage assigned tasks that seemed simple but were rich in implication. To Wukong he pointed at several butterflies fluttering among the flowers on the tower top, shimmering with a faint blue light and whose wings vibrated so fast they left afterimages. See those still light butterflies? Your first task, without using force, without damaging a single petal, without startling them, gently catch one with your palm, letting it willingly stay in your hand for 3 breaths. Remember, it's catch, not grab. If your heart is not still and your breath is unstable, your movements will carry sharp edges. They are extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. To Daluo he assigned a seat on a flat sun-warmed rock at the edge of the platform. You sit here cross-legged. Close your eyes. Forget the power you once possessed. Now imagine yourself as a newborn baby learning to breathe. Your consciousness, like the gentlest breeze, should start from the center of your brow and caress inch by inch through your major meridians, beginning with the conception and governing vessels. Feel their current state. Are they smooth, stagnant, cold, or burning with pain? Do not try to drive any energy, just look and feel. When you can clearly outline their rough map in your mind and maintain this inner observation state for over a quarter of an hour, come back to me. Wukong immediately set off eagerly to chase the butterflies. Daluo sat down as instructed, closed his eyes and strove to eliminate distractions, sinking his consciousness into the silent, chaotic ruins within his body, beginning the arduous, patient initial exploration and perceptual reconstruction. At first everything seemed to go smoothly. Though Wukong was impatient, he had a strong learning ability and began to adjust his breathing and lighten his movements. Daluo also gradually found a rhythm of inner observation despite sensing mostly dryness and blockage, yet at least there was a clear beginning. However, before long an accident occurred. One butterfly was particularly cunning, always veering away just as Wukong was about to succeed. Repeated failures combined with his pent-up resentment toward Bike the Great Demon King and frustration over his own helplessness gradually disrupted Wukong's mind. The dark power of the Shadow of Rules, which he had forcibly suppressed, seemed to sniff out the cracks in his mental defenses. Damn it! Stop! After a particularly close yet failed grab, Wukong's patience finally snapped. A surge of inexplicable rage erupted. Boom! With a suppressed roar of anger, a grey, distorted, abnormal energy burst forth from his body without warning, an energy that seemed to bend the very sight around it. Within a radius of several meters centered on him, the air became visibly and violently distorted, folding like heat haze with light refracting into bizarre colors. The perpetual tranquil clouds around the tower top were forcibly pushed aside and torn apart, revealing a brief, unnatural, eerie void as if space itself had been erased. The force flashed and vanished. Wukong soon caught his breath and calmed down, staring blankly at his slightly trembling hands, thinking it was just the result of exerting too much force in anger. Kalen and Yamucha at a distance were startled but didn't understand what had happened. However, Kalen the sage's staff tapped gently on the floor with a clack. His usually half-lidded feline eyes were now wide open, filled with unprecedented surprise and gravity. The bag of senzu beans in his hand nearly slipped. Yet among everyone present, the one who sensed the signal of this power first, and most deeply and clearly, was Daluo, who had been in meditation. At the moment the distorted energy erupted, Daluo felt his fragile, barely maintained state of inner observation violently pierced by a sharp, cold, negating ripple. That ripple swept through his nascent, still stagnant meridians, bringing a painfully familiar shudder from the depths of his soul, a sensation of rejection and distortion that he had endured day and night from the rule's errors. Yet this was even sharper, more uncontrollable. Daluo's eyes snapped open, his face instantly pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He immediately turned his head, his gaze locked onto Wukong, who had just calmed down and was still bewildered. Then he quickly looked at Wukong's chest. Beneath the clothes he could almost feel the gray mark faintly burning. All clues connected in that moment. Tianqian's evasive words, Mr. Bobo's heavy silence, the disappearance of the paradox in his own body, and the appearance of the mark on Wukong, and now this eruption of the same source power. Kalen the sage took in everything. He slowly exhaled a long breath, walked over to Daluo and lowered his voice so only the two could hear. You sensed it, didn't you? Daluo did not answer. He only pressed his lips tightly together, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his knuckles white. His eyes were incredibly complex, shock, pain, worry, and a heavy, resolute understanding. Kalen the sage looked at Wukong's back as he began to chase the butterflies again, still full of vitality yet as if shrouded by an invisible dangerous shadow. He stroked his long beard and murmured almost inaudibly, as if talking to himself or to Daluo, Tianqian's concerns were right. This shadow is more troublesome and more clever than we imagined. It's not just eroding his power. It seems to be probing, searching for gaps that resonate with his emotions. Thus the new training officially began under such an unsettling interlude. Meanwhile in a distant dark ruin another more dangerous training and incubation was unfolding in parallel. Daluo became the only one who glimpsed part of the truth, forced to bury his worries deep within his heart while shouldering the dual responsibility of self-reconstruction and silent protection as the elder brother. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, and the gears of fate were already slowly meshing in a corner unknown to anyone. At the top of Karen Tower the passage of time had taken on an entirely new quality. It was no longer the serene flow dancing with the clouds and mist, but under the shadow of Piccolo Daimao's apocalyptic proclamation it had transformed into a tangible ticking anxiety. Each sunrise was like a heavy lash striking every heart. Wukong's training gradually evolved into a dangerous dance on the edge of his own soul. The practice of capturing the silent light butterflies had long since surpassed its original purpose of tempering the mind. Failure now had a more unsettling source. Every time he forced himself to calm down and try to enter the state of mind like still water, the shadow of the rules entrenched deep in his chi would rear its head like an offended viper. It instinctively rejected all stability and order. Thus the gentle and pure chi that should have been in Wukong's palm would uncontrollably become tainted with wisps of gray-black writhing heterogeneous energy, exuding an erroneous aura that instilled primal fear in living beings. The sensitive silent light butterflies, without even needing to touch upon, merely sensing the fringe of that aura, would emit a terrified buzz and flee at near instantaneous speed as if evading some invisible pollution. Karen, squinting his cat-like eyes that could penetrate the essence of energy, observed for several days before making a decision. He put away his usual jocularity, struck his staff heavily on the ground and said in a serious and urgent tone with an irrefutable urgency, "Boy, stop. You've gone the wrong way." He stared at Wukong's face, tense with frustration. "You can no longer treat it as an enemy to suppress and eliminate. Listen clearly, it is now a part of you, an inseparable chaotic shadow aspect of your power. The harder you try to repel it, the more violently it resists, as futile as trying to stamp down your own shadow." Wukong paused, panting, his eyes filled with confusion and defiance. Then, "What should I do? Let it run wild?" "No," Karen said, approaching his gaze sharp as a blade. "You must open your eyes and look at it directly. Not with anger but with observation. Feel its pulse, its emotions, why it is restless. Then try to let your originally pure chi form a spiral like two intertwining vines, or like twin stars revolving around a core. Use the order flow of your chi to encircle and guide, not oppose that shadow flow. Let it run on the track you set, even if that track is full of chaos." This was an extremely dangerous instruction, meaning actively sinking one's consciousness into that region of malicious and chaotic energy. Wukong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again there was a look of desperate resolve. He no longer pursued absolute stillness but began to try to coexist with the noise inside him, to decipher the disturbing melody. Not far away, Daluo's recovery training was also a silent war, battling his own limits every second. The weakness of the body was a tangible shackle. Every time he channeled the faint thread-like basic chi through his riddled meridians, it was accompanied by a clear stinging pain and sluggishness like fine glass shards scraping against the pipe walls, the inevitable cost of forcibly reshaping and unblocking the meridians. Sweat often soaked through his thin training robe and his pale face lost its color from the constant pain. But he forced himself to combine this arduous reconstruction work with another more important task, the anomalous monitoring of Wukong's chi. Thanks to his special constitution that had once borne the rule error, a passive ability called order calibration was slowly awakening in the depths of his soul. This ability was like a precise yet painful scale, keenly sensing any deviation from the rules in the surrounding energy field. Therefore he could not only see the grayish currents spilling out during Wukong's training but also hear from a soul level a sharp continuous noise like countless rusty saws scraping against the framework of the rules. Whenever Wukong's emotional fluctuations agitated the shadow of the rules, it was like a close-range mental shock to Daluo, as if cold barbed metal fragments were directly scraping his nerves, triggering violent headaches from the depths of his consciousness. He often had to clench his teeth so hard, even dig his nails into his palms to maintain the appearance of meditation and not cry out in pain. Daluo knew better than anyone that with his body now as broken as tattered wadding, the recovery of his strength was a distant prospect. His value no longer lay in how powerful a ki blast he could unleash. His battlefield was in the realm of perception. His weapons were the nearly allergic insight into error and chaos gained from suffering and the calibration instinct not yet fully mastered. The daytime on the tower top belonged to sweat and roars, but at night when Wukong fell into deep sleep from high-intensity training and mental confrontation, sometimes frowning from nightmares, another kind of cultivation for Daluo quietly began. Dragging his legs that felt like lead, each step aching and weak, he moved like a pale ghost sneaking into Karen's small hut piled with ancient scrolls and stone tablets under the strangely clear starlight and distant dim lights of the tower top. The air was filled with the mixed smell of aged parchment dust and some herbs. He had to find the answer, had to confirm what the shadow of the rules that tormented his perception day and night actually was, where it came from and where it would lead Wukong. The process of reading was slow and arduous. Many texts were ancient and obscure, the illustrations strange and incomprehensible. Fatigue and weakness constantly assaulted his will and his vision often blurred. But with astonishing perseverance he traced lines with trembling fingers and examined each scroll one by one. Finally, in a forgotten corner he pulled out an ancient parchment scroll with torn edges, dark color and an unusually cold touch. The characters crawled like insects and the diagrams were abstract and twisted, depicting a forbidden ritual of energy transfer. When he painfully deciphered and pieced together the fragmentary records about the sacrificial transfer of the Mark of Rules, his blood seemed to freeze instantly. His gaze locked onto the final description. The bearer, guided by a pure heart or strong bond, can draw the paradox shadow into himself, bearing its consequences. However, this shadow is like a bone-deep maggot, neither injury nor illness but an anchor point of the law's rejection. The bearer's power and mind will be forever trapped in a cycle of chaotic erosion until the balance collapses or self-annihilation. Forever trapped in a cycle of chaotic erosion. Anchor point of the law's rejection. Every word was like a red-hot branding iron searing his heart. The parchment slipped from his suddenly powerless hand, silently falling onto the dusty floor. Daluo stood frozen in place, then began to tremble uncontrollably, not from cold but from the despair and remorse that surged from the deepest part of his soul, enough to freeze everything. The truth was far crueler than imagined. Wukong had not been injured while saving him, he had actively, even if not fully aware at the time, transferred and carried the curse-like essence of the error into his own vibrant life. He had used his own future and purity to exchange for his brother's peace of life. Ah! Ah! A heavily suppressed sob like a wounded beast was forced out from between his clenched teeth. He suddenly bent over, covering his face tightly with both hands, his knuckles white from the pressure. There was no loud wailing but the silent trembling of his shoulders, the hot liquid rolling rapidly from between his fingers and hitting the ancient floor interpreted the pain of a torn heart more than any cry. "It's me. It's all because of me. Wukong." He screamed in his heart again and again, guilt turning into black tide, almost drowning him. But in this abyss of pain something harder began to coalesce. Extreme love and extreme guilt, forged repeatedly in the furnace of despair, finally tempered into a nearly cold steel-like resolve and protective instinct. He slowly raised his head, the traces of tears still on his face, but his eyes were like cold stars washed by tears, cold, clear and firm. He wiped away the tears, even somewhat roughly. "What's the use of crying?" he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse but no longer trembling. "I can't bear it for him, I can't turn back time. But I can, and I must become the shield he can rely on." He fully understood his mission. He could not prevent Wukong from heading into the fateful confrontation with Piccolo, but he could use the only valuable thing in his broken body, the perception of rule anomalies and the awakening order calibration ability, to build a special defense line for Wukong. From that night on, Daluo's training focus shifted fundamentally. He began to frantically disregarding his body's limits attempt to actively guide and strengthen the feeling of order calibration and transform it into a defensive form. He called it the prototype of the Shield of Rules. The process was excruciating. He needed to mobilize his already scarce chi, oscillating it in an extremely precise and unconventional way, trying to create a faint but real force field around his body that repelled disturbances of unnatural rules. This force field was as thin as a cicada's wing, lasted a pitifully short time, and each construction was like a precise explosion in fragile meridians, bringing needle-like pain and deeper fatigue. Yet he took delight in it. Because every time in the moment before the force field dissipated during meditation, he could clearly feel that when this force field contacted the occasional unconscious emission of the shadow of the rules from Wukong, it produced a strange neutralizing or interfering effect. Like a drop of clear water falling into a boiling oil pan, though it could not calm it, it could stir up a disturbance. His goal became incredibly clear: to polish this shield, not to block ki blasts, but to be able to interfere with and deflect Piccolo Daimao's terrible conceptual attack that incorporated the rule error. He wanted to win that slim chance of survival for Wukong. Almost at the same moment that Daoyuo completed his painful realization atop Karen Tower at the deepest part of the forgotten dark ruins on the other side of the earth, Piccolo Daimao let out a sinister laugh that shook the underground space full of power and ecstasy. After days and nights of forbidden research and dangerous experiments, he had finally succeeded in not simply attaching the sample of the rule error, but completely dissolving and reconstructing it into the core of his original demonic chi like alchemy. His power had undergone an essential transformation, and an unprecedented sense of control filled his body. To verify this new authority, he came to the sky above a vast dead salt lake outside the ruins. Without gathering massive energy or chanting lengthy incantations, he merely extended one finger slowly toward the lake below, reflecting the pale moonlight. With a slight movement of his mind, the demonic chi carrying the new eerie rule penetration was silently released. The next second a chilling scene occurred. The space in a certain area above the lake began to undergo a silent visible wrinkling and fading, like a painting being erased by an invisible eraser. And the corresponding lake water below did not evaporate, freeze, or splash, it simply vanished into thin air. Not moved away, but the basic fact of its existence was temporarily negated or erased locally. Hundreds of millions of tons of lake water returned to nothingness in silence, leaving a huge bottomless cavity with unnaturally smooth edges, as if the earth had opened a mocking mouth. Ha! Ha ha ha! Piccolo Daimao's laughter echoed across the empty wilderness, filled with the joy of blasphemy. Do you see? Rules. Order. In my. Before the will they are merely characters written in sand, erasable at a casual stroke. The test was a success, and the flames of ambition and hatred blazed to their zenith. He needed a grand ceremony to announce the advent of a new epoch, and to crush those odious insects in the most brutal manner, especially the brat who bore his gift and his pitiable other half, the celestial. Thus at high noon the following day, when the sun was at its most dazzling, a viscous, frigid, mentally contaminating demonic pressure like an invisible tsunami instantly swept across the entire earth. All electronic signals twisted wildly before falling into dead silence, leaving only piercing static in the radio waves. Every living being, regardless of where they were or how strong they were, heard that malevolent voice resounding directly in their souls, and listened to the proclamation of the gods. 7 days. I grant you your final 7 days of respite. When the sun's light pierces the dawn of the 8th day, I, the great demon King Piccolo, will descend upon the celestial temple with the might to transcend order and reshape the laws. Then, using the very bones of the order you revere as a foundation, I shall establish my chaotic divine kingdom. Those who resist shall have their existence permanently erased. Rejoice, tremble in this final countdown. The proclamation ended and the demonic pressure receded like a tide, but what it left behind was a deathly silence across the globe, soon swallowed by boundless panic and screams. This was a terrorist attack aimed at the very will of the planet. The turtle hermit master Rashi was fishing by the seaside when his rod snapped unconsciously in his grip. Kaiotsu clutched his head in terror. Yamcha, training in the distant desert, looked up sharply, his face ashen. All martial artists and perceptive warriors felt their hair stand on end, acutely aware that this time the one descending was no demon king seeking conquest or destruction, but a calamity intent on rewriting the fundamental operating logic of the world. Personal martial prowess seemed utterly pale in the face of such a conceptual threat. Yet they had no choice but to begin gathering in secret, each in their own way, to prepare for the inevitably brutal final battle. 7 days, those 2 words burned like a red-hot branding iron into the hearts of everyone atop Korin Tower. Training was now fueled by desperation, entering the most dangerous phase, one that might also bring about a transformation. Goku. Look at me. On the training ground, Daro's voice was hoarse yet piercingly clear. He stood steady, his body more burdened than ever, his face pale as paper, but his eyes blazed with an unyielding flame. That power inside you is not a curse, it is the weapon you earned through courage and sacrifice to save me and to fight Piccolo. Stop treating it like an enemy you have to lock away. Dominate it. Master it. You must do this, there is no second path. Under the relentless pressure of his brother's almost desperate gaze and the 7-day countdown, Goku's innate stubbornness was fully ignited. With a furious roar he once again plunged into the dangerous state of inner introspection. This time he no longer tried to pacify or isolate the shadow of order, instead with his powerful will as a guide he forcibly directed that wild grey chaotic energy to intertwine with his pure orange aura within the meridians of his body, constructing an extremely unstable rapidly spinning energy helix. The two opposing forces clashed and ground against each other, bringing tearing pain yet also generating a strange unprecedented dynamic equilibrium and latent power. Danger always brews at the edge of limits. During an intense session of maintaining the helix, Goku's mind, strained by continuous agony and immense energy load, faltered for a split second. In that momentary gap the long-suppressed and guided shadow of order burst through the helix's restraints like a dam breaking, erupting in full force. Boom! A visible gray distorted force field exploded from Goku's center. Wherever it passed the air emitted a strained crackling sound. Light twisted and small pebbles on the ground were not blown away but briefly suspended in midair as if gravity had been locally negated. Goku's eyes glowed an ominous dark red, his face twisted in agony from the internal conflict, and a bestial rasp escaped his throat. He was nearly lost to the chaos. Goku! Control it! Krillin screamed in terror. Brother! Get back! It's dangerous! Yamcha also shouted. Yet Daro did not retreat, instead he stumbled forward. His face was deathly pale, instantly covered in cold sweat, and his body trembled violently from bearing the terrifying rule negation field at close range, every bone groaning. But a look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. Perhaps this was the most dangerous moment he had been waiting for. Now. He muttered through gritted teeth, draining the last of his chi, barely 30% of his full capacity, and poured every ounce of strength into unleashing the immature rule shield. Yet before his mind could form the intended invisible barrier, it shattered like a soap bubble in the sunlight against the completely uncontrolled homogeneous chaotic force emanating from Goku. It could not even maintain its shape for an instant. Pfft. Before he could even assume a defensive stance, the raging distortion field struck his chest like a massive hammer. He was flung backward like a torn rag doll, crashing heavily onto the hard rock of the tower with a dull thud. Cough. A torrent of blood burst uncontrollably from Daro's mouth, painting a stark red arc in the sunlight. What he felt was not merely internal organ damage but a more eerie sensation of dissolution at the very level of existence, as if some fundamental rules composing his body were being momentarily disrupted and negated, bringing a terror more horrible than being shattered into pieces, a looming annihilation. His vision blurred, his strength drained rapidly. But in the final instant before consciousness was swallowed by agony and emptiness, Daro's soul roared in defiance. He abandoned all attempts to defend his body, channeling his remaining spiritual power along with his innate newly awakened instinct of order calibration, not outward as a defense but as an extremely faint yet precise guiding wave forcibly injected into the edge of Goku's out-of-control chaotic field at the node where energy flowed. He could not stop the flood, but he could try to show this rampaging beast the riverbed it was meant to follow. A miracle occurred. The chaotic force which was about to obliterate everything nearby, including Daro, upon contact with his faint yet fundamentally opposite magnetic poles order guide, underwent an instantaneous deflection and taming. The wild gray shadow let out a reluctant shriek as if pulled by an invisible rein, but the massive energy flow was forcibly redirected along the weak guide back into the spiral structure within Goku's body that had not yet fully dissipated. The gray force field receded like a tide, the air's distortion smoothed, and suspended pebbles clattered to the ground. Goku shuddered violently, his dark red eyes fading, quickly replaced by clear black ones. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a profound sense of exhaustion. When his blurred vision focused and he saw Daro lying in a pool of blood, his breath as faint as a dying candle, immense terror and heart-wrenching guilt flooded over him. Brother. He scrambled to Daro's side, trembling hands not daring to touch him, tears streaming down. What have I done? Brother. Wake up. Don't scare me. Daro's eyelashes fluttered, he opened a slit with extreme difficulty. In his vision was Goku's terrified, tear-streaked face. Agony racked his entire body, every breath carrying blood and searing pain, yet amidst the agony he felt a strange cold clarity. He coughed a small mouthful of bloody foam, mustering the last shred of strength, and with agonizing slowness raised a trembling blood-stained hand to gently, ever so gently, touch Goku's tear-stained cheek. Then he pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile so weak it was barely there yet utterly real and even tinged with victory. See, you fool. It listened to you. It serves you. It doesn't dominate you. His voice trailed off, his hand fell limp and he sank into unconsciousness. But those words along with the calibration Daro had accomplished at the cost of his life shattered the last barrier of confusion and fear in Goku's heart like the most potent catalyst. Love and sacrifice, a brother's blood, these illuminated the path to mastering chaos. After Korin urgently used senzu beans to heal Daro, the beans mended physical wounds but mental and chi depletion still needed time. Goku's training underwent a qualitative transformation. He no longer resisted the shadow, instead he truly began to understand and attempt to dominate the spiral force. When he next fired a ki blast, the core of the energy beam was a stable brilliant orange, but its edges were wreathed in a faintly space-distorting halo of gray ripples. It retained the purity and power of Goku's chi while adding the eerie conceptual interference characteristic of the Shadow of Order. His power had undergone a dangerous yet magnificent amplification. Korin looked at Daro, still pale and unconscious, then at Goku, whose eyes and demeanor had subtly changed. He stroked his long beard and remained silent for a long time. Finally he placed a small cloth pouch solemnly in Goku's hands, the last few senzu beans. Use them sparingly, kid. The real battle begins now. Then turning to Daro, who had just awakened and was still weak, he spoke with unprecedented gravity and entrustment. Young man, your body is far from recovered, but your eyes and hands are more important than any mighty ki blast. Your order perception will be the only radar to detect Piccolo's weaknesses. Your rule calibration disruption may be the sole key to protecting Goku and even turning the tide. Use your wisdom and this life you barely saved to protect your little brother and the normalcy of this world. Supported by Krillin, Daro managed to sit up, his complexion still poor, his breathing short but his eyes clear and firm without a shred of hesitation. He nodded, his voice weak but every word distinct. I understand. I will be by his side. His chi after this severe injury and the partial repair from the senzu had recovered to barely 30% and his meridians remained fragile. But his resolve was unshakable. He was not going as a main combatant but as Goku's living detector and rule disruptor, as the elder brother's final shield and guide. Let's go, brother. Goku crouched down and carefully lifted Daro onto his back. His brother's back was broad and warm, now able to bear a weight. Goku's eyes no longer held the usual levity, only a settled rock-solid determination remained, along with infinite care and reverence for the one on his back. The group bid farewell to Korin Tower and the brief but unforgettable training period. With Goku carrying Daro, the four of them, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, turned into streaks of light flying against the global tide of panic on that last eerily silent night before the 7-day deadline, heading fearlessly toward the celestial temple suspended in the clouds, the destined final battlefield. On the earth below, the myriad lights of homes flickered in fear, people huddled in shelters praying for a miracle that seemed all but impossible. And in the sky above, four youths, bearing scars, secrets, newfound power and unhealed wounds, flew steadfastly toward the dawn that would soon be stained by the flames of war. The ruined platform of the Temple of the Celestial Gods welcomed the final dawn of the 7-day covenant. Ryukong, Daluo, Kellen, Yamucha and Puer stood shoulder to shoulder on the remnants of the broken walls facing the impending apocalypse. The air was as heavy as lead, each breath felt like swallowing iron filings, and even the wind had frozen in the dead silence before daybreak. On the periphery of the platform, Master Wuqian, the turtle hermit, stood alone at the forefront. His bent frame was now thrust upright, and behind his sunglasses his eyes burned with the last flame of a martial artist's dignity. Yet deep within that flame churned a bone-deep fear he himself refused to acknowledge. The turtle hermit's gaze was fixed on the eastern sky, where a viscous demonic aura rapidly devoured the heavens. The aura felt not like power but like a cold concept, a logic of evil with an iron-like cruelty. The old Piccolo Daimao, he remembered, was terrifying, a fusion of magic and violence. But the one approaching now was like a merciless judge wielding a codex intent on negating all existence through rules themselves. The turtle hermit sensed clearly this was no enemy to be fought with ki. He was a traitor to the world's logic. His hands clenched into fists within his wide sleeves, fingers turning white from the strained nails digging deep into his palms. He knew that this aged body of his could only buy the children a few seconds of breath. Daluo stood beside Ryukong, every nerve of perception stretched to its limit. A violent headache like countless needles pierced his consciousness, each heartbeat sent waves of dizziness crashing over him. It's coming. Ryukong. Daluo's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, scraping each word squeezed out with a suppressed gasp, yet the information within was as sharp as a knife's edge. This is not ki, it's a concept moving. It denies all that is established. Remember, never engage in direct physical confrontation. The moment the first ray of sunlight pierced the eastern clouds, space twisted. Piccolo Daimao descended from the surging demonic aura. His towering form was covered in a gray radiance of law. With each step the ground did not tremble but a certain conceptual hum resonated as if the world itself was wailing. Oh! Piccolo's scarlet eyes swept over the group, his lips curling into a sneer of pure contempt. A bunch of ants trying to blaspheme the law with their existence. Enough talk. Demon! The turtle hermit's roar exploded. The old man's hunched back suddenly straightened. He pressed his palms together at his side, gathering all the remaining ki within him, the life essence cultivated for over 80 years, enough to reverse the tides, converging in a mad torrent. Kamehameha. A sapphire beam of light tore through the air, carrying the final roar of a martial soul, and blasted toward the demon king. Piccolo Daimao did not even move his feet. He merely raised his right claw and lightly tapped a finger. Pathetic, kinetic energy. A gray ripple of negation spread from his fingertip, silently colliding with the Kamehameha. There was no explosion, no impact. The moment the once battle-changing technique made contact, the concept of kinetic energy was simply erased, like a pencil mark wiped clean, vanishing into nothing. The turtle hermit's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The next second another negation wave struck his body. The concept of resilience on the old man's body was twisted. He let out a short agonized cry like a broken bellows. Every meridian in his body was wrenched by an invisible hand, and he crashed to the ground like a severed puppet, silent. Master Wujian. Kellen's eyes split with fury. At that moment the celestial god intervened, ancient sealing runes materialized from the void, golden chains of order wrapping around. Naive. Piccolo sneered disdainfully. A ripple spread and the utility concept of the rune cluster was negated. The chains crumbled like a sandcastle. The celestial god's face turned pale as he staggered back, the last light in his eyes extinguished. You are unforgivable. Wukong's roar was like that of a wounded beast. A golden aura tinged with gray rule remnants formed a high-speed spiral around his body, distorting the air around him. Spiral Kamehameha. The moment his palms thrust forward, space groaned under the strain. The spiral wave was no longer pure energy but a chaotic torrent, carrying the paradox of existence and anti-existence, hurtling straight at the demon king. Piccolo Daimao snorted, firing another negation wave, attempting to pierce the attack as before. SSSH. The negation wave did penetrate the energy wave, striking Wukong squarely in the chest. Pwah! Wukong spat blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball. The spiral structure nearly collapsed from the agony. He crashed heavily, the ground cracking like a spider's web. A vessel is after all a vessel. Piccolo Daimao lost patience, raising both hands. All his demonic aura condensed into a single intensely solid existence negation wave. Your very existence is an error. In the split second before the gray wave engulfed Wukong, no way. Daoyuo's roar exploded. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, but his eyes blazed with a terrifying light. Order calibration was forcibly activated, and he saw the logical trajectory of that attack. Using his last strength he ignited Paradox Anchor, hum. A barely perceptible logical flaw opened before Wukong. Piccolo's attack was forced to deflect, grazing Wukong's body and blasting into the distance. The entire platform of the celestial temple vanished, leaving a smooth mirror-like cross-section. Daoyuo collapsed to his knees, trembling violently like a leaf in the wind, his consciousness on the verge of dissolution. Annoying insect. Piccolo frowned, raising his hand again. Yet, Wukong lying on the ground moved. He pushed himself up with his elbows, his broken body staggering to its feet. Blood streamed from his forehead, sliding past his eyes, but the agitation and anger in those eyes were gone, replaced by a clarity as calm as a frozen lake. The spiral structure within him was pushed to an unprecedented limit, entering a formless state, where ki and the shadow of rules no longer opposed each other but achieved a dangerous symbiosis. He saw the only opening Daoyuo had bought for him. This is the end. Wukong's roar erupted simultaneously with his final strike, Spiral Ultimate Kamehameha. This time the energy wave was no longer a mere attack. It transformed into a logical loop that constantly negated and regenerated itself, colliding head-on with Piccolo's negation wave. The two forces did not explode in midair. Instead, a terrifying conceptual devouring began. Wukong's attack, with its dual nature of concept and anti-concept entwined, eroded and digested Piccolo's negation logic like a living thing. What? For the first time Piccolo Daimao showed a look of shock. Boom. The gray energy was devoured in reverse. Piccolo's physical form twisted and disintegrated under the backlash of the rules, letting out a furious unwilling roar. Finally he turned to ash, vanishing into the light of dawn. Did we win? Kellen collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. In the air Wukong's power instantly dissolved. He fell like a bird with broken wings, losing consciousness before he hit the ground. Quick! Save Wukong! Yamcha rushed toward the falling comrade. Just as Kellen's fingers were about to touch the corner of Wukong's robe, ha ha. A sinister viscous reverberating laughter came from where Piccolo had dissipated. The demonic aura reconverged like a waterfall flowing backward, and a phantom even more violent rapidly condensed. Fools! Do you think destroying my flesh can end me? Piccolo Daimyo's form floated in midair, translucent but swirling with a radiance of laws 10 times more savage than before. My power has transcended such lowly concepts as flesh. As long as the logic of negation exists, I will never be bound by the annihilation of existence. He raised his phantom right arm, all demonic aura condensed into an extremely thin, extremely dark negation wave, locking onto the unconscious Wukong on the ground. First erase this greatest error of yours. Despair poured over them like ice water. The turtle hermit could not move. Kellen and Yamcha had no time to react. The celestial god closed his eyes. Only Daluo, he lay among the rubble, his face pressed against the cold ground, vision blurred, ears ringing. But Piccolo Daimyo's negation logic circuit was as clear to him as a knife scratch on glass. A faint icy curve slowly spread across Daluo's lips. No. His lips moved, his voice as weak as a mosquito's hum, yet carrying a resolve like cutting steel. You are wrong. Piccolo. Your logic is your greatest weakness. Final secret art paradox termination, Daluo's reverse logic. Daluo drained the last shred of energy from his body, focusing all his spirit on the negation operation logic he had sensed in Piccolo's power, the core command that denied everything. He used this logic circuit as a vessel for rule mirror, reverse compiled it and injected it into his remaining paradox residue. Blood slid from his tightly shut eyes, mingling with the cold sweat on his forehead and dripping into the dust. His body was like a shattered porcelain doll, but when his eyes suddenly snapped open they burned with an icy blue flame, the final edge of wisdom tempered in the crucible of despair. His expression was terrifyingly calm, as if pain had been severed from his flesh, leaving only pure calculation and decision. Rule collapse. Daluo silently implanted the compiled reverse zeroing instruction into the core of Piccolo Daimyo's demon kernel through the remaining paradox link. This was not an energy attack but a deception at the logical level. He packaged Piccolo's own negation logic into a self-destruct program and quietly returned it. Gaia. Piccolo Daimyo suddenly let out a pained and shocked roar. The violet law radiance around him flickered like a power outage, and the gray demonic aura wildly leaked out. The self-negation logic virus spread through his core, stripping away all law power in an instant, reverting it to the most primitive pure physical demonic aura state. He clutched his head, his phantom form twisting violently, falling into complete logical collapse and chaos. Now is the moment. Daluo's icy blue flames blazed. Law chain strike. He ignited every remnant of paradox energy left in his body, those shattered rule fragments, all of them, transforming them into an extremely condensed high-dimensional oscillation wave. This wave carried the dual nature of the old paradox, both existing and not existing, and like an invisible spirit stabbed straight into Piccolo's demon kernel, now exposed in a logical vacuum without its law protection. SSH. There was no loud sound, only a faint brittle moan like a crack spreading through glass. The moment the oscillation wave invaded the core, a chain reaction of conceptual collapse began. Impossible. My logic is denying itself. Piccolo Daimyo's phantom form shattered inch by inch like a sand painting blown by the wind, disintegrating from the edges. In his scarlet eyes for the first time true bewildered fear appeared. There was no explosion, no residue. He simply annihilated utterly in the paradox of his own logic, as if he had never existed. Heaven and earth fell silent. The wind began to flow again. On the ruins of the celestial temple only a dead stillness remained. Piccolo Daimyo's aura vanished completely, not even a trace left behind. Daluo held the final striking pose for a few seconds, then his taut body finally relaxed. He turned his head with difficulty toward the unconscious Wukong nearby, the corners of his blood-stained lips lifting slightly into a weary yet peaceful smile. Then he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into an endless darkness. It's over. Kellen collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. The turtle hermit was helped up by Mr. Bobo. The old man looked at the two brothers lying side by side, their breaths as faint as candle flames in the wind. Behind his sunglasses his eyes trembled violently. He had witnessed Wukong's savage growth through brute force, and even more, he had seen Daluo's awe-inspiring brilliance of wisdom blooming in the depths of despair. They had not only defeated the Demon King but the very rules that transcended power. The celestial god walked over slowly, crouched down and placed his palm lightly over Wukong's heart, his expression grave. Though Piccolo is dead. The celestial god's voice was hoarse. The shadow of rules inside Wukong pushed to its extreme has been fully awakened. It is no longer a remnant but a dormant seed. Mr. Bobo silently began to treat the two, his black face unreadable but his movements were gentler than ever before. The Dragon Balls glowed softly again in a corner of the ruins. The 7 spheres lay quietly as if the battle that had shaken the laws was just a dream. At last dusk fell. The orange-red sunset poured like molten gold over the broken platform of the celestial temple, casting long shadows from the shattered walls. In the center of the ruins 2 youths lay side by side, Wukong's brow furrowed, his golden hair streaked with blood and dust, Daluo's face serene, the bloodstains on his pale cheeks already dry. One had borne the rules with his body reaching the extreme of power, the other had analyzed the logic with his mind becoming the anchor of paradox. They had approached the limit in different ways yet exchanged a similar sacrifice for this moment of peace. The turtle hermit took off his tattered outer robe and gently covered the 2 children, murmuring softly as if speaking to the unconscious or to himself, "Sleep well, the road ahead is still long." The distant clouds were dyed blood-red by the setting sun, gradually fading into dark purple. Earth had returned to peace for now, but the shadow of rules hidden deep in Wukong's bloodline and the crisis at the level of laws far beyond Earth revealed by this battle had become a silent pendulum hanging over everyone's heads. The dusk at the celestial temple marked the end of an era. The morning light completely pierced through the clouds, dyeing the ruins of the Tianshan temple into a poignant gold and red. The wind passed through the broken stone pillars, emitting a whimpering low moan. Like the great Demon King vanished, not even a trace of ash remained. But the price of victory was suffocatingly heavy. Wukong let out a painful groan, trying to push himself up from the rubble. The moment he mobilized his chi, an excruciating pain like molten iron poured into his blood vessels, flooded his entire body. He crashed back to the ground, cold sweat soaking his tattered training uniform. "Don't move recklessly, Wukong." The aged voice of Tianshan sounded. He was crouching beside Daluo, his palm emitting a faint healing light. Daluo's condition seemed even worse. Though his eyes were open, they were vacant, as if his soul had been drained away. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his palm, where once he could freely condense and circulate chi. Now, no matter how he willed it, his dantian was like a dried well with only a few wisps of chi struggling through the broken meridians. "Tianshan. My chi." Daluo's voice was hoarse and dry. "It's already a miracle that you survived." Tianshan sighed, his gaze sweeping over the 2 brothers. "In the last battle you overextended your souls to touch the law. That is a taboo that a mortal body cannot bear." He pointed at Wukong's chest. "Wukong, the shadow of rules inside you has fallen silent, but before hibernating it thoroughly solidified your meridians to protect itself. Now you are like a pipe filled with cement, forcibly gathering chi will only cause your body to explode." He then looked at Daluo with a complicated expression. "As for you, Daluo, you deceived the Demon King with reverse logic and your spiritual power suffered a devastating blow. Your chi has atrophied. In the future it will be difficult for you to accumulate massive amounts of energy for a head-on clash like ordinary martial artists." "So crippled?" Yamcha asked cautiously from the side, his eyes full of pity. Daluo did not speak, he just stared intently at the clouds drifting above the Tianshan temple. "Crippled? No." In that dying moment he saw clearly the nodes of Bike's power. At this moment, though his chi was dry, the world in his eyes had changed, the faint flow of energy in the air, the trajectory of Tianshan's healing light, and even the chaotic direction of Yamcha's breath due to tension were all as clear as the lines on a palm. He lost a sea but gained a pair of eyes that could see to the bottom of the water. 3 days later, in the special care ward of Capsule Corporation in Shidu. The pungent smell of disinfectant replaced the coldness of the temple, and outside the window was the noisy traffic. "Really? Are you two trying to die?" Buer Ma, while peeling an apple, scolded the 2 brothers lying on the hospital beds with red-rimmed eyes. "Especially you, Daluo. Kellen said you charged in like a madman." "Sorry, Buer Ma." Daluo leaned on the pillow, pale but with much better spirits. He big brother did that to save me." Wukong was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, wolfing down his 10th bowl of hospital food. The intense pain in his meridians seemed to have no effect on his appetite. At that moment Yamcha pushed the door open carrying a basket of fruit walking with a brisk stride. Yo, you both seem to be in good spirits. Yamcha smiled and walked between the two beds. At that instant Daluo's pupils contracted slightly. In his field of vision Yamcha was no longer just a young man in a training uniform. He saw a flowing white aura covering Yamcha's body surface. The aura was generally smooth but at the right knee and left shoulder there were obvious dim spots, places where the chi flow was sluggish and also the weakest points in defense. A strange intuition drove him. Yamcha, Daluo suddenly spoke, can you hand me that water glass? I can't move. No problem. Yamcha enthusiastically turned around to reach for the water glass on the bedside table. The moment he turned shifting his weight onto his right leg the dim spot on his knee was completely exposed. Daluo narrowed his eyes. Without any large movement he only mobilized the faintest trace of chi remaining in his fingertip at that moment and flicked his finger. Chi. A faint chi force almost invisible to the naked eye precise as a scalpel pierced into the chi point on Yamcha's right knee. Wah! Yamcha originally with a stable stance suddenly had his right leg's chi flow cut off and the entire leg instantly lost strength. With a thud he knelt on one knee before Daluo's bed the water glass flying out of his hand. What's going on? Is the floor slippery? Yamcha scrambled up his face red as he rubbed his knee. Wukong stopped chewing. He sensed it, in that moment just now Big Brother's chi though as weak as a mosquito had cut off Yamcha's chi. Daluo looked at his own finger a cold and confident smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. No need for massive energy clashes. Just cut the node of flow and even a dam will collapse from a single crack. This was his new path. The perspective lifted passing through the atmosphere over the moon into the deep cold universe. A spherical single-person spacecraft was moving through the asteroid belt at sublight speed. Inside the narrow cockpit only the dim green light from the instrument panel flickered. The Saiyan warrior with long black hair, Lattice, was idly fiddling with the combat power scanner on his left eye. Suddenly the scanner emitted a series of rapid beeping sounds. Lattice pressed a button to retrieve the data record. On the screen a peak value from a distant location flashed past the red line. That remote planet in that direction. Just now a momentary energy reaction broke through. 2000. And the energy nature is extremely bizarre. Lattice frowned. Isn't that the low-level planet where Kakemono was sent, Earth? The natives there have an average combat power of only 5. A rough voice came from the communicator, hey Lattice, what are you daydreaming about? We're about to attack the next planet. Nothing, just saw some strange data. Lattice snorted coldly and turned off the page. Probably a scanner malfunction or a meteor impact. That waste Kakemono is probably dead already. But he still marked a, to be checked, symbol on the star map for that blue planet. In the distant darkness the true physical destructive force was quietly approaching. 1 month later on the hospital rooftop. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two brothers long. Wukong removed his bandages moving his stiff arms. Daluo wore a simple trench coat carrying a small backpack looking capable and lean. Are you really not coming with me to see Tiantian, big brother? Wukong looked at Daluo. Tiantian said the training there can repair the body. Daluo shook his head, his gaze turning to the bustling city and the distant wilderness. Tiantian's training is suitable for you, Wukong. You need high gravity to temper your body, reopen those meridians that are solid like cement and train to gain the strongest power. But I am different. He stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion in the sunset. My chi si is destroyed, mere physical training cannot let me surpass my limits. I need to go into the mundane world, see all kinds of martial artists and observe the myriad ways chi flows. I need to perfect these eyes. Moreover, Daluo smiled and patted Wukong's shoulder. One day I will use these eyes to find the fatal points of all enemies for you. Wukong nodded in half understanding, but he felt his big brother's determination. He stretched out his fist. Then we have a pact. Wukong's eyes burned with fighting spirit. 3 years later at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I will train the strongest fist. Daluo extended his slender fingers and gently pressed them against Wukong's fist instead of making a fist. Then I will train fingers that can sever your fist. Daluo responded confidently, see you in 3 years, Wukong. The two figures walked away in opposite directions under the setting sun. The nimbus carried Wukong rushing toward the Tiantian temple above the clouds. Daluo leaped and disappeared into the shadows of the concrete jungle. Night fell. In a desolate canyon 300 kilometers from Shidu. Here lurked a remnant of Bike the Great Demon King, a demon warrior 3 meters tall covered in scales. Though not as terrifying as the Great Demon King, it possessed the combat power to easily destroy a tank. At this moment it was roaring at the frail human before it. "You reckless vermin! How dare you block my path?" The demon warrior opened its huge mouth, gathering a dazzling high-energy qigong cannon deep in its throat. "Turn to ashes." Boom! A thick energy wave with a destructive aura blasted toward Daoyuo. Daoyuo did not dodge. At the moment the qigong wave illuminated the canyon, his black pupils glowed with a faint blue light. In his vision, time seemed to slow down. That terrifying qigong wave was no longer a mass of energy but countless flowing lines. He clearly saw that at the core of that energy mass there was an extremely tiny unstable connection point, that was the Qi Meridian Gate through which the demon warrior controlled this energy. "Too big a flaw," Daoyuo murmured. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his figure ghostlike as he sidestepped the edge of the qigong wave and instantly closed in on the demon warrior's side. 2 fingers pressed together with no powerful qi at the tip, only a sharpest point of rejection against the rules. Pfft. The fingers accurately pierced a hidden acupoint 3 inches below the demon warrior's armpit. Ah! The demon warrior's roar was cut short. The next second he felt the qigong wave he was spewing suddenly go out of control, and the qi flow inside him seemed to hit a wall, then crazily reversed. No! No! Boom! The qigong wave detonated inside the demon warrior's mouth and chest. The massive explosion tore its body apart from the inside, dust and smoke rising. Daoyuo stood in the aftermath of the explosion, his trench coat flapping in the wind. He coldly watched the demon convulsing in a pool of blood and lightly flicked non-existent dust off his fingers. No matter how great the power, if the path is wrong, it's a dead end. He turned and disappeared into the vast night. Papaya Island, outside the registration hall of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Rain poured down like a waterfall. Large raindrops pounded against the concrete floor, splashing up dense spray, shrouding the entire world in a gray misty curtain of rain. Under the temporarily erected rain shelter of the registration area, martial artists crowded together. Excited murmurs, the crisp sounds of joints cracking during warm-ups, and heavy breathing were all drowned out by the dull drumming of the rain. Buorma, dressed in a sharp black leather jacket, leaned against a support pillar. 3 years had erased the girlish innocence from her face, adding a hint of mature sharpness to the corners of her eyes. She glanced into the depths of the rain from time to time, her fingertips tapping unconsciously on her arm. "Why aren't they here yet?" Kellen stood on tiptoe, craning his neck, his bald head dotted with water droplets leaking from the shelter roof. He was more muscular than 3 years ago, his gaze steadier. Yamucha stood with crossed arms, whistling casually, but the slight trembling of his toes betrayed his anxiety. "Really?" Buorma finally couldn't help it. "Did those 2 fall into the sea?" Before her words faded, the rain curtain was torn apart by a figure. A tall, straight figure stepped steadily out of the pouring rain. He wore a heavy rain-soaked dark cloak, and as he stepped into the puddles, instead of splashing water, he sent out ripples that spread from the weight of his footsteps. He walked under the shelter and raised his hand to remove his soaked hood. The black spiky hair dripped with water. That face had shed all childishness. His jawline was sharp and defined, his nose bridge high, and his dark eyes deep as an ancient well beneath which seemed to lurk a volcano about to awaken. His shoulders and back were broad, the outline of muscles visible beneath the cloak. Standing there he was like a forged steel statue tempered by countless trials. "I'm here, Buorma." Wukong revealed a smile. There was still a trace of boyish shyness in that smile, but more than that it was a settled, reassuring strength. Almost at the same moment another figure silently emerged from the shadows of the crowd under the shelter. He wore a dark gray stand-collar trench coat, its hem dry as if the rain deliberately avoided him. His figure was slender and lean, but not frail, like a fine sword sheathed in its scabbard. He wore black half-finger leather gloves revealing long powerful knuckles. Daluo. His presence almost vanished. If one didn't deliberately look for him, he was like a shadow that had merged into the background, eerily quiet. "Big brother." Wukong's smile instantly brightened, pure light bursting from his eyes. Daluo stepped forward, his expression calm, but deep in those dark pupils a certain icy blue sharpness, aged for 3 years, flashed briefly. "I kept my promise, Wukong. No embrace, no unnecessary words." Thud. Wukong clenched his right fist and slowly raised it. Daluo's right index and middle fingers came together, extending like a sword. Fist and fingers gently touched in the humid air under the shelter. With a hum, an invisible current of air burst outward from the 2 of them. It was not a violent explosion but a precise repulsion. The rain within a meter around them was instantly cleared and the puddles on the ground evaporated into white mist, forming a brief dry vacuum area. The shelter instantly fell silent. The eyes of all the martial artists focused on the two brothers. TCH. A cold piercing sound cut through the silence like a blade. So these are the new disciples of the Turtle Hermit School. Not impressive. Two oppressive gazes pierced through the crowd, locking onto Wukong and Deluo. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi walked over. 3 years of harsh training had made Tianjin Fan's aura even sharper. He wore a black martial arts uniform with a crane emblem embroidered on his chest, his muscles bulging, his whole being like a vicious blade drawn from its sheath. And the most unnerving thing was the closed third eye on his forehead. At that moment that heavenly eye slowly opened. Its golden pupil moved and first locked onto Wukong. Tianjin Fan's brows instantly tightened. In his celestial eye's vision, Wukong's body seemed to contain a sleeping golden volcano, vast, blazing with destructive power flowing slowly through his meridians, each heartbeat driving a terrifying energy tide. That oppressive feeling made Tianjin Fan's breath catch for a moment. He forced his gaze away, turning his celestial eye toward Deluo. And then, Tianjin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Void. A complete nothingness. In his celestial eye's vision, Deluo's body was like a precise black hole. No chi leaked out, no energy flowed, even his life force was faint to the point of near non-existence. The light of the celestial eye shone onto him as if into an abyss with no feedback, only an unsettling absolute emptiness. This feeling of uncontrolled spying made Tianjin Fan's heart clench sharply. He strode forward, heavy steps splashing puddles. His powerful aura erupted without restraint, forcing several weaker martial artists around him to step back repeatedly. Tianjin Fan stopped in front of Deluo, looking down at this lean opponent. Are you the one rumored to take pleasure in severing the stream breaker? His voice was cold with undisguised hostility. Your eyes and aura make me very uncomfortable. Deluo slowly raised his head. His gaze was calm like a deep pool, so dark it reflected no image. Your third eye, Deluo spoke, his voice low but clearly piercing through the rain, can see the strength of power. He paused briefly, his gaze piercing like a needle. But can you see the death line of power? The air seemed to freeze. A vein bulged on Tianjin Fan's forehead. The invisible aura between them clashed explosively. The ground could not withstand the pressure, emitting a sharp crack, and with the two as the center, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out. Jiaozi and Kellen both felt a tightness in their chests as if an invisible hand had seized their breath. The preliminary matches began in the huge circular arena. Hundreds of martial artists competed in a knockout format to determine the top 8. Everyone's eyes involuntarily followed the figures of Wukong and Deluo. First match, Wukong stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a giant over 2.5 meters tall, a previous top 8 contestant nicknamed Iron Tank. His muscles bulged like rock, each step shaking the arena. Haha. Little dwarf. The giant looked down at Wukong, who only reached his waist, his voice booming like a bell. With a body like yours you should go home and drink milk. I'll smash you into a meat patty with one punch. Wukong said nothing. He didn't even take off the ordinary-looking but extremely heavy-weighted clothing he wore. The referee waved his hand, begin. The giant roared and charged. His massive body stirred up a wind, his right fist pulled back, muscle fibers tensed to the limit, and he threw a punch. The punch's wind tore through the air with a piercing screech. The audience gasped. Wukong moved. He merely sidestepped, slightly raised his right palm and aimed it at the giant's chest. The movement was casual, as if he wasn't facing a deadly attack but brushing dust off his clothes. Then he gently pushed his palm forward. No contact. There was still half a foot between Wukong's palm and the giant's fist. But in that instant, an invisible high-frequency vibration burst from Wukong's palm. That was the embryonic form of a chaos collapse fist, not an orderly impact but countless tiny shockwaves, chaotic in direction and interwoven in force, penetrating the air and directly striking the chi meridian nodes inside the giant's body. The giant's charge came to an abrupt halt. The cruel grin on his face froze, replaced by extreme terror. He felt as if the chi flow in his entire body was violently stirred by an invisible hand, his muscles spasming uncontrollably, his internal organs seemingly pierced by countless fine needles. Ugh! With a piercing scream, the giant's 3-meter-tall body was struck by an invisible giant hammer, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward. Tracing a parabola, he crashed heavily under the wall 20 meters away, raising a cloud of dust, and fell unconscious on the spot. The entire venue fell silent. Wukong withdrew his hand as if he had done nothing important and turned to walk off the stage. Immediately after, De Luo stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a master of hard qigong over 50 years old, renowned for withstanding tank shells with his physical body. The old man's skin gleamed with a metallic bronze luster, his muscles, though not exaggerated, held a rock-like resilience. "Young man," the old man said, looking at De Luo's lean figure and shaking his head, "your fingers might be able to break stones. But my golden bell shield cannot be shattered even by cannon shells. Admit defeat to avoid injury." De Luo did not respond. He simply stood quietly, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, his gaze calm as he looked at his opponent. The referee waved his hand. The old man let out a low shout and his chi erupted from his entire body. His bronze skin instantly took on a cold metallic sheen. He stepped forward and charged, not fast but each step heavy as a mountain, his right fist straight at De Luo's face. The punch's wind was heavy with an overwhelming momentum. De Luo moved. Just as the fist was about to touch his nose, his figure flickered like a phantom. Not a retreat but a sideways approach. Their bodies crossed at extremely close range. De Luo's right hand had already lifted, his index and middle fingers together, a faint, almost invisible cold blue light glowing at his fingertips. Meridian severance, stream break, puff. First finger struck 3 inches below the old man's right waist, the chi drain point. Puff. Second finger almost simultaneously struck half an inch on the left side of his neck, the Tianshu lock point. No loud noise, no explosion. The old man's forward momentum suddenly froze. He stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with incredulous terror. He felt that his hard qigong cultivated for 50 years throughout his body had at that moment broken. Like the main beam supporting a great building being precisely pulled out. Hiss, ha, the metallic luster on the old man's body rapidly dissipated like an ebbing tide. His imposing aura instantly wilted his whole body as if his spine had been removed. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees with a thud, his entire body twitching uncontrollably without even the strength to lift a finger. De Luo withdrew his fingers, the blue light at his fingertips silently fading. He didn't even glance back at his opponent, turned and walked steadily toward the rest area. After a brief dead silence, the audience erupted in a thunderous uproar. In the distance, in the shadows of the spectator seats, Lin Fan stared fixedly at De Luo's back, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding audibly. He understood. That was not acupoint striking. That was something more terrifying, directly severing the underlying logic of energy transmission. For the Crane school, which relied on precise chi control and a chi-based combat system, this was practically a natural enemy. After the preliminaries, the contestant corridor was narrow and damp, lit by only a few dim wall lamps. The oppressive atmosphere was like a boiler being constantly pressurized. Footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Lin Fan could no longer bear it. He spun around abruptly, blocking De Luo's path. The third eye on his forehead glared wide, golden pupils burning with the fury of being provoked. What kind of sorcery is that? De Luo stopped, looked up at him, his gaze still calm. Answer me. Lin Fan growled, his chi beginning to surge uncontrollably around him, blowing his black hair wildly. The turtle hermit school never had such a treacherous technique. De Luo was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke, "It's not sorcery. It's seeing through. Stop pretending to be mystical." Lin Fan's patience ran out. He suddenly raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together, and a piercing white light instantly gathered at his fingertips. The light was highly compressed with countless fine currents of chi spinning madly inside, emitting a sharp hum. Crane school ultimate technique, piercing wave. And it was not an ordinary piercing wave. This energy was extremely condensed, spinning at over 3 times the normal speed, with piercing power enough to penetrate steel plates. "Let me see how you see through this." Lin Fan roared, his third eye locked onto De Luo, and the white light shot from his fingertips. Sure. The piercing wave tore through the air, leaving a blinding white trail straight for De Luo's forehead. So fast that it reached the target almost instantly upon release. Kellen exclaimed from nearby, "Watch out." De Luo did not dodge. He didn't even assume a defensive posture. He simply raised his right hand and extended his index finger. At his fingertip a faint blue light silently lit up. Vision, chi layer, full activation. In De Luo's vision the world changed. That deadly piercing wave was no longer an energy beam but a 3-dimensional structure precisely woven from 3721 rotating air currents. He saw the origin of the energy Tianjin Fan's fingertips, the transmission channels and the 17 key nodes maintaining the structure's stability. And the most fragile one, the logic interface located in the middle section of the energy beam responsible for connecting the front and rear rotation directions. De Luo's index finger moved. The movement was as light as brushing a string. That faint blue light at his fingertip precisely and gently touched the disintegration point that did not exist physically, only at the energy structure level. At the moment of contact, the precise rotation structure inside the piercing wave suffered logical collapse. Shoo! The blinding white light like a snuffed candle instantly dimmed and dissipated. The high-speed rotating energy did not explode but decomposed into countless tiny sparks, silently annihilating less than an inch in front of De Luo's fingertip. Only the buzzing of the wall lamp's current remained in the corridor. Tianjin Fan stood frozen, his third eye open to its maximum, golden pupils filled with shock and bewilderment. His strongest piercing ultimate technique was casually erased by a single finger. De Luo slowly withdrew his index finger, the blue light fading. He looked up, his gaze like a cold sword blade piercing Tianjin Fan. Your chi, De Luo's voice was light but it struck Tianjin Fan's heart like a heavy hammer, is too crude. Save your ultimate technique for the match. He turned and walked deeper into the corridor, his last words drifting back with absolute control. In my eyes, you right now are full of flaws. All 8 finalists were determined: Wukong, De Luo, Tianjin Fan, Kellen, Yamucha, Jiaozi, and a mysterious figure wrapped in a dark green cloak exuding a chilling aura. The drawing ceremony was held in the main hall of the tournament. A huge electronic screen lit up with all the contestants' names scrolling on it. The atmosphere was so tense you could wring water from it. Wukong flexed his wrists, his eyes excited. Kellen and Yamucha swallowed nervously. Tianjin Fan stood with arms crossed, his face as dark as iron, his gaze fixed on De Luo standing quietly in the distance. And that green-cloaked mysterious figure, Demon Jr. Bike, stood alone in the corner shadows. Beneath his hood a pair of cold eyes slowly swept over the crowd, finally settling on De Luo. His green skin emitted an eerie sheen in the dim light. That guy. Bike muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, his aura faint to the point of near non-existence. But why do I feel a lingering nauseating scent of paradox? He narrowed his eyes. Variable. At that moment the electronic screen stopped scrolling. The match bracket appeared clearly: match opponents. First match, Wukong vs. Chi-Chi. Second match, Kellen vs. Jiaozi. Third match, Yamucha vs. Mysterious figure Demon Jr. Fourth match, De Luo vs. Tianjin Fan. The entire venue erupted in uproar. The fourth match was practically the final in advance. Tianjin Fan looked at the screen, a slow smile mixing anger and madness spreading across his lips. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the crowd and colliding with De Luo's calm eyes in the air. Good. De Luo. Tianjin Fan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. I will on the arena using all the Crane School's ultimate techniques. Personally crush your arrogant fingers. From the corner shadows Bike let out a low laugh. Interesting. Too interesting. The gears of fate at this moment meshed with a thunderous clash. The arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament was about to become the bloodiest collision ground of power and skill, vision and finger techniques and different schools. The main arena of the martial arts tournament. The stone platform gleamed with a cold cyan light under the afternoon sun, its surface etched with fine cracks, the battle scars left by warriors of past ages. As the fourth match was about to begin, the clamor of the audience suddenly dropped, transforming into a hushed, almost solemn murmur. On the arena 2 men stood facing each other. Daluo, clad in a dark gray trench coat, let the hem flutter gently in the breeze. His hands hung naturally at his sides, the black leather of half-finger gloves wrapping his slender fingers. He stood still as a pine, his presence nearly imperceptible. Opposite him Tianjin Fan stood bare-chested, his muscles sculpted like steel. Beneath the purple headband on his forehead his third eye, golden, had opened its cold pupil like a precise scanner locked onto Daluo. Yet, nothing. In Tianjin Fan's third eye vision, Daluo's body was a veil of fog. No flow of chi, no energy meridians, even the signs of life were too faint to grasp. This unfathomable sight tightened Tianjin Fan's heart. Damn! What kind of aura is this? It's like a blank sheet of paper, no pattern to read. What did those eyes see? I must attack first, compress his movement space with high-frequency combos, never let him have a chance to use his finger technique. The third eye can see the flow of chi, but it relies on chi as its medium. If I don't circulate my energy, it loses its anchor. I can't let him near the 7 main acupoint blocking points around my dantian. But my target is his chi transmission chain, the invisible pathways that channel power from the core to the limbs. Fourth match begin. The referee swung his arm down. Lin Fan moved. No probing, he went all out from the first move. He pushed off his left foot, cracking the stone surface with fine fissures, and his silhouette shot forward like a cannonball, closing the 5-meter distance in an instant. His right fist pulled back, muscles taut like a bowstring, and he drove it straight at Daluo's face with a whistling wind. The punch seemed straightforward, but Lin Fan's third eye locked onto Daluo's shoulder, elbow and wrist. He wanted to predict any possible finger technique starting stance. Daluo did not meet it head-on. As the fist was about to touch his nose, his body swayed left like a willow branch in the wind. Not a retreat, but a half-step sidestep. That half-step made Lin Fan's fist brush past his right shoulder, the wind tearing at his coat. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. His third eye had clearly seen Daluo's shoulder dip slightly, expecting a finger block, so he had left room for the punch to change course. But Daluo had no intention of blocking, he simply dodged the direct line of the fist's peak with pure precision. Humph. Lin Fan reacted instantly, as his right fist missed, his left leg swept out like a steel whip, aiming for Daluo's waist. This kick was faster, more cunning, sealing off Daluo's escape to the right. Still, Daluo did not raise his finger. His body seemed weightless. As the leg wind closed and he lightly tapped the ground with his left toe, and like a puppet pulled by invisible strings, he drifted half a foot backward. Exactly at the limit of the kick's reach. Lin Fan's toe scraped past the hem of Daluo's coat. How is that possible? Lin Fan's heart shuddered. This wasn't a difference in speed, it was total suppression of rhythm. Every dodge Daluo made was not a reaction after the attack landed, but a half beat ahead, moving to the blind spot where Lin Fan's power had not yet fully channeled during his exertion. For the next 10 seconds Lin Fan unleashed a storm of attacks. Jabs like rain, whip kicks in succession, elbows and knees sealing off Daluo's movement from every angle. His third eye was fully open, trying to catch any fluctuation in Daluo's aura. But Daluo was like a ghost. His steps were minuscule, often just a slight turn of the toe or a subtle tilt of the body, letting fierce attacks slide past. The coat's hem was torn by fist winds several times, but not a single hair on his head was touched. What unsettled Lin Fan more was that Daluo had yet to raise his hands. Those half-fingered gloves hands hung naturally at his sides, as if the fierce fight had nothing to do with him. What is he looking at? What is he waiting for? This dodging style. It's not martial arts. It's like he knew the path of every move I'd make. When the right shoulder exerts force, the left leg's chi meridian has a 0.3-second delay. When the left knee rises, there's a brief energy gap beneath the right ribs. The third eye lets him see far, but it makes him overly reliant on vision, ignoring the body's own physical inertia. 10 seconds, 23 moves. Lin Fan's breathing grew heavy. The high-intensity assault drained him while Daluo remained calm. Then, Daluo's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Fan retreated 3 steps back, opening the distance. Sweat dripped from his brow onto the stone. He knew that hand-to-hand combat could no longer defeat this opponent. Daluo's prediction ability was like mind-reading. Since technique won't work. Lin Fan's voice was low with anger. I'll crush your arrogant finger technique with absolute power. He bent his knees slightly and his chi erupted. Saiyan currents rose from his feet, lifting dust and gravel. In the next moment he stomped the ground, activated the air dance and shot vertically into the sky like a cannonball, stopping 10 meters above the arena. The sun was blocked by his towering figure, casting a shadow over the ring. Lin Fan assumed a stance in the air. His palms slowly came together before his chest, and a third eye on his forehead blazed with blinding golden light. The light was almost tangible, forming ripples of energy around him. The Crane School's ultimate art. Lin Fan's voice trembled with the strain of energy infusion, carrying a desperate pain. Ki. Blast. Cannon. Whoosh. Vast energy began to converge at his palms. It was not an ordinary ki wave, but a square-shaped block of destructive energy, densely compressed. Inside, countless fine streams of energy spun and collided, emitting a grating hum. The arena floor began to tremble. The stone slabs cracked under the pressure from above, splitting with a loud crunch, and fissures spread outward from the spot directly below Lin Fan. Panicked screams erupted from the audience. Fall back. The turtle hermit shot up from his seat, his face pale. That's a forbidden technique that consumes life force. The arena will be destroyed. Kellen and Yamucha also stood, shock in their eyes. In the sky a trickle of blood ran from the corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth. The ki blast cannon was draining his life force, but his eyes were filled only with mad battle lust. Take this, Daluo. The square energy cannon had fully formed over 2 meters wide, its inner light blinding. Daluo still stood on the arena looking up at the destructive energy above. The hem of his coat whipped wildly in the energy turbulence. He knew that the power of this attack had surpassed the limit of what his depleted Dantian could sever. This was pure brutal mass over quality energy discharge. I can't sever the energy itself. Then I must find the logical switch before the energy is released. Vision ultimate analysis. A faint blue light burned like ice flame deep in Daluo's pupils. The world reconstructed in his eyes. The square ki cannon was no longer a block of energy but a thick pipeline of burning life force. This pipeline extended from Tianjin Fan's heart through his shoulder and arm, finally converging, compressing and taking shape between his palms. To instantly convert life force into destructive energy, this pipeline contained an extremely complex and fragile logic circuit. Like a delicate circuit board, any node failure would cause energy backlash. Daluo's sight pierced through the energy turbulence and locked onto a spot 3 inches below Tianjin Fan's right shoulder blade. There the life force chi artery intersected with the technique control meridian. It was the briefest, most vulnerable vital point of the entire energy system before the ki blast cannon was launched. Die! Tianjin Fan roared, thrusting his palms forward. The square energy cannon broke free and began to fall. At first slow, then accelerating, it hurtled toward Daluo at the center of the arena with crushing force. The audience fell into dead silence, many closed their eyes. Daluo moved. At the same instant the cannon was launched, he stepped forward half a pace with his left foot leaning slightly. Then, burst. Not backward but forward, charging straight at the falling energy cannon. His speed was so fast it left a faint gray afterimage in the air. It wasn't pure speed but a precise thrust calculated to the extreme from body power and ground reaction. What? Tianjin Fan's pupils shrank in the air. This madman actually dares to charge straight into the energy cannon. Daluo's figure was minuscule against the massive energy blast. But his charging trajectory was not a straight line, it curved slightly to the right, cutting like a blade into the turbulent zone at the edge of the energy cannon. The gale tore at his coat and his skin stung from the scattered energy. But his eyes were fixed only on that vital point. 3 inches below Tianjin Fan's right shoulder, right in front of him. Meridian severance flow break, ultimate application. Daluo's right hand rose without warning. Index and middle fingers together, the faint blue light at their tips condensed into a needle point. In the instant his body brushed past Tianjin Fan's. Pfft. The fingers pierced precisely into that invisible energy artery intersection point. There was no loud noise, no explosion. Only a faint sound like a bubble popping. Ugh. Tianjin Fan's body convulsed violently. He felt the life energy flow from his heart to his palms being forcibly severed in that moment. Like a rushing river suddenly cut by an invisible gate. The falling energy cannon dimmed instantly. The intricate rotating energy structure, lacking further support, began to lose control and dissipate. The destructive power that could have flattened the entire arena and part of the audience was reduced by over 70% in an instant. Boom! The energy cannon finally struck the arena, blasting a square pit 3 meters deep with charred edges. Debris flew and smoke filled the air. But the power was far less than expected. Daluo rode the explosion's shockwave backward, landing steadily at the edge of the arena. Meanwhile in the sky, the light of Tianjin Fan's third eye went out completely. His face was ashen white and he spat a mouthful of blood. The backlash from having his chi meridians forcibly severed at high speed felt like countless steel needles drilling inside him. He could no longer maintain the air dance, he wobbled and fell like a broken kite, crashing heavily at the edge of the pit in the center of the arena. The smoke slowly cleared. An eerie silence fell over the arena. Tianjin Fan struggled to get up, but as soon as he pushed himself up with his arms he collapsed weakly to his knees. He coughed violently, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the charred ground. Daluo stood 10 meters away, breathing slightly faster. That last extreme meridian severance had nearly drained his already meager mental energy. A stabbing pain throbbed at his temples. He knew he had no strength left to perform a second severing finger. But he did not step forward to finish the fight, he simply watched his kneeling opponent. Tianjin Fan raised his head, his third eye had closed, leaving only a faint vertical line. He looked at Daluo, his eyes not filled with resentment but with a dazed confusion after being completely shattered and a trace of reluctant admiration. You. How? His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. How did you see through? Daluo did not answer. This silence to Tianjin Fan stung more than any taunt. It wasn't contempt but calm control. I won't admit defeat. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his gums from the strain. With the last of his willpower he forcibly summoned the residual chi within him. He raised his arms and crossed them before his forehead. That closed third eye opened a slit again, its light dim but still burning. The Crane School's final ultimate art, Tianjin Fan's voice sounded like a broken bellows, solar flare. Blinding white light burst from his third eye. In an instant it swallowed the entire arena. The light was so intense that everyone who looked directly saw nothing but white. The audience cried out in pain, covering their eyes or turning away. Daluo closed his eyes the moment the light erupted. But his vision did not shut down. He completely abandoned sight and focused all his perception on chi and air currents. In his perceptual world Tianjin Fan was no longer a human form but a chaotic energy source, like a candle flickering in the wind. He could see Tianjin Fan's trembling legs from exhaustion and the two faint unstable countercurrents under his feet as he barely maintained flight with the air dance. Now. Daluo moved. His silhouette was like a ghost in the blinding white light, making no sound, and in an instant he closed in on Tianjin Fan's weakened body. He did not strike with his finger. Instead he extended his left hand index and middle fingers together and gently tapped the Lingtai acupoint on Tianjin Fan's back. This was not severance but guidance. Using the tip of his finger Daluo gently nudged the two chaotic air dance currents under Tianjin Fan's feet, reversing their direction. Tianjin Fan felt a clever push from behind and his body drifted forward uncontrollably. He tried to adjust but his chi meridians were empty, leaving him powerless. Thus along a gentle parabola he crossed the ropes at the edge of the arena and landed softly on the grass outside. The light faded. The audience rubbed their eyes, their vision gradually returning. What they saw was Daluo standing quietly in the center of the arena while Tianjin Fan had landed outside on one knee, gasping for breath. The referee paused for 2 seconds before raising his arm out of bounds. Daluo wins. After a brief silence the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Daluo walked slowly down from the arena to the sidelines. Tianjin Fan, supported by Jiaozi, stood up. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the approaching Daluo with a complex expression. Daluo extended his hand. Tianjin Fan stared at that hand for 2 seconds, then finally reached out and grasped it firmly. Your third eye is strong, Daluo said calmly, but it sees too far, too focused on the external, and thus neglects the connecting lines within your own energy system. Tianjin Fan was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. You win, Daluo. Your finger technique has transcended the boundaries of any school. That's not martial arts, it's... He paused, unable to find the right word. It's deconstruction, Daluo finished. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and the fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. In 3 years I will be stronger. Next time my third eye will definitely see through you. I look forward to it. Daluo nodded slightly. They released their hands. A fierce battle ended with mutual respect between martial artists. Yet in this atmosphere of passion and respect a cold gaze never left. In the shadow of the competitors' passage across the arena the second Demon King Piccolo leaned against the wall, arms crossed. His green eyes like a viper's locked onto Daluo. Interesting. Very interesting. This mortal can precisely calibrate the delivery nodes of life energy. That's not a martial technique, it's a loophole in the rules. Inside his body there lingers a paradoxical aura that sickens me. Faint, but its essence is extremely special. If I could absorb both those eyes and that paradoxical power within him, my demon core would no longer be bound by the mortal shell nor constrained by any cosmic law. He is the greatest prey of this trip. The corners of Piccolo's mouth slowly curled into a cold, greedy smile. At that moment the referee's voice boomed through the speakers. Next match. Yamucha vs. the mysterious fighter. Piccolo withdrew his gaze, turned and walked slowly toward the arena entrance. His green skin gleamed with a cold luster in the dim light of the passage. At the martial arts tournament venue the clamor of the audience reached a new crescendo just before the start of the 5th match. Yamucha leaped onto the arena stage with fluid and agile movements. He turned around, flashing a brilliant smile at his companions below, and waved his arm vigorously. Don't worry, Kellenbuer Ma. Yamucha's voice was resounding, brimming with the confidence forged through 3 years of arduous training. I am no longer the same person I was 3 years ago. My Wolf Fang fist, this time I will show the world its true evolution. Buorma nervously covered her mouth, her nails digging into her palms. Kellen forced a smile, but his fists unconsciously clenched. Wukong stood at the forefront, fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with respect for the battle against Tianjin Fan and a yearning for his own strength. As for Daluo, he remained silent, as still as a statue. Only his eyes showed a faint deep blue glimmer swirling in the pupils. Vision fully activated, he locked onto the green-skinned figure slowly walking up the arena stage, the second demon Bike. Bike was not wearing a cloak. His tall figure was exposed to the sunlight, his muscles flowing smoothly yet exuding an inhuman coldness. His green skin shimmered with a metallic luster under the light. Each step on the bluestone platform echoed with a dull otherworldly resonance. What was most unsettling was his gaze, calm, hollow, as if everything in the world was merely a colorless backdrop in his eyes. In Daluo's vision, the internal structure of Bike's body unfolded like an anatomical diagram. There was no normal martial artist's chi, no flowing meridians. In the center of his chest instead was a constantly rotating black energy vortex. That vortex was like a living creature greedily devouring the faint energy floating in the surrounding air, even causing light to warp slightly as it approached. Daluo's breath caught. He had once seen a similar description in the ancient forbidden scrolls collected by Gui Xianren, the law of gluttony, devour, a fragment of rules originating from the dawn of chaos whose characteristic was the perpetual plunder and assimilation of all active and orderly energy. He wasn't cultivating. Daluo's heart sank into an ice cellar. He himself was a living walking law of devouring. His power grew from plundering everything around him. Fifth match, Yamucha versus the mysterious fighter, begin. The referee's voice carried an imperceptible tremor as he quickly retreated to the edge of the arena. Yamucha held nothing back. Facing an opponent with such an eerie aura, seizing the initiative was the only choice. Ya! He let out a fierce shout and his chi burst forth. Pale white currents swirled around his body like a tornado, and the bluestone beneath his feet cracked into a spiderweb pattern. In the next instant his figure blurred and vanished. It wasn't an afterimage, it was a dash that surpassed the limit of the naked eye. Wolf Fang Fist Pack Hunt. Yamucha's figure traced 5 distinct trajectories on the arena. At the end of each a semi-transparent wolf shadow materialized from high-speed airflow and condensed fist intent. The wolf shadows were 2 meters tall with ferocious fangs emitting piercing air shrieks as they pounced on the motionless Bike from 5 directions: front, back, left, right, and above. This was the fruit of Yamucha's 3 years of hard training, condensing scattered fist shadows into chi beasts with independent attack consciousness, sealing all evasion space. The 5 chi wolves tore through the air and arrived in an instant. Bike finally reacted. He raised his head slightly, his hollow green eyes looking at the oncoming attack with a glint of extremely indifferent mockery deep in his pupils, as if watching an ant struggle. Then he did nothing. He just stood still. Buzz. A layer of demonic energy field almost imperceptible to the naked eye shimmering with dark green light instantly spread out from Bike, forming an absolute domain 3 meters in diameter. The first chi wolf pounced into the domain, opening its huge mouth to bite Bike's head. There was no collision sound. The moment the wolf's head touched the dark domain, it began to silently decompose and dissolve like snow thrown into a furnace. Every wisp of airflow and every bit of fist intent that made up the wolf shadow was brutally stripped, dismantled, and then greedily sucked in and devoured by that dark green force field. Then the second, the third. The 5 chi wolf shadows condensed from Yamucha's substantial chi were devoured cleanly in just half a second, like light cast into a black hole, leaving no trace. Bike's aura, however, became imperceptibly thicker by a thread. What? Yamucha's charging figure abruptly halted 5 meters in front of Bike. The confident smile on his face froze, completely replaced by extreme shock. His full-force attack couldn't even make the opponent move a finger. But the arrow was on the string, he had to shoot. Yamucha gritted his teeth, suppressed the shock, and his charge intensified instead of weakening. He pulled back his right fist, every muscle tense to the limit. Pale white chi was highly concentrated at his fist, emitting a blinding light. Wolf Fang Fist Secret Art Lone Wolf Piercing Kill. This fist focused on a single point, pierced through everything. The fist tore through the air, carrying the desperation of a last-ditch effort, and slammed fiercely toward the center of Bike's face. Bike finally moved. He merely raised his right hand slightly, extending a long sharp-nailed index finger. The movement was slow, elegant, yet devastatingly precise. Just as Yamucha's fist was a foot away from Bike's face, that index finger lightly tapped the wrist joint of Yamucha's full-power punch. The moment of contact, Yamucha felt as if he had not thrown a punch but had plunged all his strength into a bottomless abyss of nothingness. All the impact force, all the chi, even the concept of kinetic energy carried by the fist itself were stripped, devoured and reduced to nothingness in that instant of contact. Ugh! Yamcha let out a grunt. The backlash from a missed full-power attack made his chi and blood surge and his body completely lost control due to inertia, stumbling forward. Bike's index finger moved forward, still gentle like a lover's whisper, and tapped the very center of Yamcha's exposed chest, the Tanjong acupoint. Gluttony, devour, focus, erosion, no explosion of light, no shockwave of air. Only the icy touch of the law. Yamcha let out a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream. He felt the point of contact on his chest instantly turn into a terrifying, devouring vortex. Not just his chi but all the life-sustaining activities in his body, the potential energy of blood flow, the chemical energy of cell metabolism, the bioelectricity of nerve signal transmission, every form of ordered energy was being frantically drained. Crack. Snap. Dense teeth-grinding sounds of bone fractures exploded from within Yamcha. His sternum and ribs lost support the moment energy was forcibly drained, shattering like fragile glass. Blood uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth, nose, ears and even pores, forming a tragic, beautiful mist of blood in the air. His body, like a ragdoll hit by an invisible giant hammer, was flung backward in a twisted posture, tracing a high parabola toward the sky at the other end of the arena. Bike coldly glanced at Yamcha flying through the air as if merely discarding a piece of trash. A faint dark green light flickered under his feet and his body rose vertically, defying the laws of physics. Using the air dance technique, he nonchalantly hovered at the highest point of Yamcha's flight trajectory, directly above. In the agony and despair of near death, Yamcha's survival instinct overrode everything. He forcibly twisted his body in midair, though every movement brought excruciating pain from the grinding of bones and blood blurred his vision. He saw the green figure above him staring down like a god of death. I can't die. At least. I must counter once. Turtle, school, chi, gong, wave. Yamcha roared, using the last ounce of strength in his life to squeeze out every bit of remaining energy. His arms crossed in front of his chest, palms facing each other, and a highly unstable blue energy ball instantly condensed and expanded. A thick blue energy beam shot out. Though the light was dim and the trajectory wavering, it still carried the unyielding will of a martial artist shooting toward the hovering Bike. Bike watched this desperate strike, a slow smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile, it was the pure mockery of a higher life form toward a lower struggle. He chose not to devour this weakened turtle school qigong. That would be too boring. He extended his right hand, fingers slightly curled toward the incoming blue beam. Gluttony, devour, law, directional addition. He wove the fragment of the devouring rule with reverse logic, injected it into the core of this energy wave and added an instruction: this energy will continuously devour its own structural stability, and before the energy dissipates it will automatically track its release source. This was manipulation at the level of law, conceptual poisoning. Buzz. The turtle school qigong wave shooting toward Bike suddenly stalled in midair. The blue light turned gray and murky at a visible speed, and the energy structure began to self-erode and collapse from within. At the same time, the beam's trajectory made a bizarre deflection, as if nudged by an invisible hand reversing direction, toward the falling Yamcha, who had just released it, rebounding back. Bastard! Beneath the arena, Wukong's roar was like a wounded lion. Golden aura uncontrollably exploded from his body, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. He was about to rush up, but Gue Xianren, with tears in his eyes, tightly held him back. Wukong. Calm down. Can't you see? Gue Xianren's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down his aged face. He's provoking you. He's testing. If you go up now, you'll just be throwing your life away. His power is no longer in the realm of qi. Daoyuo's heart was pounding. His vision captured at the moment Bike edited the law and injected the reverse command. A tiny but real energy perturbation and rule reorganization rippled at the core of the black vortex in the opponent's chest. A flaw. Law manipulation is not without cost. Just as Daoyuo's pupils contracted and his mind frantically calculated the perturbation pattern, Bike, hovering in the air, suddenly lowered his head. Those hollow green eyes, piercing through the chaotic energy currents and flying dust, precisely locked onto Daoyuo. A cold, probing gaze with a hint of cat-and-mouse amusement. Oh. Bike's voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the aftermath of the explosion, reaching everyone's ears with a metallic rasp. Your eyes have seen the rule patterns of gluttony. He stared at Daoyuo as if looking at an interesting experiment subject, a toy trying to peek into and deconstruct the core of the law. Bike paused, his tongue lightly licking his sharp teeth, revealing a bone-chilling smile. Usually it gets eaten by the law itself first. He withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Daluo as if commenting casually. At that moment the turtle school Qigong wave, now polluted by the reverse law and pale in color, had caught up with the defenseless Yamucha. Boom! The twisted energy slammed solidly into Yamucha's back. The explosion's fire engulfed his figure and the shock wave slammed him like a broken doll onto the arena. A deafening roar, rubble and dust shot into the sky. When the dust slightly cleared, a shocking scorched crater appeared on the arena. Yamucha lay at the bottom of the crater, his face unrecognizable, body charred, clothes torn, his breath so faint it was almost gone, fate unknown. Yamucha! Buerma's scream was heart-wrenching. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming. Bastard! Bastard! Wukong's golden aura burned to the extreme, distorting the surrounding air with heat. He violently broke free from Gue Xianren's arm and was about to rush onto the arena regardless of the consequences. Wukong! Kellen's eyes were also red, but he hugged Wukong's waist tightly. Don't be impulsive. We need to save Yamucha. Save him first. Daluo was faster than them. Before the explosion dust had fully settled, he had already dashed onto the arena like a phantom, ignoring Bike standing coldly at the edge of the crater, and quickly checked Yamucha's injuries. His touch found a charred and wet mess, vital signs as faint as a candle in the wind. He's still alive. Quick! Daluo growled. Wukong also rushed up. The two carefully lifted Yamucha's charred body, jumped off the arena and handed him to Buerma, who was already crying, and the medical staff who had arrived. The moment Daluo turned to leave the arena, he clearly sensed that the dark demonic energy field on Bike, after devouring Yamucha's attack and digesting part of the reverse turtle school Qigong energy, had become more solid and dense than before. The referee, pale-faced, tremblingly raised his hand. Yamucha is unable to continue due to severe injuries. The mysterious fighter wins. Bike still stood at the edge of the crater in the center of the arena. He did not spare a glance at the departing Yamucha, nor did he care about the audience's terror and anger. His cold green eyes, looking over the crowd, once again locked onto Daluo, who was assisting in the treatment. Your existence, your paradox aura. Bike's voice, like ice grinding, clearly reached Daluo's ears. To my gluttony law, it is the only foreign object in this world and UNS assimilated noise. He tilted his head slightly, revealing an expression full of evil wisdom and curiosity. I am very eager to see what method you will use to deconstruct an absolute rule that perpetually devours and self-augments. Having said that, Bike did not linger. He turned and slowly walked toward the contestant passage. His tall green figure gradually disappeared into the shadows of the passage, leaving behind a field of dead silence and fear. He had already obtained enough data, the opponent's reaction limits, emotional vulnerabilities, and the interesting characteristics of the foreign object called Daluo. Tactical intimidation achieved. Below the arena there was a suppressed grief and indignation. Kellen looked at the medical staff frantically saving Yamucha, whose life hung in the balance, then at his own slightly trembling hands. His eyes were filled with fear of absolute power and a deep sense of helplessness. Gue Xianren slumped into his chair, eyes closed behind his sunglasses, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wukong stared fixedly at the direction of the contestant passage, his fists clenched with cracking sounds, golden aura flickering on his surface like a volcano about to erupt. As for Daluo, he stood at the edge of the crowd, unusually calm. But inside a storm was brewing. Vision, like a high-speed processor, continuously replaying every detail of Bike's execution of gluttony, devour and law, editing especially the rule perturbation ripple at the core of the black vortex. Bike's strength lay not in the quantity of energy but in the fact that he himself was the embodied carrier of the gluttony devour law. The chi of conventional martial artists was merely food to him. Fighting with power was just feeding him. To defeat him one must break out of the mental cage of power confrontation. My paradox power in essence is a loophole and anomaly in the rules, something that his law system cannot directly devour and even causes rejection. The key is not to use paradox to clash head-on, but to use paradox as a foreign object, precisely injecting it into the key logical nodes of his law's operation, causing rule disorder and logical conflict, making his gluttony system suffer indigestion or even internal collapse. Like a precise perpetual motion machine throwing in a grain of sand with an irregular shape. Daluo slowly raised his right hand, looking at his long fingers in half-finger gloves. Under the gloves his fingertips seemed to still feel the sensation of severing Tianjin Fan's chi meridians earlier. But this time what needed to be severed was the flow of the law. Deep in his eyes fear still existed, the natural fear of unknown laws and absolute power. But stronger than fear was a cold, almost stubborn desire to challenge. A challenge to rules, a desire to deconstruct the incomprehensible. The referee's voice still trembling rang through the loudspeaker. Next, the sixth match. Kellen vs. Jiaozi. Kellen shuddered and raised his head sharply. He wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes, took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed all his grief, anger and fear deep into his heart. His face was still pale, but his eyes gradually sharpened. He glanced at the departed Yamucha, then looked toward the contestant passage, where Tianjin Fan's junior brother Jiaozi had already silently walked out. My turn. Kellen murmured to himself, stepping forward, walking step by step toward the arena. He knew that this was his only chance to regain a little dignity for his comrade. And also his battlefield to face his inner fear. The bell for the sixth match rang in the deathly silence. Beneath the ring the air was so thick it could be wrung like water. Yamucha's charred unconscious figure was like a cold iron nail driven deep into the hearts of every Turtle School disciple. Burma's sobs were particularly piercing in the oppressive silence, while the hurried figures of the medical staff added a layer of desolation. Kellen took a deep breath. The air was heavy, carrying the smell of blood and lingering smoke. He stepped onto the ring, his short but sturdy body taut like a drawn bow. Rage surged through his veins, fear whispered in his marrow, and a heavy sense of duty pressed all these emotions down beneath the icy layer of calm tactical thinking. His opponent Jiaozi also slowly ascended from the opposite steps. The iconic small white hat still sat on his head, but his face beneath the brim was as pale as paper. Jiaozi's eyes were evasive, filled with guilt that threatened to overflow. He knew Yamucha's innocence and understood the adversarial stance between his senior brother and the Turtle School at this moment. He only wanted to make the slightest amends for Bike's heinous atrocities through a clean, fair fight. However, the true chess player never stands on the board. 20 meters directly above the spectator stands the air slightly distorted. Bike did not return to the rest area. He performed the flight technique, hovering silently in the air like a weightless ghost. His dark green cape remained motionless in the breeze. With arms crossed, he cast his cold green eyes downward, gazing upon the ring below like a god overlooking an ant nest or a chess player scrutinizing a freshly laid board. In Bike's eyes a dark demonic light flashed like a tide for an instant. Soundlessly the gluttonous vortex within his chest separated a strand of extremely pure demonic thought. This demonic thought silently divided in the air, splitting into 9 strands as thin as silk threads, imperceptible to the naked eye and ordinary chi sense. The tentacles were not physical but extensions of pure law, carrying the essence of plunder and erosion from gluttony's devour, yet more insidious and precise. Like 9 phoenix heads emerging from nothingness, sharp, formless, aimed directly at the soul, they pierced through the barriers of noise and distance, penetrating deep into Jiaozi's defenseless spirit as the referee's announcement of the start still echoed. This was not crude mind control but a higher dimensional neural feedback, tampering and combat instinct overriding. Jiaozi, this kind and fragile psychic youth, had become a living parameter adjustable tactical sandbox in Bike's hands. At the edge of the ring, Tianjin Fan, who had just suffered a crushing defeat, stood leaning against the wall. Though his third eye was dimmed by backlash, his warrior's instinct and concern for his junior brother kept his gaze locked on Jiaozi on the ring. He vaguely sensed an extremely unsettling cold and viscous malice enveloping Jiaozi, but could not see the invisible threads of demonic thought. Veins bulged on his forehead, his facial muscles contorted with rage and helplessness. He had just been utterly defeated by Daoyuo in technique, and now he watched his junior brother fall into the demon's clutches, unable even to perceive the truth. Match 6, Kellen vs. Jiaozi, begin. The referee's voice was dry as he quickly retreated. Jiaozi moved first. His intention was clear: to use his best psychic ability to restrict Kellen's movements and end this agonizing match as quickly as possible. He focused his mind, aimed his hands at Kellen, and an invisible telekinetic field rippled outward like water waves. However, just as the psychic force was about to touch Kellen's body, Jiaozi shuddered violently. The clarity in his eyes was instantly replaced by hollow dullness and deeper fear. The 9 phoenix erosion demonic thought that had invaded his mind brutally disrupted his neural signal transmission and tampered with the output feedback of his psychic power. The telekinetic field that should have stably bound Kellen suddenly became chaotic. The force fluctuated, its direction erratic like a poorly tuned radio wave, distorting and dissipating half a meter in front of Kellen, failing to achieve effective control. Kellen's pupils contracted. No. Jiaozi's state is extremely abnormal. That look. It's not like someone ready to fight. Heightened vigilance overrode his offensive urge. Kellen did not rush in. With a light push off the ground, his form suddenly became a pale white afterimage, circling Jiaozi at high speed. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He no longer focused only on obvious flaws in Jiaozi's movements, but also tried to capture any unnatural details in his chi muscle tremors and even the focal point of his eyes. In the air, Bike's lips curled into a cold, amused smile. Foolish and fragile life. Your body and abilities will become the best vessel for me to test the Turtle School's tactical counterlogic. The demonic thought threads trembled. On the ring Jiaozi suddenly moved, stiffly yet swiftly. He moved laterally at high speed with a footwork almost like Kellen's, but the moment he stopped abruptly his body-defying physics made an exaggerated wide-open backward lean and motion stagnation, a hyperbolic reproduction of the genuine flaw that might occur when leg power burst and core tightening failed to connect during a high-speed turn. Kellen's speeding figure suddenly halted. Too obvious. That flaw is practically handed to my fist. Just one heavy punch or even a knife hand. But the next second an intense sense of dissonance surged within him. Though Jiaozi's earlier movement was fast, it was stiff and disjointed, and combined with this carefully crafted flaw it seemed like a lure. Kellen forcibly stopped his forward momentum, instead hopping back half a step to create distance, his eyes even more vigilant. Bike's demonic thought shifted again. Jiaozi stiffly raised his hands, assuming a stance to gather a chi blast. But the gathering speed of chi was excruciatingly slow, and the protective chi around his chest and abdomen that should have been activated during power-up was extremely weak, exposing the active chi nodes. This was mimicking a typical error pattern of slow power gathering and empty defense. This is definitely not just a bad state. Alarm bells screamed in Kellen's mind, cold sweat instantly dampening his back. He's deliberately showing flaws. No. It's not him. It's Bike. That monster is questioning me through Jiaozi. He understood. This was not a battle, it was a brutal examination. The examiner was the green demon in the air. The test questions were instinctive reactions and tactical choices when faced with various preset flaws. And Jiaozi was the pathetic manipulated test paper. At the edge Lin Fan closed his third eye in pain. Though he could not see the demonic threads, every stiff movement of Jiaozi, every struggle and fear in his dull eyes cut his heart like a knife. His clenched fists turned white at the knuckles, yet he felt an unprecedented powerlessness. Before the manipulation of laws that transcended brute force, his anger and strength were as insignificant as dust. Beneath the ring Daluo's breath nearly stopped. His vision was operating at full power, a deep blue light flickering intensely in his pupils. In his vision the energy flow, life spectrum and even deeper information disturbances on the ring were clearly discernible. He saw the 9 strands of demonic thought extending from Bike, formless yet warping the spatial information flow like marionette strings deeply embedded in Jiaozi's spirit. He understood Bike's cruel intention to use Jiaozi as a living tactical sandbox, systematically testing Kellen's and the Turtle School's decision-making logic when facing known tactical flaws, collecting combat data. He also saw that beneath Bike's seemingly relaxed posture a portion of his attention was always vaguely locked on Daluo himself. Can't let him continue. Every additional second deepened Bike's understanding of their tactical patterns and increased Jiaozi's suffering and risk. Daluo hesitated no more. He focused his mind, mobilizing the scarce and highly unstable paradox chi in his Dantian sea of chi, not chi for combat but a residual abnormal energy from the previous confrontation with Bike's law, possessing a subtle repulsion and interference property against rules themselves. Daluo's right hand hung at his side, his index finger trembling ever so slightly within his sleeve. A strand of paradox chi so faint it was almost non-existent, yet carrying a strange non-logical fluctuation, silently shot out from his fingertip like an invisible water droplet. It was not aimed at Jiaozi or Bike but followed the trajectory of the demonic threads captured by vision, precisely striking the invisible convergence node of the 9 strands about 3 meters above Jiaozi's head, formed naturally for manipulation. This was not an attack, its energy intensity was insufficient to even break a strand of hair. Its purpose was like a most precise logic virus attempting to interfere with and disrupt the tight law resonance frequency among the 9 demonic threads, even if only for an instant of chaos. Bike, who had been hovering like a stone statue, suddenly widened his eyes. In those green pupils a dark demonic light flickered violently. He clearly sensed an extremely weak yet glaringly anomalous energy penetrating his demonic chi field, stabbing directly into the neural hub of his 9 phoenix erosion. Bike let out a short cold exclamation of surprise. With a thought his vast demonic thought instantly contracted like an invisible giant hand, precisely locking onto, enveloping and then mercilessly annihilating the paradox chi the moment before it touched the node. He temporarily ceased fine control over Jiaozi's movements if the 9 demonic threads remained connected, but the transmitted command became a simple, maintain status quo. Bike's gaze like 2 poisoned icicles pierced through space and fixed firmly on Daluo beneath the ring. His gaze was filled with cold anger at being offended and a cruel curiosity like discovering a rare prey. You again. This nauseating paradox disturbance. Actually able to touch and attempt to interfere with my spiritual law frequency. Killing intent rose in his demonic core, but stronger were greed and vigilance. This child must not be left alive. His deconstruction trait is the only anomalous variable discovered so far in my gluttony's devour perfect law. Before devouring Wukong, I must eliminate this threat first. His eyes, his paradox, all must become part of me. The brief halt in demonic control was like a drowning moment of surfacing for Jiaozi. Ha! On the ring, Jiaozi shuddered violently. The hollow dull look in his eyes receded like a tide replaced by immense terror and confusion upon sudden awakening, and even deeper guilt when looking at Kellen. The psychic disorder subsided, control over his body seemed to return somewhat, but the terrifying residual feeling of being invaded and manipulated by something formless made him tremble. Now, a sharp light burst from Kellen's eyes. What he had been waiting for was this momentary gap when Bike's attention was diverted. Sorry, Jiaozi. Close your eyes. Kellen roared, suddenly raising his arms above his head, palms facing each other, solar flare. A blinding white light, purer and more intense than when Lin Fan had used it, erupted without warning from between his palms. It instantly engulfed the entire ring, even affecting part of the front row audience. People cried out, covering their eyes and turning away. The world was plunged into pure white. In the blinding light, Jiaozi instinctively raised his arms to shield his eyes, letting out a scream. Kellen moved. He accelerated to his limit, his figure blurring in the white light. He did not choose to attack, nor did he even touch Jiaozi's vital points. He swiftly closed in on Jiaozi, who was defenseless and disoriented from the flash, and steadily placed his hands under Jiaozi's armpits and sides, delivering a gentle yet firm, skillful force. Excuse me. Jiaozi felt an irresistible gentle force, his feet leaving the ground and his entire body flew lightly out of the ring. He tried to mobilize his chi to stabilize himself, but the previous mental shock and blinding light slowed his reaction. Thud. Jiaozi landed steadily on the soft grass outside the ring, stumbling slightly but unharmed. The white light quickly dissipated. As the audience rubbed their eyes and their vision gradually returned, they saw Kellen standing at the edge of the ring, slightly panting, while Jiaozi was already outside the ring, being supported by Lin Fan, who had rushed over. Out of bounds. Kellen wins. The referee announced loudly, his voice carrying a hint of relief. Kellen let out a long breath, his face showing no joy of victory, only heavy exhaustion. Without even glancing at Bike in the air, he jumped off the ring and walked toward where Yamcha lay. Lin Fan tightly supported the still trembling Jiaozi, looked up at the approaching Kellen, his gaze complex and unreadable. Anger, humiliation, gratitude, vigilance. All kinds of emotions interwove in his eyes. You. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and dry. You clearly had an opportunity just now. Why didn't you use a ki blast? Or even a heavy punch? With the speed and tactical awareness Kellen just showed, if he had launched a fierce attack, the mentally wounded Jiaozi could have been severely injured. Kellen stopped, shook his head, his eyes clear. He is also a victim. Venting anger or seeking victory by harming an innocent person would be the greatest insult to Yamcha, who lies there with his fate unknown. He paused, looked at Jiaozi, who was being supported and had evasive, guilty eyes, and softened his tone. There is only one true enemy. Lin Fan fell silent. He pressed his lips tightly, his vigilance toward the turtle school, especially Daluo, had not disappeared, but the mercy beneath tactical wisdom that Kellen had just displayed was like a pebble thrown into the lake of his heart, stirring complex ripples within him. In the end he said nothing, only gave Kellen an almost imperceptible nod, then helped Jiaozi walk toward the rest area. In the air, Bike slowly descended, his dark green cape brushing the ground. There was no displeasure on his face, instead he wore an almost satisfied, cold smile. His objective had been more than fulfilled. Kellen's maximum speed, tactical choice patterns, emotional control threshold, Wukong's anger intensity and controllable range when his teammates are injured, and most importantly Daluo's paradox abilities, precise interference, range, mode of action, and actual impact on his own law. All data had been clearly gathered into his demonic core through this living sandbox simulation. Qualified sample, Little Bald of the Turtle School. As Bike walked past Kellen, he dropped a cold remark like labeling an experiment. Your data is valuable. So the next target for in-depth sampling. His steps did not stop, but his voice clearly reached Kellen and nearby Daluo, is you. With Kellen's victory after brutal eliminations, the final four of this world martial arts tournament were born: Sun Wukong, Daluo, Kellen, and the mysterious demon Junior Bike. The referee mustered his spirit, carrying the draw box and once again stepping onto the battered ring. The eyes of the entire venue, whether audience, contestants, or hidden gazes, all focused on this. Now the semi-final draw ceremony. After a brief procedure, the draw results were raised high and displayed on the giant screen. Match contestants. Semi-final 1 The Sun Wukong vs. Mysterious Person Bike. Semi-final 2 Dalyuo vs. Kellen. Whoosh. After a brief dead silence, the entire venue erupted with a roar that nearly lifted the roof. Gasped shouts and incredulous discussions mixed together. Wukong vs. Bike. The enraged Saiyan vs. the cold demonic Law. Dalyuo vs. Kellen. Brotherhood clash, a civil war of wisdom and technique. Dalyuo's heart upon seeing the matchup table suddenly sank, then began to pound violently. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the noisy crowd, and met Wukong's eyes from the other side of the ring. In Wukong's eyes a golden fighting spirit burned, but deep within there was a fleeting complexity after seeing the matchup, a slight helplessness at the upcoming brotherly confrontation, but more a resolve to face Bike directly and seek justice for Yamcha. Dalyuo understood his look and nodded slightly. This was the arrangement of fate and also a cruel necessity. Wukong must face that terrifying Law head-on, while he must conserve his strength, overcome this brotherly hurdle, and prepare for the ultimate, almost unwinnable battle of rule deconstruction. The demonic shadow loomed large. Brothers turned against each other. The true storm was only just about to descend upon the ring. The dust of battle had not yet settled, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and residual scorch from colliding energies. Piccolo stood like an emerald monolith amidst the ruins, his cape billowing in the chaotic currents. He had to maintain absolute composure, for what surrounded him now was not a single enemy but a pair of eyes capable of peering into the future. Darrow's figure had already dissolved into a blur of high-speed afterimages, performing an erratic circular orbit around Piccolo. His eyes, shimmering with an eerie blue light, the vision, were fully activated. Every circulation of energy within Piccolo's meridians, every contraction of his muscle fibers, even the subtle fluctuations of his ki gathering in his core, all were converted into streams of cold data flooding into Darrow's visual neural network. Your combat patterns, Piccolo, are as predictable as outdated programs. Darrow's voice emanated from all directions, precise and emotionless. In your next 3 breaths your energy will converge toward your right hand. At the end of the 4th breath you will launch a feint. The true killing blow lies at the 37-degree angle during the 7th breath. Piccolo did not respond. He brought 2 fingers together and a familiar emerald light began to coalesce at their tips, spiraling energy emitting a high-frequency hum, the initiating stance of the demon-piercing light cannon. He was deliberately feeding Darrow's database every detail of performance of the Piccolo of old. And all of this was but a disguise before the hunt. First strike fired. The beam tore through the air, a sharp shriek as it hurtled toward Darrow's face. Darrow did not even move much, he merely tilted his head back by exactly 3.2 centimeters. The beam grazed the hair before his forehead, instantly incinerating a few strands into ash and leaving a searing red mark on his skin. Second strike following immediately. In almost the same frame as the faint beam passed, a more penetrating, more violently spiraling beam came from the predicted oblique angle. A smirk of absolute control curled at the corner of Darrow's mouth. He crossed his arms before his chest and a dense layer of condensed air gathered over his palms, forming translucent dragon claws. He pinpointed the rotational node at the beam's core and met it with a flawlessly precise elbow strike. Clang! A thunderous clash of metal rang across the battlefield. The piercing force of the demon-piercing light cannon was skillfully deflected and neutralized by those dragon claws. The beam skewed off course and blasted into a rocky mountain 100 meters behind. The mountain erupted with a muffled roar, raining debris. Meanwhile Darrow's true form had phantom-like appeared less than half a meter before Piccolo. His right-hand claws condensed with a concentrated energy blade capable of tearing alloy thrust straight toward the 0.3 inches below Piccolo's left ribs, the critical node through which his ki flow passed during exertion. "It's over," Darrow proclaimed coldly. Just as the dragon claws were about to pierce through, Piccolo's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying light. This was exactly what he had been waiting for, the moment of close contact of energy output. Piccolo did not block, instead he deliberately shifted his left arm a few centimeters to the side. This subtle movement in the data stream of the vision was interpreted as a defensive error caused by injury. Ryup! The dragon claws sliced into Piccolo's arm without resistance. Skin tore, muscle fibers were shredded by the violent energy blade, and the claw tip scraped against the Namekian's hard bones, producing a grating, teeth-chilling screech. Blood gushed like a fountain and searing pain shot through Piccolo's entire body like electric current. He grunted, staggering backward from the impact. Yet in the very instant Darrow's claws plunged deepest, just before they would be withdrawn, Piccolo activated the gluttonous momentum. The space around the wound seemed to warp slightly, and a faint, barely discernible dark green energy vortex silently formed. The dense ki lingering on Darrow's claws, the energy spillover from the attack, even the vibration force generated by the friction between claw and bone, all these wild energies were greedily devoured and absorbed by the vortex surging into Piccolo's body through the wound. In Darrow's visual perception, Piccolo's ki level curve plummeted due to the severe injury and vital signs showed dangerous fluctuations. But in the deeper dimension of data analysis, a chaotic energy mass suddenly appeared, constantly expanding and impossible to parse. This energy did not follow any known ki circulation pattern, infesting Piccolo's energy sea like a tumor and growing relentlessly. What? Darrow's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time the vision returned a warning of data anomaly. But he had no time to delve deeper. Combat logic told him the opponent was severely wounded, his meridian nodes damaged. This was the optimal moment to completely destroy his internal functions. Without hesitation, Darrow formed his left hand into a blade, compressed a highly unstable ki sphere in his palm and pressed it point-blank against Piccolo's still regenerating chest. Close-range ki explosion shock. Boom. Piccolo's chest bore the full brunt of the strike. The massive shockwave penetrated skin, muscle and bone, directly impacting his internal organs. Piccolo was blasted backward like a cannonball, blood mixed with tiny fragments of internal organs spewing from his mouth. His body plowed a trench dozens of meters long across the ground, finally stopping only after crashing into half a collapsed wall. But as the devastating shockwave ravaged his body, Piccolo gritted his teeth and pushed the gluttonous momentum to its limit. Absorb. Devour. Convert. The immense energy generated by Darrow's high-yield attack was once again forcibly assimilated into Piccolo's being. The two foreign energies collided and merged violently with his own ki in his energy sea, bringing soul-rending agony, yet forging a never-before-seen chaotic and berserk power beyond ordinary limits. Piccolo knelt on one knee amidst the ruins, supporting his teetering body with a trembling right arm. Sweat, blood and dust mingled, dripping from his clenched jaw. His left arm hung limp, the regenerating muscles still twitching, but the internal energy channels were nearly numb from overload. He could feel it, his energy sea had expanded to its limit. The two devoured energies rampaged like trapped beasts, threatening to blast his body apart from within at any moment. He had only one chance. A gamble to overturn all calculations, to transcend the predictive framework of the vision. You've been calculating my consumption, Darrow. Piccolo slowly raised his blood-streaked face, his voice hoarse yet as hard as cold iron. Now taste the backlash of your own energy. He brought his two fingers together again, raising them to his chest. This time there was no grand spectacle. No turbulent airflow, no dazzling radiance. All the energy, his own, the one devoured from Darrow, and the erratic forces rampaging within, was forcibly compressed by his will, confined to the tiny space at his fingertip. Only rings of visible spatial distortion rippled outward from his fingertip, and wherever they passed, tiny stones silently turned to dust. Overload demon piercing light cannon. This was a triple killing strike, fusing his own limit, the enemy's power and the backlash risk of the gluttonous momentum. The instant Darrow's vision captured this energy, it fell into complete chaos. In the visual neural network, the curve representing Piccolo's energy reading fluctuated wildly, values constantly breaking theoretical limits. The algorithm for predicting the trajectory returned consecutive errors, and the trajectory simulation module crashed outright due to the energy's excessively complex nature. In his field of view, Piccolo's figure was marked with a glaring red warning: target energy composition abnormal, unable to analyze, threat level unaccessible. For the first time sweat beaded on Darrow's forehead. His once proud vision now only fed back a blur of noise and flickering errors. No prediction, no analysis, only the most primal combat instinct remained. Whatever you've done, it's futile against absolute defense. Darrow roared, abandoning all thoughts of offense or evasion, pouring his entire ki without reserve into his chest. The highly condensed ki formed a solid metallic lustered absolute barrier thick as a city wall. The defensive form his data indicated could withstand the highest known damage. And Piccolo had completed the final compression. The skin of his entire right arm cracked from internal pressure, blood seeping from the fissures, yet his eyes burned with resolute fire. Take this, a strike that surpasses your vision. Demon-piercing light cannon. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound was swallowed by the very power itself in the instant it was produced. A spiral beam that defied color description, dark green surging with blood red, its core flickering with unstable black cracks, erupted from Piccolo's fingertip. Where it passed, space seemed to tear and the ground silently vanished, leaving a smooth trench. The beam struck Darrow's absolute barrier. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Then, crack, crack, boom. The barrier, capable of withstanding a meteor impact, couldn't hold even a single second. It shattered like glass struck by a hammer, exploding into countless specks of light. The overloaded beam did not pause. With irresistible force it pierced through Darrow's chest diagonally from his right shoulder blade. No explosion, only penetration. Darrow's body stiffened like a marionette with severed strings. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the bull-sized hole in his chest, its edges scorched and molten. Through that hole he could see the ruins in the distance behind him. Impossible. His lips moved, blood gushing from his mouth. My vision clearly showed. Defense success rate 98%. Piccolo swayed as he stood, his right arm hanging limp, smoke curling from his fingertip. He stared at Darrow and spoke deliberately. Your vision can predict futures based on existing data. But that strike of mine. He gasped, yet a cold curve tugged at his lips. Half of its power came from you. Your algorithm can't calculate being defeated by your own power. The blue light in Darrow's eyes flickered violently, attempting to restart analysis, but his vision was only a sea of red and garbled code. The energy circulation within his body was utterly destroyed and corroded by that attack, imbued with the devouring property, dismantling all his functions like a virus. Finally the blue light went out. Darrow's knees buckled and he collapsed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Piccolo staggered, nearly falling, but steadied himself with his last shred of will. He looked toward the brightening horizon, his chest heaving violently. This battle he had won the gamble. Using his own flesh as bait, his body as a furnace, devouring his opponent's power and ultimately forging a killing blow that transcended the predictive framework of the vision. The path of shadow has never been about confronting the future head-on. It is about devouring the present, creating a next moment of one's own, one that cannot be predicted. Piccolo's body leaned against the shattered rock wall like a dark green statue eroded by war. Blood soaked his cape, dripping along the edges of his broken armor, blooming dark flowers on the scorched earth. His right arm, the one that had just unleashed an overloaded special beam cannon, was now charred and twisted, the green light of regeneration beneath the skin flickering like a dying candle, far too slow to keep pace with his body's collapse. Each breath carried a rusty pain, yet the fire in his eyes never died. But the strange movement deep in the ruins proclaimed that the end was far from here. From where Daluo had fallen there came a sound like bones cracking and shifting. He staggered to his feet. Around the wound pierced through his chest, muscles writhed and healed at an abnormal speed, but at the center of the wound dark green energy stains left by the devouring force remained indelible. What was most terrifying was his eyes, those orbs that once gleamed with calm blue light now only filled with murky bloodshot madness. Reason was dead. The beast had awakened. His ki was completely chaotic. Krillin's voice, transmitted through the Namekian's unique telepathy, reached Piccolo's mind with a suppressed shock. Like boiling water, it had no pattern, but the total amount was skyrocketing. Backlash of the vision collapse. Piccolo replied with his mind, his voice dry and urgent in the spiritual link. He had lost the ability to predict and calculate, traded for a pure outburst of raw power and instinct. This is our only chance, Krillin. Execute the final plan, for Earth. Understood. Krillin, standing atop a natural stone pillar kilometers away, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Instead of using his ki to enhance perception or defense, he compressed it all with a lifetime of control, concentrating it above his head in a frenzy. A pale golden energy disk, thin as a blade, began to spin slowly, faster and faster, its light becoming more and more internalized until the edge was sharp enough to cut light itself. The golden ki enzyme, not seeking grand spectacle, only the ultimate penetration and cutting in a single instant. He had to be perfect. Before Piccolo was torn apart by that raging beast. Daluo let out a roar that was utterly inhuman, the sound wave mixed with chaotic air currents, shaking the rubble around into rolling. He had no tactics, no trajectory. His feet slammed into the ground and he charged straight toward Piccolo like an uncontrolled meteor bearing the pure will of destruction. Wherever he passed, the ground was not cracked but blasted open by the leaking chaotic energy. Piccolo instantly entered a state of extreme calm. He no longer tried to fight head-on but used every ounce of his remaining stamina and ki for the most precise and economical movement. He became a leaf in the storm, drifting and dodging through the gaps of Daluo's relentless attacks. Boom! A heavy unadorned punch grazed Piccolo's ear and slammed into the rock wall, pulverizing the entire surface. The chaotic energy blast from the punch numbed half of Piccolo's body in an instant, his ears ringing, his internal organs pressed again. Die! 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 Daluo roared, swinging a leg in a wide arc. The leg wind had not yet arrived, but the sharp energy already cut the air. Piccolo could not fully evade, so he used his left arm, which had not yet regenerated, to block. Crack! The clear sound of bone breaking was grating. Piccolo used the force to retreat quickly, a rush of blood to his throat swallowed down forcibly. In the moment of flight his left index finger barely produced a faint but extremely precise green light arrow. This arrow was not even strong enough to pierce Daluo's skin, but it skillfully shot toward a point Daluo would inevitably pass when charging. Daluo instinctively swatted away the light arrow, causing a half-second delay in his step, and his charge path was slightly deflected, exactly into the area Piccolo had silently marked with his gaze during his previous evasions. Now Krillin. Piccolo let out a silent roar in the mental link, knowing his broken body could not survive the next contact. He no longer retreated but instead moved toward Daluo's incoming charge, making a near-suicidal move, pushing his right shoulder, which had just regenerated a thin layer of tissue, directly into Daluo's grasping claws. Rip. The newly grown muscle was easily torn, the pain making Piccolo's vision go dark. But just as Daluo's claws sank into his flesh, Piccolo detonated a miniature energy seed he had pre-buried near the wound, mixed with his own cell fragments and the last remnants of his ki. Not for damage but to create a perfect cover. Poof. A thick cloud of high-heat green smoke and fine blood exploded abruptly, instantly engulfing both Piccolo and Daluo. The smoke not only blocked vision but also with its chaotic energy waves strongly interfered with all ki sensing. The same millisecond the smoke rose, Krillin far away moved. His closed eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing in his pupils. The golden ki engine, already spinning at its peak, emitted a high-pitched hum that was almost beyond the limit of human hearing. He poured all his strength, will and hope for Earth's survival into this strike. Go. Krillin made a perfectly precise pushing motion with both palms. The golden ki engine did not arc in a brilliant flash toward the center of the battlefield. Instead, like a living ghost, it hugged the ground, using the terrain of the ruins to glide silently along an extremely sharp, almost soundless trajectory into the edge of the battlefield. At that moment Daluo had just burst through the smoke with brute force. His vision and senses were still disturbed by the aftermath of the explosion, and all his attention was locked on the staggering Piccolo ahead, who seemed completely spent. Driven by the instinct of slaughter, he let out a final unreserved death charge. Piccolo watched the black shadow rushing toward him, using the last of his will to raise his only movable right index finger, concentrating a final rice grain-sized but extremely solid green light point at the fingertip. The last penetrating shot. Swoosh! The light point shot precisely toward Daluo's brow. The attack was weak but aimed at the vital point. Daluo's raging brain made the most direct response, raising his hand to block his face, instinctively concentrating all his ki toward his head and upper body for defense, causing a fatal pause in his charge in midair. It was that half-second pause. The golden ki engine, which had been lurking in Daluo's blind spot flying close to the ground, suddenly leaped up from the shadows behind Daluo like a long-awaited death god. It was no longer a disc but a thread of golden light, extremely thin, extremely sharp, faster than the limit of thought. In the final instant Daluo sensed the sharpness behind him that froze his spine. His chaotic combat instinct tried to tense all the muscles and ki on his back to resist. He was wrong. Shriek. There was no huge sound, only a faint chilling friction of a sharp object cutting through dense matter. The golden ki engine, like a hot knife through butter, cut through Daluo's chaotic but thick energy barrier, sliced into his tough skin and muscles, precisely passed through the gap of the third vertebra and severed his main nerve bundle and ki circulation center. Daluo's forward momentum stopped abruptly. The fury on his face froze instantly, transforming into extreme shock and bewilderment. He opened his mouth, but only a hoarse gasp came out. All sensation below his waist left him in an instant. He fell forward heavily like a stone statue whose base had been removed, raising a cloud of dust. Piccolo supported himself with his charred right arm, kneeling on one knee, breathing heavily, each breath pulling at countless wounds all over his body. He looked at Daluo a few steps away, who was alive but completely paralyzed, only his eyes still rolling in defiance, and knew the battle was over. He slowly raised his trembling right hand. The last faint green light at his fingertip flickered once, then died. But he gathered the last remnants of his will. A green beam, even fainter but more condensed than before, shot from his fingertip slowly and steadily into Daluo's exposed heart, which was still faintly beating. Pfft. A soft sound. The last light in Daluo's eyes dissipated, mixed with confusion at the failure of his vision, humiliation at being defeated by a weaker opponent's tactics, and finally the darkness that consumed everything. The suffocating energy pressure on the battlefield slowly dissipated, leaving only the wail of wind through the ruins and the heavy breathing of the two survivors. After a long time, Krillin, exhausted of his last strength, fell from the stone pillar and staggered toward the center of the battlefield. His body trembled from overexertion, but his gaze was fixed on the dark green figure. He walked to Piccolo's side, looking at the Namekian who had once been an enemy and now a companion in battle to the death. Complex emotions surged in his chest. He reached out to help but hesitated. "We did it, Piccolo." Krillin's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with exhaustion and relief. "Earth is safe." Piccolo did not open his eyes, only nodded slightly. His telepathy came again, weaker than before but still clean up. "The traces. Daluo's corpse may have tracking marks from them. Leave quickly. Heal." He paused, his final thought seeming to drain all his strength but carrying an unshakable gravity. "Remember, Krillin. This is far from over. Daluo was just a pawn. The darkness that hunts life cores in the universe is still approaching. Get stronger. We must become stronger." With those words, Piccolo fell into a deep coma. Krillin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain all over his body, and began to carry out Piccolo's instructions. He looked into the deep starry sky, which had once been the direction of his home planet but now seemed to hide countless icy eyes. And in the last instant before Piccolo's consciousness sank into darkness, on the edge of his perception in the endless deep space, a will far older and more indifferent than Daluo, one that seemed to look down on ants, seemed to move slightly, casting a thread of cold attention toward this silent, insignificant battlefield. The new shadow had never dissipated. It had only adjusted its focus, locking onto the survivors. The battlefield was submerged in a viscous, almost tangible stillness. The smoke no longer rose but crawled low along the ground like a layer of gray burial shroud. Daluo's grievous wound brought no relief, instead a more perilous aura permeated the air, the deadliest silence of a beast on the verge of death. Baikun knelt amidst the ruins like a moss-green stone statue weathered by millennia, its surface veined with cracks. His right arm from the shoulder down was charred black, the skin carbonized and peeling, revealing the slowly writhing flesh beneath. The Namekian regenerative power raced against destruction, each fiber's reformation accompanied by the sharp scream of nerve endings. Deeper still, his chi was nearly dry, each breath like swallowing shards of glass. Yet he did not move. His eyes were fixed ahead. Dozens of meters away, the rubble began to tremble. Daluo's body arched up from the debris, movements twisted and uncoordinated like a puppet manipulated by clumsy strings. The wound on his chest, torn by the demonic light cannon, still oozed dark fluid, but that was not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, something more primal, more chaotic was gushing from those wounds. He lifted his head. The once coldly rational blue eyes were now completely devoured by turbid dark red. The pupils were dilated, their edges trembling irregularly, bereft of calculation, balance, or strategy. Only the purest urge to destroy remained. "By Ku." The voice was no longer human. It was the grating of rock, the snapping of bone, the air squeezed from a torn throat. "He's mad." Lin's voice echoed through telepathy, and Baiku's mind suppressing a tremor. "No, not mad. Degenerated. His vision has been destroyed," Baiku replied in his mind, his tone cold as iron. "That precise calculation system was the foundation of our ability to predict his moves. Now the foundation is shattered and the suppressed battle instinct is taking over. More dangerous but also simpler." Baiku slowly adjusted his breathing, pressing the pain into the depths of his consciousness. "Suppress all your chi. He is now hunting by instinct, with a beast's intuition for presence and threat level. I will be the bait in the open. Remember, there is only one chance." Before the words faded, Daluo moved. No warning, no build-up, not even a complete attack stance. He merely pushed off the ground. The earth collapsed as if struck by a meteor, and his entire form became a blurred black torrent charging straight at Baiku. The finesse of the dragon claw hand was gone, replaced by the most brutal physical crushing. Daluo's fists no longer aimed at weak points but pounded the entire space around Baiku in a blanket of blows. Each strike carried a violent, chaotic current of chi, forming visible shockwaves that tore everything in their path, ruined steel beams, the ground, into fragments. Baiku dodged among the debris. His movements lost their former fluidity, becoming extremely economical, even desperate. He no longer evaded everything but used minimal shifts to avoid fatal strikes, letting the grazing chi leave bloody gashes on his skin. He was reading the fleeting gaps in the beast's chaotic assault born from the loss of calculation. Bang! Daluo stomped down, the shockwave exploding in a ring. Baiku was sent flying, twisting his body midair to barely fire 3 faint chi pellets. Their trajectories were erratic, utterly harmless, yet like drops of water into boiling oil they instantly drew Daluo's attention. "Insect!" Daluo roared, swatting the pellets away, his crimson eyes locked onto Baiku's falling direction as he lunged again. His charging trajectory, subtly altered by those weak interferences, had been quietly guided toward a shadowy zone formed by toppled giant beams and rubble. Deep within a fissure, Lin curled up like a fetus in the womb. He had suppressed his chi to the extreme. His heart rate slowed to 15 beats per minute, blood flow decreased, and his skin temperature matched the surrounding rock. He was no longer the warrior Lin, but a part of the rock, a particle of dust, a void. Only his hands moved above his head in a trajectory so slow it was almost sacred. Between his palms chi spun. This was not plunder, not explosion, but extreme compression and refinement. He poured every essence within him, not only chi but also will memory, all that belonged to an earth warrior, into it, then forged it over and over with the hammer of his mind. A disc gradually took shape. About 30 centimeters in diameter, terrifyingly thin. It was not bright gold but a deep, almost transparent dark gold, as if the last ray of twilight had been condensed into substance. The edge was compressed to the molecular level, spontaneously cutting fine black threads in the air, traces of spacetime being slightly severed. The golden destructo disc. It radiated no energy fluctuation, all its power was locked within that razor-thin golden cross-section. It trembled faintly in Lin's palm, emitting a high-frequency shriek only he could hear, like a living blade thirsting for blood. Cold sweat beaded on Lin's forehead, not from exhaustion but from the immense mental strain of controlling this ultimate creation. Through the rock crevice he saw Baiku's aura flickering like a candle in the wind. A little closer. He murmured in his heart, his eyes reflecting Baiku's figure struggling through the onslaught. For Tianjin Fan, for Jiao Zi, for everything this monster took. And for you who believed in me. At the center of the battlefield, Baiku's calculation reached its final step. He staggered backward, deliberately tripping, falling onto his back and crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. He struggled to rise, but his right arm seemed to lose support, collapsing again, a flawless illusion of depleted strength. De Luo's mad laughter tore through the air. He leaped into the air, chaotic energy gushing from all his wounds, coalescing into an irregularly pulsating dark red energy sphere before his right fist. No skill, no variation, only the purest, most destructive mass. Crush you. The energy sphere descended like a falling star, covering all of Baiku's escape routes. At the very apex of De Luo's strike, a single point of extremely sharp, blinding white light burst from the tip of Baiku's remaining left finger. It was not a full solar flare but a highly condensed pinpoint of light precisely aimed at De Luo's blood-red eyes. The beast's instinct overwhelmed everything. De Luo roared, raising his left arm to shield his vision, and his body experienced an unavoidable less than half-second rigidity and imbalance in midair. Lin. Baiku roared through telepathy. In the fissure, golden light burst forth. The golden destructo disc shot out close to the ground. It made no sound of cutting through air, left no energy trail, like a strip of silence itself, cut out and gliding along a precisely calculated devious trajectory that factored in the rebound angles of all debris slipping into the open gap at De Luo's lower back, exposed by his raised arm. De Luo was still roaring, still striking downward. He didn't even perceive the golden disc. Until, shoo. A sound as soft as silk being slit. De Luo's motion abruptly broke. The momentum of his lower body continued, but his upper body had lost synchronization with his waist. The dark golden disc passed through his lower back without any resistance, through the spine, through the precise location of the chi meridian center, emerging from the other side, its color not dimmed by half, its flight trajectory not deviated by a hair. Time seemed to stretch. The red light in De Luo's eyes flickered violently like a faulty light bulb. He looked down, seeing his lower body still descending while his upper body was slowly, irreversibly sliding sideways. No blood sprayed. The high temperature of the golden destructo disc had instantly cauterized the cut. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but only exhaled a dark red breath mixed with fragments of organs. His right fist, which had gathered all his strength, lost all support at the last inch before touching Baiku's head, drooping limply. The colossal body, like a skin stripped of its skeleton, crashed heavily into the ruins beside Baiku, kicking up a cloud of dust. Baiku struggled to rise, walked to De Luo's remains. Those crimson eyes were still turning, the madness within not yet faded but already scattered. The remaining instinct drove fingers to claw weakly at Baiku, scraping futile marks on the gravel. Baiku raised his left index finger, gathering the last faint wisp of chi at the tip. The light was dim yet steady as a needle. Your mission, your evolution, your devouring. Baiku's voice was hoarse and calm. This is where it ends. Puff. The chi pellet pierced the heart. The light in De Luo's eyes extinguished completely. In the distance, Lin collapsed at the bottom of the pit, gasping, sweat soaking his tattered martial arts uniform. He looked at his own trembling hands, still bearing the scorching sensation of the golden destructo disc. Hey Baiku. He called weakly through telepathy, but the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted upward. We. Did it? Baiku did not answer. He stood still gazing up at the gradually brightening horizon. He could feel, deep within the earth beneath him, the planetary energy that the Luo had forcibly drained, nearly exhausted, was beginning to seep back with excruciating slowness. A faint pulse like the arduous recovery of a wounded heart. But Baiku's gaze did not linger on the dawn. His sight passed over the ruins, over the horizon, toward the deep boundless void that the Luo had once stared at. In the icy stillness after the climax of battle, a sense of watchfulness, far vaster, more ancient and colder than the Luo, brushed faintly against the edge of his perception like a deep-sea current. The Luo was not the end. He was only a pebble cast into the water. Beneath the ripples a colossal entity still slumbered. Baiku slowly sat down on the ruins, his tattered cloak fluttering in the gathering morning breeze. He closed his eyes and in an Namekian way began to slowly absorb the thin spiritual energy from the air to repair his nearly shattered body. Behind him the sun finally broke free from the horizon, casting its first golden light upon the broken walls and rubble, also illuminating the Luo's gradually cooling corpse. Light returned to the land. But Baiku knew, some darkness had never left. At the center of the world's strongest martial arts tournament arena, debris slowly rolled with the aftershocks. The dull thud of Daluo's shattered body striking the stone floor seemed to extinguish the breath of the entire venue. Tens of thousands of spectators froze in place, terror solidified in their open mouths. The commentator's microphone crashed to the ground and the piercing screech of feedback was the only sound at that moment. This was supposed to be a semi-final destined for the annals of history, Baiku versus Daluo, yet what unfolded before their eyes had long torn apart the guise of martial arts. Baiku knelt on one knee, his left hand gripping the crack in the arena's edge, purple blood seeping from his fingertips. Beside him Kellen, who should have been in the waiting area, stood within a distorted shadow, his hand still poised in the motion of launching the golden chi sphere slash. Foul. This is a serious foul. The referee finally found his trembling voice, pointing at Kellen and shouting, "Contestant Kellen. You have illegally interfered in contestant Bike's match. According to the rules. The rules no longer exist, referee." Kellen turned slowly. The setting sun slanted half his face, shrouded in shadow. Those eyes, once filled with warmth and kindness, were now as cold as a deep abyss. At the sidelines, Sun Wukong, Tian Jinfan and Lu Ping rose simultaneously. Wukong's brow furrowed. He could clearly sense that the chi flowing through the air was undergoing a metamorphosis. Something is wrong. Wukong stared at Daluo's corpse. His chi hasn't dissipated. It's liquefying. From the wound on Daluo, instead of blood, a viscous shimmering dark golden energy liquid began to flow. It did not seep into the ground but instead converged like a living entity along the arena's cracks toward the center. Bike suddenly realized Kellen's chi sphere slash had followed an extremely peculiar trajectory, perfectly avoiding all nodes that could ignite the energy, like a precise surgical incision cutting only the valve that stored the power. You didn't do this to save me. Bike lifted his head, his gaze piercing like a blade toward Kellen. Daluo drained the chi of all the contestants in the tournament. That's enough energy to destroy the continent. Your slash was meant to let it flow out, wasn't it? Kellen ignored the referee's shouts and did not respond to the gaze of his comrades off stage. He walked step by step toward Bike, and with each stride his aura grew colder by a degree. You are indeed sharp, Bike. Kellen spoke softly, his voice as thin as a thread but piercing straight into Bike's mind. If it weren't for your gluttonous momentum filtering out the wild impurities from the energy, you wouldn't have lived until now. Bike's heart sank. Every detail of the battle flashed through his mind like lightning: Daluo's rampage, the failure of his own perception, and Kellen's perfectly timed intervention. This tournament was a setup from the very beginning. He gritted his teeth. Of course. Kellen stood before the liquefied energy of Daluo, extending his hands. The dark golden fluid coiled around him like a tamed serpent. The martial arts tournament was the perfect bait. Here the will and fighting spirit of the strongest would heat the planet's core energy to the most extractable state. Daluo was merely a vessel I created, and you, Bike, are the filter I chose. Beneath the arena a tremor grew increasingly violent. The ground beneath the audience cracked open, revealing a massive dark golden formation that locked the life energy meant to return to the earth, madly channeling it toward the arena. Kellen. What are you doing? Sun Wukong could no longer hold back. He leaped onto the arena but was violently repelled by an invisible wall of chi. Kellen turned slowly. In that instant the lines of his face shifted subtly, still the same face, but his aura was ancient and icy. Wukong, you are still so naive. Kellen smiled, the energy liquid in his hand now condensed into a translucent orb. Scum like Daluo is only fit for gathering energy. But you and Bike are the most precious ingredients in this feast. Bike realized with horror that the chi he had just recovered through gluttonous momentum was now flowing from his ankles toward the arena. You thought you were killing enemies and saving the world, Kellen said, lifting the orb, his eyes blazing with madness. In truth, you were merely completing my final harvest. Bike, thank you for your gluttony, it makes this energy so delicious. Kellen crushed the last remnants of Daoyuo's body underfoot. The golden aura that once surrounded him gradually transformed into a deep oppressive dark purple. Allow me to reintroduce myself. He spread his arms to the stunned comrades and thousands of spectators below. I am no longer the lackey you once knew. I am the star core guide of this era. This martial arts tournament has only now entered its true phase, the sacrifice. As his words fell, a towering pillar of dark light enveloped the entire venue. Bike and Wukong realized simultaneously they were not facing a rampaging monster but a god-level chess player who had been lurking beside them for years, scheming to the core. True fear on the verge of dawn had only just bared its fangs. The dark purple pillar of light, like a giant sword thrust from beyond the heavens, pinned the martial arts arena into the fissure of time and space. At that moment the martial artists had not yet mastered the art of skydancing, making the catastrophe all the more terrifying. Sun Wukong, who was about to charge at Lin, suddenly felt the stone slab beneath his feet turn illusory the moment the light descended. As he took a step, his body experienced a bizarre delay. His vision had already moved 3 meters ahead, but his torso seemed stuck in a viscous glue, abruptly catching up only half a second later. Wukong. My hand. Yamu Cha cried out in shock from the sidelines. Wukong turned around only to see his companions on the spectator stands frozen as if trapped in a missing frame rate. Yamu Cha's extended finger traced through the air, dragging a trail of faintly glowing firefly-like blue characters as if some ancient code was seeping from the cracks of reality. All sounds, the waves, the wind, the breathing, vanished entirely, leaving only a sharp whine like steel needles scraping against eardrums. Lin hovered 3 inches above the ground. This was not the sky dancing technique, it was more as if the space around him had been forcibly elevated in dimension. He lowered his head to gaze at the pool of dark gold liquid metal shimmering energy beneath his feet. You call him Darrow, but in the records his full designation is Datara, primordial code. Lin lightly tapped his toes and Darrow's liquid remnant surged upward as if pulled by a magnet, reconstructing at the center of the arena into a cubic core covered with gear streams of light and geometric facets. With each rotation the physical constants within 100 li underwent violent fluctuations. He was not a martial artist but a combat recorder, buried deep within the earth by the previous supercivilization before its fall. Lin looked at Baiku, whose face had instantly changed, a cold approval flashing in his eyes. Baiku, your gluttonous momentum has done a great service. It is like a perfect antivirus program filtering out for me the emotions and wild instincts, the combat garbage accumulated over millions of years in this shell. Now he is the purest logic rewriter. Lin. What the hell are you talking about? Wukong, suppressing the violent nausea caused by spatial distortion, moved step by step toward his former comrade. We are partners who delivered milk together at the Gue Xian house. Climbing mountains together, sweating together to grow stronger. Delivering milk. Lin repeated, his tone chillingly calm. Wukong, I once accompanied you running under the scorching sun and sparring in the dead of night. But in my eyes that was merely debugging a variable named friendship, observing whether this low-level emotion could accelerate the purification of qi. He slowly turned around and the setting sun cast upon his back an almost inhuman aura of sanctity. The real Lin had long died of famine in the drought year before he entered the Dual Lin temple. I merely borrowed this shell to descend here, observing you closely, an anomaly with the potential to alter causality. If your so-called martial arts ends here, Lin looked down at the exhausted Baiku and Wukong, then this observation should be concluded. Shut up. Baiku let out a roar like a trapped beast, draining his parched chi and slashing out a hand knife. A strike capable of splitting mountains and rocks upon touching the chi field around Lin underwent geometric deformation like stretched noodles. His palm became flat and twisted in vision, finally shattering like broken code into countless glowing cubes. Before the authority of a higher dimension, your chi is nothing but a child's scribble. Lin extended a finger and lightly tapped the void. The Kamehameha that Wukong unleashed with all his might shattered like a mirror at the touch of that fingertip. No explosion, no smoke, the azure sphere of light turned into solid fragments clattering to the ground. Rewriting physical constants, all circulation of qi in this place is permanently invalidated. With the calm pronouncement, Wukong and Baiku felt the last trace of warmth drain from their bodies. Their superhuman physical abilities vanished, their hearts beat slow and heavy as lead. They reverted to ordinary mortals unarmed and even more fragile than normal humans. Just as the cubic core Dataraw was about to emit a world-zeroing shriek, a faint glimmer lit up from the abyss of despair, a glimmer that did not belong to data logic. Baiku tremblingly extended his cracked left hand and fiercely grabbed Wukong's ankle. There was no despair in his eyes, only a madness bordering on self-destruction. Wukong. Though chi is gone, the gluttonous momentum can absorb more than energy. His voice no longer traveled through the air but crashed directly into Wukong's soul. At this moment Baiku activated a forbidden technique called soul reverse devouring. He reversed the dimensional reduction field cast by Lin, forcibly merging their two wills that were being datafied. If you are data, then we shall become the virus that erodes you. In that instant Wukong sensed Baiku's millennia accumulated loneliness and ambition, and Baiku also touched the pure untainted fighting spirit of Wukong. This emotional fluctuation, transcending the physical logic of chi and originating from the source of life, became an absolute overflow error in Lin's cold algorithm. Wukong, who had been limp due to the failure of chi, miraculously clenched his right fist again. There was no light on the fist, but it carried a heavy quality that could tear virtual reality. Lin. No matter who you are, no matter what you see the world as. With blood seeping between his teeth, Wukong took a step driven by the inertia of will surpassing physical delay. The blood and sweat dripping from this fist. How could your code ever calculate them to the end? Wukong's fist swung heavily toward the tip of Lin's nose. This punch should have been frozen in Lin's perspective, but due to the logical interference that Baiku turned into with his life, the coordinates on his monitor screen jumped wildly. Crack. The lofty mask actually bore a fine crack under the pure physical blow. The electronic third eye on Lin's forehead suddenly flashed a blinding red light, warning unknown logic overflow detected. Casualty correction failed. Impossible. He showed a puzzled expression for the first time. But coldness quickly returned. The orb in his hand burst out with destructive suction, accelerating the speed at which seawater surged back into the sky. Although Wukong and Baiku had accomplished this strike that made even the gods turn their heads in their dying moments, the collapse of the world did not cease. Lin unfurled wings of light that blotted out the sun, looking down at the lives struggling in the dust and murmuring, "A remarkable struggle. Pity your data has been fully backed up." The dark purple pillar of light engulfed the entire martial arts island. At the end of the light, the last thing Wukong saw before his consciousness faded was on the rapidly scrolling death list in Lin's eyes. The names Sun Wukong and Baiku were being overwritten by 2 lines of blood-red script. The dark purple pillar of light was not destruction but a grand upload. When Sun Wukong opened his eyes again, he found himself in an absolute white void. Here there was no wind, no gravity, not even the need to breathe. He looked down and was startled to find his body no longer flesh and blood but woven from countless slender flowing golden logic threads. Beside him Baiku's form appeared strangely overlapping. Due to the forbidden technique of soul reverse devouring, their wills were forcibly bound in this space, transforming into a double helix shimmering with green and gold alien light. Is this the inside of that orb? Wukong tried to move his legs only to find that every action sent ripples of screen-like flickers beneath his feet. Not far away, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan and even ordinary spectators on the stands were suspended motionless like specimens sealed in transparent amber. Above their names floated a line of cold red code status backed up frozen. Do not touch them. For now you are still nothing but illegally inserted viruses. A hoarse metallic voice echoed. De Luo, who should have been sliced and liquefied on the arena, was now reforming in this space. He no longer maintained a humanoid shape but transformed into a semi-transparent giant made of flickering blocks, his face barely distinguishable. De Luo. You haven't disappeared yet. Baiku warily stepped in front of Wukong. Disappear. To data, death is merely rearrangement. A torrent of information cascaded through De Luo's eyes. Listen well, Sun Wukong Baiku. I am indeed the original code, but not a tool created by Lin. I am a survivor of the previous era. De Luo opened his deep memories to them in that prehistoric age long since formatted by the janitor's civilization had once touched knowledge beyond dimensions. On the eve of destruction, the strongest of that era forcibly compressed his lifelong combat experience and his vengeful obsession with higher dimensional civilizations into this independent program called the original code. I transcended into this era waiting only for 2 souls capable of causing overflow errors in the logic. De Luo extended his finger pointing at Wukong and Baiku. Lin thought he had harvested their energy, unaware that he had simultaneously downloaded a logic virus capable of paralyzing his entire system. What should we do? Wukong clenched his golden fist made of logic threads, feeling a new power unlike chi surging within him. Use your will to activate the forbidden technique data within me. Deluo's body began to disintegrate, transforming into a dark golden torrent that wildly poured into their logic cores. Kulin's observer authority had an upper limit. He could not comprehend self-sacrifice and resonance. Now I will grant you reverse authority. With Deluo's sacrificial fusion, the forms of Wukong and Baiku underwent another drastic change. Baiku found that he could see through the underlying architecture of this white void. He reached out and swept his hand across the spatial lines like plucking a string. I see it. Kulin's firewall is right there. Then smash it open. Wukong's roar turned into the sharpest blade of decryption. The frozen companions began to tremble. The variables representing friendship and bonds were instantly decompressed by the knowledge Deluo left behind, transforming into billions of messy code spikes that crazily battered the boundaries of the white void. In the real world, the high-dimensional Kulin hovering above the Wudao Island changed expression drastically. The electronic third eye on his forehead flickered wildly, spitting blue electric sparks. Warning. Backup data is reverse tampering with administrator privileges. Logic circuit overload. Deletion command unexecutable. Impossible. How could mere primitive samples master the underlying protocol? For the first time, Kulin showed a human-like panic. He looked down at the star-core orb in his hand. The orb was now not only out of control but also throbbing violently like a logic bomb about to detonate. Crack. A huge crack burst open on the orb's surface and two intertwined phantoms, one gold one green, roared out from within. They were Sun Wukong and Baiku. Their forms were bizarre semi-transparent bodies flowed with data light, yet their fists condensed the solid anger of flesh and blood. Kulin. Or whatever you are. Wukong's figure teleported in midair, not by flight technique but by directly rewriting his own coordinates. Our world is not your toy to casually back up. Wukong's heavy fist slammed into Kulin's chest. This time there was no key explosion, only a collision of rules. The moment Kulin's chest was struck, a huge black pixel void appeared. His high-dimensional body was forcibly stripped away by the virus attribute attached to Wukong's fist. You have evolved to this level. Kulin's voice was intermittent, laced with electronic interference noise. This is the rage that Deluo left for our world. Baiku launched an attack from the flank, his fingers slicing through the void, directly severing Kulin's connection to the void server room in the sky. The entire Wudao Island began to overlap. The collapsing seawater and stands under the interference of their wills took on a twisted form that was half mechanical, half flesh. It's not over yet. Enduring the excruciating pain of his body disintegrating, Kulin flashed a final coldness in his eyes. You think defeating me will stop the formatting? The Omnicourt has already received the coordinates of this realm. This era's Earth will eventually be erased. Before he finished, Kulin dissipated into countless blue fragments and the dark purple pillar in the sky shattered. When sunlight once again pierced through the smoke and shone on the ruined arena, Wukong and Baiku stood side by side amid the rubble. Though their bodies had returned to normal, a dark golden gleam reminiscent of Deluo occasionally flashed in their eyes. Kulin was gone, along with his high-dimensional arrogance shattered. But the broken orb fragments still emitted an ominous faint glow. Wukong. Did you hear that? Baiku looked toward the deep sky, his tone heavy. He said. Omnicourt. Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at his companions, who were waking from the frozen state, their faces full of confusion. He understood that this was no longer just a battle for the world's strongest. From this moment on, the martial artists of Earth stood officially against all high-dimensional civilizations. Whoever comes. Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze as firm as iron. We will be here waiting for him. Where Kellen vanished, the scattered dark purple fragments did not annihilate, instead they were seized by a terrifying gravitational force, collapsing wildly toward the center amid the piercing screech of spatial rupture. The reality already on the verge of disintegration due to the upload froze eerily at this moment. Kellen thought he was observing me. From the void resounded a voice as heavy as thunder, carrying the majesty that shatters logic. Daluo, who should have shattered and dissipated as a data sacrifice, instead strode slowly out of the remnants of the star core orb. His body had transcended the realm of flesh and liquid metal, manifesting a deep texture akin to a black hole, every inch of his skin surging with dark golden primal data streams capable of crushing reality. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet rippled with destructive waves, and the crumbling Marshall Island emitted a dull roar. The receding seawater and shattered stone pillars instantly defied the law of entropy, frantically reassembling 10,000 meters above. In an instant the ruins transformed into a floating fortress forged from dark golden metal and ancient rock, majestic as a divine throne. Daluo stood atop the fortress, his dark golden eyes piercing through layers of dimensions. Yet he did not know that I intentionally allowed the virus to return to its nest with him. I am a specter who has traversed the end of epochs. A mere observer dares to attempt backing up my existence. As if sensing Daluo's provocation, the dark purple rift in the sky violently tore open, revealing the cold starry virtual server room behind it. 3 entities, pure white and shaped like enormous geometric crystals, descended from the heavens with the grimness of a civilization's judgment. They were the high adjudicators of the all-court tribunal, each exuding pressure 100 times greater than Kellen's. The moment they descended, the air over the entire sea was forcibly drained and all things began to spontaneously deconstruct. Judgment, illegal logic overflow. Execution, conceptual erasure. The 3 adjudicators simultaneously fired gray beams. They were not energy but non-existence itself. Whatever matter they struck would vanish from the causal plane entirely. Yet when the beams reached 3 feet from Daluo's body, he merely let out a disdainful snort, his fingers slightly spreading. Authority override all. The erasure, directed at me, shall be converted to blooming flowers. Thus unfolded a scene both absurd and poignant. The despairing gray light capable of annihilating galaxies upon touching Daluo transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms drifting slowly amid the smoke and ruins. Was this Daluo's true power? Baek and Wukong gasped for breath under the overwhelming pressure of this authority. They realized that the martial arts they had honed all their lives were as naive as child's play before such reality-altering means. Daluo's figure flickered, coordinates overlapping. He had already appeared above an adjudicator, his palm pressing down lightly. No explosion, no flash. That arrogant divine enforcer, amid a shrill electronic wail, was forcibly reduced to a thin 2-dimensional paper fluttering down helplessly. Just as Daluo was crushing the divine projections with absolute dominance, the sky, briefly calm due to the island's reconstruction, turned a deep crimson without warning. It was not the color of light but an ancient, massive, unseeable high-dimensional gaze. Daluo's arrogant movements froze abruptly. The first cold sweat of this life slid down his forehead. He discovered in terror that the logic lines that had once obeyed his will like fingers were now as heavy and sluggish as if filled with tons of mercury refusing to heed his command. Are you the prime sequence of the all-court tribunal? Daluo clenched his teeth, the dark golden light around him flickering wildly as he tried to resist the law pressure from the depths of the void named absolute fixed value. A voice as ancient as the birth of stars vibrated deep within every cell, making souls tremble. Transmigrator, do you think that by grasping the remnants of the previous epoch you can shake the foundation of dimensions? The logic rewriting you rely on is nothing but discarded drafts we abandoned millions of years ago. From the void a white thread as thin as a hair descended. Daluo roared in defiance, crossing his arms in front of him, all dark golden data streams converging into a colossal shield that blotted out the sky. Boom! The thread seemed gentle, but the moment it struck the shield the entire fortress-like Marshall Island was blasted down 3,000 meters. Daluo's black hole-like body burst with countless fine cracks, and dark golden blood, highly concentrated data essence, gushed from his mouth. As the color faded, the terrifying gaze slowly withdrew. It seemed that in the eyes of that entity even Daluo at this moment was merely a slightly stronger ant. Daluo knelt on one knee, his godlike pressure forcibly suppressed back into his body, his frame trembling incessantly. It's not over yet. He tried to stand but found that although the white thread had vanished, the residual causal shackles had transformed into physical constants, nailing his feet firmly to the current dimension. With the traversal knowledge he had unlocked so far, he simply could not parse such a high-level protocol. Right now you are nothing but a thief who stole a key. The voice from the void turned cold. Before the next great purge descends, cherish this final freedom. The sky regained its eerie sense of fragmentation. The sea breeze blew again but carried a salty chill. Daluo breathed heavily, his once invincible right arm uncontrollably convulsing. He turned his head to look at the astonished Wukong and Baek, his eyes no longer mocking but filled with unprecedented solemnity and fervor. Do you see? Daluo wiped the dark golden bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his voice low as iron. This is the gap. Although I possess knowledge beyond this world's cognition, my logic weight is far from sufficient to challenge those truly ancient beings. He suddenly turned his head, staring at this land full of variables beneath his feet, a wild fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Earth is not their cultivation dish. It shall be my logic arsenal for counterattacking the all-court tribunal. And you shall become the first batch of anomalies I forge capable of tearing apart the gods. The crimson gaze of the omnipotent tribunal receded, yet the world did not return to tranquility. The Tianxia First Martial Island hovered in a bizarre manner at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the high seas. Looking up from below, it resembled a crumpled fold of space flickering in and out of visibility, undetectable by radar with only the distortion of the atmosphere visible to the naked eye. Daluo sat upon a throne reconstructed from dark gold metal. The dark golden blood that had oozed from the cracks in his right arm had already coagulated. Before him floated the residual phantom of the white thread that had once struck him down. Though merely an aftereffect, it was continuously replicating itself, attempting to repair the logical loophole he had torn open. Just a draft. Daluo sneered, his eyes reflecting dense analytical data. Since you regard life as a draft, I will write upon this draft code sufficient to slay gods. Beneath his feet Sun Wukong and Bike were enduring unprecedented pressure. Though the aftermath of the causal chains had dispersed, every cell of their bodies felt as heavy as lead. Having been deeply digitized, the world in their eyes had completely transformed. Vector arrows indicating wind direction danced in the air, and numerical values of gravitational constant surfaced on the fragments of stone. Yamucha, stand up. Daluo's voice thundered through the mental link into the minds of the surviving martial artists. He waved his arm and a stream of dark golden light surged down from the throne, transforming into thousands of shimmering dots that entered the foreheads of the crowd. I have granted you the martial dimension vision. From this moment on, you are no longer fighters but apprentice novices of this logical arsenal. As the authority was delegated, the terrified crowd suddenly found the world becoming transparent. They could see the energy conduits beneath the island and also glimpse the flow trajectories of chi within each other's bodies. Daluo fine-tuned the physical laws of the entire island. Here gravity was no longer constant but wildly fluctuated between 10x and 1000x, in sync with the rhythm of breathing. Every brick was inscribed with a blind spot protocol that interfered with high-dimensional scanning, forcibly stripping the island from the causal sequence of Earth. Wukong, Bike, your training consists of only one task. Daluo flicked his finger, and upon the ruins of the arena thousands of flickering red dots materialized. These are not physical entities but logical targets that continuously leap across the coordinates of past, present and future. Do not look with your eyes nor sense with your chi. Daluo's gaze was as hard as iron. Capture the causal ripples of their existence. If your fists cannot erase the targets at the logical level, then in the eyes of the omnipotent tribunal you will forever be nothing more than sketches that can be casually erased. The special training began. Wukong let out a roar under the crushing weight of 1,000 times gravity, moving with extreme difficulty, every inch of his muscles on the verge of tearing. He threw a punch, clearly passing through the light, yet it felt like striking emptiness. Too slow. Daluo coldly shouted from above. Your fist is in the present, but the target's coordinates are in the past. Transcend it. Bike was plunged into another kind of hell. He was ordered to adopt a gluttonous stance and forcibly devour those unstable logical gibberish. The gibberish clashed wildly within his body, nearly bursting his meridians. Bike's veins bulged and deep dark golden patterns gradually emerged beneath his skin, the brand of increased logical weight after digesting reality's errors. As the training reached its peak, a piercing alarm sounded at the island's edge. Although the main body of the omnipotent tribunal did not reappear, some forces on Earth that were subservient to higher civilizations and armed groups swayed by the scavengers sensed the disturbance here. Dozens of fighter jets equipped with experimental dimensional wave weapons tore through the clouds encircling the floating island. The minions of the arbiters. Daluo leaned against the throne, not even rising, and merely glanced at Wukong. Time for a real combat test. Remember, do not destroy, delete. Wukong's eyes suddenly snapped open. His pupils contracted into a single flickering golden point. Facing the howling missiles, Wukong did not dodge, nor did he unleash the Gui Pai Qigong. He merely took a step that transcended physical delay, his right hand lightly tracing a line in the void. A startling scene unfolded. The missiles, before they could explode, suddenly blurred, vanishing from the sky as if erased by a rubber. Even the cockpits of those fighter jets instantly lost their metallic properties, transforming into cascading streams of colorful code drifting in the air. The launch logic. I've grasped it. Wukong gasped, staring at his own fist, a blazing heat never seen before ignited in his eyes. The battle ended in silence, and the invaders left not a single trace of wreckage. Daluo rose from the throne holding a freshly forged blade in his hand. It was a weapon forged from the remnants of Kellen's orb combined with the two-dimensional fragments of the arbiters, tempered by logical high temperature, the causal law severing blade. The dark golden blade had no sense of solidity, resembling a flowing fissure. Phase 1 is complete. Daluo gazed at the distant starry sky shrouded in mist. The laws of Earth are too weak to support your subsequent evolution. We need more primordial code. He turned to Wukong and Bike, issuing a new command: prepare yourselves. We will journey to the void continents, those abandoned by the omnipotent tribunal fallen due to logical errors. There we will reclaim our weight inch by inch. The martial island emitted a resonance that shook heaven and earth. Entirely enveloped in dark golden light, the fortress violently tore through the spatial barrier, sailing into the profound void beyond reality. The moment Wudao Island tore through the barrier of reality, Earth rapidly collapsed in the perception of the onlookers, eventually condensing into a faint blue speck utterly shrouded by the dark gold blind zone protocol. Beyond the island there was no longer the silent dark vacuum but a surging torrent of information entropy, a vast chaotic sea of iridescent formless clouds. Time shattered into disorder here. Wukong watched in shock as a fragment of a temple pillar floating at the island's edge within mere seconds underwent a 10,000-year cycle of being brand new, then completely weathered and finally reduced to raw data. Don't gaze directly at those entropy flows, Wukong. The Luo's voice came from the divine throne, wrapped in a coldness that insulated reality. Their existence itself is a consumable. If your will is not firm enough, the memories and form of your entire life could be cleansed in an instant by this torrent. Wudao Island navigated through the chaos, entering a boundless sea of ruins, the logic graveyard. This was the dumping ground where the Omnicourt had discarded the detritus of countless universes formatted over eons. State-of-the-art laboratories from countless eras, floating steel continents, and even the severed heads of Titan gods collided and piled upon each other like masterless souls. Suddenly a piercing horn tore through the low hum of the entropy flow. A group of raiders riding bizarre creatures charged out from the ruins. Their mounts were grotesque birds stitched together from rotting flesh and rusted machinery. The riders were gaunt with sickly blue light burning in their eyes. They were scavengers. Using the dimension weapon vision, taught by the Luo, Piccolo could clearly see a shoddy energy membrane called Logic Patch covering the creatures' bodies. They were refugees of bygone eras who had barely survived being formatted, lingering in the cracks between dimensions. The scavenger leader, an alien powerhouse who once commanded magnetism in his own era, let out a greedy shriek. He had set his sights on Wudao Island's stable and pure logical architecture, commanding his flock of grotesque birds to swarm and intent on dismantling and devouring this new vessel. Wukong Piccolo. Go welcome the greeting gift of this place. The Luo remained seated, his gaze indifferent. This is your first battle after leaving the protection of Earth's laws. The two leaped over the island's edge. The moment they left the stable zone, Wukong felt an unprecedented weightlessness, not merely the loss of gravity but the loss of self-definition. If he did not continuously mobilize the dark gold data stream within to anchor the coordinate of Sun Wukong's existence, his form would dissipate like smoke and cloud in the void. Even to throw a punch. I have to first confirm where my hand is. Wukong gritted his teeth and growled. A scavenger swung a decay blade that could rapidly age matter, slashing toward him. Wukong no longer parried with conventional logic. In the instant of his punch, he captured the code ripple of the decay within his opponent's attack. Delete, target attack authority. His fist strangely deviated from the logical coordinate before impact. The blade clearly struck Wukong yet passed through like a phantom, while his own fist carrying the weight of logic slammed solidly into the scavenger's chest. There was no blood. The scavenger disintegrated midair, dissolving into garbled raw code. Seeing the crisis, the scavenger leader blew a piercing whistle, trying to drive the entire ruined continent to crash into Wudao Island in a mutual destruction. After smashing so much trash, it's time to recycle some materials. The Luo finally rose from his divine throne. The causality-cleaving blade in his hand emitted a low hum, its dark gold edge gently slicing through the void. This stroke was not for killing but for cutting territory. Under the stunned gaze of the others, the ruined continent spanning dozens of li was neatly severed by the blade like fabric. The Luo clenched his hand in the void, forcibly extracting a faintly glowing blue logic stabilizer from the cross-section. Devour protocol initiate. He pressed the stabilizer into the stone pillar of Wudao Island. Instantly the entire island trembled violently. The scattered debris of ruins, as if magnetized, surged madly toward the island, reassembling and fusing. Amid the mechanical roar and the grinding of rock, the area of Wudao Island visibly expanded more than twofold. The crude stone stands were clad in cold dark gold armor, and menacing defense turrets sprouted along the island's edges. With the scavengers routed and the island evolved, the graveyard fell back into dead silence. The Luo stood at the edge of the expanded island, flicking a strand of broken data stream he had just captured. Deep within the chaotic signal he detected a faint but clear directional wavelength. Seeking our kind. Resisting the prime sequence. It was a signal from an organization calling itself the Logic Rebels, perhaps a plea for help or perhaps a lure. Interesting. A arrogant curve lifted the corner of Luo's mouth. He looked at Wukong and Piccolo, who had now steadied themselves. In the folds of this world it seems we are not the only batch of viruses. Our arsenal needs to hunt for finer raw materials. Wudao Island, now perhaps better called the Logic Fortress de Luo, once again burst forth with dark gold light tearing through the chaotic clouds and sped at full throttle into the deep void toward the signal source. As the Logic Fortress Daluo tore through the final thick layer of entropy flux, even the battle-hardened Bike found himself holding his breath at the sight before him. It was a colossal patchwork city suspended in the dark violet void, the Rift Tavern. Not built from brick and stone, it was forcibly assembled from countless shattered starship wrecks, half-buried steel forests of bygone eras and desiccated fragments of star cores. Above the city a dying star was dragged by several enormous gravitational anchor cables emitting an unstable eerie green glow. This place existed beyond the real-time surveillance of the Quanyuan Court, the most notorious lawless land in the dimensional folds. Here gathered all the dregs forsaken by the gods. Daluo stood at the forefront of the fortress, his dark gold cloak whipping in the void storms. They traded logical fragments, peddled relics of civilizations, and scraped by in the shadows of order. As the Daluo slowly docked, the entire city emitted a harsh grating metallic screech. Countless gazes, greedy, brutal and complex, pierced through the gaps of the twisted architecture. Stepping onto the ground of the Rift Tavern paved with starship decks, Wukong keenly sensed, the laws here were abnormally chaotic. Gravity is pulling at my soul. He furrowed his brow, then gently stamped his right foot. A dark gold ripple abruptly expanded, forcibly anchoring the physical constants within a 3-meter radius around him. Halt, new virus. A heavy hoarse voice laced with electronic interference blocked their path. The figure was 3 meters tall, its body reconstructed from an early Quanyuan court judge model machine. A horrifying penetrating wound on its chest was crudely stuffed with luminous biological tissue. This was a renegade machine that had awakened self-awareness and also the gatekeeper of this place. You carry the rare, previous-era source code. The judge's electronic eye spun wildly, spilling a bloodthirsty red light. Hand it over or be dismantled into basic characters. Wukong want to try the taste of full power. Daluo stood with arms crossed, a hint of amusement in his tone. Hearing this, the corner of Wukong's mouth lifted with pure battle intent. He no longer suppressed the surging logic stream within him, transforming his entire being into a streak of golden light. At the moment of his punch, he did not seek a physical weakness but directly targeted the structural integrity protocol of the opponent's body. Boom! This punch produced no explosive chi sound, yet it tore a permanent black spatial rift in the air. The judge's supposedly indestructible high-dimensional armor was torn apart like wet paper, half of its body instantly disintegrating into chaotic floating pixel fragments. Amidst the rubble and terrified stares, the trio delved into the deepest negative dimension zone of the tavern. The space here exhibited a morbid overlapping sensation, with walls covered in countless distorted pleading characters. The source of the signal finally revealed itself, a consciousness entity entirely composed of shifting light and shadow. Welcome, great kindred. The light shadow being emitted a low-frequency hum. We are the logic rebels sworn to overthrow the tyranny of the prime sequence. We need your authority, Daluo, to reboot our dimensional engine. Cooperate. Daluo cast a cold glance around. In the shadows, dozens of logic furnaces were quietly charging. I see you want to stuff me into the engine as fuel. In the void, the right to survival is taken, not negotiated. The light shadow being changed color abruptly, and the long-ambushed assault erupted simultaneously. Dozens of high-dimensional rays capable of dissolving logical structures intertwined into a net of death, descending upon Daluo. Bite, cripple their defense algorithms. Daluo's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. With pleasure. Bike extended both arms horizontally, veins bulging on his forehead, pushing his gluttonous devouring potential to the extreme. This time he unleashed not suction but a violent data toxin. That ray net capable of penetrating planets instantly fell into self-destruction due to algorithmic conflict upon touching Bike's domain. Daluo, however, revealed the true majesty of the epic Terminator. Ignoring the lesser foes, he directly pressed his palm against the metal floor beneath his feet. Since you crave my authority, let me show you what absolute dominion truly means. In an instant, a dark gold radiance permeated the entire city's physical distribution protocol. Amidst the shrill screams of the light shadow being, Daluo with sheer brute force tore out the city's foundation, a micro-black hole energy module sealed within a magnetic field, from the deep space below. With its core energy stolen, the Rift Tavern began to tremble violently and collapse. My fortress just so happens to lack a heart of power capable of crossing dimensions. Daluo held aloft the wildly spinning black singularity with one hand, allowing the devastating gravity to roar between his fingers. As for you, you shall serve as filler for the fortress's expansion. The Daluo set sail once more. Now at its center it bore a black hole, heart bursting with dark electric fire. Its dark gold armor surface crackled with destructive black lightning, its volume and oppressive aura swelling again. Daluo perused the intelligence violently extracted from the rebel database, his gaze growing sharper. Full frequency Great Purge. He murmured the words. The prime sequence has sensed the disturbance in the void. They intend to forcibly erase all dimensional folds. The time left for our wild growth is running out. Wukong stood on the expanded deck, still feeling the burning pain of energy overload in his fists. He gazed at the void, being devoured by darkness and gradually collapsing, and saw no fear in his eyes, only a fervent heat ready to hunt down a god. Next time I meet someone from the Quanyuan court, Wukong clenched his right fist heavy as a mountain, each word forged like iron. I'll make them understand what undeletable wrath means. The Daluo sailed silently through the void, its black hole engine emitting a constant low-frequency vibration like the breathing of some ancient leviathan in the abyss. At the edge of the deck Wukong gazed at the dark gold patterns flowing over his knuckles, sometimes coalescing into geometric shapes, sometimes scattering into specks of light as if they possessed a life of their own. A sharp stabbing pain suddenly pierced his temple. The purple burst of light when Kellen vanished. Yamucha's outstretched hand Tianjin Fan's back as he shielded Jiaozi. The apocalyptic sky reflected in Gue Xian Ren's glasses. These fragments exploded in his mind, then were swiftly swallowed by the void. Wukong spun around. On the dark gold throne Daluo's figure was half hidden behind a flowing data curtain, his expression unreadable. Daluo. Wukong's voice was exceptionally clear in the empty deck. At the end of that collapse. Yamucha Tianjin Fan Master Wu Tian, where are they now? Daluo slowly raised his eyelids. Deep within his pupils constantly refreshing streams of code were reflected, as if two different beings were observing the world through those eyes. At the moment of logical collapse the structural coefficient of reality returns to zero. Daluo's voice was as calm as if reciting a physical law. The consciousness of an ordinary life form cannot survive in this environment for more than 0.3 seconds. The reason they can still stand here, he raised his right hand slightly and the metal wall behind him covered with flowing patterns suddenly parted like mercury to both sides. Is that I forcibly intercepted their existence coordinates before Kellen activated the final protocol. Behind the wall 7 translucent dark gold cocoons floated in the energy field. Inside each cocoon a familiar figure rose and fell faintly. Wukong hurried forward and pressed his palm against the nearest cocoon. Through a warm layer of logic membrane he saw Yamucha's tightly shut eyes twitching rapidly, his lips pressed tight, a habitual expression when facing a formidable foe. In the adjacent cocoon Tianjin Fan had his arms crossed over his chest, maintaining a defensive stance even in sleep, while Jiaozi's small body curled up at his feet. In the farthest cocoon Gue Xian Ren sat cross-legged, his hands forming some ancient mudra. The old man's white brows were slightly furrowed as if he were still deducing some profound martial arts problem in his dream. I have temporarily sealed their consciousness in logic amber. Daluo's voice came from behind. This is both protection and insurance. If we fail in the void, these amber pieces will become the last seeds of Earth's civilization. Wukong's fingers tightened on the surface of the cocoon, dark gold light spilling through the gaps between his fingers. Do they know? For the first time Daluo showed something resembling a human expression, a faint, almost imperceptible curve. Does it make a difference whether they know or not? In the face of an absolute power gap, the right to know is the cheapest charity. The first crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon containing Tianjin Fan. The sound was as small as the first crack in ice, yet piercingly clear on the silent deck. Then one after another the cocoons of Yamucha, Jiaozi Pu'er and Gue Xian Ren burst into spiderweb-like patterns. Crack. At the instant the cocoon shattered completely, dark gold logic fragments scattered like feathers. Tianjin Fan knelt on one knee, all 3 eyes opening simultaneously, the vertical pupil on his forehead was uncontrollably spilling blinding golden light. This is... He clutched his forehead, his voice hoarse from the intense pain. Almost at the same moment Yamucha tumbled out of his shattered cocoon, his body instinctively performing a forward roll to absorb the impact, a muscle memory forged through countless battles. The moment he landed he had already assumed the starting stance of the Wolf Fang fist, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then he saw Pu'er. That small blue figure was falling through the air, its eyes filled with lingering fear. Pu'er. Yamucha lunged forward so fast that his afterimage trailed behind him. He caught Puer in his arms before it hit the ground, his arms trembling from the force of the catch. Puer was rigid for a second, then burst into loud crying, burying its face in Yamucha's chest, its tiny claws clutching tightly at his martial arts uniform. "It's okay, it's okay." Yamucha patted Puer's back gently, his voice carrying a tenderness he himself hadn't noticed. But when he looked up and scanned the surroundings, that tenderness quickly solidified into alertness. A massive black hole heart pulsed at the center of the deck, each contraction slightly warping space. The dark gold metal structure was covered with visible energy patterns. Shattered starship wreckage floated in the void, and beyond was an endless sea of chaotic clouds. And the being perched on the throne staring down at them with cold indifference. "On guard." Lin Fan's low shout snapped everyone's attention back. He had already positioned himself in front of Jiaozi, his legs trembling slightly from the abnormal gravity, but his back was ramrod straight. Wukong explained the situation. Jiaozi hid behind him, his small hands gripping Lin Fan's pant leg, but a faint gleam of telekinetic power had already ignited in his eyes. "Everyone." Wukong opened his mouth but found all explanations futile. At that moment Ren slowly straightened his body. The old man leaned on his ever-present wooden staff, first gazing up at the throbbing black hole heart for a few seconds, then looking down at his own palm. Beneath the skin, veins were faintly flowing with dark gold light. "I see," he said softly, and when he looked up at Wukong his eyes held no reproach, only the deep understanding of an elder. "That child Kellen." "No, the being that borrowed Kellen's body ultimately triggered some kind of cleansing protocol, am I right?" Wukong nodded heavily. Ren smiled. That smile held a century of vicissitudes along with the unique magnanimity of a martial artist. "So then the one sitting there now," he tapped his staff lightly pointing at Daluo, "is our new captain." Daluo's gaze fell upon Ren for the first time with formal attention. The moment their eyes met, it was as if invisible data streams collided in the air. "Wu Tian," Daluo used this ancient appellation rarely. 523 years ago, when you first sensed the existence of Qi on Mugua Island, you once said something. Ren narrowed his eyes. Daluo repeated word by word, "The martial path is endless, but seek the original heart." The old man's pupils contracted. "You? How could you know?" That was a private whisper he had carved into the rock wall during his seclusion breakthrough, never mentioned to anyone. "I know the moment of awakening for every martial artist in this era." Daluo rose from the throne, his dark gold cloak billowing without wind. "Because what you call Qi is essentially a tiny resonance at the logical substrate. And I am responsible for recording these resonances." He stepped down from the throne, his metal boots clanking heavily on the deck. With each step the patterns on the deck surface brightened a fraction. "Now the moment of choice has arrived." Daluo stopped before the group, his gaze sweeping over every face. "Your logical substrate has been restructured by me. You can withstand the erosion of the void. But withstanding does not mean being able to fight." He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and 7 dark gold pillars of light descended from above, enveloping each person. "Stay here, sleep as the embers of civilization until I find a new habitable dimension. That is option 1. Daluo's voice was as cold as a machine. "Or undergo further modification, become an organ of this fortress, become a weapon to fight against gods. That is option 2. Within the pillars of light each person's body began to manifest different changes. Lin Fan's third eye erupted with a tangible golden beam. Yamucha's pupils swirled with a data waterfall. Jiaozi's telekinetic field materialized into a geometric halo. Puer's body flickered between blue and transparent code states. The chi around Ren began to spontaneously coalesce into ancient trigram totems. "Choose," Daluo said. "In the way of your martial artists." The first to react was Lin Fan. "Ah!" The excruciating pain made him fall to his knees, both hands clamped tightly over his forehead. That vertical pupil was now burning like a branding iron. Wherever his vision fell, the world was no longer in material form. He saw the molecular structure of the deck, the gravitational curves of the black hole heart, the information debris floating in the void. And countless gazes staring from the abyss. "Lin Fan!" Jiaozi cried out, rushing over and pressing his small palms against Lin Fan's temples. Pure telekinetic power flowed in like a clear spring, trying to soothe the raging information deluge. "I'm fine." Lin Fan forced out the words through clenched teeth. Through the gaps of his fingers he looked at Daluo, his vertical pupil reflecting the tower that pierced the fortress behind him, the Vista Tower, its tip vanishing into the void as if to pierce dimensionality itself. "That eye," Daluo said, "is a relic of the all-knowing tribe from the previous era. They could see the folds of time and the branches of probability, but were thus drowned by information and eventually went mad as a collective. Lin Fan's breathing was heavy as a bellows. You have two paths now. Daluo continued. Close it and I will implant a logic filter for you. You can fight like an ordinary warrior. Or what? Lin Fan gritted out. Or ascend the Vista Tower, fully unlock this eye's authority. For the first time a hint of something like interest appeared in Daluo's voice. You will see the truth of the void, the omens of every enemy move and all possible branches of the future. But the price is that your consciousness will forever be immersed in an ocean of information. Once you lose control it will be a collapse more complete than death. Jiaozi clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, tears welling in his eyes. Don't. Lin Fan, don't. Lin Fan was silent for 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds he recalled many things: the ascetic training at Duolin Temple, the world of Qi he saw when he first opened his third eye, the life or death ring battle with Wukong, the helplessness of always being unable to catch up to those geniuses. Then he gently pushed Jiaozi's hand away and stood up unsteadily. Jiaozi, he said, his voice hoarse but firm, do you remember what I said to you when we left Duolin Temple? Jiaozi froze, tears streaming down. You said. To become a martial artist worthy of this eye. Right. Lin Fan wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth due to the pain, revealing a nearly ferocious smile. If this eye is destined to see something, then I would rather it see the future of our enemy's defeat. He turned and walked step by step toward the Vista Tower. With each step a burning golden footprint was left on the deck. Lin Fan. Jiaozi cried and ran after him. Don't come. Lin Fan shouted sharply but did not turn around. The road ahead. I must walk alone. He stopped at the base of the tower and looked up. The tower soared thousands of meters high, its surface flowing with billions of lines of dancing code. Daluo raised his hand and a light door opened at the base. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Boom! An indescribable information deluge instantly engulfed him. He saw the past, the birth of Earth, the rise and fall of civilizations, the transmission of martial arts. He saw the present, the lurkers in the void, the flames of war in distant dimensions, the cold gaze of the Kuan court. He saw the future, countless branching timelines spreading like roots, each leading to a different end. His scream echoed through the tower and across the entire deck. Jiaozi collapsed to the ground, both hands clamped over his mouth to stifle his own sobs. But 3 seconds later the scream stopped. At the top of the Vista Tower a golden pillar of light 1 kilometer in diameter suddenly burst forth. That pillar pierced the void, illuminating tens of thousands of kilometers around like daylight. Within the pillar of light Lin Fan's figure slowly emerged. He hovered at the tower's peak, all three eyes wide open, each reflecting a different stream of time. Billions of pieces of information surged through his consciousness, but he did not collapse, because at the tower's base Jiaozi was expanding his telekinetic field to its limit, transforming it into a pure barrier that blocked out the most filthy and maddening fragments of information. I see. Lin Fan's voice came down through the tower, eerily calm. 3 light-years to the northeast a scavenger fleet is gathering, 72 ships in number, the flagship equipped with a logic collapse cannon. In the folds of the void to the southwest 3 arbiter reconnaissance beacons are lurking, transmitting our coordinates back to the court. He lowered his head, his gaze piercing through layer after layer of deck, landing on Wukong. Wukong, the scavenger fleet is expected to enter attack range in 4 hours. The arbiter beacons. If we don't deal with them, the main force of the Kuan court will arrive in 18 hours. The deck fell into dead silence. Everyone looked up at the figure atop the tower. He hovered within the golden radiance like a prophet who foresaw every tragedy in advance. This is the path Tien Shinhan chose, Master Rashi murmured. For the first time a curve that could be called satisfaction appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. Vision tower initialization complete. Sentinels in position. Now Yamcha. Luo's gaze shifted to the next target. Yamcha was kneeling on one knee, one hand gently stroking the trembling quar, the other pressed against his own chest, where his heart was beating at an abnormally slow pace. Your body data is quite unique, Luo said. Death count 3. Resurrection count 3. Each death brought logical damage and each resurrection left an abnormal proliferation. Yamcha gave a bitter smile. Is that a compliment? It is. Luo unexpectedly nodded. Each logic damage produces scar tissue. These scars spontaneously attract information streams in the void. In other words, you are a natural information bait. Puar jerked her head up, her eyes filled with terror. No. Don't make Yamcha-sama be bait anymore. But Yamcha remained silent. He recalled those 3 deaths, the first taken by a Cyberman's self-destruction, the second pierced by Vegeta's energy wave, the third. He shook his head, unwilling to think further. After being bait, then what? He asked. Attract the enemy and then you need a brain that can process all information. Deluo raised his hand, and on the other side of the deck a hemispherical structure rose, its surface covered with ever-changing geometric light patterns. The calculation matrix can predict all the enemy's movements within the next 10 seconds with 97.3 accuracy. But it requires the operator to possess two qualities: a profound understanding of death and an absolutely calm gambling nature. He stared at Yamcha. You possess both. Yamcha slowly stood up. He walked to the calculation matrix and reached out to touch the flowing wall of light. Countless information surged into his mind instantly, not the panoramic torrent of information like Tien Shinhan's, but precise cold probability calculations. Enemy right movement probability 63, left movement 21, stationary defense 16. Energy wave charging estimated launch in 0.8 seconds. Calculating optimal evasion paths, generating 3 alternatives. This is... Yamcha's pupils contracted. This is what you have been lacking, Deluo said. You possess combat instincts that rival anyone's, but instincts need data to support them. The calculation matrix can compensate for your shortcomings, transforming you from an excellent warrior into a deadly chess player. Puar flew to his shoulder and whispered, Yamcha-sama, are you going in? Yamcha did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes and many images flashed through his mind, himself being easily defeated by Goku in the wilderness, powerless to fight on Namek, only watching and dying in the Cell games. Every time he stood at the edge of the battlefield watching those monstrous opponents, watching Goku and Vegeta break their limits again and again. I've had enough, he said softly. Puar was stunned. I'm tired of just standing behind and watching. Yamcha's eyes snapped open, burning with a flame suppressed for years. I'm tired of being protected, tired of being treated as a weakling who needs care. If this is my specialty, if drawing fire and calculating life and death is my only value. He stepped into the calculation matrix. The light wall closed behind him. Inside the hemisphere was absolute darkness, with only countless floating specks of light flickering in the void, each representing a possibility. Then let me maximize this value to the extreme. The moment he spoke, all the light specks surged madly toward his body. Yamcha threw back his head and let out a long howl, not a cry of pain but a roar of release. Outside the matrix, Puar anxiously pounded the light wall. Yamcha-sama. Let me in. Let me help you. Puar. Yamcha's voice came from inside, exceptionally calm. Do you remember our first meeting? Puar froze. Back then I was a desert bandit and you were a lost little thing. Yamcha continued, a faint smile in his voice. I said to you, follow me, at least you won't starve. I remember. Puar choked. Now it's your turn to say that, Yamcha said. Come in, Puar. Together with me, this time we won't let anyone die. Puar stared at the light wall, then nodded firmly. Her body transformed into a blue mist and seeped into the matrix. The next second the calculation matrix erupted with dazzling silver light. The hemisphere's surface began to display a real-time battlefield simulation, the scavenger fleet information transmitted from the vision tower now being decomposed, analyzed and predicted. Yamcha's voice spread through the fortress via the amplification system. Enemy fleet formation analysis complete. Core weakness: the energy hub of ship No. 3, which will cause a chain overload if attacked. Optimal attack time 4 hours and 7 minutes from now. When they enter this asteroid belt, the blind spot will expand by 38. After a brief pause he added, Goku, if you need I can plan an optimal path for you to penetrate all 72 ships, ensuring you destroy every one before your energy runs out. On the deck Goku clenched his fists, golden light surging in his eyes. Deluo finally looked at Master Roshi. The old man was leaning on his staff, observing the operation of the vision tower and the calculation matrix with keen interest. When Deluo's gaze fell on him he turned around with a smile. What, this old man also has a part? Your ki is very special. Deluo said, stable, heavy like the gravitational core of a planet. In this logically disordered void such stability itself is a weapon. Master Roshi raised an eyebrow. So I need you to preside over the fortress's balance chamber. Deluo pointed to the deepest part of the fortress. When the vision tower receives too much information, when the calculation matrix's deduction becomes too frantic, when the young ones are intoxicated by power, you need to use your martial arts meditation to bring everything back on track. Master Roshi stroked his white beard. Sounds like a babysitter's job. It is the most important job. De Luo rarely used an emphatic tone. This fortress is now like a wild horse fitted with a dragon's keel, powerful but liable to tear itself apart at any moment. I need a wind-stabilizing pearl of ballast stone. The two stared at each other for a long time. Master Roshi suddenly laughed. You know, when I used to teach my disciples, I always told them, martial arts is not about pursuing destruction but about pursuing control. He released his staff, and the wooden stick that had accompanied him for centuries floated autonomously in midair. Control your power, control your heart. The old man slowly walked toward the fortress's depths. It seems this principle still applies in the void. The balance chamber was located at the very center of the fortress, a completely blank spherical space. Master Roshi stepped inside, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The moment he did, the entire fortress trembled slightly. Then everyone felt it, the omnipresent pressure of the void had eased. It hadn't disappeared but was buffered, filtered and transformed by a gentle yet resilient force field. Like a lighthouse suddenly appearing in a raging storm, even though the storm remained, there was now direction and anchor. Tien Shinhan let out a long sigh in the vision tower. The high-dimensional whispers that had tried to erode his consciousness were now blocked by a layer of gentle ki. In the calculation matrix, Yamcha's lips curled slightly. The mental burning sensation from the frantic deduction was washed away like by cool spring water. Goku's clenched fists slowly relaxed. He looked down at his palms, where the dark gold patterns that had been pulsing from energy overload were gradually returning to a stable flow. This is Master Roshi's power, he murmured. Not destruction, not conquest, but the power of existence itself becoming a pillar. When the final functional module completed its initialization, the De Luo emitted its strongest resonance since birth. It was not a mechanical roar but a deeper pulsation like the heartbeat of a living being. On the dark gold armor surface, tens of millions of lines lit up simultaneously, transforming the entire fortress from a sleeping metal creation into a breathing giant beast. Goku stood on the main deck looking around. At the top of the vision tower, Tien Shinhan's golden light pierced the void like a lighthouse. Within the calculation matrix, Yamcha's silver gleam of calculation flowed like a star chart. In the deepest part of the fortress, Master Roshi's steady ki pulsed like the earth's core. Beside him, Piccolo stood with arms crossed, faint dark gold lines visible beneath his green skin, a sign of enhanced logical weight, the evolved form of the gluttonous force. This is more like it, Piccolo suddenly spoke, his voice carrying rare approval. The era of solo fighting should have ended long ago. Goku turned to look at him. On Namek we lost to Frisia, Piccolo continued, his gaze fixed on the depths of the void. In the Cell games we lost to the perfect form. During the Bu battle, if not for the Dragon Balls, our race would have been annihilated. He took a deep breath. Every time we relied on some genius's breakthrough at the last moment. But now. He pointed to the vision tower, the calculation matrix and the balance chamber. Now we have eyes, a brain and a heart. What's missing, Piccolo said, is only the fist to strike. Goku looked down at his own fists. Dark golden streams shuttled between his fingers, each flow carrying the power to tear logic. I won't let it down, he said softly, then raised his voice. I will never let down the power entrusted to me by everyone. On the throne, the Luo slowly rose. He walked to the edge of the deck and stood shoulder to shoulder with Goku. The dark gold cape fluttered in the void storm, and his eyes, reflecting streams of code, were now fixed on some distant coordinate. The countdown to the full-frequency purge has begun, De Luo said. The Omnicourt will not allow error codes like us to exist for long. Before their main force arrives, we need more material and more authority. He raised his hand and a holographic star map unfolded before everyone. The map marked dozens of blinking points, each representing a facility abandoned by the court. Z-001 Material Recycling Station, the closest with the lowest defense level. De Luo's finger stopped on one of the points. There are at least 300 epochs of logic fragments stored there. If we can absorb them all, your authority level can increase by 2 major tiers. The star map zoomed in, revealing a shattered star sector. Countless metal debris orbited a giant space station, its surface covered with dark red warning signs. But there are guards, De Luo added. Not adjudicators, but something more troublesome, logic plague. It is an information virus accidentally generated when the court cleanses failed civilizations, and it will corrode all orderly structures. Goku stepped forward, his fists blazing with dark gold flames. Then we'll burn it clean. Piccolo stood beside him, green aura mixed with dark gold streams. The gluttonous force is just missing some viruses as an appetizer. Tien Shinhan's voice came from the top of the vision tower, detected 17 gravitational anomalies around the space station, suspected trap nodes. Optimal breakthrough path plan transmitting now. The calculation matrix flashed silver and Yamcha's voice followed. Enemy potential behavior pattern deduction complete. Plague spread probability 87th chain reaction trigger points marked. Recommend high-speed assault destroy the core before the plague awakens. From the balance chamber Master Roshi's voice was gentle but clear. Children remember, no matter how strong the power it needs the rhythm of breath. I will stabilize the fortress's pulse. You go all out. Deluo looked around at everyone and for the first time a clear warrior-like arc lifted the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned and walked toward the throne, his voice echoing like a bell in the void. Logic Fortress Deluo First Combat Mission. The throne rose and completed its connection with the fortress's control system. The entire fortress's dark gold armor began to deform, countless turrets flipped out from under the armor and the roar of the black hole engine escalated to battle frequency. Target Z-001 full speed ahead. The fortress tore through the void leaving a dark gold trail across the chaotic cloud sea. Wherever the trail passed even the disordered entropy flow made way. On the deck Goku and Piccolo exchanged nods then simultaneously erupted with soaring light flames. Behind them the vision tower blazed like a golden torch, the calculation matrix shimmered silver like a net and the balance chamber's aura was as steady as the earth. The martial arts of Earth had finally bared their fangs in the void. The Daluo forced acceleration within the folds of the void, its dark golden armor igniting billions of sparks against dimensional friction, the light flickering like the final twinkle of a dying star against the chaotic backdrop. As the entropy-laden clouds before them slowly parted, a colossal structure breathtaking and speech-stealing loomed before everyone. Z-001 Material Recycling Station. It resembled no creation of an advanced civilization but rather a cosmic morgue cobbled together from the debris of countless epochs barely held together by gravitational fields. Billions of discarded armor plates, broken star-ring skeletons and large patches of blood dried to a deep brown drifted slowly in the distorted gravitational fields like an endless funeral ceremony. What made Wukong's heart seize was that among the gaps of metal debris torn orange martial arts uniform fragments could be seen everywhere. Those fabrics floated silently in the void, edges ragged colors faded to a pallid orange like banners withered in the chaos of time and space. Tianjin Fan Daluo stood at the edge of the divine throne, his voice carrying the precision and coldness of a scalpel dissecting tissue. Activate maximum vision penetration mode. I want to see the cause of death of every corpse inside. At the top of the vision tower Tianjin Fan let out a suppressed physiologically nauseating cry. Wukong, don't look. His three eyes simultaneously overflowed with scorching golden tears of blood, the logical backlash from his optic nerves being assaulted by images so absurd and contrary to all life ethics. Those tears of blood shattered into light particles as they fell, forming a sorrowful golden mist around the tower. But the shared vision could no longer be severed. On every screen of the fortress the interior of the recycling station was simultaneously displayed. In countless transparent logic solution tanks densely packed and layered floated Sun Wukong and Bic. They were not clones. They were the failed drafts of the Omni Tribunal refined over 3,724 epochs in their quest to distill the optimal combat unit template. Some Wukongs were covered in hideous bone spurs and carapaces, biological aberrations from excessive pursuit of absolute physical defense. Some Bics had four twisted heads growing from their shoulders, each face screaming silently malformed enhancements for parallel tactical computation. Others had their chests transformed into transparent energy furnaces pulsing with sickly violet light. Some Bics were completely datafied below the waist, flowing as streams of green code. Each container bore a cold label. IDG 447 redundant data recommend destruction. Defect excessive emotional attachment combat efficiency decline 37. Logic overflow uncontrollable contaminated 3 experimental fields. Character flaw excessive mercy not suitable for annihilation protocol. Do you see? Daluo's voice came from above, each word like an ice spike piercing the eardrums. These are your ancestors, in the biological sense. In every epoch the Omni Tribunal reboots these base materials, attempting to grind away the last remnants of humanity with the logic millstone to distill pure killing code. And you, his gaze fell upon Wukong and Bic on the deck, are merely the temporarily surviving experimental subjects of this epoch not yet sent to the recycling station. As the landing pod forcibly docked with the edge platform of the recycling station, a viscous gray mist erupted from the depths of the structure. Don't touch the smoke. Not a single step. Yamucha screamed in the computation matrix, his 10 fingers blurring across the control panel, nails cracking and bleeding from excessive force. That's the logic plague. It will deconstruct your existential definition at the information level. It doesn't kill you, it turns you back into meaningless raw strings. The gray mist like living tentacles furiously battered the defensive aura erected by Wukong and Bic. With each impact the surface of the defense barrier became covered in dense cracks from which lines of self-deleting code leaped out. Poor. Simulate 17 layers of interference frequency. Lin Fan aligned the spatial coordinates to my main screen in real time. Yamucha's eyes were bloodshot, the pupils reflecting a waterfall of refreshing data streams. Using the 3600 false spatial coordinates conjured by Puer, he forcibly deceived the system within the grey death mist, creating a safe corridor that only allowed one person to pass, constantly twisting and squirming. Follow my cursor. Now turn left 3 degrees, jump. Forward roll on landing. Quick. It will reconfigure the path in the next breath interval. Wukong and Bic sprinted through the grey death mist. Every step, every dodge, every burst of acceleration was precise to atomic-level error margins. This was no longer a martial arts duel but a high-dimensional life-or-death parkour where Yamucha's brain computed every escape route and Wukong's body executed every movement. The perfect synchronization of mind and body, the trust to entrust one's life completely, made even Daluo, observing from the rear, narrow his eyes slightly. In the deepest core control room of the recycling station, an entity blocked the path. It was the collective formed after 3,000 years of sedimenting the resentment, pain and despair of all failed experimental subjects in the logic solution, white afterimage. It had the outline of Wukong's form, but its whole body was pale as plaster, featureless, with fine data cracks flowing across its surface. It made no sound, but the moment Wukong stepped within a 10-meter radius of the control room, the final screams of all failed products from 3,724 epochs, the agony of being dismantled, the despair of being deemed useless, surged into Shura's sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. Are you also me? Wukong's movements froze. He sensed the same bloodline fluctuation on that pale figure, but it was cold, hollow, devoid of any warmth, like a machine that only executed deletion commands. The white afterimage moved. Its movements were identical to Wukong's, the starting posture of the Kamehameha, the energy flow trajectory of the Kaioken, the spatial folding method of instant transmission, but each technique was laden with heavier logical weight. Exploiting the rift in Wukong's mind at that moment, it directly deployed a causal loop, locking Wukong's spirit in a quagmire of self-doubt. Am I just another draft to be recycled? The pale hand thrust toward Wukong's heart, fingertips already beginning to phase out, preparing for existential deletion. Wukong. The voice of the turtle hermit pierced through layers of space from the equilibrium chamber, steady as a temple bell at dawn, deep as the pulse of the earth. The essence of martial arts lies in the fist you throw at this very moment. Even if there are millions of shadows from the past, they cannot defeat the ground beneath your feet and the power in your fist. The voice shattered all mental illusions. Wukong's eyes snapped open. Dark golden flames burst from the depths of his pupils, burning along the edges of his eyelids into a blazing halo of light. He abandoned all complex techniques, all doubts about the past, all fears of the future, merely sinking his waist, digging his heels into the metal floor, compressing his entire strength, will and the very definition of the existence called Sun Wukong into a single, most unadorned straight punch. Boom. The moment the fist struck the white afterimage's chest, there was no explosive sound, only countless crisp shattering noises like breaking glass. The pale figure disintegrated in a piercing electronic wail beyond the range of human hearing, scattering into flying, self-deleting pale pixels. Those pixels flickered with the final faces of the failed experimental subjects as they fell, then vanished completely into nothingness. Don't waste it. Bic stepped forward, the metal floor beneath his feet melting and denting from the pressure of his aura. His gluttonous force had evolved through continuous devouring of high-dimensional logic to the point where it could digest dimensional faults. His deep green hands pressed against the surface of the nearest logic solution tank. The discarded Namekian raw codes inside the combat memories deemed defective, the despair energy erupted during failed experiments. All began to flood into his body. Your anger, your resentment, your shame of being treated like garbage. Bic's voice became layered as if thousands of voices were screaming simultaneously, I accept all of it. This was not devouring. His body began to expand violently, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin writhing like living things weaving into ancient and complex Sanskrit totems. The void behind him tore open and a 100-meter-tall, thousand-eyed, thousand-armed logic demon avatar slowly condensed. Each hand held a piece of reconstructed physical law, some grasped the reversed arrow of entropy, some coiled broken causal chains, some opened truth-seeking eyes that could stare into the logical substratum. This is the Eucharist. At this moment Bic was no longer the battle genius of planet Namek. He was the inheritor of the resentment of all failed divine beings in this morgue, the vessel chosen by all discarded codes born from the remnants of despair. The logic harvester. With the total destruction of the core control console, the entire Z-001 recycling station began to self-collapse in a chain of logical collapse. The structure deconstructed from the deepest parts solution tanks exploded one after another, releasing the trapped souls of thousands of years of failure. In the final moment before evacuation, Yamucha forcibly intercepted a data stream that was in the process of self-destructing from the soon-to-melt control console wreckage. When the decrypted content appeared on the main screen, cold sweat instantly soaked through the entire back of his martial arts uniform, the fabric clinging tightly to his skin. Daluo. His voice trembled from excessive shock. This list is the priority table for ultimate evolution material recycling in the current epoch, issued internally by the tribunal. He pulled up the list. The first few coordinates were grayed out as already recycled, but as his gaze scrolled down to the very bottom, the last coordinate gleamed with a glaring blood-red highlight. The coordinate resolution result jumped into view: Destruction God Realm Beerus Star Sector. They want to recycle the God of Destruction. Bix's voice deepened and the demon avatar behind him slowly retracted, its thousand hands coalescing into a floating halo of light. No. Daluo took the list, his fingertips brushing over that familiar name, a wild and dangerously arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Beerus's Destruction Authority is essentially the highest order logic deletion protocol. They're not after the cat. He turned to look at Wukong, who had just returned from the battlefield, his eyes burning with a fighting spirit that could ignite the entire void. They want to use his absolute destruction logic to put the final period on this great purge that spans all dimensions. The Daluo abruptly jumped in the blazing white sphere of the recycling station's final explosion engines at full power, leaving a dark golden trail that tore spacetime across the void. Target that sacred forbidden land where even gods must prostrate themselves. At the front of the deck, Wukong gazed at the chaotic nebula constantly receding outside the porthole, slowly clenching his fists. His knuckles emitted a metallic friction-like crackle from excessive force. This time he would face not a martial arts tournament opponent nor even a universe-destroying enemy, but the gods who make the rules themselves. The Daro tore through the void, leaping at full speed toward the coordinates of the destroyer God Realm, its dark golden weight carving a burning scar through the chaos. The entire fortress hurtled like a rebel spear aimed at the sacred sanctuary, the engine roaring with a resolve to punch through the rules. Yet just as it was about to crash into the starfield bathed in golden law radiance, an anomaly erupted. The space ahead had no physical barrier, but it rippled with eerie gelatinous undulations. The jump engine shrieked with overload alarms, if the entire fortress, as if ensnared in an invisible web, decelerated sharply. Channel interference. Tien Shinhan's voice came from the Tower of Vision, suppressing a physiological pain. There is a layer of conceptual filter at the periphery of the destroyer God Realm. It is scanning our logical weight, rejecting any entity with clear hostility or unauthorized protocol. Our fortress has been tagged as contaminant source. Daro slowly rose from the throne and walked to the main observation window. He gazed at the golden starfield ahead, seemingly calm but riddled with deadly screening procedures, and a torrent of data surged like a waterfall deep in his pupils. 3 seconds later he let out a snort mixed with understanding and contempt. Permission lock. That cat Beerus keeps his food bowl quite tightly guarded. He turned his dark golden cape, silently fluttering in the energy disturbance. Forcing our way in, with the moment we tear the filter, broadcast a real-time coordinate signal to all outposts of the Omniversal Court. Then what would come wouldn't be just sanitizers, but an entire formatting fleet. So what do we do? Piccolo's voice came from behind, his thousand-handed Dharma form writhed uneasily. Those reconstructed law hands sensed the suffocating pressure ahead. Wait here in vain. Wait. Daro's lips curled into a cold arc. When designing these sacred sanctuaries, the court follows a fundamental architectural principle. Any absolutely closed system requires a back door for administrators to enter and exit, along with a series of relay stations for buffering information. His fingertip traced through the void and a blood-red coordinate trajectory materialized, connecting to a faint, barely perceptible green dot in the distance. Before heading to the cat's dining table, Daro's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the eager Goku. We need to first obtain visitor permissions, or at least learn how to disguise ourselves as harmless signals that the filter won't reject. He raised his hand and issued a command to the control core. Course correction. Target Z-001, a logical observation relay station of this sector. Daro's voice carried the enthusiasm of dismantling a toy. Let us go visit the one responsible for watching the gate, recording, and occasionally feeding this sector. The fortress's engines groaned with a low-pitched turn, the massive dark golden hull cutting a sharp diagonal through the void, evading the sacred golden filter and lunging toward another seemingly insignificant coordinate. Mr. Administrator. The Daro halted abruptly amid the red glow of the tracking list. Tien Shinhan, turn those cursed eyes of yours toward that sphere. Daro sat on the throne propping his chin with one hand, a tone of lazy amusement in his voice. It was a tiny, almost comical planet, round, verdant, utterly out of place in the chaotic void. That is. Tien Shinhan's voice was laced with disbelief. Inside that sphere the physical constants are as stable as solidified cement. That is the goldfish bowl the omniversal court keeps for this era. Daro let out a contemptuous chuckle. The administrator inside thinks himself a god, but he is merely an external antenna the court installed at the back door. He is responsible for observing the life fluctuations of this sector and incidentally handing out trivial rewards to those self-righteous heroes. When the vast dark golden fortress loomed like a shadow over King Kai's planet, North Kai was driving his old jalopy, humming a lame joke under his breath. Suddenly the sky split open. The dark golden metal walls smashed directly through the false blue sky of King Kai's planet. King Kai jumped out of the car in panic, his antennae flailing wildly. Hey! This is the territory of the Great North Kai. You illegal. Illegal. He didn't finish his sentence before Daro descended the boarding ramp. With each step Daro took, the green grass of King Kai's planet rapidly turned to sand, forming lines of jumping garbled code. So this is what they call a god. Daro walked up to King Kai, gently flicking the trembling antenna with his fingertip. Don't touch that. So-called perception of all things is merely the read-only permission the court granted you. Daro interrupted him, his voice dripping with mockery. You've been telling lame jokes here for millennia, thinking it was humor. No, it's just the overflow noise your processor generates when handling massive redundant data. You are not thinking, you are merely excreting. King Kai froze in place, realizing that his proud divine sense couldn't even build a basic defensive wall against Daro. However, in that long tedious excretion you accidentally stumbled upon an interesting loophole. Daro turned to look at Goku behind him. In his pupils a forbidden circuit surfaced from King Kai's mind, the Kaioken. Goku, this fat guy calls it a martial miracle. But in my eyes it's nothing more than a self-destructive protocol named permission usurpation. Daro waved his hand and a projection of Goku's body structure appeared in the void, covered with red warning lines. To prevent material from self-igniting, the omniversal court locked limiters onto your bodies. This protocol allows you to forcibly pull out that fuse. Daro's eyes turned fanatical and cruel. It doesn't make you stronger, it forces your body into a state of overclocked combustion. Every second of burst is draining your existence balance as a living being. Sounds painful. Goku clenched his fists. Pain is the hardware screaming in agony. Daro sneered. I will embed this protocol into your spinal cord. If you can't control it, you won't just shatter the enemy, you'll burn yourself into a meaningless pile of garbled code. Do you want to be the phoenix that burns itself to death, or a lump of stable long-lived slime? Who are you people? King Kai slumped on the sandy ground, his voice trembling. The court has already sensed this. They have dispatched a Saiyan on a purification mission. That man named Vegeta, he has already received orders. Saiyans. Daro seemed to hear a hilarious joke. He looked at the deep space image transmitted by Tien Shinhan, 3 blood-red streaks of light tearing through space, carrying a primal and brutal weight. In the eyes of those gods, an administrator like you is a gardener, and those Saiyans are herbicide. Daro turned to Goku, a deep calculation flashing in his eyes. Goku, those relatives of yours you've never met are coming with the court's formatting orders. They are going to completely erase you, this bad block. Are they strong? Goku's body trembled slightly from the initial implantation of the Kaioken protocol, a shudder mixed with pain and excitement. Strong? No. Daro pointed at the 3 red lights, his tone returning to extreme arrogance. They are just more advanced, antivirus software. Go seize their royal code. We need that epic driver named Super Saiyan to complete our final patch. The fortress rose again, King Kai's planet trembling and groaning under the dark golden shadow. Goku stood at the edge of the deck, a faint ominous red glow emanating from his body. That was the logical overflow from the fusion of the Kaioken protocol with his bloodline. Yamcha, calculate the interception coordinates. Daro sat back on the throne, looking down at the distant starry sky. Since the court sent out sanitizers, let's show them what a virus that cannot be cleansed means. The dark golden streak slashed across the sky, charging head-on toward the 3 blood-red streaks. The void began to wail in the prelude of impact. And this merely a necessary tactical warm-up and permission plunder before formally knocking on the destroyer god's door. The road to Beerus's dining table requires sufficient tickets. The Deluo ship did not choose to lurk, instead with a self-destructive posture bordering on provocation it brazenly stretched across the center of the preset jump route of the Saiyan Expeditionary Force. The vast dark golden hull fully spread across the void, the flowing patterns on its armor surface emitting a piercing cold light like a sudden towering wall of logic that separated life from death. They are coming. With that nauseating disinfectant-like scent of order. Yamcha sank deep into the central seat of the calculation matrix, his 10 fingers madly flicking in the void, leaving behind fleeting data afterimages where his fingertips passed as if playing an invisible harp composing a melody for the Grim Reaper. Puer activate the logic interference mist protocol and forcibly reduce the coordinate anchor stability of this area by 60. In the void, ripples of true gray spread silently. The 3 blood-red streams of light that had originally torn through space and performed superluminal jumps when they crashed into this artificially created chaotic quagmire were like meteors at full sprint suddenly plunging into a sticky sea of asphalt. Creak. Accompanied by the intense friction sound of the space structure under unbearable strain, the 3 spherical ships were forcibly ripped out of their jump state in a clumsy posture like beached whales stagnating right in front of the dark golden wall of the Deluo. The fading afterglow of the jump on the ship's hull flickered, reflecting the stunned figures in the cockpit. That is my kind. Goku stood at the outermost edge of the deck, allowing the void turbulence to tear at the hem of his martial arts uniform. He clearly sensed 3 auras coming from ahead, wild like untamed nebula storms, primal like the thunder at the dawn of creation, and deeper still a cold and absolute pressure belonging to a higher level authority. No Goku. Deluo sat high on the throne, lazily propping his chin with one hand, his eyes reflecting the flickering red alarm lights on the ship's hull which were parsed into lines of flowing execution commands deep in his pupils. They are not your kind. They are just 3 segments of advanced antivirus scripts carefully optimized by the Kuan Yuan court, loaded with auto-navigation and formatting functions. The hatch of the foremost ship burst open with a hiss of hydraulic pressure release. Raditz with long hair dancing like black flames in the void stepped out of the cabin, condensing solid energy pedals under his feet. He first glanced around the empty region shrouded in gray mist, visibly stunned when his eyes fell upon the towering dark golden fortress. Then a burst of laughter mixed with contempt and ecstasy erupted from his throat. Kakarot. You, a waste who should have died on a low-class planet, are still alive. And you even cobbled together this scrap metal as a turtle shell. Raditz grinned fiercely, habitually raising his hand to press the battle power detector on his ear, intending to confirm this surprise with cold numbers. The moment his fingertip touched the edge of the detector, bang! A piercing shriek that could burst eardrums erupted from inside the detector. Then the precise instrument completely exploded in a burst of short-lived sparks, fragments grazing his cheek and leaving a thin bloodstain. System error. Raditz wiped the blood beads off his face, his anger replaced by a cat-and-mouse cruelty. Humph, looks like you've installed quite a few shady interference tricks on that turtle shell. He slowly raised his right hand palm up as a highly compressed, unstable pale white energy sphere quickly condensed and spun, illuminating half of his ferocious face. Unfortunately, the court has already granted me the bloodline suppression protocol for this era. In the face of absolute sequence all attacks by a low-class warrior against a superior class warrior, their output permissions will be forcibly zeroed. Before his words faded, his figure turned into a blurry white afterimage, shooting violently towards Goku. Along his charged trajectory, an extremely faint yet exceptionally tough golden film emerged from his body surface with fine inviolable law runes flowing on the film. See clearly, Goku. Deluo's cold voice directly bored into Goku's sea of consciousness like an operating light illuminating the dissection table. That layer of golden light is the so-called Royal Protection Code. At the logical bottom of the current universe, even if your fist contains the power to destroy a star, striking that membrane will only be judged by the system as invalid interaction. Not even a single ripple will arise. His voice suddenly turned stern with a seductive tone, like guiding a believer to ignite the holy fire. But now, activate the switch I engraved in your spinal cord. Let this self-proclaimed perfect damned permission system experience firsthand what is called violent overflow of illegal logic. Goku let out a long roar which was not a pure battle cry but mixed with extreme pain, like flesh being forcibly torn apart and soul being thrown into a furnace. Deep in his spine that dark golden centipede-like patch was instantly ignited. Boom! Dark red, not a chi aura but a viscous light flow closer to burning blood or molten iron, gushed out from every pore of his body. The light was so heavy that the originally stable space structure around Goku groaned under the unbearable weight. Countless spiderweb-like tiny black cracks appeared, spread and healed out of thin air, as if the thin paper of reality could no longer bear the weight of his erroneous existence. Raditz' fist wrapped in white chi aura with a confident strike had already blasted towards Goku's face. However, the moment his fist was about to touch Goku's skin, the cruel grin on his face completely froze. His protective film, which claimed to be invincible and represented the dignity of the Saiyan royal family, the moment it touched the dark red viscous light on Goku's body, emitted a teeth-grinding sizzling sound like a red-hot iron pressed against plastic. The golden runes flickered wildly, twisted, tried to reorganize, but under the relentless erosion of the red light they quickly dimmed, melted and evaporated. This is impossible. Raditz's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his voice distorted by extreme terror. My protected permissions are directly written into the underlying protocol by the court. How can you? Permissions. Goku's voice came from the core of the dark red light, low and hoarse, every syllable like a grinding wheel on steel, saturated with the inhuman texture of logic overload. He did not use instant transmission, instead he simply and brutally cut away the short few meters of space between them. In one moment he was still in place, the next his fist burning with dark red light like a cannonball, solidly and without any tricks blasted right into the center of Raditz's unprotected abdomen. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling energy dispersal. The sound of this punch landing was an extremely dull formatting-like thud, as if some precise crystal structure was completely shattered from within. Raditz's eyes bulged violently, his body bent into a bizarre shape, but he did not fly backwards like a cannonball. The logical pressure carried by that punch, far beyond physical scope, like invisible shackles, pinned him firmly to the spot within the fist's reach. You actually. Raditz's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, gushing out large mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, staining the gray mist of the void. Can forcibly rewrite the laws of physical feedback. Enough, Raditz. A cold, steady voice, each word as if tempered at absolute zero, came from the largest spherical ship behind, clearly piercing through the dead silence of the void. Your ugly struggle has already tarnished the last bit of dignity of the Saiyan royal family. The hatch of the middle ship slid open silently. Vegeta stood in midair with his arms crossed, Nappa standing like a shadow half a step behind him. There was no extra energy fluctuation on either of them, but that innate absolute presence of reigning over the battlefield instantly seized everyone's attention. Vegeta's gaze first lingered for a moment on Goku, who was shrouded in dark red light like a demon crawling out of a blood pool, then narrowed slightly. Then, like two cold scalpels, it cut through the void and precisely stabbed at the Luo, who was sitting on the throne of the fortress. Interesting. A barely noticeable arc curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. It was not a smile, but a pure exploration and evaluation of a higher civilization observing a lower experimental phenomenon. Kakarot, you actually dare to load this logic self-harm protocol onto your original body, which is equivalent to suicide. Forcibly removing the court's preset limiters, using your pitiful remaining existence time to exchange for a brief and violent output power. His voice was calm and waveless, but every word was like a hammer striking everyone's logical cognition. You are no longer a warrior seeking power. You have become a moving, walking error report that urgently needs to be corrected. Vegeta slowly turned his head, looking at the Luo again. In the depths of the Saiyan prince's eyes there seemed to be a microcosm of stars being born and destroyed. And you are the programmer, hiding behind the scenes, writing a jailbreak patch for this malignant virus. The logical architecture weight of your fortress is indeed somewhat interesting, surpassing the common garbage drafts. But he did not have any chi aura rising, he simply released a thread of the prince's will outward. An invisible force field 100 times more powerful, pure and domineering than Raditz's so-called coercion swept across the entire void like the first shockwave at the dawn of the universe. The space structure that had been trembling and covered with cracks due to Goku's power was forcibly smoothed, suppressed and returned to absolute stability by an irresistible will the moment this force field passed. This is the most intuitive, technique-free absolute permission suppression based on native authorization level. Hey! The short prince over there. Look here. Just as Nappa, inspired by Vegeta's momentum, roared and tensed his muscles ready to charge like a chariot towards the dark golden fortress, Yamcha in the main control room slammed the console, a sly grin mixing tension and mischievous success on his face. Poor. Take the hell-level bad joke back up. We borrowed from that fat Kai's memory accumulated over thousands of years, plus the billions of system garbage logs and error reports we picked up from the recycling bin earlier. He pressed heavily on a certain scarlet virtual button. Pack them all into a super-concentrated, logic garbage data storm. Aim at that big guy and fire. On the surface of the fortress dozens of inconspicuous launch ports lit up simultaneously. There was no earth-shattering energy beam, only countless nearly transparent data streams visible only under specific detection wavelengths pouring onto Nappa's head instantly in a way that exceeded the speed of light, directly invading the processor and neural connection system built into his combat suit. Ugh! What the hell is drilling into my brain? Nappa's forward momentum abruptly stopped. He grabbed his huge head with both hands, letting out a painful roar. The battle power detector screen before his eyes was no longer jumping numbers but completely overwhelmed by endless scrolling useless data streams and meaningless garbled code. No. Stop. Why is that damned Kai's, why is the refrigerator cold joke infinitely looping in my processing core? Why is the tax return of some galaxy 3,000 years ago appearing in my visual signal? Help. Help. My logic threads are about to block and explode. Nappa's huge body, due to the instant overload of his brain, fell into complete rigidity like a statue that had been paused, comically maintaining a charging posture in the void. Only the wildly flickering chaotic light in his eyes proved that he was still running. Piccolo! Yamcha shouted in the communication channel, "The sandbox is ready. I've been waiting impatiently." Piccolo snorted coldly, and the 100-meter-tall thousand-armed logic demon god avatar behind him silently stretched out. Countless arms made of pure laws, semi-transparent like green weeping willows from the abyss, gently and irresistibly wrapped around the rigid Nappa, wrapping him from head to toe into a cocoon emitting chaotic data streams, then dragged him into the dimensional sandbox experimental field that Piccolo had prepared, temporarily isolated from the main universe. The void battlefield was instantly divided into two distinct parts. On one side, Piccolo and his sandbox, where the disassembly and research of the crashed program was about to take place. On the other side, Goku, burning with unstable dark red overclocking light like a bomb that could self-destruct at any moment, faced off across the void with the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, whose aura was as calm as a mountain, coldly observing everything. De Luo slowly stood up from his dark golden throne. His cloak fluttered without wind, the flowing shimmer on its surface seemingly echoing the birth and death of distant stars. Across the vast void, his gaze, like a hawk locking onto prey, precisely fell on Vegeta, more precisely on the dark golden mark deep in his brow, invisible to ordinary people but shining brilliantly at the level of fundamental logic. He raised his hand and his fingertip gently flicked in the void. A tiny yet extremely condensed, dizzyingly complex dark golden rune like a living flying insect cut through space and silently sank into the skin of Goku's nape. Goku! De Luo's voice sounded again in Goku's mind, this time full of naked greed-inducing magic. See that mark behind that guy's forehead, embedded in his soul? That is not a decoration. That is the physical entity of the highest past permission granted by the Quan Yuan court to the Saiyan royal family in this era, the royal seal. His words were like a demon's whisper, word by word igniting the deepest desire. Dismantle him. Not kill, but dismantle. Strip out his pride, his power, and the original Saiyan logic contained in that royal seal. All of it extracted clean. De Luo's voice echoed in Goku's consciousness, setting the final goal. That is the only, genuine ticket, certified by the system, for us to bypass all filters, shield all alarms, and openly knock on the door of the god of destruction Beerus and sit at his table. Got it. Goku slowly exhaled a long breath, which when leaving his mouth turned into a cloud of dark red data dust so hot that it distorted the vision. He said no more, just slightly lowered his waist, hands brought together in front of him, assuming the classic starting pose of the Kamehameha. However, this time what frantically gathered and collapsed between his palms was no longer the pure blue chi. It was a singularity, deep red approaching black, constantly devouring light and space inward, emanating a logic-deleting aura that made the soul tremble. In the void, Wukong's deep crimson fist, which had condensed the logical weight of the double Kaioken and was sufficient to completely format Ladizi, came to a halt without warning within the absolute domain, just 3 inches from Vegeta's nose tip. It was not blocked by force but negated by a definition from a higher level of existence. The dark golden imperial seal on Vegeta's forehead was emitting a faint, cold, high-frequency glimmer like an absolute coordinate embedded in the foundation of reality. Between Wukong's fist and Vegeta, the originally flowing space seemed to have all possibilities drained in an instant, solidifying into a semi-transparent crystal structure with absolute logical rigidity. No matter how frantically the dark red light of the double Kaioken burned, how it tried to tear apart the fundamental laws, it could not stir even the slightest ripple in the invisible domain around Vegeta. Kakarot, it seems your barren cognition still fails to grasp the current situation. Vegeta slowly raised his right hand, his movements elegant as if brushing dust from his sleeve. His index finger gently tapped forward, the tip precisely touching the surface of Wukong's fist, which was enough to shatter mountains. In the face of the native authorization sequence, directly granted by the Universal Tribunal, these overclocked variables you forcibly loaded through illegal channels in the underlying judgment framework of the entire system. His fingertip exerted a slight force. Ding! A crisp sound like the shattering of a crystal goblet's rim being struck burst out piercingly in the dead silence. Wukong only felt an incomprehensible irresistible law-level force surging backward along his fist. The dark red light blazing on his entire right arm shattered like glass struck by an invisible giant hammer, instantly breaking into billions of scattered dancing data fragments. Deeper his bones, fascia and even the logical chains carrying power let out a groaning under this pure authority suppression, as if they were about to disintegrate in the next second. "Within my royal domain," Vegeta's voice was calm and flat, but every word was like an iron law carved into the laws of the universe. "I define distance, and you can never reach it. I define death, and even the right to breathe will be stripped from you. This is the most essential arrogance between high-level authority holders written into the world's source code, and you viruses struggling in the mud." Fortress Full Power Computing Unit activated. Yamucha immediately halt all secondary data processing and concentrate all computing power on analyzing the energy fluctuation frequency of Vegeta's Imperial Seal, drag it into the deepest disassembly sandbox of the computation matrix. Yamucha immediately halt all secondary data processing and concentrate all computing power on analyzing the energy fluctuation frequency of Vegeta's Imperial Seal, drag it into the deepest disassembly sandbox of the computation matrix. Deluo sat high on the dark gold throne, data streams raging like a galaxy pouring from the depths of his pupils. He stared at the near-perfect logical defense structure diagram of Vegeta on the main screen, which presented an absolutely smooth curve. The rhythm of his fingers tapping on the throne armrest grew faster and faster, like playing a rhapsody for the firewall's funeral. His defense mode is built on the absolute order architecture. Deluo's voice was directly chiseled into the core of Shura's thoughts through the high-dimensional consciousness link, as calm as a surgeon on the dissection table. The native authority granted by the court operates on a closed, predictable classical physical model at its underlying level. Wukong, forget all those martial arts routines you've honed for half your life on the arena. You're not sparring now, you're using a hammer to smash a rigid firewall carved on stone tablets that allows no mistakes. His gaze locked onto a nearly imperceptible tiny fluctuation gap with a period of 0.003 seconds on the defense curve. Yamucha. Package all the chaotic background noise, non-causal correlation parameters, random entropy increase events we captured from the void, all the garbage data that cannot be described by the order model, and mount them in real time to the end of every attack command Wukong executes. Understood. The forced out-of-order execution protocol has been encoded and is being injected into Wukong's motor nerve endings. At the center of the computation matrix, Yamucha's fingers flew like phantoms, extracting from the fortress's sealed database the electromagnetic lament of dying stars, the disordered radiation from information evaporation at the edge of a black hole's event horizon, and even the logical static generated by friction between different dimensions, all refined, compressed and overlaid outside Wukong's energy field, forming a model twisted, self-negating strange light membrane. Wukong listened. Deluo's eyes were fixed on that 0.003 second gap like a gambler staring at the only winning odds on a roulette wheel. Don't try to understand or oppose his power logic. Use your most primal wild instincts that slumber in the Saiyan bloodline and have never been recorded by the court system. Tear at him. Like a beast hunting, ignore the path, only see the flesh. His voice suddenly rose like a guillotine, cutting off hesitation. That blind spot, that allows you to sink your teeth into his throat, lies between two beats of his Imperial Seal's energy pulse, and that deathly gap where even the system itself cannot refresh its judgment. Berg. Wukong let out a roar that nearly tore his vocal cords, a mixture of extreme pain and desperate ferocity. He gritted his teeth fiercely, blood spurting from his gums under the immense force, and the blood vaporized into a dark red data mist the moment it left his mouth. Deep in his spine, the dark golden patch shaped like a ferocious centipede let out a teeth-grinding screech, like metal being forcibly bent to its limit. He forcibly pulled the third dark golden logic switch labeled forbidden to enable. Logical overclock, triple load, critical overload protocol activated. Boom. The dark red light stream that was originally gushing outward underwent a terrifying inward collapse in 1/10,000th of a second. Wukong's body surface was no longer covered by uniform energy, instead patches of absolutely dead black spots like dead pixels on an old display emerged. His flesh and blood swung wildly on the brink of collapse between physical and data form. The network of blood vessels beneath his skin lit up with ominous dark red patterns, making him look less like a living being and more like a glitched holographic projection about to self-disintegrate due to a conflict in existence definition. Triple. That is logical suicide. From a distance, King Kai, trapped in the ruins, let out a piercing scream as if witnessing the apocalypse. His existence code will burn out like an overloaded circuit. But under de Luo's atomic scale precise induction and the chaotic noise buffer injected in real time by Yamcha, this destructive energy which should have instantly destroyed its host was forcibly twisted, guided and turned into a savage chisel that ignored all established rules, driving fiercely into the weakest connection point of Vegeta's absolute order defense network. Wukong's figure moved again. This time he did not cause any spatial ripples that physical displacement should have, but like a pure black lightning tearing the canvas of reality with the most brutal attitude, he forcibly tore open a ferocious wound on Vegeta's flawless royal domain, its edges constantly spitting data sparks. Crack. That was the sound of law breaking. The mask-like composure and contempt on Vegeta's face, which had been maintained throughout the battle, finally cracked open a real gap. That fist burning with black death light mixed with billions of kinds of disordered noise completely indescribable by existing models actually penetrated the absolute defense of the Imperial Seal barrier and landed solidly on Vegeta's proud cheek, the face of the Saiyan prince. A dark red wound deep enough to show bone with broken data streams spilling out like blood from its edges was clearly visible. Vegeta raised his hand and slowly wiped his cheek with his fingertips. He looked at the viscous liquid on his fingertips, which was not pure blood but a mixture of golden permission code and dark red error data, and for the first time a complex emotion appeared in his eyes, a vortex of shock, rage and a cold greedy excitement ignited by forbidden knowledge, all three madly intertwined. Irreversible. Irreparable real logical damage. Vegeta's voice dropped low yet carried a danger more terrible than any previous roar. Kakarot. You weed that should have been cleaned up. Have you actually turned yourself into a pure malignant virus that even the system's underlying protocol cannot recognize? At the same time as the main battlefield was locked in a logical death match, another battle had quietly ended within the isolated dimensional sandbox experiment field. Bike's 100-meter-tall thousand-handed logic demon god avatar was using countless green arms condensed from pure law to pin Naba, who had fallen into a complete deadlock state with only rolling garbled code in his pupils firmly to the ground of the sandbox space. Those arms were not confining but performing a logic dissection of terrifying precision. Found it. Bike's main body hovered at the avatar's brow, his eyes glinting with cold analytical light. The Saiyan race's native-level optimization algorithm package for ultra-high gravity evolved to adapt to extreme planetary environments. And something more precious, the original neural reflex database of their basic combat stances. He snorted coldly without any hesitation. The avatar's right hand, a giant palm formed by thousands of fine law threads, suddenly plunged into the depths of Naba's collapsing consciousness, like the most skilled tomb raider prying open a coffin. Rip. Two struggling data aggregates emitting pure golden light were forcibly torn from Naba's soul carrier. They were like living prisoners crashing frantically in the hands of law, trying to escape back to the host's consciousness domain, which was already a ruin. Yamcha opened a high-bandwidth data channel. Receive these two legacies, and immediately perform remote compilation and forced injection. A beam of silvery white data light condensed like substance shot from the fortress's main control room, instantly crossing dimensional barriers and precisely sinking into the back of Wukong's head, who was confronting Vegeta. Wukong's body visibly trembled violently. Immediately the logical operation chains inside him, which had nearly frozen due to the environmental suppression of up to 10,000 times standard gravity applied by Vegeta, began a frantic reorganization and self-optimization. Countless ancient knowledge deeply rooted in the Saiyan bloodline, regarding gravity field adaptation, optimal energy transmission paths in hypergravity environments, and even the explosive timing of muscle fibers under extreme pressure, washed over every cell of his like an unsealed flood. His originally sluggish and stiff movements due to gravity suppression suddenly became smooth and natural, as if this gravity field enough to crush starships was merely his childhood playground. Wukong slowly raised his head, his eyes burning with dark red and black patches, and for the first time looked directly into Vegeta's shock-filled pupils with an equal posture. Now this gravity domain you rely on to maintain your superiority. He slightly bent his knees, the void under his feet emitting a low resonance due to the reconvergence of power. Is no longer your exclusive privilege, Vegeta. By a low-class warrior, an error report that should have been casually formatted by himself, not only breaking through the absolute defense but also leaving indelible scars on dignity and flesh, Vegeta's cold shell belonging to the Saiyan prince and wrapped in high civilization etiquette was finally shattered completely. The rage that had been suppressed throughout the entire battle exploded like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage. His originally calm mountain-like and calculating aura was instantly replaced by a wave more primitive, more savage, closer to the violent instinct of the primordial chaos of the universe. The elegance belonging to the lackey of the universal tribunal completely dissipated, replaced by the pure desire for destruction and conquest deeply rooted in the lowest layers of the Saiyan bloodline. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Truly interesting. Vegeta spread his arms and let out a deafening roar of laughter toward the void. There was no joy in that laughter, only the brutality of a thoroughly enraged beast finding an outlet for its fury. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers loosely clenched as if drawing some forbidden existence from the void. A sphere of energy formed purely from pale white light silently appeared at his fingertips. The light was not dazzling, but it exuded a soul-freezing, wild and ancient aura of destruction, the most primitive manifestation of erasure and rewriting logic that existed long before the Universal Tribunal established order and wrote permission protocols at the dawn of this universe's epoch. Since you are so obsessed with illegal overflow, so enjoying the thrill of trampling established rules. Vegeta's voice trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes flashing with mad devout light. Then I will let you pitiful viruses witness with your own eyes the one sleeping deep in the Saiyan bloodline which even the court has not fully controlled. His arm muscles bulged and he hurled the pale light ball fiercely into the deep void. Original rewriting protocol. The light ball did not explode in the void, but like a pebble thrown into water it spread out ripples that were strange and seemed to distort time. Then at the center of the ripples a moon emitting a cold soft light, its surface covered with strange totems, was born out of thin air hanging high above the battlefield. That is Blut's waves. King Kai collapsed to the ground, his antennae curling tightly in extreme fear. At almost the same instant all the monitoring terminal screens in front of Deluo were flooded with glaring scarlet alarms. Highest priority warning. Detected large-scale ancient logic code regression. Detected that target individual, Vegeta, is undergoing physical form redefinition at the existence level. Warning. Detected unrecorded superspec energy reaction. Logical weight assessment. Error. Unable to assess. Wukong. Immediately disengage from current coordinates. Maximum speed retreat. Deluo's voice exploded through all channels, rarely carrying a hint of tense urgency. He is forcibly awakening the sealed, old dominator form in his bloodline which can temporarily override all physical logic of the existing universe. However, the warning was already too late. Under the illumination of that strange logical moonlight, Vegeta's body began to undergo terrifying changes. His muscles swelled madly as if inflated, his tough battle suit was torn apart and thick coarse black bristles pierced through his skin, growing wildly. The cracking sounds of bones twisting and stretching were like continuous thunder. A pure brutal will of destruction that made the entire Deluo fortress tremble and the void itself wail like an awakened abyss enveloped everything. A shadow, a colossal beast silhouette large enough to grip an asteroid with its claws, making the dark gold fortress look like a toy in front of it filled with pure violence and chaotic logic, was slowly rising from Vegeta's collapsing human form, looking down with its giant eyes burning with blood-colored moonlight at the ant-like Wukong and the fortress behind him like an isolated island. The ancient judgment has descended. The void let out a silent scream, not a sound but a resonance that tore through the very fabric of space, reaching the depths of the soul. The logical moon born from Vegeta's will, the Buertzi sphere, hovered at the center of the battlefield, radiating a cold viscous pale light. It was not like a natural celestial body, it was more like a foreign nail forcibly wedged into the fabric of reality, each pulse spreading ripples that rewrote the rules. The surrounding physical constants began to waver, the speed of light fluctuated, gravitational directions shifted erratically, and even the rhythm of time developed a strange intermittent discontinuity. Moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, and where it fell the Saiyan prince's body, once a symbol of high-order civilization, had completely disintegrated. In its place a terrifying silhouette over 1,000 meters tall emerged, as if crawling from the depths of a cosmic creation nightmare. It was not grown, it was a more violent, more essential process, the absolute occupation of space by mass. Every inch of skin was covered in black bristles standing like steel needles, each tip flickering with tiny spatial cracks. The giant ape Vegeta raised his mountain-like head and a roar rolled from the depths of his throat. That was not a sound wave. It was a visible wave of gray-white blank code, like a tsunami sweeping in all directions. Boom, rumble. At the edge of the passage the massive meteorite clusters that had floated for millions of years upon touching the edge of the wave did not shatter, explode, or even leave debris. They were erased from the canvas of reality like erroneous lines evaporating into nothingness at the physical level, not even basic particles remained. He was trampling space itself. Deluo's hands pressed firmly on the console, his knuckles white from excessive force. All the monitoring screens before him were jumping wildly, the precise interstellar coordinates now a chaotic mess of garbled code. Yamcha abandoned all coordinate calibration procedures. Around that monster the concepts of distance and direction had already become invalid. He raised his head, looking through the main observation window at the beast that blotted out the sky, his voice carrying a rare solemnity. His every step is not moving, it is using his primitive mass which transcends the limits of dimensional understanding to violently overwrite and rewrite the physical underlying code of this star region. This is not a battle, it is a forced demolition of reality itself. Absolute unadorned logic-defying savagery declaring in the most primitive way before violence that can crush stars. All exquisite permission protocols and logical patches are but sandcastles built by children. Cough, Wukong floated in the shadow beneath the giant ape's feet as insignificant as a speck of dust about to be crushed by a giant wheel. A dark red aura flickered around him, each flash dimmer than the last. The backlash of the threefold Jiwang Quan was gnawing at him from within. On his skin those ominous black necrotic patches had spread from a few scattered spots to a large plague-like network. Looking closely, each patch wriggled slightly. It was the process of his flesh being forcibly deconstructed, recompiled and ultimately collapsed by the overloaded logical data at the molecular level. Blood vessels revealed dark gold patterns beneath the skin, but they were not symbols of power, they were the paths of spreading system errors. Slap. The giant ape didn't even aim deliberately, it casually swung its massive palm enough to cover half the sky as if swatting a mosquito. Wukong's pupils contracted and his body instinctively activated the instant transmission protocol. Energy surged through the neural network, spatial coordinates were being reassembled, but at the moment of activation he was horrified to find that the preset movement trajectory was distorted like a crumpled blueprint. The gravitational field generated by the giant ape's incredibly massive mass was no longer simple gravity but a viscous logical quagmire that interfered with all orderly motion. There was no escape. The storm swept up by the edge of the giant palm, not air flow but folds formed by the violent pushing of space structure, solidly struck Wukong. Without direct physical contact, just the brush of that brutal presence sent him flying backward, dragging a crimson trail of broken data and blood for several kilometers. Kakarot, do you feel it? The giant ape slowly lowered its head, grinning with a mouth full of interlocking fangs. The voice was no longer produced by vocal cord vibration but surged from the mass resonance of that colossal body, rolling like 10,000 tons of thunder through the void, each sound making the distant fortress armor plates buzz. Before your ridiculous tricks, those self-righteous patches and protocols. It raised a giant foot beneath which the space was crushed into cobweb-like white cracks. This primitive power that can trample the very concept of the world into dust, is the true unopposable sleeping deep in the Saiyan bloodline. The giant eyes like two blood moons looked down, reflecting in their depths the tiny figure of Wukong in a kind of cruelty that saw through all logical pretenses, almost joyful. A miracle. The Luo. Wukong's voice came intermittently through the communication channel, as weak as a candle in the wind, each syllable mixed with the hissing noise of his body's continuous disintegration. I can't withstand the next blow. Then don't try to withstand. The Luo suddenly stood up from the dark gold throne, his cloak billowing without wind, the data streams flowing on its surface accelerating. The eternal coldness of an observer in his eyes was now replaced by a desperate resolve. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the violently pulsating dark gold energy source behind him within the protective shield, the heart of the Luo fortress and the only gamble that might reverse the desperate situation. Yamu Cha. His voice was decisive, brooking no doubt cut off all non-essential systems of the fortress, including the outer armor's defense matrix, inertial stabilizers and even the redundant units of the life support system. Divert all available energy, every joule, to the logic capture array. We must forcibly capture and analyze the complete wave frequency of the Buerzi light within 30 seconds. But de Luo. Yamu Cha's exclamation came from the center of the matrix, accompanied by piercing overload alarms. Without the defense matrix, even a brush from the giant ape will tear the fortress apart like paper. We can't withstand even a single blow. Then don't get hit by it. De Luo's 10 fingers had already turned into a blur in the void, frantically grabbing, dismantling and reassembling the violent white data streams overflowing from the Buerzi sphere, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Execute the order. We are going to give Wukong a brand new engine. While operating, he linked his consciousness directly to Wukong's crumbling mind, his voice cold as a scalpel yet carrying the seduction of leading a believer off a cliff. Since all tactics and protocols built on orderly logic cannot defeat this beast awakened from the chaos of the universe, then let's think differently. In the depths of de Luo's pupils, the spatial ripples triggered by every muscle movement of the giant ape's massive body were reflected, and those ripples were deconstructed in his vision into the most primitive mass-weight distribution formula. We do not oppose its power. We will use the fortress core as a medium and relay to violently pour that beast's core, rewriting weight that can trample all physical constants into your already semi-datafied virus carrier. Wukong's consciousness was blurred by pain, but he heard every word. I will use the fortress's source energy core as a bridge to mirror simulate the complete logical core of the giant ape transformation in your subconscious. You will not become gigantic, your material carrier cannot withstand a mass increase of that magnitude. But every particle of yours, every energy transition, every existence coordinate will be temporarily endowed with that mass attribute that can ignore the underlying rules of the universe. Deluo paused for half a second, which in the dead channel felt as long as a century. Then he gave the choice that Wukong had to make himself his voice as soft as a whisper but as heavy as a star. The price is, that violent logic from the primeval era of the universe may wash away all memories, emotions and self-awareness of you as Sun Wukong like a tsunami. Your conscious structure may not be able to bear such a primitive and massive sense of existence. Now choose Wukong to become the maddest, most unpredictable chaos virus in this void, or to be the thoroughly formatted invalid data that won't even leave a trace under the next trampling of that ape. Then, in the communication channel came the sound of Wukong taking a deep breath, though there was no air to breathe in the void. All hesitation, pain and wavering in that voice were burned away in an instant, leaving only a pure fighting spirit mixed with the smell of blood and a desire for destruction. Come on. Almost at the same moment Wukong's words fell, another figure charged toward the giant ape that was gathering power for a fatal blow. If you want to touch him. Baiko let out a long roar, no longer the coldness of a Namekian but a more ancient, more desperate madness of a guardian. Behind him the thousand-armed logical demon avatar 100 meters tall, with each arm made of pure laws simultaneously ignited with a ghastly green soul flame. First get past my damn self. Burn. It was not a metaphor. Baiko was burning his own soul root as a Namekian, all the permission weights accumulated as a logic harvester and all the underlying code of his existence as Baiko, as fuel for this conflagration with no return. The thousand-armed avatar twisted and deformed in the flames, finally exploding into countless sky-piercing green energy chains. Each chain was as thick as a mountain, covered with forbidden assimilation runes and self-destruction formulas like tentacles from the abyss wrapping around the giant ape's legs, as thick as interstellar pillars with the determination of mutual destruction. Creak. Creak. The giant ape became enraged. It looked down at the insects trying to imprison it, let out a roar that shattered meteors and began to trample, twist and tear wildly. With each lift and fall of the giant foot, hundreds of green chains shattered into countless light points with piercing sounds. Each broken chain was like tearing directly at Baiko's soul. Arg. Baiko's body trembled violently in the distance, blood mixed with green light particles gushing from his 7 orifices. Countless fine cracks appeared on his skin, and from each wound data streams representing the essence of life leaked out. But his eyes still stared fixedly at the giant ape with flames in the depths that never yielded. Yamu-cha, now, ram it. Understood. Almost at the same time as Baiko's roar, Yamu-cha pushed the thruster control lever to the max in the main control room, his eyes bloodshot from the overload. The outer armor plates of the entire Deluo fortress peeled off and melted under the overload energy surge, revealing the intensely flickering pipeline structure inside. All remaining thruster nozzles spat out nearly pure white exhaust, making the scarred fortress like a reverse falling meteor launching a doomed charge toward the unprotected side of the giant ape's waist and abdomen. All ship collision preparation, ram this monster to pieces. No tactics, no detours, only the most primitive self-sacrificial strike, using its own existence as a cannonball. Boom. At the moment of impact between the fortress and the giant ape's side, time seemed to stretch. One could see the last layer of dark gold shield shattered like thin ice into billions of fragments if the front half of the fortress upon touching the distorted space field on the giant ape's body surface crumbled inch by inch like pottery hit by an invisible giant hammer. Yamu-cha was thrown before the exploding console, blood trailing a long arc in the air. But one could also see, under the interference of that devastating impact momentum, the aiming axis of the giant ape's annihilation roar, which had just been charged and aimed at Wukong, capable of annihilating a galaxy, was forcibly deflected by a full 3 degrees. Those 3 degrees. Synchronization complete. No earth-shattering anomaly, no dazzling explosion. Wukong just opened his eyes. Those once clear black pupils burning with pure fighting spirit had now completely disappeared. Instead, 2 thick red lights slowly rotated in the depths of his eye sockets as if condensed from the abyss and a blood moon. The red light was not bright but seemed to absorb sight. Looking at it for a second longer would make one feel their soul being dragged in. The dark red aura around him underwent a fundamental transmutation in a thousandth of a second. The red was swallowed by a heavier, more ancient dark gold, and the dark gold was then soaked by a pure black that seemed to absorb all light. Finally, a flowing layer of energy alternating between dark gold and black, constantly switching between entity and void, covered his entire body like a living thing. Even more bizarre, The black necrotic patches representing collapse from the earlier threefold Jiwanquan backlash did not disappear, instead they perfectly merged with the violent black chi from the giant ape transformation forcibly infused from the fortress core. They no longer represented errors but turned into ancient totems flickering on this energy armor breathing like living things. He still maintained a human physique about 1.8 meters tall, insignificant before the 1,000-meter giant ape. But when his toes lightly touched the void, buzz! With the point of contact as the center, a ring of visible spatial wrinkles suddenly rippled out. The shape, frequency and even the void wailing caused by those wrinkles, were exactly the same as the effects produced by each step of the giant ape in the distance. Wukong slowly lowered his head, looking at his hands. The palms were covered with that flowing dark gold and black armor and the fingers slightly curled. SSSH. Without any energy release, just the existential pressure from the fingertips closing the space before him was torn open like a fragile silk cloth gripped by an invisible hand, revealing a black rift over 10 meters long with fine logical sparks splashing at the edges, unable to heal itself. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the vast distance, precisely locking onto the sky-blotting beast that was turning in rage due to the impact, preparing to crush Bai Ku and the ruined fortress together. His lips moved slightly and the voice was very soft yet clearly penetrated all the roars and explosions in the void, directly ringing in the perception of every consciousness. Vegeta. Wukong's figure disappeared from the spot. It was not instant transmission, all spatial jumps leave coordinate ripples. Nor was it high-speed movement, there was no acceleration process or afterimage. He simply from here directly appeared there. As if his existence weight had reached a critical point so high that even basic rules like the speed of light limit and spatial continuity had to make way for him, allowing this movement method that was almost equivalent to defining his own position. Under the gaze of the giant ape's suddenly contracted, startled blood moon pupils, a fist rapidly enlarged in its vision. That was not an ordinary fist. The dark gold and black armor on its surface was spinning wildly, forming a small light-devouring vortex. At the core of the vortex, golden and red light struggled violently like the last moments before a supernova, colliding, merging, collapsing, eventually condensing into a single point so brilliant that it could not be looked at directly, a singularity that seemed capable of piercing existence itself. And the target of this punch was not the giant ape's vulnerable eyes or mouth. Instead, it was the very center of its furry giant palm, which had just been raised and was about to trample Bai Ku and the fortress wreckage. Boom! At the moment of impact, the entire void fell into an absolute silence, even sound was stripped away. Then, after a half-beat delay, a logical void impossible to describe in size between existence and nothingness suddenly expanded in all directions, centered on the point of contact between the two fists. Where it passed, light was distorted and swallowed, sound was completely erased, and even the concepts of space and time became blurred and fragile. At the edge of the void, reality and nothingness clashed wildly, splashing out billions of fleeting, incomprehensible, strange flashes that contained all colors yet seemed to have none. The result of this blow had not yet appeared. But the entire battlefield had already fallen silent under this punch. The void was undergoing a tremor that transcended the physical realm. It was neither an explosion nor an impact, but a structural collapse at the conceptual level, triggered by the frenzied collision of two diametrically opposed logical weights within an infinitesimal space. The singularity void created by the clash between the fist and the colossal palm, after enduring an eternal seeming absolute stillness, began to reveal its true terror. It did not expand outward but instead contracted violently inward toward its core. Like an awakened, insatiable dimensional glutton, it devoured everything around it with a speed beyond comprehension. Residual light was twisted and sucked, and shattered matter turned to nothingness, and even Vegeta's vaunted primal violence, weight born from the barbaric epoch of the cosmos, was drained and digested like flowing sand. How is this possible? The giant ape Vegeta let out a distorted, agonized cry filled with an incomprehensible terror. His gargantuan palm, capable of crushing a planet's core and covered in steel needle-like bristles upon touching Wukong's fist, small as a speck of dust yet wreathed in an ink-black deathly light, encountered a fundamental suppression. There was no savage spectacle of gore as expected. Only a more silent, more thorough destruction, dissolution at the logical level. From the point of impact, an ominous gray-white spread rapidly. The giant ape's palm's skin, tough muscle fibers, and even the skeletal structure supporting its movements began to disintegrate inch by inch like a wax figure thrown into strong acid. The process of disintegration was silent and swift, producing not fragments but countless dim logical residues with glaring red error lights flickering at their edges. These residues drifted in the air, then were devoured by the still contracting singularity void. Every punch Wukong now threw was no longer a mere physical strike. After successfully mirroring the giant ape's primal weight, his attacks were imbued with a terrifying property of targeted formatting, like precise scalpels or violent deletion commands, they specifically erased and rewrote the deepest underlying identity code of Vegeta's Saiyan bloodline. With the Blutz light ball, the energy source emitting a brittle shattering sound like glass breaking due to overload, the pale logical moon was extinguished completely. Deprived of this core logical support, the 1,000-meter-tall terrifying beast like a sandcastle stripped of its framework began an irreversible reduction and collapse amidst roars of unwillingness, fury, and a hint of bewilderment. The massive form shrank inward, the steel needle-like black fur receded, the violent red light dissipated. Ultimately Vegeta's body covered in old and new scars and with his battle suit tattered fell like a delicate marionette with all its strings cut, devoid of all strength and vitality, plummeting straight down into the void debris field of warship wreckage and logical garbage. See. Such a textbook collapse process. Daluo's voice rang out in the dead silence, calm and flat as if observing the death of microorganisms in a petri dish. He walked slowly down the wreckage of the Daluo fortress, which had lost most of its power and floated like a dead whale in the void. Without any life support equipment or energy shield, he stepped into the extremely hostile void environment with his bare flesh. With each step a precise and stable pattern of dark gold geometric lines automatically appeared on the void beneath his feet. These lines were not physical, they were temporary passable paths he defined using his high-dimensional authority, forcibly paving an absolutely stable walkway in this chaotic space riddled with dimensional folds and logical traps left by the fierce battle. He walked to the spot where Vegeta had fallen, stopped and looked down slightly. The former Saiyan prince lay supine on the cold metal wreckage, his consciousness hovering on the edge of a coma with only the faintest rise and fall of his chest proving that life had not yet completely departed. His battle suit, a symbol of glory, was tattered and his exposed skin was covered with bizarre cracks caused by energy burns and logical backlash. And most conspicuously on his forehead, there a dark gold imperial seal as complex as a miniature galaxy was trembling violently due to the loss of stable support from its hosts, while sending out urgent weak energy pulses resembling distress signals in all directions. You were not defeated by Kakaroto's crude power, Vegeta. Daluo spoke, his tone as flat as if evaluating a defective product off an assembly line, even with a hint of academic interest. You were defeated by the exquisite order that the Omnicourt bestowed upon you. It gave you a majestic scepter, making you think you were above others, but it also forged a prison of thought from which you could never escape. Your strength, your fighting style, even your form of rage, are all within their script. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. The fingertips did not touch Vegeta's skin but hovered a hair's breadth away from his forehead. What I need has never been your power or your submission. In Daluo's eyes data streams cascaded like a waterfall, instantly completing billions of scans and decryptions of the Imperial Seal structure. I only need this key they hid in the deepest place. The moment he finished speaking, his two suspended fingers made a hooking motion, then pulled upward, as if pulling an invisible key from an invisible lock. Chi. A soul-piercing shriek, inaudible to the ears yet directly exploding in the deepest consciousness of all who perceived this scene, burst forth. The shriek was filled with the agony of being forcibly torn from its source, the humiliation of supreme pride being trampled, and the primal fear of having its very existence shaken. With this silent shriek, a physical entity, about the size of a fist, flowing with pure and noble golden light, its internal structure exquisitely complex as if encapsulating all the physical laws of a miniature universe, was forcibly pulled out from Vegeta's forehead. Royal Authority Core Imperial Seal. It floated above Daluo's palm, its light flickering unsteadily as if making a final struggle. And Vegeta, having lost the Imperial Seal, felt his entire presence shrink sharply like a deflating balloon. The suffocating pressure and weight that originally belonged to a high-level agent plummeted below freezing point in an instant, his aura as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. In the sequence of the Omnicourt, his current state was probably automatically marked as the lowest level experimental material pending recovery. Daluo, is it done? Through the encrypted communication channel came Wukong's intermittent faint signal, almost drowned out by the void background noise. Every syllable was distorted, laced with severe logical static. His condition was not much better than Vegeta's. The terrifying and powerful ink-black pseudo-giant ape armor that had covered him was completely gone, revealing the riddled body beneath. He lay limp on a large piece of battleship armor, barely able to maintain a sitting posture. His skin was covered with dense black cracks like spiderwebs. These cracks were not wounds but structural damage to his existence caused by logical overload, which could not be healed by conventional means, and were even slowly emitting tiny black light particles representing data loss. The extreme overclocking of the triple Kaioken combined with the horrific load of forcibly mirroring and carrying the giant ape's weight had burned out nearly 40% of his soul circuit and life essence. At this moment Wukong looked less like a warrior and more like an old machine whose core processor was severely damaged, cooling system completely collapsed, and which might completely burn out with the next calculation. His eyes were hollow, devoid of their former fervor and vitality. Each difficult breath was accompanied by a disturbing hiss of data overflow, as if his lungs were leaking the logic that sustained his existence. Stay silent, Wukong. Your sea of consciousness is now like a library ravaged by a hurricane, all the books are gibberish. Daluo's voice came through the channel uncharacteristically free of sarcasm, only an unquestionable command. He raised his hand, manipulating the few remaining tractor beams from the fortress wreckage to carefully pull Wukong's crumbling body back into a relatively safe compartment. The scene inside the fortress was equally suffocatingly tragic. The main control room was nearly half destroyed. Yamcha lay collapsed beside an overturned monitoring console, his body scorched black by overload explosion sparks, with large patches of carbonized skin peeling off, revealing damaged mechanical implant lines beneath. He was in a deep coma, but his arms in a near-instinctive manner tightly clutched the core hard drive, storing all navigation data and battle records as if it were more precious than life. Piccolo's condition was even more bizarre. He sat cross-legged in a corner, his body shriveled and contracted, his skin a desiccated gray-green, deeply wrinkled like the bark of an ancient tree. The towering 100-meter logo's Dharma aspect of 1,000 arms behind him had completely vanished, leaving not even a trace of afterimage. To imprison the giant ape, and by that critical 3-degree deflection he had burned too much of his essence. At this moment he had entered the Namekian extreme self-protection state, a forced system cold reboot, with his soul and consciousness in deep slumber, sustaining the embers of life at the lowest energy consumption, waiting for a possible chance to revive. And the Daluo itself, this dark gold fortress that had once traversed the void and torn dimensions, was now nothing but a pitiful shell. The forward half of the hull, along with the main cannon array, most living quarters and hangars, had been completely shattered and vaporized in intercepting the giant ape's body slam. What now barely floated in the void was only a scarred exposed pipe engine compartment tail section, with engines intermittently spewing unstable sparks. It slowly spun in the dead void like a metal tomb that had lost all its crew, lonely and on the verge of complete silence at any moment. Daluo returned to the devastated but still functional core area of the main control room. He walked past Yamcha, expressionlessly glanced at the unconscious comrade, and did not pause his steps. Walking to the relatively intact analysis console, he gently placed the still pulsing golden imperial seal, freshly stripped, into a blue glowing analysis slot. A dark gold scanning beam slowly swept over the crystal from top to bottom. On the large screen, data streams refreshed like a waterfall, but the expected clear coordinate map to the destroyer realm did not appear. Instead, an icon suddenly popped up, occupying the center of the entire screen. The icon was designed in a glaring deep red with irregular jagged edges, as if the warning symbol was constantly dripping blood. At the center of the icon was an abstract black hole pattern bound by thick chains and marked with a huge crimson X. In the Omnicort's universal identification system, this represented the highest level, prohibited access logical contamination zone, absolute isolation. What is this? Yamcha, having regained a sliver of consciousness, turned his head with difficulty and cast a weak gaze at the screen, his voice hoarse. Daluo stared at the deep red icon with data streams racing at unprecedented speed behind his pupils, conducting overloaded associative searches and authority cracking. A few seconds later, a faint curve slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile, but a mixture of surprise, understanding, and ignited extreme fervor. It seems our dear prince possessed not just a banquet invitation. Daluo's voice was very soft, yet it seemed to shake the ruined main control room. This is the court's ultimate trash can. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Wukong, the withered Piccolo, and the severely wounded Yamcha, finally landing back on the terrifying icon on the screen. According to the highest clearance index unlocked from this imperial seal, when the court set out to establish and standardize the order of this era, not all unsuitable existences were simply deleted. Some errors, anomalies, and failed but highly valuable research subjects, too powerful, too unstable, or whose deletion would trigger uncontrollable chain reactions, were dealt with in a safer way. He pointed at the icon. They were packaged together using sealing technology beyond conventional dimensions, exiled and sealed into an independent, isolated, malformed spatial structure. That place defies most physical logic of the outside world, a graveyard specifically for accumulating system garbage. Its official name is, Daluo enunciated the name that made Yamcha's breath catch, Zero Void, the ultimate logical recycling station. The parsing data stream scrolled on the side screen, revealing even more astonishing information. This imperial seal was not merely a symbol of identity or some kind of pass. It had been cleverly designed with dual permissions, both as the identity authentication of the Saiyan royal family and as the only physical key to unlock and safely navigate into that logical recycling station. With conventional means, Daluo's gaze finally settled on Wukong's body, which was constantly emitting black data particles. We cannot repair Wukong's burned-out soul circuit, nor can we rebuild a fortress strong enough to withstand subsequent pursuers within a reasonable time. Staying here, we're just waiting to die." He paused, and the frenzied flame in his eyes burned even brighter. "But that garbage dump is piled high with dangerous items discarded by the court. Those failed original gene patches, those out-of-control ancient energy drives, those forbidden logical fragments sealed away for being too powerful, and possibly even the court's original experimental data when shaping the concept of Super Saiyan, including the complete core drive of the first Super Saiyan prototype that was deemed uncontrollable and erased. Everyone grab hold of something stable nearby." Daluo gave one last look at the deep red warning icon on the screen, his face showing no fear of the unknown peril but instead a cold smile of near ecstasy. That smile belonged to a gambler who had bet everything, an explorer about to step into uncharted territory. "We're going to the Hell's waste processing plant to go prospecting." Without further words, he turned and sat down on the only intact main control seat, his fingers dancing like phantoms across the damaged control panel, inputting a series of extremely complex commands. From within the fortress wreckage, the tail engine section, came the groaning of overstrained metal and the crackling of energy overload. The remaining thruster nozzles ejected nearly devastating pure white exhaust, propelling this broken carcass in a resolute and fierce arc through the void. Target the entrance to the black domain, slowly emerging and rotating open in the absolute void under the guidance of the Imperial Seal Key. That entrance was not a traditional spatial rift. It was a patch of absolute darkness that could swallow even starlight, with ominous purple and blood-red arcs rippling at its edges. It exuded an ultimate dead aura of the end of all things, where all orderly logic ceased. That was the absolute reverse of order, the final destination of all system errors, the forgotten place that even gods were unwilling to mention. The broken Daluo engine compartment without hesitation sailed toward the center of that darkness. The silhouette was gradually swallowed and devoured by that absolute darkness. On the other side of the void, on a floating piece of metal wreckage, Vegeta, severely wounded and near death, used his last ounce of strength to open his eyes with difficulty and trembling. In his blurred vision he only caught a glimpse of the tail flame of that broken ship disappearing deep into the soul-freezing black entrance. He raised his hand weakly, his fingers trembling as they groped toward his empty forehead, once the seat of supreme glory and the source of power. What he touched was only smooth skin and an unprecedented bone-deep emptiness. At that moment the confusion in his eyes, long driven by arrogance, anger and mission, was completely blown away like the cold wind from the black domain entrance. In its place a cold, piercing yet fiercely burning, wild spark. The chains of this era, no matter who forged them, had been completely shattered at this moment. And a new story would be forced to write its first blood-stained lines in the deepest darkness and ruins. When the battered and broken engine section of the Daluo fully submerged into that absolute star-devouring dead silence, all the frantic flashing overload alarms and piercing fault alerts within the ship vanished, in an instant. What replaced them was a more unsettling stillness. Not tranquility, but an absolute silence that stripped away the very concept of sound, leaving a physiological sting and hollow echo in the ears. Here there was no up or down, no tangible sense of time's passage, nor even the continuity that space should possess. Beyond the viewports, if those crack-riddled observation windows could still be called such, the field of vision was filled with endless slow-drifting remnants of existence. They were like the carcasses of civilizations violently torn apart and then carelessly scattered, half a glorious mechanical city endlessly dismantling and reassembling itself each second, birthing new architectural structures that turned to ash, the next a nameless warrior frozen in a punching pose, his figure stretched and twisted into a faintly moaning logical barrier echo spanning tens of thousands of kilometers of void. Welcome to the reverse side of Order Yamcha. Standing before the main console that trembled slightly from unstable energy, Daluo's perpetually cold face reflected clearly in his pupils the eerie phenomena outside the viewport, those called entropy ghosts. His eyes parsed those images into fragmented data streams in real time, revealing how they had fallen into eternal cycles of tragedy due to the collapse of underlying logic. The gauges here. All their readings have turned into completely incomprehensible hieroglyphs and twisted geometric symbols. Suppressing the excruciating pain of broken ribs, Yamcha struggled to sit up halfway, his voice hoarse from weakness and an instinctive fear of the unknown. Daluo, the underlying physical protocols here have completely rotted. We're not flying, we're struggling through a swamp of logical sludge and rule fragments. This is precisely why we came. Daluo's gaze shifted from the tombstones of civilizations outside the window to the medical bay on the side. Through the blurred observation window, Wukong's prone body could be seen, rendered in a chilling semi-transparent ethereal state due to the overstripping and burning of his definition of existence. His outline was blurred at the edges like a fragile wisp of smoke that could be diluted, assimilated and ultimately dissipated by the pervasive nothingness of the black domain at any moment. Wukong's logical weight reading had dropped to only 3.7, and it was still declining. Deluo's voice calmly stated a fact as if reporting the decay cycle of an experimental subject. At this rate, in 17 minutes his existence coordinates will completely evaporate from the current dimension, leaving behind not even a data residue. He raised his right hand expressionlessly. The dark golden imperial seal stripped from Vegeta's brow and still suspended in an isolation force field began to tremble with a faint but peculiarly frequency-like plea, as if sensing something. Deluo did not hesitate. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched inward, not a physical crushing but a high-dimensional command imposing an anchoring traction. The imperial seal did not shatter, but a deep illegal frequency hidden within it was forcibly excited, transforming into an invisible yet incredibly sharp bait wave. Like a fishing hook dropped into the darkness, it stabbed fiercely into the deepest, most forbidden waste heap of the black domain, where countless taboo scraps were piled. After a moment of silence, a deep churning writhing mass of viscous malevolence and pure brutality, a dark purple light cluster, was dragged out of the void by that hook. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet, and even the frost condensing on the damaged pipes inside the ship took on an ominous purple hue. Capture successful. Prohibited logical entity internal archive code Azura. In Deluo's eyes, data streams FR scrolled through all records of this light mass. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, a researcher's fanaticism upon encountering the ultimate creation of madness. This is one of the biological weapon prototypes created by the court in the early stages of this era to simulate and mass-produce the so-called ultimate fighting instinct. Its operational logic is like a malignant proliferating cancer, endlessly devouring the host's pain, anger and even existence itself, converting them into uncontrollable illegal energy output. It once nearly burned down the logic server clusters of 3-star zones within a standard experimental cycle. Ultimately it was deemed a failure due to excessively high uncontrollable risk, permanently formatted and sealed here. Deluo. You're using the most potent poison to keep him alive. Yamucha, seeing the illusion of thousands of agonized faces struggling and screaming faintly within the purple-black light, couldn't help but exclaim in horror. He had no room for choice left. Deluo's voice was cold as iron. He spun around, grabbing the Azura light mass with one hand while pressing the other against the medical bay's outer wall like lightning. The force field barrier dissolved instantly. Without hesitation he violently, without any buffer, slammed the inauspicious purple-black light mass into the most severe fracture at the center of Wukong's spine. Wukong, who had been deeply unconscious and on the verge of dissipation, suddenly arched backward as if struck by a high-voltage current, his spine emitting a sickening twisting sound. From his throat burst not a human cry of pain but a soul-shaking roar of a primordial beast having its soul torn apart, a mix of extreme agony and primal fury. Visible changes occurred. His jet-black hair, dimmed from energy depletion, underwent a fundamental color shift from the roots as a deep purple light stream surged upward from his spine. The black quickly faded, replaced by a cold metallic deep purple. This color spread along the hair strands, covering his entire head in an instant. At the same time, the necrotic black patches under his skin, representing collapse, no longer spread chaotically. Countless fine hair-thin but incredibly resilient purple energy lines burst from the spinal fracture like the crudest surgical sutures, forcibly linking, pulling and fixing these disintegrating black patches. This was not healing but using more violent logical shackles to forcibly bind the shattered existence together. Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. In those pupils there was no trace of Wukong's rationality, battle spirit or confusion. Instead, 2 deep purple, pure illegal flames of destruction burned and danced fiercely in the depths of his eye sockets. At the very same moment the Azura protocol was violently mounted and merged into Wukong's bloodline. A dense hair-raising sound erupted from the depths of the dead black domain. It was not the sound of living creatures but a mechanical stiff clatter like billions of old bones and rusty gears grinding and colliding. Then from the floating debris of civilization's shattered logical barriers and even the shadows of entropy ghosts, dense figures crawled out. They were of various forms. Some had only half a blurred face, others had bodies patched together from mechanical parts of different eras, and some were wrapped in never-extinguishing red error lights like walking system error prompts. They moved silently, their hollow gazes locking onto the intruders, the battered fortress engine cabin. And at the forefront of these damaged beings a larger figure slowly straightened up. It was clad in an extremely ancient Saiyan heavy battle armor, its style long lost to history, riddled with holes and deep scratches from violent impacts. It had no head, or rather the head's position was replaced by a churning mass of chaotic energy tightly bound and imprisoned by black logical chains. Its body was massive as a mountain, and just standing there it exuded an absolute order and icy killing intent that froze the mind. A forgotten first-generation executor combat patch. Deluo coldly observed this terrifying entity pulling up dust-covered records from the database. Internal Court Code Sinbreaker Hound. It is one of the earliest physical execution prototypes of the concept of order purification. It possesses no higher intelligence but is endowed with an extremely overbearing logical closure defense permission. Any attack that does not conform to its built-in absolute order judgment standard will be forcibly twisted in causality before reaching it, deemed as the attacker's self-destruction. As if to confirm Deluo's words, the Sinbreaker Hound turned its chain-wrapped head toward the fortress and emitted a piercing harsh electronic screech like a completely shattered device. Shwa la la la. Countless pitch-black logical chains with cold order runes flowing on their surfaces burst from its body like billions of venomous snakes awakening from the abyss, hurtling toward the tottering Deluo wreckage at a speed beyond visual capture. Deluo. The molecular structure of the outer armor is being rapidly deconstructed. That monster is directly erasing our existential foundation. Yamucha's voice was filled with despair as he watched the ship's structural integrity readings plummet on the main screen. He saw that wherever those chains passed, even the floating nothingness of the black domain was cut, leaving behind brief black trails. Just as the first pitch-black logical chain like a javelin was about to pierce the thin outer wall of the medical bay and strike the newly fused Wukong inside, a mutation erupted in another corner. Piccolo, whose body was withered like an ancient tree whose soul fire had nearly been extinguished and who was in a forced cold start empty shell state, suddenly began to twitch eerily. Because his empty shell state was like a logic vacuum with no defense against the black domain environment, the fragmented data streams of evil Namekian lineage legacy and forbidden knowledge eternally drifting in the darkness, deleted or sealed by the court, rushed in from all directions like deep-sea sharks scenting blood, frantically drilling into Piccolo's 7 orifices and every tiny crack in his skin. No. This is not natural awakening. Deluo instantly analyzed the energy flow, a glint of understanding in his eyes. This is a forced, logical parasitism, by the black domain environment. Those deleted evil data are seeking a vessel that can carry their reanimation. Since the environment was going to forcibly parasitize, Deluo's eyes flashed with a stern light as he made an even more radical decision. He moved like lightning, appearing before the violently twitching Piccolo. His index finger gathered a point of extremely condensed dark gold light and mercilessly pressed it into the center of Piccolo's withered chest. The final catalytic patch is injected. Great Demon King Reverse Flow Mirror. This patch was not a cure but an active guidance and amplification of the invading evil data stream, providing a temporary efficient reorganization framework. Thump. A dull heavy metal heartbeat as if from the deepest abyss of hell filled with endless malice and a hoarse texture suddenly exploded from Piccolo's chest. The sound wave even momentarily stalled several nearby logical chains. The next second Piccolo's withered body stood up straight from the ground. He slowly raised his head. In his wide-open eyes there was no longer any distinction between white and pupil, only a pure deep blackness that seemed to devour all light. His entire dry gray-green skin instantly plumped and expanded like inflating, but what grew was no longer the healthy green flesh of a Namekian but a demonic shell of dark cyan inscribed with countless twisted black Sanskrit bearing a cold horny texture. A pressure of malevolence far older, more chaotic and purer than the Sinbreaker Hound's icy order spread like an awakening abyss. This scent. Piccolo opened his mouth, his voice no longer a single tone but a layered echo of countless vengeful spirits whispering simultaneously in endless ruins. Is the scent of primordial evil that those pseudo-gods of the court fear most and want to erase most. He raised an arm, the one that had been logically broken due to the shattered Dharma body. Now under the frenzied filling and restructuring of countless evil data scraps in the black domain, it was instantly reshaped. More terrifyingly, the reshaped arm did not bear a single hand but the phantom of nearly 100 law hands formed of dark cyan energy with a scarlet evil eye opening in each palm. Since this place is a garbage dump for failures and taboos, the demonized Piccolo sneered as the 100 evil-eyed hands simultaneously reached forward, then let you see the true Demon King authority that you yourselves discarded. The pitch-black logical chains and the evil-eyed demonic hands collided with a thunderous impact. There was no explosion, no dazzling light. Those order chains originally possessing the logical closure defense that would cause attackers to self-destruct met their natural predator upon touching the evil-eyed hands. The order runes on the chains rapidly dimmed and disintegrated, and the chains themselves were directly devoured, absorbed and transformed into rolling black demonic energy around the hands. Piccolo, hold them off. Yamucha, ignore the energy loss, direct all remaining engine power to the thruster's maximum thrust. Deluo had no time to admire the demonized Piccolo's terrifying power, his full attention was captured by the abnormal vibration of the Imperial Seal fragment in his hand. This key was emitting a nearly wailing high-frequency tremor and releasing a clear directional beam shooting straight into the deepest seemingly endless darkness of the black domain, where an object's outline gradually emerged from the absolute darkness. It was a massive geometric cube bound layer upon layer by countless thick mountain-like pitch-black logical chains with sealing runes flowing on their surfaces capable of freezing the soul. Roughly estimated to be several kilometers in radius, it presented an absolutely regular cubic form, cold and silent like a tombstone of the universe. Around this black cube the space exhibited a chilling state of fragmentation. Not physical cracking, but the concept of space itself seemed unable to bear the weight of what was sealed inside, producing severe distortions, cracks and logical faults. It was as if the existence sealed within was so heavy that it could crush the dimensional foundation of reality itself. It's inside there. Deluo stared fixedly at the massive coffin-like cube, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, an instinctive reaction of a knowledge seeker touching the ultimate secret. The root of the greatest and deepest lie the court has sown in this era. The ultimate drive they personally judged as absolute taboo, and permanently sealed never to reappear. His voice lowered with excitement, each word striking like a hammer. Original sin, drive the wrath of the first Saiyan. With the resonant guidance of the Imperial Seal, a faint, extremely ancient, slowly flowing text of a sealing log appeared on the smooth mirror-like surface of the black cube. Experimental subject 001 code, primordial wrath, logic overflow, completely uncontrollable. Its anger can materialize and directly modify local physical constants. Recommended to strip all its rationality units and moral constraint protocols. Seal the pure source of wrath in the deepest isolation layer of zero black domain. Permanently prohibit any form of access or activation. Deluo spun around sharply, his gaze piercing through layers of walls to land on the figure in the medical bay, the one with deep purple eyes radiating an unstable, brutal aura. Wukong. His voice through the communication channel crashed directly into the depths of Wukong's consciousness, now filled with the Azura protocol. Whether you can tear apart all the shackles the court has placed on you, and whether you can sit on the throne of this era's own life, his words were like a final judgment, like a spell opening the gates of hell, depends on whether your appetite is enough to swallow this. The most primitive original sin they prepared for your ancestors. Deep in the black domain, the Sinbreaker hound, being forced back by the demonized Piccolo, seemed to sense the anomaly of the black cube and let out an even more desperate and duty-bound roar. At the same time, on the massive chained cube sealing the original sin drive, under the continuous resonant stimulation of the Imperial Seal key, the first sound came from its deepest surface. Crack. A faint sound, yet one that seemed to shatter the souls of all who heard it. The sound of a fracture. Crack. The sound of splitting that came from the deepest part of the black domain had long surpassed the mere physical meaning of shattering. It was more like the dying wail of a colossal beam named Order, which had supported the universe for countless eons, as it was violently torn asunder by the force of truth. As the Imperial Seal key completed its final logical engagement verification, the massive chain-linked cube that had stood in absolute darkness, imprisoning the forbidden secrets of countless epochs, saw its internal sealing structure, stable for billions of years, completely collapse. What surged forth from within was not the sacred radiant power of creation one might imagine, but a materialized torrent of red-black fury, logic as if it had burst from the deepest hell. This torrent was so viscous it was suffocating, emitting a pungent scent mixed with the intense burning of sulfur, the rust of ancient battlefields and the dried crust of blood. It was not merely energy, it was an information tsunami carrying the very essence of suppressed, distorted and forcibly forgotten rage accumulated over countless ages. Wherever the blood-red code passed, even the desolate void of the black domain itself was forcibly stained, transforming into a rolling, dark, clotted, blood-like spectacle of horror. The already damaged alloy hull of the Deruo let out a moan that seemed to come from the essence of the material, as if billions of beings were wailing simultaneously under the logic erosion that transcended conventional physical concepts. Every armor plate, every structural beam seemed forced to trace back its own casting history, reliving the primal pain of being burned in the furnace, hammered by the forge and forcibly shaped. Ugh. Ah. Before the main console, Deruo dropped to one knee, his hands gripping the edge of the control panel with veins bulging from the excessive force. The moment the torrent of information flooded into the fortress's main database, his right eye's pupil suddenly contracted, then was completely overtaken by an endless pulsating mess of red-black garbled code. To prevent these primal sin data, capable of instantly incinerating any conventional processor or even annihilating a low-level deity, from overwhelming the fortress's remaining data core, he forcibly activated his own body's high-dimensional synesthetic channel, using his own existence as a container to serve as the floodgate for that fatal second. The price was immediate and brutal. Dark golden blood mixed with countless fine fragments of broken data streamed down from his violently trembling eye corners like broken code rivulets, leaving a trail of gut-wrenching marks on his cold cheeks. Wukong. Daruo squeezed out a hoarse distorted command from between his nearly shattered teeth, his voice filled with physiological pain and a near masochistic fervor for touching the root of taboo. Catch it. Take it with every inch of your soul. Absolutely. Never let go. At the same moment the external reality was submerged by the blood-red logic tsunami. An irresistible, overwhelmingly brutal force yanked Wukong out of his body, dragging him into an endless, monotonous gray-white consciousness wasteland. Here there was nothing, no reference for the passage of time, no sound, not even the concept of wind, only an absolute dead silence that froze the soul. And on the distant, seemingly endless edge of the wasteland a figure stood silently. Just seeing that silhouette, every remaining logic unit in the depths of Wukong's consciousness emitted an unbearable primal warning tremor. That was the shadow cast by the core will of experiment subject 001, primordial drive after being stripped and sealed, projected at the fundamental level. It was unlike any known Saiyan form, even those in legends. It was abnormally tall with limb proportions that revealed a primal optimized ferocity for pure violence. What was most horrifying was that its body had no fur, not even complete skin. Exposed were the living self-pulsating muscle fibers and fascia networks that seemed to have just been skinned alive, flowing with a magma-like hot blood-red luster. This was a being forcibly stripped of all civilization's embellishments, social camouflage and even biological protection, leaving only the purest, most savage, most extreme wildness and fury, the flayed ape god. So this is the mongrel bloodline bred by later generations. A low, deep, barbaric voice, as if composed of countless overlapping ancient roars, exploded directly in the core of Wukong's consciousness, each syllable carrying the weight of crushing reason. The projection of the primordial will slowly turn to face Wukong. It didn't even need to move, its mere presence pressed down like a mountain. It raised a giant foot, also skinless, wrapped only in blood-red fascia and sharp bone spurs, and took a step forward. Boom! The seemingly solid ground of the consciousness wasteland cracked open under its foot, not in simple fissures but into a bottomless, continuously collapsing logic abyss. As if every step it took was a negation and destruction of the foundational architecture of this consciousness space. A stench of weakness, completely emasculated and tamed by ridiculous reason, cheap compassion, and those self-deceiving justice dogmas. The primordial will's voice dripped with undisguised contempt and loathing. It extended a long arm covered in blood-red fascia, fingertips like sharp hooks moving slowly yet instantly crossing the distance of the consciousness space, and clamped its hand around the vital throat of Wukong's consciousness. A cold, rough and destructive assimilating touch spread instantly. Those damned scum of the multiverse court. After all this time they dare to use you, a domesticated beast that has lost its fangs under their captivity, as the key to awaken me. It let out a harsh, manic and infinitely mocking roar of laughter. The blood-red claws clamping Wukong's throat did not tighten to cause physical suffocation but began to penetrate deeper. Countless hair-thin yet incredibly tough blood-red logic tendrils extended from the claw tips like the most vicious parasites, frantically drilling into the core data clusters of Wukong's consciousness that constituted his self-awareness, memory connections and emotional anchors, attempting to tear, dismantle and finally format the very definition of Sun Wukong from the bottom layer into an efficient hollow shell bearing only pure rage and destruction. Alert host consciousness C is under 99. 87 intensity alien logic assimilation attack. Core personality data integrity continues to decay. Personality 0 countdown initiated 10-9-8. A cold mechanical synthetic voice echoed in the medical bay. Wukong's physical body, lying flat, was undergoing terrible convulsions, each spasm pulling the monitoring lines connected to his skin to their limit. The deep purple energy threads generated by the Azura protocol for forced suturing on his skin surface began to snap and evaporate one by one under the terrifying pressure of the primal fury logic within, emitting faint yet heart-stopping crackling sounds. His eyes trembled violently under his eyelids. Even unopened, the light spilling from the gaps was no longer of human brilliance but gradually filled with a dense, maddening blood-red glow. The reason, memory and emotions belonging to Sun Wukong were being rapidly washed away and dissolved like a sandcastle in the fury tsunami originating from the ancestor. He can't swallow it. Daruo. Wukong's existence signal is decaying rapidly. He's going to be completely devoured by that thing. Yamucha curled up in a corner of the main control room, seeing the terrifying scene in the medical bay through the damaged observation window, letting out a desperate wail. He could feel the familiar comrade's aura fading like a candle in the wind. Then Daruo, his face covered in blood, struggled to straighten his back from the console. Amidst the pain and chaotic data deluge, his eyes rekindled a chilling light of absolute rationality and cold decision-making. Help him make room. Forcibly. His gaze, like the most precise scanner, pierced through the walls of the medical bay, locking directly onto Wukong's collapsing consciousness. In that chaotic storm of interwoven blood-red and purple, Darrow's perception sliced through like a scalpel, finally fixing on a region. A small island still stubbornly glowing with a soft white light amidst the raging tide. That was the most core and precious part of Sun Wukong's personality foundation: his unwavering trust in his comrades, his natural compassion for the weak, his pure pursuit of martial arts, his basic reverence for life, and the invisible wall of bottom line he would never cross. Since the weight of this original sin has become enough to crush any container with a normal soul structure. Darrow's voice trembled from overexertion, but his resolve was as cold as eternal ice. With the ruthlessness of a god modifying a creation blueprint, then strip away those burdens that are redundant, obstructive, and only increase the load at this moment. His fingers made a decisive cutting gesture in the void. Highest authority command confirmed: execute compulsory logic surgery, target Wukong stripping modules, reason unit, and high-level emotional response template. Execute immediately. Ah. At that moment, from the depths of Wukong's physical throat erupted a soul-shattering scream so piercing and beyond biological limits that no words could describe it. This scream even penetrated the soundproofing of the medical bay, echoing through the entire broken fortress, freezing Yamucha's blood. On the battlefield of the consciousness wasteland, as the primordial will's blood-red tendrils invaded Wukong's consciousness, a cold, emotionless logic blade light suddenly burst from deep within his core. This blade light did not come from an external enemy but from his own authorized highest administrator, Darrow. It precisely and mercilessly gouged toward the island of warm white light. There was no room for resistance. That entire core of personality, the softest yet toughest essence that made Sun Wukong who he was forcibly cut, extracted, and encapsulated from his consciousness by this external force. Finally it transformed into a faint yet pure white orb, pulled by an invisible data stream, rapidly departing from the collapsing consciousness sea and sinking into the deepest layer of the Darrow fortress core. Within the deep, multi-layered, encrypted static storage arrays. Having lost this rational shackle and emotional burden, Wukong's remaining consciousness was instantly devoured by boundless darkness and emptiness. Yet at the critical juncture where this consciousness was about to completely dissolve into nothingness and become the ultimate vessel for primal rage, the Azura protocol virus, which had been rampaging within him representing pain and violence, underwent a 180-degree bizarre reversal in its operating logic. It no longer contested the invading primal blood-colored logic, nor did it attempt to protect the remnants of the host's consciousness. Instead, like a starving wolf pack that had caught the scent of an ultimate kindred spirit, it let out an excited silent shriek and turned to fiercely, madly latch onto the surging torrential blood-colored logic veins of the primordial drive. This was not devouring nor merging. This was the most savage, distorted, and direct stitching at the essential level, carried out by two forces equally extreme, equally insane, and equally rooted in negative origins, after the loss of the Order Mediator. Using Wukong's nearly hollow frame of consciousness as a needle and the viral characteristics of Azura as thread, it forcibly sutured the impossibly heavy patch of the primal rage drive into the very foundation of existence. A new form, extremely unstable yet momentarily achieving a terrifying balance, quietly took shape amidst the ruins of the soul. You want to take them away? Before my eyes. At the center of the battlefield, the demonized Goku, his dark Saiyan body inscribed with black Sanskrit, was facing the most severe trial since his birth. The moment the primal drive went completely berserk, its aura permeating the entire black domain, the Judgment Hound Executor, the guardian of this place, also entered its final desperate mode of madness. Its head, originally wrapped in chains, suddenly collapsed inward and exploded, not self-destruction but a transformation into a profound forced formatting black hole radiating an absolute will to erase order. This black hole's gravity no longer acted on matter but directly targeted existential logic and information structures, intending to completely format and delete all illegal, erroneous, and forbidden data and entities within its radius from the universe's registry. All things withered, space itself shattered like fragile glass, turning into streams of data that were mercilessly sucked into the black hole. The entire wreck of the Deluo let out a death knell, dragged by an irresistible force toward the abyss of destruction. First ask the countless vengeful spirits within me, those you have judged, discarded, accumulated over countless epochs, whether they agree. The demonized Goku let out a roar that shattered the void. His powerful dark Saiyan demonic body suddenly disintegrated, exploding into thousands of energy demon hands of varying sizes, each palm split open with a crimson evil eye. These demonic hands did not attempt to attack the black hole, nor did they flee. Instead, like the most loyal yet maddened worker ants, they swarmed forward, desperately clinging with all their might to the edge of the expanding black hole's event horizon. Reverse the concept. Reverse it now. Goku, bearing the Demon King's authority and all the power derived from the evil side of generations of Namek and the forbidden data of the Black Domain, burned and erupted without reservation. He forcibly transformed, decomposed, and reassembled the garbage data, space fragments, and even remnants of laws that were sucked into the black hole and about to be formatted within his own existence. The dark Saiyan demonic energy and the crimson evil eye light interwove and boiled, and at the core of his will he constructed a flesh logic altar, spanning between reality and nothingness, built upon his own demonic body as the foundation and the obsessions of countless vengeful spirits as bricks. He was burning this newly acquired demonic body, burning the evil knowledge housed within, burning everything that the name Goku represented at this moment. Each of those thousands of evil-eyed demonic hands gripping the black hole's edge was disintegrating and evaporating, yet their condensed tangible hatred and defiant gaze, like billions of invisible giant nails combined with the power of the altar, temporarily nailed down the collapsing dimension, forcibly slowing the black hole's devouring speed. He was using everything he had to fight for that final, most critical moment of awakening for the man undergoing his ultimate transformation within the medical pod. Boom! A primordial roar indescribable by any known physical model, as if originating from the dawn of logic itself, suddenly exploded. This sound did not propagate through air but directly impacted the cognitive level of all perceiving beings. The already overburdened medical pod of the Daluo along with the entire rear power section was completely reduced to dust in that roar. It was not an explosion, but as if erased from the canvas of reality by an invisible eraser, leaving not even the most basic material remnants. In its place a dense energy steam of dark purple and blood red, intertwined like a supernova yet extremely restrained, rose like a mushroom cloud of destruction from the void. This steam was not scorching, instead it exuded a cold oppressive pressure that could corrode the stability of reality, distorting and dimming the surrounding light. The steam slowly settled and dissipated. A figure stepped calmly out of the embers of energy and the echoes of space. Inside the remains of the main control room, Yamcha and Daluo, struggling to maintain observation, both held their breath the moment they saw that figure, as if their hearts skipped a beat. It was a man. He had wild, untamed hair reaching his waist, its color a cold metallic deep purple like coagulated blood. His facial features still vaguely resembled Wukong, but all familiar lines had become cold, sharp and angular, as if carved by a knife. The eyes he opened were a pure unadulterated dark red, like two blood-colored gems tempered at absolute zero, reflecting no light, only unfathomable cold and emptiness. Around him there was none of the energy aura typical of a powerhouse in eruption. Instead there were blood-colored energy arcs of varying thickness, as if alive, like tangible venomous snakes slowly slithering and writhing in the space around his body. Where these arcs passed, even the already thin air, if it existed, of the black domain was forcibly compressed and solidified into fragile two-dimensional logic structures, which then silently shattered. Original Sin Sun Wukong. Or it tilted its head slightly, those emotionless dark red eyes calmly gazing into the distance at the massive formatting black hole still roaring and trying to devour everything formed by the Judgment Hound. Faced with that ultimate erasing power that could make even gods retreat, this newborn existence simply calmly and slowly extended a single index finger. The movement was effortless, as if brushing away a non-existent speck of dust from the shoulder. The finger, separated by space, gently pointed toward the black hole. Time, space and even the process of collapse itself fell into absolute stillness at the moment that finger descended. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Yamcha and Daluo, that colossal invincible Judgment Hound black hole, representing the court's ultimate authority to erase order, along with the faint remnants of the mad executor within it, like a scribbled pencil drawing carelessly crumpled by a child, collapsed inward and flattened without transition, eerily from a three-dimensional form into a two-dimensional silhouette with no thickness, only an abstract outline. The silhouette drifted helplessly in the air for half a second, then like burnt paper ash silently dissipated into the still silent void of the black domain. The all-devouring black hole, the desperate and powerful enemy, was thus annihilated. Zero black domain returned to its primal deathly realm, embracing all ruins and silence. Daluo stood still, his gaze locked on the man standing amidst the embers of energy, steam and space fragments, his back unfamiliar and cold. His right hand, unconsciously and trembling slightly, reached into his bosom and touched a logic storage sphere emitting a faint warm white light. Sealed within were the reason and emotions he had personally stripped from Wukong's soul. Wu Kong. Daluo's voice was very soft, carrying a trace of barely perceptible hesitation and probing something he himself had never expected, breaking the suffocating silence. That man slowly turned his head. The dark red pupils, like the most precise scanners, accurately reflected Daluo's figure. There was not a trace of the usual waves of reunion, no fatigue or excitement after a fierce battle, not even curiosity or confusion about his own state. There was only a rationality as absolutely calm as the deepest ocean trench, and a purely mechanical coldness, existing solely to execute orders. Orders. The man spoke, his voice hoarse, dry, like two rusty metal plates weathered for millions of years in the desert, grinding against each other, every syllable stripped of all emotional color. His dark red pupils focused on Daluo, waiting like the perfect weapon awaiting the activation key. Next. Delete target. Luo's breath stopped abruptly at that moment. A chilling cold not from the outside but uncontrollably spreading from the deepest part of his soul, instantly freezing his entire body. He stared into those empty dark red eyes, clearly recognizing a fact. He had succeeded. At the cost of a decision that transcended ethics, a precise and cruel operation, a comrade's sacrifice, and the Demon King's burning, he had finally perfectly embedded the ancient primal drive, feared by the court, into a controllable vessel. He had forged with his own hands perhaps the most powerful, purest and most efficient, ultimate weapon at the logical level. But at the same time, that man named Sun Wukong, who once smiled brightly in the sunlight, risked everything to protect his friends and possessed incredible charm and growth. He had equally killed him with his own hands. Sin Slayer Hound, the silent annihilation, did not bring any respite to this still graveyard. On the contrary, it was as if a piece of warm forbidden flesh radiating dual temptations of divinity and destruction had been thrown into an ancient tomb filled with eternal hunger. As the logic chain symbolizing the highest order completely shattered, the tens of thousands of system remnants lurking in the deepest recesses of civilization's ruins within the black domain, driven by broken instincts and greed, were attracted by the unmistakable pure violent presence of the original sin. Like a starving swarm of ants that has caught the scent of the most succulent carrion in the universe, they surged and converged madly from every shadow, crevice and fold of time, forming a boundless turbid wave composed of twisted limbs, red error lights and chaotic logic. Detected large-scale unknown logical entity cluster reaction. Estimated number 34,000. Still rapidly increasing. Movement pattern analysis, instinctual convergence, forming a multidimensional encirclement posture. Luo stood before the main console, covered in cobweb-like cracks, the dried golden data bloodstain beneath his right eye resembling a bizarre tattoo. He did not turn to look at the hair-raising scene outside the porthole, but coldly uttered a single word in a tone as flat as reciting a manual: clean. The command was issued. Wukong, who had been standing like a statue in the void ruins, subtly contracted the depths of his crimson pupils as if a precise sensor had completed target locking. He did not assume any martial arts stance, showed no sign of gathering energy, nor had the slightest emotional fluctuation. Slowly he merely took a step forward. Boom! With the point where his foot landed as the absolute center, the black domain void within several kilometers was forcibly dyed by an irresistible law in an instant, turning into a dazzling and viscous blood red. This nascent blood-colored domain was not an energy field, but rather a forced overriding of existential attributes. Those remnants that roared, howled and charged into this domain in all kinds of twisted forms upon touching the blood-red border were not torn apart or incinerated, but encountered a more complete termination. Their forms, logical structures and existence codes, like thin ice exposed to absolute high temperature, evaporated directly from the most fundamental logical level into null ground state information without even time to emit a symbolic whimper or data error prompt. This was not physical annihilation, but a conceptual formatting, dimensionality reduction of existential meaning. Wukong began to stroll through this death domain of his own creation. His deep purple long hair drifted slightly in the non-existent energy disturbance, and from time to time tiny purple-red and deadly logic arcs leaped between the strands. Each arc that escaped did not dissipate, but like a self-aware scavenger swept across a fan-shaped area, completely and cleanly erasing all foreign objects within that area, those remnants, as if erasing pencil marks with an eraser. His movements were as precise as an atomic clock, as mechanical as a welding arm on an assembly line, and so efficient that it sent chills down one's spine. There was no roar of triumph over a powerful enemy, no charging of a special move. He was more like an absolutely sharp blade held by an invisible hand, slashing arbitrarily across the scrap heap called reality, clearing every erroneous pixel in his field of vision that did not meet the definition of cleanliness in the most ruthless manner. Harvesting efficiency increased by approximately 4,200 compared to historical data peak. Invalid action elimination rate 100. Energy conversion loss rate reduced to below 0. 3. Luo stared intently at the waterfall-like refreshing real-time data stream on the screen, his tone betraying neither joy nor anger but carrying a nearly morbid technical admiration, stripped of useless compassion, redundant emotional feedback and unnecessary hesitation in battle. This was the ultimate battle form template hidden deep within the Saiyan bloodline after removing all impurities. This logical garbage dump has lost its value for further exploration. Yamucha, recalibrate all residual sensors. I need a precise coordinate. Luo roughly forced the dark golden imperial seal fragment, already covered in fine cracks and dull in luster, into a physical interface on the main control slot. Using the remaining verification protocol and backdoor commands of the highest level within the all-dimensional court's internal system stored in the imperial seal, he began brute force cracking and reverse engineering on the dimensional isolation barrier of the black domain, which was thick and viscous like lead mercury and usually considered impenetrable, forcibly parsing and tearing out an extremely unstable spatial coordinate breach, flashing with dangerous arcs. Coordinates locked but stability is extremely poor, estimated duration no more than 15 seconds. Target marked as 7th hub cross-dimensional logic transfer station. Yamucha's voice came through the communication channel, trembling uncontrollably. In this team with an icy atmosphere, suffocating efficiency, and members each more abnormal than the last, he felt a bone-deep chill and alienation. According to the broken star map deciphered from the Imperial Seal, that was the omnipotent surveillance eye set up by the court at the edge of the material universe, responsible for monitoring over 300 sectors in this star region, and also, in theory, one of the few official gateways to the court's core divine realm. That's enough. Daluo's gaze swept over the flickering coordinate point on the screen, then turned to the purple figure in the void outside the cabin. Wukong, give us an initial velocity. Wukong in the void heard the voice and calmly turned around. He did not ask, did not confirm, but simply placed one hand, the hand that had just erased thousands of existences, gently on the dilapidated engine shell of the Daluo, which exposed its internal wiring. The next moment an incalculable amount of original sin energy, violently interwoven with dark red and deep purple like the water of the Styx breaking through a dam, crazily and unrestrainedly poured into the fusion power core, which had been shut down for a long time and severely damaged through the tiny contact area between his palm and the metal. Whoom! The broken hull of the Daluo let out the most piercing and frenzied roar since its birth, like a dying steel giant injected with a lethal stimulant. The entire ship was enveloped by unimaginable thrust, transforming into a retrograde meteor dragging a dazzling tail of purple-red destructive energy several kilometers long, and in a suicidal posture that abandoned all navigation and protection, purely pursuing extreme speed and impact, it crashed straight and unhesitatingly into the coordinate point suspended in the void. Crack. Clatter. The solid dimensional barrier and logic wall between the material universe and the black domain under the impact, condensing the brute force of original sin, burst apart like a colored glass dome struck by a hammer, with fragments flying everywhere, revealing a completely different starry background flowing with orderly light. Inside the 7th hub station of the all-dimensional court, sacred, vast, and covered with countless monitoring nodes, all monitoring screens that normally displayed calm blue data streams were in the same millisecond completely overridden and flooded by an unprecedented deep red highest danger alert with ominous black-purple edges flashing. The piercing alarm echoed through every sacred corridor. The 7th hub station, a sacred fortress eternally suspended in the twisted zone at the edge of the material universe, constructed from pure platinum white order energy shaped like nested multiple geometric crystals. At this moment hundreds of guardians wearing flowing order armors and surrounded by light blue law halos representing high-level executor authority were plunged into unprecedented shock and chaos. Some had just finished meditation, some were calibrating cross-dimensional transmission protocols, but now they all looked up at the monitoring dome in disbelief. There a blood-colored meteor burning with blasphemous colors was tearing through the dimensional barrier they considered absolutely safe, hurtling straight towards them. What is that thing? Unauthorized cross-dimensional invasion. Energy signature unrecognizable. Logic pollution level off the charts. A young intern executor, still with a childish face, had not even had time to draw the order light blade from his waist scabbard that symbolized his identity and power. Then his vision was filled with violent purple-red light. The wreckage of the Daluo, carrying the terrifying kinetic energy across dimensions and the unreasonable logical weight of original sin like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, smashed the sacred logic shield on the outer layer of the hub station, which was said to withstand a supernova explosion, into pieces with a single blow. Fragments of metal and energy structures mixed with crumbling law runes flew in all directions like the shattered stained glass of a holy temple. In the diffused dust and energy turbulence at the edge of the huge breach smashed into the hub station, a figure slowly straightened up. His deep purple long hair silently danced in the energy aftermath. Detected large-scale hostile logical entities. Identification: all-dimensional court-affiliated high-level order executor array. Threat level assessment medium-low. Purge protocol initiated. Wukong's lips parted slightly, and the sound he emitted was steady, cold and hard like a preset mechanical synthesized voice, every syllable precise and efficient. Killing the moment the words fell, erupted at a speed beyond the reaction limits of these divine agents. Those high-level executors who could easily modify local physical constants judged the rise and fall of civilizations and arrogantly claimed to wield the authority of order, discovered in horror that their invincible order wands, divine spells and logic confinement fields, upon touching the seemingly thin dark red energy around Wukong that seemed to contain an era of fury, quickly weathered, shattered and lost all effectiveness like dry, rotten wood exposed to the end of time. Wukong's figure flickered, disappeared and reappeared among the grand temple corridors, towering energy spires and complex pipe networks. So fast that even the most advanced time-tracing artifacts could only capture a series of blurred afterimages. Each gap between his appearances was accompanied by the piercing wail and complete collapse of an executor's core logic. He no longer used any traditional martial arts techniques. His attack method was simple, direct and extremely cruel. He reached out his hand, inserted it into the opponent's chest or head, not to cause physical damage but to precisely grasp and hold the light blue or platinum white core logic light ball beating inside the opponent, which symbolized their order, authority and existential foundation, and then closed his fingers. Squelch. Like crushing a juicy yet fragile fruit. The light went out, the authority dissipated, and the existence traces of the executor were quickly erased. At the same time, the demonized bike also emerged like a ghost from the shadows and energy turbulence caused by the impact. His demonic hands covered with 1,000 scarlet evil eyes stretched and captured wantonly on the battlefield like the tentacles of the most greedy deep-sea predator. Each time he captured a severely wounded or dying executor, a devouring light burst from the evil eyes, forcibly extracting, swallowing and converting their remaining order energy, logic fragments and even sacred essence into dark nourishment for his own demonic body. He. These puppets who call themselves gods. Although their taste is full of nauseating hypocrisy and dogma, Bike's demonic face covered with black scripts revealed a ferocious grin mixed with pain and pleasure. His dark blue demonic body slightly expanded during continuous devouring, exuding a grotesque beauty that defied all holiness and blasphemed all order. But as supplements, they are quite nourishing. Just as this seventh hub station, once symbolizing absolute order and sacred majesty, was rapidly degenerating into a hellish blood-colored Shura field, a violent rapid vibration and impact sensation like an out-of-control heartbeat suddenly came from the logic storage pod tucked inside Daluo's chest. He immediately lowered his head and tore open the front of his combat suit with one hand. There, the white light ball storage device containing Wukong's stripped rationality unit and emotional template was emitting an unprecedented dazzling glare through the translucent shell, almost burning the eyes. The light ball dashed left and right inside the cramped storage pod, crazily hitting the inner wall, emitting muffled and rapid thumping sounds as if a soul imprisoned in eternal silence was undergoing unspeakable torment inside, sending out faint but stubborn logical cries and emotional echoes that only Daluo could perceive through direct contact. Stop. Daluo. Please. That's just an intern. A child. Don't again. On the battlefield, Wukong's dark red emotionless gaze had locked onto a young intern executor hiding behind a collapsed energy pillar with broken armor, tears and fear on his face. That child looked no more than a teenager in human years, the order short staff in his hand dimly glowing, his eyes reflecting the figure of the purple demon god, only the purest fear of annihilation. Wukong's right hand had already raised like the most precise robotic arm, fingers slightly spread, aimed at the child's slender neck. Destructive original sin energy gathered at his fingertips, and the next moment would be complete logical erasure. However, just as his fingers were about to close according to the command to complete this cleaning in the last 0.01 seconds, his entire right arm twitched and stiffened for a moment, imperceptibly yet truly violently. That was definitely not part of the attack action, it was more like a sudden surge of an extremely weak but completely opposite interference pulse into the most precise circuit system. It was this insignificant, almost imperceptible momentary pause and trajectory deviation that caused the destructive energy which should have completely annihilated the intern's existence logic to brush past the side of the opponent's ear by a hair's breadth, only shattering the half-broken decorative relief behind him. That young intern, in a desperate situation of certain death, miraculously survived, although he collapsed to the ground in terror, his soul frightened out of his body. Daluo's brows were tightly furrowed, forming a deep frown. His fingers were so pressed that they turned white, holding tightly onto the still wildly vibrating storage pod shell as if to physically suppress the restless ghost inside. Even after the most thorough physical and logical cutting and isolation. Daluo's eyes were gloomy, muttering to himself, his voice mixing analysis, vigilance and a trace of imperceptible irritability. This stubborn underlying data ghost named humanity and compassion. Could it still interfere with the absolute operating logic of the weapon through some causal resonance or concept residual effect that we have not fully understood beyond conventional links? He clearly realized that this ultimate weapon forged at great cost in his hands was not as flawless as imagined. The shadow of that man named Sun Wukong, the past he had personally buried, was still like an invisible but extremely tough logic chain reaching out from the deepest part of the grave, trying to hold back the falling slaughter knife in this feast of destruction. In less than 10 minutes, the once sacred and inviolable 7th hub station, flowing with the light of order, had completely turned into a metal and energy wreckage floating in the cold starry sky, silently telling of destruction. All order guards, high or low, had been cleared away. The highest control authority and logic nodes of this place were being brute force cracked, usurped and overwritten by Daluo at an astonishing speed through the broken Imperial seal. Initial access completed. We have successfully embedded into the all-dimensional court's internal monitoring and scheduling network in this star region. Daluo's 10 fingers flew rapidly on the remaining available interface of the main control console, so fast that they left afterimages. On the large screen the star map of calm blue dots representing data points and outposts which originally symbolized the court's absolute control was now like a nervous system infected by a virus with countless blue dots beginning to flicker wildly and fearfully dimming and brightening erratically. However, this brief sign of successful intrusion lasted less than 3 seconds. As if triggering some ultimate defense mechanism deeply hidden in the system's lowest level, all the blue dots on the screen, bright or dim, large or small, at the same absolute time tick, all went out completely and uniformly. Immediately after, the entire main screen was completely covered and swallowed by an absolute gray-white containing no information, impurity symbolizing the return of all things to zero and ultimate silence. A special existence, frequency heavy, ancient and indifferent enough to directly freeze the flow of time and solidify the thoughts of the soul, descended from the deepest part of the universe from the core temple direction, considered absolutely forbidden and sacred, ignoring spatial distance and dimensional barriers in an incomprehensible manner, precisely and irresistibly enveloping every inch of the ruins of the 7th hub station. At the moment this frequency descended, Wukong, who had been executing commands like a precision machine with a calm and steady aura, showed for the first time an obvious non-command-driven reaction. He abruptly raised his head, his dark red eyes, which had always been as calm as an abyss, suddenly turned toward the direction from which the gray-white frequency came. In the deepest part of his eyes a near instinctive primal trembling before a higher-order natural enemy and logic warning derived from living beings facing a higher-ranking nemesis uncontrollably revealed itself. The blood-colored arcs around him became unstable, flickering and darting violently as if spontaneously resisting something. At the same time the demonized Bike also stopped his devouring action, all his evil eyes turning simultaneously in the same direction, their scarlet light filled with extreme vigilance and a trace of undisguised fear. Daluo's fingers manipulating the screen froze completely in midair. A layer of fine cold sweat beads uncontrollably oozed from his forehead and back. He recognized the meaning behind this frequency. It was a legendary existence that only existed in the court's highest classified archives. A name outlined by pure gray-white light, heavy and simple, slowly emerged on the dead screen, each stroke seemingly containing the weight of a Judgment-era First Liquidator Aegis that was. Daluo's voice was dry, his throat as if strangled by an invisible hand, the ultimate executor of the court's internal authority sequence. Legendary, only authorized to activate when needing to clear an entire secondary civilization or even erase a parallel universe with existence logic conflicts. The embodiment of civilization's final judgment. As if to confirm the desperate weight of his words, in the unreachable dark deep space at the end of the star map a pure white light without a single impurity, yet cold enough to freeze the soul, was slowly brightening like the only star lit on an infinite canvas. At the core of that light a vague silhouette of an ancient deity holding an absolute balance scale, eyes eternally closed as if having existed since the beginning of time, was crossing the endless void, slowly casting its pupilless gaze upon this ruins that had just been bathed in blood. The true God, who holds the boundary between existence and nothingness, has descended. The zero authority and the rhapsody of reason. The pure white light that illuminated from the edge of the universe did not traverse the void in a cataclysmic manner. It merely spread calmly and irresistibly. Wherever it passed the chaotic turbidity of the dark domain was cleansed, the shattered dimensional fissures silently healed, and even the metal fragments scattered across the ruins of the 7th hub and the rampaging energy currents the moment the light touched them were frozen mid-air as if a pause button had been pressed, not a single particle of dust able to tremble. Time seemed to be twisted into motionless threads and space became a blank canvas for it to paint upon. Only the ancient deity's silhouette holding a scale and with eyes tightly shut gradually solidified within the light. He emitted no violent pressure, no trace of destructive energy, yet his mere presence caused the very laws of the entire star region to bow and submit of their own accord. Wukong, suspended amidst the ruins, found the blood-red logic arcs raging around him uncontrollably shrink and retract like a young beast encountering its natural predator, and even his dark crimson pupils trembled for an infinitesimal moment. Holy crap! This thing! Has it really locked down the entire space? Yamcha, cowering behind the wreckage of the main console, was frozen in the classic crouch and cover posture, his muttered complaints even lagging half a beat. He had already braced himself for being blown away by the shockwave, but instead he was stuck like a fly on a glue trap with only his eyeballs able to dart wildly. If only he hadn't been greedy for Bulma's repair feedback, then he could have stayed on Earth playing baseball and hitting on girls. Why did he have to follow these lunatics to break into the cosmic court? Now they've landed right in front of the ultimate boss. The moment he finished speaking, his collar was seized by an icy hand and he was yanked aside like a chick. Daluo's face remained as cold as ice, the golden data bloodstain beneath his right eye glaring under the pure white light, but when he opened his mouth a stream of broken programmer jargon erupted, forming a bizarre contrast with his cold demeanor. Stop chanting your funeral dirge here. Come help. The core permissions of the main console have been remotely locked. Yamcha followed his finger and saw that the main console screen, which had been frantically refreshing data streams, was now completely covered in a dead gray-white with a glaring prompt box in the middle detected unauthorized permission access. Your operation has violated Article 1 of the All-Dimensional Court's Sacred Order Convention. This terminal has been permanently banned. All data will be zeroed within 10 seconds. Banned. Deluo's fingers flew over the few remaining usable keys, leaving afterimages his knuckles white from forced curses never ceasing, which brain-dead product manager wrote the ban logic. I'm using your highest level Imperial Seal fragment. And you don't even whitelist the Imperial Seal permission. Did the tech department of the All-Dimensional Court not pay you? With such a crappy underlying architecture, you still have the nerve to manage the order of the entire star region. While he was unleashing a tirade at the system, the first clash had already erupted. Wukong, hovering in the void, completed the lock and release of the attack without any superfluous command input, purely by the instinct of a life form facing its natural predator. He did not unfold the blood-red domain that could format everything. The moment the light descended, he clearly sensed that the unbeatable concept diminishing logic before this pure white figure was like snow exposed to the scorching sun without even a chance to form. This time he compressed the primordial sin energy within his body to the extreme. The raging energy of interwoven dark red and deep purple condensed in his palm into a needle as thin as a hair, yet carrying a terrifying weight enough to tear dimensions apart. Without earth-shattering roars or dazzling light effects, the needle shot straight toward the brow between the closed eyes of Aegis, the only logical core he sensed within this deity silhouette. This strike eliminated all ineffective movements with energy loss approaching zero, a perfect embodiment of what Deluo called the ultimate combat form. But what happened next made Deluo's typing hand freeze. Aegis did not even raise his hand, he merely tilted the scale symbolizing absolute balance ever so slightly to one side. A gray-white light membrane as thin as a cicada's wing appeared silently before him. The logic needle condensed with all of Wukong's power upon touching the light membrane produced no collision, no explosion, not even a ripple, like a drop of ink falling into the boundless ocean, instantly diluted, disintegrated and zeroed. Not even a trace of energy remained. Impossible. Deluo's pupils contracted sharply. The logical weight driven by original sin is above the conventional cosmic laws. How could it be directly nullified? Disorderly original sin has no meaning before absolute order. The ancient, indifferent, utterly emotionless voice sounded for the first time in this dead space. Aegis finally spoke. His voice was not transmitted through the air but resonated directly in the depths of every soul like a rule set at the birth of the universe, unquestionable and irresistible, logic contaminant, original sin carrier, order breaker. Immediate full-scale zeroing liquidation. The moment his voice fell, the pure white light behind him surged. Countless gray-white rays as thin as ox hair like an impenetrable rain curtain descended upon the ruins of the entire seventh hub. Where the rays passed, the hard platinum metal debris silently vanished, shattered law runes annihilated, and even the void was gnawed into pitch-black gaps, not torn but completely zeroed, erasing even the traces of this space's existence. Watch out. Touch this stuff and you're gone. The enraged roar of the demonized bike echoed. His 1,000 demonic hands covered in scarlet evil eyes had already surged like a tide toward Aegis, countless devouring magic rays bursting from the eyes trying to tear a gap in the gray-white light membrane. But those unstoppable magic energies which could even devour order energy vanished like snow meeting fire the moment they touched the gray-white rays. What made his scalp tingle was that the rays traced back along the magic ray trajectories, instantly entangling his foremost dozen demonic hands. Without any buffer, those dozen hands covered in evil eyes began to dissolve into nothingness, from the fingertips vanishing completely before any pain could be transmitted. Damn! Bike cursed, forcibly severing his own demonic hands, using the recoil to retreat rapidly. But Aegis's rays clung like a stubborn affliction, pursuing relentlessly. One grazed his demonic body, leaving a gray-white gash deep enough to reveal bone, and the magic energy within him began to dissipate rapidly along the fissure. He crashed heavily into the wreckage of the main console behind him. He tried to land stylishly and steady himself, but his foot slipped on a round metal fragment, nearly falling flat on his rear. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, using his remaining demonic hand to brace against the ground and stabilize himself while still managing to fling a magic barrier at the pursuing rays, sneering stubbornly, "Ha, just a defective product of order, that's all you've got." No sooner had he spoken than a trickle of dark red demon blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped it away with the back of his hand and even sneaked the severed twisted-eyed demon hand behind his back, his Tsundra demeanor a stark contrast to the sinister ferocious demon god image from moments ago, making Yamcha beside him twitch his mouth. What kind of time is this to keep putting on airs? Yamcha, frantically dodging the flying gray-white rays in his panic, slammed his elbow hard into the console interface. The Imperial Seal fragment inserted by Deluo instantly blazed with glaring golden light. The next second the once entirely grey main screen began flickering wildly. Deluo's eyes lit up, backdoor connected. Quick! Find the vulnerability in the core permissions. Yamcha stared at the screen, but what popped up froze both him and Deluo in place. There was no top-secret core permission, no backdoor to the ultimate defense system. On the screen were several ridiculously mundane folders: 7th Hub, this week's executive attendance statistics, incomplete sacred canteen, this week's menu update, order energy porridge, law compressed bread, supernova fried chicken legs limited to 2 per day for high-level executives, cross-dimensional shuttle bus, latest schedule including morning peak, delay warning, probationary executive complaint, mailbox. 99 unread. Yamcha was dumbfounded, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling. No way. This is the internal system of the highest cosmic order court. They even have attendance and canteen purchase limits. Deluo's face was as dark as a pot bottom, shoving Yamcha aside. Don't touch these useless things. Dig deeper. But Yamcha's fingers had already uncontrollably clicked on the complaint mailbox, and its contents were even more absurd. Complaint. The supernova fried chicken legs in the canteen sold out early again this week. Why aren't high-level executives limited? Complaint. Meditation room No. 3 was occupied by a high-level executive for 3 whole days. We probationary executives don't even have a place to meditate. Complaint. The monitoring shift schedule is totally unreasonable. Why am I stuck on the late-night shift for a whole week? Just as Deluo was about to explode from anger at all this nonsense, Yamcha's fingers suddenly halted. At the bottom of the mailbox he discovered a hidden folder marked Top Secret, Viewing Prohibited. The accidental bumbling earlier had actually used the Imperial Seal fragment's permission to decrypt it. The folder was named Civilization Harvest Plan, Full Sector Execution Archive. Deluo. Yamcha's voice instantly shed all its playfulness, becoming immensely heavy. I found the truth about them. The next moment countless documents, images and data cascaded like a waterfall across the entire screen. The so-called all-dimensional court was never a sacred hall guarding the cosmic order. They were the farmers of the universe, and the 300 sectors under their control with countless thriving civilizations were all their carefully cultivated crops. The logical sparks, order energy and civilization essence generated during each civilization's development were the fruits they intended to harvest. Once a civilization's development touched the boundaries they set or gave birth to an existence that could threaten their rule, they would immediately initiate a liquidation procedure, label the entire civilization as logic pollution, erase it completely with the zeroing law, and harvest all its essence energy. And that silent dark domain was not a graveyard for the systems damaged, but the final resting place of countless civilizations that had been thoroughly harvested, leaving not even a trace of existence. On the screen a stream of civilization numbers marked as harvested flashed by, finally stopping at a glaring line of text: Sector 73, Alpha Civilization, Harvest Complete, Execution Time 300 Cosmic Years Ago, Executor First Liquidator, Aegis. Accompanying image slowly played a blue planet with a highly advanced technological civilization, joyful crowds and a face that matched Deluo's, the image of an older man. The next second pure white zeroing light engulfed the entire planet and everything turned to nothingness in an instant. Deluo's body was completely frozen. He stared fixedly at the image on the screen, and the golden data bloodstain beneath his right eye began to glow with a piercing light. The mask of cold detachment he had maintained for so long shattered completely in that moment. Alpha Civilization was my homeworld. His voice was soft yet carried a tremor of blood-deep hatred suppressed for 300 years. The man in the image is my father, the leader of Alpha Civilization. When Aegis launched the harvest, he used the last energy of the entire civilization to send this Imperial Seal fragment and me, still a baby, out of the planet about to be zeroed. I watched with my own eyes as my home, my family, my entire civilization were harvested clean like crops before me by these lofty farmers, leaving not a trace. He spun around sharply, his scarlet gaze locked onto Aegis in the void, clutching the crack-covered Imperial Seal fragment tightly. The coldness in his voice finally had a source. I have traveled countless parallel universes, trodden every piece of civilization debris in the dark domain. I have seen countless civilizations, you killed countless survivors like me who lost their homes. I stripped Wukong of his emotions and forged this ultimate weapon, not for some damn conquest of the universe, not for some supreme authority. I just want to make you bastards hiding in the divine realm and treating others' lives as crops pay a bloody price. At that moment Aegis's scale tilted again. This time it was a complete unreserved tilt. Those who disturb order shall be executed. The moment the ancient voice fell, a boundless grey-white zeroing tide enough to cover the entire 7th hub surged toward everyone like a tsunami. This time it was no longer slender rays but a true indiscriminate zeroing law. Where it passed even the void was completely erased as if the entire universe would return to the initial nothingness singularity. Wukong's original sin energy around him was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before this tide. The dark red barrier he raised began to dissolve and disintegrate at a visible speed the moment it touched the gray-white wave. His body starting from his fingertips was covered in dense gray-white cracks. The excruciating pain of disintegration even in his emotion-stripped weapon form could not be fully shielded. His movements for the first time stuttered. Not because of insufficient energy, not because of physical disintegration, but because of the white light sphere in De Luo's arms, the unit of reason that had been stripped away, which had already burst out of the storage pod. It was now erupting with unprecedented blinding white light like a wildly beating heart, generating an extreme causal resonance with his soul across physical isolation. Countless images flooded into his consciousness like a tide. There was the sunset on Mount Paozu, the smiling face of Gohan diving into his arms, the sight of Krillin and him arm in arm drinking Bulma, hands on hips complaining about him causing trouble again, the leisurely Master Roshi sipping a drink by the seaside, and the probationary executive huddled in the ruins, tears streaming down her face, eyes full of fear. Stop. They are not mistakes. They are lives. I am Sun Wukong. You are not a weapon. You are me. The voice of Sun Wukong etched into his bones grew clearer and louder, breaking through the bottom-level logic shackles of the weapon form. Just as the gray-white tide was about to engulf Wukong's entire body, his right hand, which had been gathering the last remnants of energy for a final desperate strike, suddenly twitched violently and stiffened. Then under De Luo's incredulous gaze his body made a move completely contrary to the elimination command. He spun around rapidly and reached out to catch Yamcha, who had been flung away by the tide's aftershock. Yamcha, still holding in his mouth a half-eaten supernova fried chicken leg he had picked up from the broken vending machine, hung in midair with a bewildered look, staring at the figure before him, whose dark crimson pupils had for the first time flickered with a trace of clear blue light. Immediately after, Wukong's other hand reached back and grabbed the probationary executive cowering in the corner, about to be swallowed by the gray-white tide, pulling her behind him. The entire movement was fluid and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. It was not a cold instruction but the instinct of protection etched into his soul. Wukong. What are you doing? De Luo roared, his eyes splitting with rage. Execute the elimination command. You are the ultimate weapon I forged. Wukong slowly turned his head. His lips parted slightly, releasing two overlapping voices. One was a cold, emotionless, mechanical synthesized voice, the other was the familiar, hearty and resolute voice of Sun Wukong. Eliminate. No. It is protect. In that instant the white rational light sphere floating in midair transformed into a streak of light plunging into Wukong's brow. The dark red original sin energy and the clear white rational light wildly intertwined, clashed and merged within his body. The space around him began to crack with dense spatial fissures, on one side the blood-red domain of destruction and formatting, on the other the warm golden light of life and protection. Aegis's zeroing tide had already crashed before him. Everyone thought he would use the power of merged reason and original sin to resist this zeroing law that could erase everything. But no one expected that Wukong's feet planted firmly in the void, his hands slowly retracted, and he assumed a stance all too familiar, etched into his entire life. A move that he in his weapon form had never performed, a move belonging to Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. A dazzling shockwave merging dark red original sin, white reason and the most primal golden light of a Saiyan erupted from his palms like a roaring dragon, charging head-on into the boundless gray-white zeroing tide. The moment these two forces capable of rewriting cosmic rules collided, the entire seventh hub, the entire star region and even time itself came to a complete standstill. And in Wukong's pupils the dark red and the clear blue finally completed their first unreserved fusion. The blazing stars and the unbalanced scales, the moment two forces that could rewrite the rules of the star sector collided, the frozen time finally shattered into pieces. There was no earth-shattering roar as expected, only an extreme, almost silent tremor. The Kamehameha unleashed from Wukong's palm like a dragon imbued with the dual radiance of life and destruction charged headlong into the boundless gray-white tide of nullification. That nullification law which could erase an entire civilization was supposed to reduce everything it touched back to a singularity of nothingness. Yet this time it failed to dissolve this shockwave as it had previously dissolved the energies of primal sin. For at the core of this Kamehameha was no longer mere violent primal sin nor cold logic and order, but the most fundamental will to live that belonged to the very existence of Sun Wukong. The essence of nullification is nothingness, while Wukong's power is existence. It was the wind of Mount Paozu, the laughter of companions, the indomitable obsession that refused to fall in countless desperate situations, and the core intention engraved in his soul, to protect and to grow stronger, that could never be erased even when stripped by both physics and logic. Before the shockwave interwoven with golden light and dark crimson, the gray-white tide melted and dissipated at a visible speed like snow encountering a scorching iron. The torrent of the nullification law meant to completely zero out the entire seventh hub was forcibly torn open by this pure extreme Kamehameha, creating a gap that pierced through from beginning to end. Holy crap. Awesome. Yamcha was still being carried behind Wukong from earlier, the half-eaten supernova fried chicken leg in his mouth dropping to the ground. He fumbled to catch the drumstick, staring at the scene that defied understanding, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "This is the Wukong I know." The cold-blooded killing machine from before was scarier than when Vegeta throws a tantrum. Beside him, the probationary executive officer Ryan, whom Wukong had saved, was trembling as he raised his order staff, but the blade of light wouldn't light up. In his nervousness he pressed the wrong button, triggering the staff's built-in attendance function, which emitted a mechanical beep, ding, late warning. Yamcha's mouth twitched so hard it nearly reached his ears, and he grabbed Ryan's hand saying, "Bro, what are you doing clocking in at a time like this? How did you even become an executive officer?" Ryan's face flushed bright red and tears were almost spilling as his voice trembled like a sieve. "I've only been on the job for 3 days. I haven't even finished my orientation training. Today was supposed to be my first day on duty and I haven't even activated my cafeteria meal card yet." "Haven't activated your meal card?" Piccolo, who was leaning against the main console recovering, suddenly raised an eyebrow. He tossed a small clump of condensed order energy into Ryan's hand, his tone still fierce. "This can temporarily activate your permissions. Don't just stand there shaking. Go turn on every monitor that's still working over there so we don't get ambushed." Ryan stood frozen, staring at the clump of order energy that should have been incompatible with demonic power, then at the demon covered in black Sanskrit tattoos and 1,000 evil eyes who had just saved him. He couldn't react for a long time. "What are you looking at?" Piccolo's face darkened as all his evil eyes glared at Ryan. "If you don't go, the next one to be nullified will be you." Though his words were harsh, he subtly shifted his body, using his demonic form to shield Ryan from the dissipating gray-white aftermath. On his dark green skin, the cracks carved by the nullification rays were healing at a visible rate. The order energy he had absorbed from the executive officer was finally taking effect, allowing his demonic body to undergo a new transformation. At the very center of the battlefield, Wukong slowly lowered his hands. The residual waves of the Kamehameha had completely dissipated and Aegis's nullification tide had mostly receded. The two figures stood facing each other in the void. Wukong's long deep purple hair still fluttered gently in the chaotic energy currents. In his dark red pupils, which had once been cold and lifeless, a clear star-like blue light now surged. The orb of reason that had merged into his forehead had long since become one with his soul. The emotions that had been stripped away, the memories that had been sealed, and the compassion and kindness that Darrow had deemed useless redundancies, all had returned to this body, achieving an unprecedented perfect fusion with the violent primal sin drive. He was no longer the cold weapon in Darrow's hands that only executed erasure commands, nor the Saiyan who fought solely on instinct. He was whole, the true son Wukong. "You have broken the law of nullification." Aegis's ancient indifferent voice sounded again. His tightly shut eyes seemed to twitch slightly and the scales in his hand wobbled for the first time, showing signs of instability. The fusion of disorderly primal sin and weak emotions should be the most unstable logical contaminant. How can it resist the absolute order's authority of nullification? Wukong flexed his wrist and the corner of his mouth curled into a familiar hearty smile, a smile that had vanished ever since he became a weapon form. "Because your order is not true order at all." He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Aegis, his voice carrying no hostility but an unshakable conviction. "You erase all lives that disobey you and harvest all civilizations that don't grow according to your rules. That's not preserving order, it's just your fear of losing control, your fear of life developing beyond your expectations." "Nonsense," Aegis said, his voice showing the first trace of a subtle fluctuation. "Absolute order is the only way to ensure the eternal stability of the universe. Disordered freedom only brings destruction and chaos." "Not necessarily." Wukong's feet pushed off the ground and his figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Aegis. He didn't use the logic erasure technique that could format everything, nor did he gather the devastating primal sin energy. He simply clenched his fist and, using the purest martial arts technique ingrained in his bones, punched straight at Aegis's scales. This punch had no flashy rule-based special effects, but it combined the ferocity of the Saiyan bloodline, the logical weight of the primal sin drive, and the precise control after reason returned. Where the fist wind passed, even the space frozen by the nullification law rippled with layers of waves. Aegis immediately mobilized order energy, condensing dozens of layers of gray-white light barriers in front of him. But this time Wukong's fist didn't get nullified like the logic needles before. Instead it was like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, shattering the light barriers layer by layer. The collision between the fist and the scales finally erupted with a thunderous roar. Aegis's body was shaken backward for the first time, sliding hundreds of meters. The scales in his hand shook violently, and the two sides that had always been perfectly balanced tilted toward Wukong's direction by a barely perceptible angle. Wukong flipped in the air from the recoil, landed steadily, and his smile grew wider. See? Your absolute order isn't unbreakable after all. You're asking for death. Aegis was finally enraged. The scales in his hand flipped violently, and the pure white light behind him surged again. This time at the end of the light countless divine stars faintly appeared. All the sentinel stations, hubs and core temples of the Kuan court distributed across 300 sectors were pouring their order authority into him. Activate the highest liquidation authority. Summon the order core of the entire star sector. Execute full domain nullification. The ancient decree echoed through the void, and the ruins of the seventh hub began to tremble violently. The nullification power, dozens of times stronger than before, began to condense in Aegis's hands. This time he wasn't just targeting the seventh hub. He was going to zero out the entire star sector, all civilizations that had been exposed to logical contamination, in one go. Not good. He's going to drag the entire star sector down with him. Darrow's face turned pale instantly. He was now crouched with Yamucha in front of the main console, their fingers flying across the keyboard so fast that they left afterimages. In the past few moments they had completely cracked the internal broadcast system of the Kuan court. Yamucha. Is the file ready? Ready. All imported. Yamucha slammed the enter key, muttering as he did, "What the hell is this code you wrote? No comments at all. I almost crashed your system. You're gonna pay me double for the repair fee. No, 10 times. Less chatter. Full band broadcast. Now. Immediately." Darrow yelled, then added, 10 times it is. As long as we can expose these bastards, I'll give you 100 times. The moment the enter key was pressed, the file containing all the archives of the civilization harvest plan, the video evidence of harvested civilizations in 300 sectors, and even the internal attendance records, cafeteria limited menus, and executive officer complaint letters of the Kuan court, using the highest authority of the Imperial Seal fragment, ignored all dimensional barriers and signal jamming, and spread like wildfire across the 300 sectors under the Kuan court's control, to every civilization, every sentinel station, and every executive officer's terminal. The entire star sector fell silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. On the main screen the blue dots that represented the Kuan court sentinel stations began flashing wildly, one after another. Countless communication requests, alarm signals, and protest waves surged into the main console of the seventh hub like a tidal wave. What? Our civilization was just a crop they cultivated. The supernova explosion in our galaxy 3 years ago wasn't a natural phenomenon, it was their harvest. Why can high-ranking executive officers eat fried chicken legs whenever they want, while we low-level ones don't even get overtime pay? I work night shifts every day and the headquarters people slack off all the time. Rebellion. Across 300 sectors, countless civilizations that had been kept in the dark and countless oppressed low-level executive officers erupted simultaneously. The sentinel stations that had been supplying energy to Aegis cut off their authority one by one. Many stations were even captured by local civilization rebel forces. The ruling foundation of the Kuan court from the very bottom began to collapse completely. In the void Aegis's body stiffened. He could clearly perceive that the order authority that had been pouring into him was now draining away at an alarming rate. The scales in his hand began to shake uncontrollably. The half-formed full-domain nullification command, due to insufficient authority, produced a logical error. Gray-white energy currents wildly surged around him, nearly backlashing on himself. Impossible. Under absolute order there should be no rebellion. Aegis's voice showed panic for the first time. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, revealing gray-white pupils with no irises staring fixedly at Wukong. It's all your fault. You have contaminated the absolute order. He completely abandoned the full domain nullification command and condensed all his remaining authority into the scales in his hand. The entire scale erupted with blinding pure white light, transforming into a blade of order that could sever all laws, then slashed down fiercely toward Wukong. This strike gathered all the power of the first liquidator, a desperate final blow staking the dignity of the entire Kuan court. Wukong! Watch out! Piccolo's angry roar rang out. His 1,000 demonic hands stretched out simultaneously, forming dozens of overlapping demonic energy barriers in front of Wukong. But the moment the order blade descended, all the barriers shattered like paper. Piccolo let out a muffled groan, spitting another mouthful of demon blood, and his body was knocked back, slamming hard into the ruins. At the same time Darrow poured all the remaining energy of the Imperial Seal fragment into Wukong's body. Golden light enveloped Wukong as Darrow gritted his teeth and roared, "Wukong. This is my debt to you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you as a weapon. You are Sun Wukong. You always have been." Ryan also raised his staff which had finally lit up and charged forward with trembling legs using all his strength to erect a small order barrier even though he knew it couldn't hold against the order blade for even a second. Looking at the companions who stood in front of him and at the countless civilizations far away in the star sector that were fighting for freedom, Wukong's pupils saw the complete fusion of gold and dark crimson. He finally understood this power driven by primal sin was never meant for destruction and killing. It was for protection. Kaioken. 20 times Kaioken activated with a roar. The power that fused primal sin with reason, destruction with protection, surged wildly within him. Wukong did not retreat a single step. He reached out his hands and barehanded he grabbed at the descending order blade. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. But the next second something astonishing happened. As Wukong's hands touched the order blade they were not severed nor nullified. The power erupting from his palms was not to resist, not to destroy, but to reconstruct. That blade of law condensed from absolute order under his palms gradually shed its cold gray-white and was dyed with a warm golden light. The power that was meant to sever everything was in his hands, disassembled and reconstructed bit by bit, transforming into the purest undifferentiated life energy. This was his true ultimate ability after fusing reason and primal sin, rule reconstruction. You want to nullify everything, so I will reshape everything. You want to freeze all possibilities, so I will let life bloom into countless flowers. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Aegis let out an unprecedented roar, frantically driving the remaining authority within him to nullify Wukong. But his power upon touching the golden light around Wukong was instantly reconstructed into energy that nourished his opponent. Wukong slowly raised his head, looking at the collapsing Aegis, and said softly, "You see, there is no absolute order. The reason the universe is interesting is that it never follows anyone's script." He exerted a little force with his hands. The order blade shattered completely into golden specks of light that filled the sky. Then he threw a punch, not carrying any killing intent but containing the power to overturn all rules, and slammed it fiercely into the scales in Aegis's hand. Crack, a crisp sound of breaking echoed through the dead silent void. The scales, which had symbolized the absolute balance of the Kuan Yuan court and had never tilted even a fraction since their birth, now cracked from the central pivot, spreading a dense network of spiderweb-like fractures. The two ends of the scales completely lost their balance and hung heavily downward. Aegis's body began to show large patches of gray-white cracks. His authority came from the scales, from the order rules of the Kuan Yuan court, and now that the scales were shattered and the rules collapsed, his very existence began to disintegrate. He looked at Wukong, and in his gray-white pupils there appeared for the first time bewilderment and a hint of barely perceptible relief. So this is the possibility of life. His body gradually dissolved into countless specks of light, not nullified but transformed into the purest energy, scattering into the void. Just before he completely dissipated, he cast one last look at the edge of the star chart and left behind his final ancient words, "The core divine realm of the Kuan Yuan court has awakened. What you will face is the source of order, the first god king of the Kuan Yuan court." As his voice faded, the last specks of light vanished completely into the void. The entire seventh hub fell silent at last. Wukong dispelled the energy around him and turned to look at the others behind him. Piccolo was limping out of the ruins, still stubbornly brushing dust off his clothes. Yamcha was hugging the main console, cheering wildly at the rebellion signals filling the screen. Darrow was bowing his head, staring at the Imperial Seal fragment in his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly. Ryan was frantically messaging his surviving colleagues, muttering, "Finally I can go to the cafeteria for fried chicken legs." Wukong laughed a hearty laugh. But at that moment the entire main screen was once again covered by a blinding golden light. At the edge of the star chart in the forbidden region known as the core divine realm of the Kuan Yuan court, countless golden rays more dazzling than the sun lit up simultaneously. A divine presence hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than Aegis ignored all spatial distances and descended upon the ruins. On the screen a line of golden text as if written with stellar fire slowly appeared. "The divine realm portal has opened. You rebels, having overturned the chessboard, come to the divine realm to face the final judgment of the God King." Then a golden portal spanning countless dimensions and constructed from pure divine order slowly opened above the ruins of the seventh hub. Beyond the portal lay endless temples, flowing rivers of order, light, and the final most powerful force of the Kuan Yuan court. Darrow raised his head sharply, gripping the Imperial Seal fragment tightly. The confusion in his eyes faded, replaced by resolve. Yamcha wailed and collapsed to the ground. Seriously. We just finished a big one and there's an even bigger one. Can I apply for a vacation back to Earth first? Piccolo snorted coldly, retracting all his 1,000 demonic hands, and his demonic energy surged again. Less talk. If we're going, we go together. Can't let Wukong go alone. Ryan also gripped his order staff, nodding firmly even though his legs were still shaking. I am going too. I know the internal structure of the divine realm. I learned it in orientation. All eyes fell on Wukong. Wukong looked up at the golden radiant portal of the divine realm, and the corner of his mouth once again curled into a familiar battle-ready smile. He clenched his fist and the golden light around him blazed again. All right. Since they invited us, let's go and storm this so-called divine realm. Let's see how powerful these lofty god kings really are. With that he leaped up first, flying toward the golden portal. Behind him Darrow, Piccolo, Yamcha and the rookie executive officer Ryan all followed, one by one leaping into the portal. The golden portal slowly closed after they entered. On the other side of the portal the 12 main gods of the Quan Yuan court were already waiting in full formation beneath the throne of the God King. This final battle between order and freedom, harvest and rebellion was finally about to reach its conclusion atop the sacred divine realm. The moment they passed through the golden portal, a heavy soul-crushing pressure of order laws instantly enveloped everyone. Here there was no celestial paradise of misty clouds and jade towers as imagined, only a vast infinite expanse constructed from pure platinum white laws. Every brick underfoot was a solidified cosmic constant, the sky above was flowing star tracks of the entire sector, even the air inhaled was filled with dense unquestionable order laws. Here any unauthorized action or thought beyond the rules would instantly trigger punishment mechanisms, and not even a speck of dust dared to drift arbitrarily. Damn. This place is too oppressive. Yamcha had just opened his mouth to complain half a sentence when his whole body suddenly froze, his hair standing on end and his chi instantly went haywire. Around his ankle a ring of pale blue law chains had somehow coiled, sizzling as they burrowed into his bones, and a translucent prompt box appeared on the screen, detected unauthorized noise violating Article 17 of the Divine Realm Order Convention, executing Level 1 punishment. Shut up quickly. Lion frantically pulled out his own trainee executive terminal, pressed a bunch of buttons on Yamcha's ankle and finally managed to unlock the law chains, his face pale with fear. Every inch of space in the divine realm is under rule surveillance. Don't even speak loudly, even silently cursing the God King in your heart might be detected. During my pre-service training I spent 3 months memorizing the convention, failed 3 times before passing the makeup exam. No way. Even cursing in your heart isn't allowed. Yamcha quickly covered his mouth, not daring even to have silent complaints, only daring to vent wildly in his mind. But the moment he had the thought, the law chains on his ankle lit up again, startling him into a blank mind, turning him into a completely emotionless wooden stake. Bike looked at him and couldn't help but snicker, but the next second his own demonic body also felt a sharp pain. The order laws of the divine realm were inherently repressive to demonic energy. The black Sanskrit characters around his body began to flicker and the crimson light in his 1,000 evil eyes dimmed somewhat. But instead of retreating he stepped forward, and the demonic energy around him instantly merged with the order energy he had previously devoured, forcibly opening up a domain of his own unconstrained within this airtight cage of rules. Pretentious rules trying to trap me. Bike snorted coldly, all his evil eyes lighting up at once, forcibly crushing the order laws within a dozen meters around him, creating a safe zone for the group. He added stubbornly, don't just stand there. If you want to die, go ahead. I don't want to stay in this damn place a second longer. Daluo walked at the front, tightly clutching the cracked remnant of the imperial seal. Since entering the divine realm the remnant had been burning hot and emitting a buzzing sound as if resonating with something long lost in this realm. His gaze swept over the grand yet lifeless temple buildings, and the golden data bloodstain beneath his right eye lit up again. The emotion suppressed for 300 years finally found a focal point at this moment. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the anticipated layers of guards and impenetrable defensive formations never appeared. On the contrary, after walking less than a kilometer they saw a group of low-level executives in uniforms holding signs written with order-like membranes huddled in the corner of the temple. The sign's content was absurdly laughable: oppose unlimited overtime. We want weekends off. Protest the cafeteria privileges of high-level main gods. Fried chicken legs must be limited to all. Reject the God King's one-man rule. We want the right to know. Seeing Wukong and his group approaching, these low-level executives, instead of drawing their swords to fight, fled in panic. The one running in front even turned back and shouted, "We're not fighting. We've long wanted to quit. If you're looking for the God King, go ahead. The main temple is at the end of the star tracks. We're just here to slack off and protest. Yamcha was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open for a long time. Wait. We haven't even started fighting yet and they've already revolted on their own. You think your previous all-sector broadcasts were for nothing? A rare faint smile tugged at the corner of Daluo's mouth. 300 sectors, countless harvested civilizations, and these grassroots employees who have been exploited for tens of thousands of years, they've long been dissatisfied with this so-called sacred court. We just lit the first spark. Now the whole prairie is burning. As his words fell, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant Star Track sky. 12 figures radiating terrifying pressure broke through the Star Track clouds, blocking the group's path. The 12 main gods of the Omniverse Court had finally appeared. These 12 individuals each governed a core law of the universe, surrounded by order auras hundreds of times stronger than the previous high-level executives. They were the highest power core of the Omniverse Court, second only to the God King. But upon closer inspection their states were vastly different. Some were full of rage, their energy ready to burst, loyal to the God King. Some were exhausted with perfunctory looks, clearly forced to come to work. Others even held unfinished lunchboxes, sauce on their lips, obviously dragged from the cafeteria. Are you the rebels who disrupted the order of the entire sector? The war main god, standing in the center holding an order spear, his killing intent almost materialized, shouted sternly, blaspheming the sacred court, inciting the lower ranks to rebel. Today I will zero you all out as a warning. Stop with this useless talk. The logistics main god beside him, looking utterly hopeless, put down his lunchbox and rolled his eyes. Do you know you've collapsed the supply chain of the entire sector? The supernova fried chicken legs in the Divine Realm cafeteria have been out of stock for 3 days. Because of you, the logistics manager was blocked at the cafeteria entrance and cursed at for 2 whole days. Hearing this, Yamcha immediately perked up and chimed in, brother. You can't blame us for this. Blame your God King. If he hadn't been harvesting civilizations and creating class privileges, would we have overturned the table? Think about it, you work your ass off managing logistics every day while high-level main gods eat unlimited fried chicken legs every meal and you don't even get overtime pay. Does that sit well with you? The logistics main god was stunned for a moment, looked down at his empty lunchbox, then at the righteous-looking war main god beside him, silently lowered his order scepter and stepped back. You guys fight your fight. I'm just passing by, not getting involved. The war main god's face turned green with rage. You. How dare you desert on the battlefield? Cut the act. The logistics main god rolled his eyes. The God King is in seclusion in the temple every day. We do all the work, we take all the blame. Now that they've come to our doorstep, if you want to sacrifice yourself, go ahead. I'm not joining. As soon as he finished, 3 more of the 12 main gods silently stepped aside, clearly indicating they were going to slack off. The scene of dividing the enemy before even starting the fight left Lion dumbfounded. He whispered to Yamcha, in my pre-service training I was told the 12 main gods were sacred and inviolable incarnations of order. How is this completely different from what I imagined? Silly child, where there are people there is slacking off. The divine realm is no exception. Yamcha patted his shoulder with the look of a seasoned veteran. Watch closely. Today Big Brother will show you what a real spirit bomb is. The next second the final battle before the endgame erupted. Bike was the first to charge out, confronting the shadow main god who governed the laws of darkness and demonic energy. He was the only main god in the entire Omniverse Court capable of manipulating the law of darkness and the one most repressive to Bike. The shadow main god raised his hand and boundless darkness swallowed the entire space, countless beams of order demonic energy bombarding Bike. He sneered, lowly demonic remnant, how dare you defile the sacred divine realm? Today I will make you understand that darkness must always bow to order. Bow. Bike's laughter carried a bone-chilling coldness. 1,000 demonic hands extended simultaneously, all evil eyes lighting up at this moment. You don't understand darkness, let alone what true power is. Your so-called order is nothing but a sacred shell covering filthy desires. He did not dodge the incoming demonic energy but instead spread his arms, allowing the order demonic energy to surge into his demonic body. The order energy he had devoured from countless executives finally awakened, completely merging with the Namekian bloodline and demonic origin within him in a final fusion. The order demonic energy that was meant to tear him apart was gradually dismantled and reconstructed within his body, eventually becoming his own power. Under the shadow main god's incredulous gaze, Bike's demonic body swelled and the black Sanskrit characters around him transformed into law black holes that could devour everything. He reached out and grabbed the shadow main god's throat, the devouring force in his palm spinning wildly, directly extracting the law core from the other's body and crushing it to pieces. With such little ability you are worthy of governing the law of darkness. Bike casually tossed the powerless shadow main god aside the cracks on his demonic body, healing rapidly, completing his final transformation. He had finally found the balance between demonkind and Namekian's darkness and order, no longer the demonized being driven by hatred. On the other side, Daluo also faced the wisdom main god who governed the laws of technology and logic. There was no earth-shattering energy collision between them, only a silent but extremely perilous logical duel. The wisdom main god was the designer of all the underlying architecture of the Omniverse Court and one of the core executors who led the harvest of the Alpha civilization. He looked at the Imperial Seal remnant in Daluo's hand, a contemptuous smile on his face. A lowly remnant of a harvested civilization dares to talk about logic and technology before me. Back then I could erase your entire civilization, today I can zero you out completely. With that he raised his hand and countless logic shackles shot toward Daluo, aiming to directly delete Daluo's existence code. But Daluo was prepared. He inserted the Imperial Seal remnant into his portable terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard so fast they left afterimages. 300 years of enduring hardships, countless days and nights of reverse engineering, all erupted at this moment. The underlying architecture you designed should have been obsolete 300 years ago. Daluo's voice was cold, but his eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. You think the Imperial Seal remnant is just a permission key? Inside it lies the ultimate virus written with the lives of the entire Alpha civilization, targeting your Omniverse court system. He slammed the enter key. The order aura around the wisdom main god instantly went haywire. The logic core he relied on began to report errors wildly and disintegrate. He watched the law power rapidly fading from his body, his contempt turning into extreme terror. He let out a piercing shriek, but could only watch helplessly as his existence code was dismantled and erased bit by the vengeance virus from 300 years ago. Daluo watched him completely dissipate into the void and slowly closed his eyes. The blood feud of 300 years had finally been avenged at this moment. He was no longer the cold madman living only for revenge, he could finally let go of his obsession and look toward a brighter future. And the most surprising of all was the duo of Yamucha and Lion. They were up against the Insight main god who governed all surveillance and dispatching in the Divine Realm. The opponent controlled all surveillance nodes in the Divine Realm and could predict their every move. Yamucha's spirit bomb couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes, and he almost got hit by the opponent's law attack several times. Don't panic. Lion, seeing Yamucha flustered, suddenly shouted. I learned this in pre-service training. The Divine Realm surveillance system has an ultimate loophole. Every surveillance node relies on the energy of the star tracks. The gap between star track operations is the blind spot of surveillance. He can predict our moves, but he can't escape the rules of the star tracks. He immediately pulled out his terminal, quickly calculated the time and coordinates of the next star track operation gap and shouted to Yamucha, 3 o'clock direction. Distance 800 meters. 3 seconds. Now. Without any hesitation, Yamucha instantly gathered all his chi into his palm and fired an oversized spirit bomb condensed with all his power toward the coordinates Lion had indicated. Sure enough, the Insight main god, in order to dodge the spirit bomb, instinctively retreated into the blind spot of the star tracks. The moment he entered the blind spot, all surveillance permissions failed and his precognition ability was completely nullified. Yamucha seized this fleeting opportunity, flashed forward and punched him hard in the face, sending the lofty main god flying hundreds of meters away, knocked unconscious in the ruins. Done. Yamucha dusted off his hands, whistled, finally shedding the label of crouching and defending that had stuck with him for so long, and smiled brightly. Lion also jumped up excitedly, and he used his terminal to unlock permanent access to the Divine Realm cafeteria, muttering about finally being able to eat unlimited fried chicken legs. In less than 10 minutes the 12 main gods were either dead, unconscious, or defected, completely annihilated. The last barrier blocking the main temple had vanished. The group moved forward and finally reached the end of the star tracks before the main temple, floating above the endless river of order, light too magnificent to be described in words. The temple gates, thousands of meters high, were forged from pure stellar cores engraved with all the laws and conventions of the Omniverse Court since its inception. And that immensely heavy gate, the moment the group reached it, silently opened by itself. Inside the temple there was no superfluous decoration, only an infinitely extending space flowing with golden rivers of light. At the end of the river of light, on a throne that towered into the clouds, sat a figure. He wore a simple white robe, his hair gray, his face aged. He radiated no terrifying pressure, no dazzling order aura, just like an ordinary elderly man. Yet his mere presence caused the laws of the entire Divine Realm to bow in submission spontaneously. He was the founder of the Omniverse Court, the first God King, the source of order in the entire sector, and the ultimate decision-maker of countless civilization harvesting plans. You have come. The old calm voice echoed in the empty temple without anger or murderous intent, only a weariness and indifference that had seen through endless ages. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils as deep as the cosmos. His gaze swept over the group and finally settled on Wukong. I have seen countless rebels like you. Some were gifted civilization leaders, some were strong ones who broke free from the shackles of order, some were even main gods I personally cultivated. But in the end they were all zeroed out by me. The God King's finger gently tapped and countless images slowly unfolded before the group. They were images of one harvested civilization after another, one rebellion and suppression after another, and the entire process of the universe's birth and collapse. And what no one expected was that the founder of the Omniverse Court, this lofty God King, was actually the sole survivor of the previous cosmic era. Before the birth of your current universe there was a glorious era. The civilizations there possessed technology and power beyond your imagination. They broke all rules, shed all constraints, and enjoyed infinite freedom. The God King's voice carried infinite sadness, but in the end infinite freedom brought infinite war and desire. The slaughter among civilizations eventually detonated the core of the universe. The entire era, all life, all civilizations were completely zeroed out in a great collapse, turning into nothingness. Only I survived, witnessing everything I had protected turn to ashes before my eyes. So I established the Omniverse Court and created absolute order. I harvest civilizations that develop too quickly, not for plunder but to prevent them from repeating the mistakes of the previous era. Only absolute order can ensure the eternal stability of the universe. Only by extinguishing those out-of-control possibilities can more lives survive. He looked at Wukong, his golden eyes holding a hint of confusion and regret. You possess the power to overturn the entire order, yet you choose to oppose me, oppose the absolute order that can make the universe eternal for the sake of those fragile lives that could perish at any moment, for those illusory possibilities. What in the end are you fighting for? Daluo clenched the imperial seal remnant and roared harshly, for the civilizations you harvested like crops. For the lives you personally erased. Your so-called eternity is nothing but a cage built with the blood and lives of countless beings. A cage. The God King shook his head gently. Even a cage can allow life to survive. But the freedom you seek will only bring destruction in the end. That's not true. The silent Wukong finally spoke. He stepped forward and the golden light and dark red energy around him slowly lit up again. The power that fused reason and original sin, protection and destruction, circulated steadily within him, forming a warm domain that made all life feel safe. He looked at the God King on the throne with no anger on his face, only utmost earnestness. You are just afraid. Afraid of the uncertainty of the future, afraid of the possibilities you can't foresee, so you lock all life in cages and snuff out any potential for error. But the reason the universe is interesting and life is precious is precisely because it never follows anyone's script. Wukong laughed a hearty laugh, just like the carefree Saiyan on Paozu Mountain, yet his eyes burned with a light that could illuminate the entire universe. Even if the future may bring war and destruction, so what? We will do our utmost to protect, to fight, to create a better future. Not like you who reject all beginnings out of fear of endings. Your so-called absolute order is nothing but a prison you built for yourself. Now we are going to smash this prison completely. The moment his words fell, the power within Wukong finally erupted without reservation. The ultimate form, fusing Saiyan bloodline, original sin, drive and rational heart, was fully revealed. His hair turned into a dazzling platinum gold and his body was enveloped in intertwining golden and red energy flames. In his pupils lay the sea of stars, infinite possibilities. The God King looked at Wukong before him and a flicker of emotion finally appeared on his aged face. He slowly stood up and the river of order light around him instantly swelled. The laws of the entire divine realm, the entire sector obeyed his command at this moment. Since you are determined to break the order, determined to walk toward destruction, then I will show you the true power of absolute order. I will send you and all the possibilities you protect back to the eternal nothingness before the universe was born. The entire main temple began to tremble violently as two forces capable of rewriting the fate of the universe were about to collide. The infinite possibilities of the universe. The moment the God King's voice fell, the entire main temple and even the entire divine realm were completely engulfed by the boundless golden river of order. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic shockwave, only an extreme, suffocating, all-encompassing pressure of the laws. This first-generation God King, who had lived through two cosmic epochs, finally revealed his true power as the source of order. The moment he raised his hand, the time-space physical laws and logical rules of the entire star sector were all clenched in his palm. Previously, the zeroing authority that Aegis prided itself on was merely a basic technique he could perform at will. Ultimate order, universe reset. The aged voice fell calmly without any murderous intent yet carrying an unquestionable creator-like absolute authority. The river of light in the entire divine realm began to roll back wildly with all laws, energies and traces of existence converging toward the God King's palm. The golden-red intertwined energy flames around Wukong for the first time shook violently in the face of this power capable of restarting the entire universe. It was not a gap in power but a crushing of authority dimensions. The God King was the maker of these order rules while Wukong had always been fighting within these rules. Wukong. He is invoking the law core of the entire star sector. The Luo's roar rose amidst the turbulent currents of the river of light. He slammed the royal seal fragment onto the law array eye on the temple floor and countless golden data streams surged madly along the array eye. The underlying logic of this order had been hard-coded by him using the cosmic core of the previous epoch. Conventional attacks can't break through. I'll lock his authority invocation channel for you, only 10 seconds. His right eye erupted with blinding golden light and his entire body was enveloped by data streams. 300 years of patient endurance, countless days and nights of reverse engineering the Omnicourt system all erupted at this moment. The ultimate virus of the Alpha civilization within the royal seal fragment surged madly into the core system of the divine realm through the law array eye. The river of light that was rolling back suddenly halted for a moment. 10 seconds. The God King raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint sneer appearing on his aged face. Even if I gave you 100 seconds you could never break the rules I set. Before his words faded, Baiku's figure had already broken through the obstruction of the river of light. 1,000 demonic hands extended simultaneously, transforming into a demonic energy barrier that pierced heaven and earth, forcibly blocking in front of Wukong. The power that fused order and darkness, Namek star bloodline and demonic origin, churned wildly within him. Even as the barrier disintegrated rapidly under the crushing pressure of the river of light, even as his demonic body cracked all over again, he did not retreat a single step. Less nonsense. Baiku's roar shook the temple. Behind Wukong there are still us. If you want to touch him, step over my corpse first. And us. The voices of Yamu Cha and Lion rang out simultaneously. The two had already rushed along the side corridor of the temple to the core broadcasting room of the divine realm. Using his probationary executive officer authority and the system backdoor cracked by Yamu Cha, Lion broadcasted the entire battle scene of the main temple along with the truth about the previous epoch from the God King simultaneously to every civilization, every outpost and every terminal in the 300 sectors. Countless voices surged into the main temple along the star tracks and the law network. We don't want absolute order. We want to choose our own future. Even if the future has risks, it's not your place to lock us up like crops. Long live freedom of fried chicken legs. Long live weekends. Countless wills belonging to ordinary lives, to grassroots executives, to survivors of harvested civilizations converged onto Wukong along the law network. That was not energy, not authority, it was the desire of countless lives for freedom, for the future, for possibilities. And these 10 seconds were already enough. Wukong closed his eyes. He did not gather a devastating attack, nor did he try to decipher the God King's order laws. His consciousness, following those converging wills, touched every civilization in the 300 sectors, touched the remaining sparks of civilization in the dark domain, touched the wind of Baozi Mountain, touched the smiling faces of his companions, touched everything he had protected, loved and fought for in his life. The emotions that De Luo deemed useless redundancy and the free will that the God King regarded as the source of chaos at this moment transformed into his strongest power. When he opened his eyes again, the 10-second authority lock had just ended. The God King's universe reset command had already descended with a roar. The boundless river of light was about to reduce everything before it, along with the possibilities of the entire star sector, back to a singularity of nothingness. But Wukong smiled. He slowly raised his hands, not assuming any combat stance but simply opened his palms gently. Rule reconfiguration, resonance of life. The soft words fell and the golden red intertwined light burst forth from his palms. This time it was not destruction, not erasure, not confrontation. That light touched the God King's zeroing river of light. The river of light, which should have been completely zeroed, actually stopped collapsing the moment it touched this light. That cold order energy, which was to return everything to nothingness, gradually shed its piercing chill, took on a warm temperature and turned into specks of golden light like stars in the sky scattering into the void. The God King's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Impossible. The zeroing law is absolute. How could it be reconfigured? Nothing is absolute. Wukong's figure stepped through the specks of light and walked to the God King. The rules you set can lock the laws of the universe, can lock the operation of energy, but you cannot lock the will of life to survive nor the desire of everyone to move toward the future. He raised his hand and gently tapped. Countless images slowly unfolded before the God King. They were the survivors of the harvested Alpha civilization under Deluo's help rekindling the spark of their home star. They were the remaining system defectives in the dark domain who originally only devoured by instinct but after gaining freedom slowly condensed new consciousness and built their own civilizations. They were the civilizations of the 300 sectors after overthrowing the rule of the Omnicourt, helping each other, exchanging resources, blooming countless brilliant possibilities that the God King had never imagined. They were the grassroots executives of the divine realm, finally no longer forced to work overtime endlessly, no longer exploited by class privileges, happily eating unlimited supernova fried chicken legs in the cafeteria. You see, even without your absolute order everyone can live well. Wukong looked at the God King, his eyes without any pride of victory, only sincere earnestness. The destruction of the previous epoch was not because of freedom but because everyone forgot to protect each other, forgot the reverence for life. But you cannot because of one fall stay still forever and even lock everyone else in place. The God King looked at those images and his aged body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had lived through 2 cosmic epochs, witnessed countless destructions and births, always believing that what he did was right, believing that only absolute order could avoid repeating the same mistakes. But he had never imagined that the lives he had locked in cages could bloom such brilliant flowers. The river of order in his hand gradually dissipated. The authority that could restart the universe was slowly lowered by him. The dignity of the God King, which had been tightly held for tens of thousands of years, completely faded at this moment, leaving only a weary old man trapped by the wounds of the past for endless ages. So. Was I wrong? He murmured. For the first time a trace of moisture appeared in his golden eyes. I thought I was protecting the universe, but it turned out I had only turned it into a cold tomb. Just then a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the temple gate. The 12 main gods who had defected earlier along with countless grassroots executives surged in. They did not draw their swords, did not attack, but simply bowed deeply to the God King on the throne. Lord God King, we want to see how far this universe without absolute order can go. The logistics main god raised his lunchbox and said with a smile, at least let everyone enjoy unlimited fried chicken legs first. The God King looked at the crowd before him, then at Wukong beside him, and finally smiled with relief. It was the first genuine smile he had shown in tens of thousands of years. He raised his hand and waved, and the order laws of the entire divine realm were all unlocked. The order cage that he had personally built binding the entire star sector for tens of thousands of years was now completely open. The Omnicourt from today onward is officially dissolved. The aged voice spread throughout the entire star sector through the law network. From today all civilizations in the 300 sectors are free and autonomous under no control. The future of the universe is left to you. As his voice fell, he slowly descended from the throne. The divine pressure of the God King completely dissipated and he became an ordinary old man. He nodded slightly to Wukong and said softly, "Thank you for showing me another possibility of the universe. I will travel the entire star sector to see the sights I have never seen, to witness what miracles these lives can create." With that he transformed into a faint golden light, flew out of the main temple and disappeared at the end of the star tracks. The game that spanned tens of thousands of years about order and freedom finally came to an end. There was no tragic mutual destruction, no battle of winners and losers, only an old man trapped by obsessions who let go of the past, and countless lives that finally gained the right to choose their own future. In the main temple, after a dead silence, deafening cheers erupted. Yamu Cha hugged Lion, jumping high, shouting, "We won. We really beat the God King." Baiku leaned against a pillar watching the cheering crowd, a faint barely noticeable smile curling at the corner of his mouth, quietly hiding his still bleeding demonic hand. Deluo knelt on the ground staring at the royal seal fragment in his hand, his tears finally falling uncontrollably. 300 years of revenge, 300 years of obsession at this moment finally completely released. Wukong looked at everything before him, laughing heartily. He had finally done it. He had protected those he wanted to protect, broken the cage that bound everything, and brought true freedom to the entire universe. 3 months later. The Omnicourt was dissolved, replaced by the Universal Civilization Mutual Aid Alliance, jointly elected by the civilizations of the 300 sectors. The alliance had no absolute ruler, no harsh shackles of order, only a covenant jointly established by all civilizations to protect life and peace. The civilization remnants that had lain dormant in the dark domain for tens of thousands of years were rekindled. Countless harvested civilizations with the alliance's help began to rebuild their homes. The divine realm was transformed into the alliance's headquarters. The cold law monitors were all dismantled, replaced by exhibition halls for various civilizations and a cafeteria that always offers unlimited supernova fried chicken legs. Lion, relying on his familiarity with the Divine Realm's rules and his contributions in the uprising, was elected as the Alliance's logistics director. He finally realized his dream, securing weekends overtime subsidies and unlimited fried chicken legs in the cafeteria for all grassroots employees, becoming the most popular person in the entire Alliance. Yamu Cha received the tenfold repair fee promised by Deluo and returned to Earth. He no longer lived aimlessly as before, but became a bridge between Earth and the Universal Alliance. He often took Earth's specialties to exchange with various civilizations and occasionally returned to the baseball field to hit home run after home run. He was no longer the supporting character mocked as Yamu Cha died again, but became a peace envoy famous throughout the entire universe. Bai Ku shed his demonized state, and the black Sanskrit inscriptions turned into a faint mark on his wrist. He returned to Earth, still living near Baozi Mountain, accompanying Wu Fan in training and occasionally going to the universe to help the Alliance deal with troubles in Dark Star regions. He finally found his belonging, no longer an aloof demon king nor a mere Namek star person. He was Bai Ku, the unique existence guarding this home. Deluo stayed at the Alliance headquarters and became the Alliance's chief technical advisor. He let go of his obsession with revenge, using his technology to help various civilizations rebuild their homes, repairing the star tracks and dimensional barriers damaged by the Omnicourt. He traveled to all the harvested civilizations, apologizing to every survivor, using the rest of his life to atone for his previous actions of forging weapons and igniting wars. Occasionally he would look at the starry sky, recalling his home star, the sunlight of the Alpha civilization, and his face was no longer cold and numb but carried a gentle tenderness. As for Wukong, he had long returned to Baozi Mountain. He did not accept the title of Universe Guardian offered by the Alliance, nor did he stay in the Divine Realm to enjoy supreme glory. He was still the familiar smiling Saiyan, spending every day farming with Chi-Chi, training with Wu Tian, occasionally drinking with Kulin and Beiji Ta at Gui Xian's house, and going on adventures with Bu Er Ma to find new and exciting planets. That adventure, spanning countless dimensions and overturning the entire Omnicourt, seemed like a distant legend. But only Wukong knew that experience had made him understand the meaning of his battles even more. He was never some ultimate weapon, never a demon god overturning order, nor a universe savior. He was just Sun Wukong. A Saiyan willing to risk everything to protect his companions, his home, and the possibilities of life. That evening the sunset over Baozi Mountain dyed the entire mountain range in a warm golden hue. Wukong sat on the grass atop the mountain, holding a rice ball made by Chi-Chi, watching Wu Tian and Talon Kusi playing below, watching Bu Erma arguing with Beiji Ta not far away, watching Kulin and Gui Xianren walking over with a wine flask, and Bai Ku leaning against a tree nearby, resting with eyes closed. The wind brushed through his hair, carrying the unique scent of Baozi Mountain, grass and rice balls. Wukong took a big bite of the rice ball, smiling brilliantly. He knew that the future of the universe still held countless possibilities and countless adventures waiting for him. But no matter how far he roamed, no matter how strong an enemy he encountered, he would always have a home to return to, always a group of companions waiting for him. And this was the most precious thing he would risk everything to protect. The sun slowly set and the stars in the sky gradually lit up. The entire universe under this starlight slowly moved forward toward an infinite and hopeful future.